Chapter 1. The Awakening Hall in Ironstone Village had held ceremonies like this one for 60 years. The stone floor was smooth from use. The testing crystal sat at the center on its wooden stand, a fist-sized sphere of pale amber that caught the lamplight and scattered it along the walls. Elder Hua, who had overseen 312 awakening ceremonies in this hall, stood at the front with his hands folded in his sleeves and watched the parents file in. There were 11 children today. The youngest was 4, a girl whose parents had insisted despite Elder Hua's recommendation to wait another year. The oldest was 7. Yi Tianming was 6 years old and stood near the back of the children's group with his eyes fixed on the crystal as though he had been studying it for some time. He had, in fact, been studying it since they arrived. He had walked past it twice, slowly, the way he walked past things that interested him. "Don't touch," his mother had said. He hadn't. The ceremony proceeded in standard form. Elder Hua spoke about the meaning of the martial spirit awakening, the foundation of the practitioner's path, the first step of a 10,000-li journey, the gift that distinguished those who cultivated from those who did not. He had given this speech enough times that it emerged from him automatically, the words flowing while he watched the children with his spirit sense, reading the small tremors of potential in each small body. 11 children. He could feel the ones with stronger potential already. The girl at the front who would probably produce a tool spirit of reasonable quality, the quiet boy in the middle who had his grandfather's bone-deep cultivation density. Normal readings. The readings of a generation of practitioners in a village that had produced nothing remarkable in 40 years. Then his spirit sense reached the boy at the back. Elder Hua stopped speaking for a fraction of a second. He continued immediately, and no one noticed except the boy, who looked at him directly when he paused, as if he had been waiting for exactly that reaction. The children went to the crystal in order. 9 before Yi Tianming. Each one placed both hands on the amber sphere and willed their spirit power outward, and the crystal absorbed the energy and returned it in the form of a spirit ring. 1 ring, colored white or yellow depending on the spirit beast whose remnant power the child carried. White rings, below 1,000 years. Yellow rings, below 10,000 years. Standard awakening results. The girl at the front produced a single yellow ring. The boy from the cultivating family produced a white ring and then a second yellow one, which caused his mother to exhale sharply with relief. The 4-year-old cried and produced nothing at all and had to be carried out. Yi Tianming stepped forward when his name was called. He placed both hands on the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. The crystal sat unlit beneath his palms, and Elder Hua thought, perhaps the spirit sense reading was anomalous. Perhaps there was interference from the other children's. The crystal shattered. It did not crack. It did not fracture along a stress line. It detonated from the inside, the amber sphere splitting into a spray of fragments that scattered across the stone floor in perfect silence, because for 1 full second after the destruction, no one in the hall produced any sound at all. The light came before the sound. 9 rings rose from where the crystal had stood and expanded outward, taking shape around a 6-year-old boy who had not moved his hands. He was still standing with his palms out, as if he had expected to find the crystal there, and was now gently surprised by its absence. The rings were red. Not the pale red of a mid-tier spirit beast. Not the rose amber of a 10,000-year cultivation. Red gold, the color of ancient fire, the color that practitioners spent their entire lives pursuing and almost none ever reached. 100,000-year spirit ring was the highest classification in existence. 1 was an extraordinary achievement. 1 in an entire cultivating lifetime. There were 9 of them. 9 red gold rings, hovering around a 6-year-old boy in a stone hall in a mountain village that had not produced a spirit elder in 4 decades. Elder Hua's hands had come out of his sleeves at some point. He could not remember when. The children closest to Yi Tianming had backed away in a cluster. His mother's hands were pressed over her mouth. His father, Yi Zhuang, spirit elder rank, the best practitioner in Ironstone, had gone completely still with an expression Elder Hua could not fully categorize. Not fear, not pride. Something that was trying to decide which one to become. Yi Tianming looked at the rings. He tilted his head slightly, as if accounting for each one. Then he looked up at Elder Hua, and the expression on his face was the most ordinary thing in the room. A 6-year-old waiting to be told what came next. Elder Hua, the boy said. What does this mean? Elder Hua had been a spirit master for 40 years. He had processed 312 awakening results and filed the appropriate documentation for every one. He had categorized yellow rings and white rings and, twice, the pale purple of a ring in the 10 to 50,000-year range, which had required a special report form. He looked at the 9 red gold rings hovering around a 6-year-old child, and he said, with complete honesty, I don't know. Chapter 2. The village council convened within the hour. They met in the hall adjacent to the awakening chamber, the same hall where they discussed harvest assessments and boundary disputes and the occasional quarrel between families. It had never felt small before. Under the weight of what had happened 60 meters away, it felt like a box someone had built for a different problem entirely. Yi Tianming sat in the center, because no one had been willing to say he should leave, and no one had been willing to touch him to move him. He sat with his hands in his lap and his rings, still present, still circling in their slow orbit, casting faint red-gold light across the table and the faces of the 8 elders arranged around it. Elder Hua stood at the front. He had sent a runner to retrieve every cultivation text held in the village archive. They were stacked beside him, 7 volumes, thin with age, none of which he expected to be useful. "Let me state what we know," he said. 9 spirit rings, all of them at the highest possible classification, on a child who has not yet cultivated a single point of spirit power. "That is not possible," said Elder Kwa from the eastern households. He had been saying this since Elder Hua had described the crystal's destruction, and he would say it several more times before the meeting concluded, and the repetition would not change anything. "It is not supposed to be possible," Elder Hua said, "and yet it has happened. So we are not dealing with what is supposed to be possible." "The crystal was defective," someone said. "The crystal shattered. Defective crystals go dark." "They don't." Elder Hua gestured at the boy in the center of the room, who was watching the discussion with complete attentiveness. "They don't produce 9 rings." The council looked at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked back. This seemed to make several of them more uncomfortable than the rings themselves. "He shouldn't be in here," Elder Kwa said. "He shouldn't be listening to this." "Then someone remove him," said Elder Hua. A pause. "I'm not going to touch those rings," Elder Kwa said. "No one is going to touch those rings," Elder Hua said, which is why he is still in the center of the room. The rings should not have been present at all. This was the thing that Elder Hua kept returning to, turning over, examining from different angles without finding an angle that made it coherent. Spirit rings existed in correspondence with cultivation rank. A spirit scholar's first ring required the consumption or defeat of a spirit beast in the appropriate age range. The rings represented accumulated power. They didn't arrive before the cultivation that should have generated them. They couldn't. The mechanism didn't work that way. A child with no spirit power should have produced no rings, or at most a single ring representing a spirit beast's remnant energy that had attached naturally. Not 9. Not red gold. Not a complete ring configuration for a cultivation path that would take a dedicated practitioner 70 years of rigorous training to achieve. Unless the rings hadn't come from his cultivation. Unless they had been there before. Elder Hua looked at the boy and thought, they were there when he was born. He did not say this out loud. The council was already operating at the edge of its capacity for the night. He would save that inference for later. "The spirit hall must be notified," said Elder Yun from the southern families. She was the youngest of the council and the most precise thinker, and she had been quiet until now. "Whatever this is, it is beyond our ability to assess or manage. We notify the hall and request an assessment team. The hall's standard response to an aberration event is purification protocol," Elder Hua said. "Yes." "He's 6 years old." "Yes." The room processed this. Yi Tianming, in the center, had been following every word. He was 6 years old, and the conversation was using terms he didn't know. Purification, aberration, protocol, but the emotional content of the discussion was entirely legible. He had been paying attention to emotional content his whole short life because the adults around him were, in his experience, more reliable about what they felt than about what they said. What they felt right now was fear. Half of them felt afraid of him. The other half felt afraid of reporting him. He found this interesting and filed it away for later. "We don't vote on notifying the hall," Elder Yin said. "It's not a vote. It's the required reporting procedure for an aberration event. If we don't report and this becomes known, we are liable. If we report a child..." Elder Hua stopped. "Yes," Elder Yin said, more gently. "That is the problem." The vote was 4-3 in favor of reporting, with 1 abstention. Elder Kwa refused to vote, which he did not explain and which the others did not press him on. Yi Tianming sat in the center of the room and memorized the faces of the 3 who voted against reporting, because those were the 3 who were afraid on his behalf rather than afraid of him, and that was a distinction that seemed worth tracking. Chapter 3. Yi Zhuang arrived at the village center 3 hours after the ceremony. He had been in the upper fields overseeing the late harvest, a week's work compressed into a day because rain was coming, when his wife's message reached him. The runner had said, "Your son, the awakening, come now." The runner's face had been the kind of carefully blank that people made when they had been told not to alarm the recipient, which meant they were very alarmed themselves. Yi Zhuang was a spirit elder, 44th rank. He had cultivated for 26 years. He had spent most of those years in Ironstone, which did not produce remarkable practitioners, and he had made peace with that. He had his rank. He had his family. He had a son who watched things very carefully and asked questions that were sometimes difficult to answer. He walked into the village center and saw his son sitting in the lamplight with 9 red gold rings orbiting him like small suns, and he stopped. He extended his spirit sense. The rings were real. They were not a reflection or an artifact or a trick of light. They were genuine 100,000-year spirit rings. He could feel the age in them like pressure, like standing too close to something very old and very large, and only just becoming aware of how large. He was a spirit elder, and these rings were incomparably above anything he had ever achieved. And they were on his 6-year-old son, and his son was watching him with an expression that was asking what came next. He did not flinch. He was aware that he should probably flinch. The rational response, the survival instinct response, was to take a step back and process before approaching. Instead, he walked forward and crossed the hall and knelt down to his son's eye level, because that was what you did when you came to your son, and the rings seemed to understand that this was not an approach that required a response from them. They moved slightly in their orbit. They did not tighten. Tianming, he said. Father, his son said. They're afraid of me. Yes. Is that going to be a problem? Yizhuang looked at his son's face. The same face he had watched for 6 years, the face that had watched him back since the first weeks of his life, with that same quality of careful attention, and said, that is going to be a very long conversation. But not tonight. He stood and turned to face the council. Elder Hua was watching him with the expression of a man who had been waiting to see which way this would fall. The rest of the council had arranged themselves with varying degrees of distance from Yi Tianming, and from that arrangement Yizhuang could read the vote's result without being told. You filed the report, he said. The vote was 4-3, Elder Hua said. Who filed it? I did. Hua Renming, acting as senior elder. It is in the hall system. I cannot unfile it. Yizhuang absorbed this. Then I'd like my son's registration modified to reflect that he is under my personal cultivation supervision and that relocation to the regional hall town is being arranged voluntarily. He said this with the calm of someone who had been thinking about contingencies for years, which he had not, but who had the kind of thinking pattern that produced contingencies quickly under pressure. That gives us a classification of supervised anomalous event rather than active aberration, which carries a different protocol weight. Elder Hua looked at him. That is technically accurate, Elder Hua said. If you intend to relocate, I intend to do whatever is necessary for my son. That, Elder Hua said, from the back of the room, may be more than you understand tonight. Then explain it to me, Yizhuang said. And do it with him in the room, because he is going to need to understand it too. The silence that followed was the silence of a council that had been told the rules had changed and was deciding whether to admit it. Elder Hua looked at Yi Tianming, who was watching his father with an expression that was not quite relief and not quite determination, but carried something of both. All right, Elder Hua said. Chapter 4. 3 days after the awakening, Ironstone Village had lost 7 families. They did not leave all at once. They went in 1s and 2s, with wagons loaded early in the morning and children who did not look at Yi Tianming's house as they passed. The Meng family went first. They had cousins in the valley town, which gave them somewhere to go. The Wei family went second, then the Tan family, then 3 more. Each departure happened without announcement or confrontation. The families simply made their calculations and left, which was the village's way of communicating that they had made their calculations. Yi Tianming watched this from the window. He did not go outside much. His father had suggested, carefully, that reduced visibility might be useful while the report's processing period ran its course, and Yi Tianming had agreed because the suggestion was accurate, and because he had noticed that people's spirit senses reacted to his rings the way hands reacted to an open flame, an involuntary flinch and withdrawal. Walking through the village was uncomfortable for everyone except the people who had already decided to stop being uncomfortable about him. Xiaoyan had decided this on the first day. She had arrived at the Yi household the morning after the ceremony with her spirit cultivation sack over one shoulder and an expression that suggested anyone who had a problem with where she was going could address it to her directly. She was 6 years old and small for her age and had known Yi Tianming since they were both old enough to run, which in their village was the defining criterion for friendship. Your rings are very bright, she had said, standing in the doorway. Yes, he said. Can I come in? Yes. She had stayed. Her parents, who were not spirit masters and had no spirit sense to feel the ring's weight, had been worried but not afraid, which Yi Tianming was learning was an important distinction. They had come to speak with his father on the second day and had left looking more settled than they arrived. He didn't know what his father had said. He was learning that his father said things that settled people down. On the third afternoon, Yi Tianming was sitting alone in the outer courtyard when it happened. He had been working on his breathing exercises, the basic foundation technique Elder Hua had distributed at the ceremony's end, the same pamphlet given to every child regardless of result. His rings were present but low, circling slowly at knee height, and he had been attempting to feel the spirit power in his body the way the pamphlet described, which involved turning his attention inward and waiting for something that felt like warmth or current or pressure. He found something. Not warmth. Not current. Something older than those words, something that didn't have a word in the pamphlet's vocabulary. He turned toward it in his mind the way you turned toward a sound when you weren't sure you'd heard it, and the something, resolved, became a voice. Well, it said, "Here we are." The voice was warm. Not the warmth of the fire rings, though there was something of fire in it. The warmth of something that had been alive for a very long time and found the current moment more interesting than tragic. There was amusement in it. Not condescension. Genuine, specific amusement, directed at the situation, which it seemed to find characteristic of something. Yi Tianming sat completely still. "You can speak," the voice said. Asterisk, "this space is private. No one outside will hear." Asterisk, he thought, carefully. "Who are you?" "The first ring," the voice said. Asterisk, "Fire Phoenix. I've been here longer than you, but you've only just started listening, which is normal. You've been busy." Asterisk, a pause, the weight of old amusement. Asterisk, 6 years old. "I thought you'd start earlier, but you were occupied learning how the village worked first. That was sensible." Asterisk, he thought. "You've been watching me?" "I've been present," the voice corrected, gently. Asterisk, "Watching suggests I had a choice about where to direct my attention. You are where I am. There's a difference." Asterisk, Yi Tianming absorbed this. He thought, "Are there more of you?" 8 others, the voice said. Asterisk, "In the other 8 rings. Not all of them communicate yet. Some of them are patient, and some of them are waiting for a different cultivation threshold, and one of them is simply slow, in the way that very old things are sometimes slow. I'm the one who speaks first because I have always been first. It's a fire phoenix thing." Asterisk, he sat with this for a while. The courtyard was quiet. A bird moved through the tree above him. Xiaoyan was inside somewhere with his mother. The rings caught the afternoon light and cast small red-gold pools on the stone around his feet. "What should I call you?" he thought. "Scarlet," the voice said. Asterisk, "It's a simplified name. My full name is 100,000-year sound that would take you 3 months to produce correctly, and the relevant syllables would damage your voice. Scarlet will do." Asterisk, he thought. "What happens now?" "Now," Scarlet said. Asterisk, "You don't tell anyone about me." "Not yet. You're 6, and they're already afraid. They don't need to know the rings can speak." Asterisk, he looked at the house door where Xiaoyan had disappeared. "Not even her." "Not yet," Scarlet said, with something that was not unkindness. Asterisk, "She'll know eventually. But you need to understand what we are before you can explain it to someone else. Give it time." Asterisk, he sat with this the way he sat with most things, completely, without hurry. "All right," he thought. "Good," said Scarlet. And she settled into the background of his cultivation space like warmth in stone, present, patient, not going anywhere. Chapter 5. The Hall team arrived on the morning of the 7th day. They came from the northern road in proper formation, 3 spirit ancestors in gray hall-issue robes, with the regional seal on their right shoulders and assessment equipment in lacquered cases. The villagers who remained had cleared off the main path before the team arrived, which suggested someone had been watching the road. Yi Tianming watched them come from the second-floor window. 3 practitioners. He could feel them from here. His rings were sensitive to spirit power in ways he was still cataloging. The one at the front was the strongest, a presence with weight and precision to it, the cultivation density of someone who had been at their rank for decades. The other 2 were younger and less settled, the way things felt when they hadn't been where they were for very long. At the front of the formation was a man Yi Tianming had not seen before. He was tall and carried himself the way high-rank practitioners sometimes carried themselves, not ostentatiously, just with the ease of someone who didn't need to prove anything by their posture. His hair was graying at the temples. He wore the regional hall seal but a different quality of robe than the others, a hall master's formal wear. He had the kind of face that looked at you and registered several things at once. He looked up at the window. He saw Yi Tianming. Something crossed his face. Not fear, not the shock that most people produced at first sight of the rings, and not the calculation that came after. Something older than any of those. He stopped walking for half a step and then continued. Yi Tianming filed this away. The assessment set up in the village hall. Yi Tianming's father had been summoned, had arrived, was present, and standing near the door with his arms at his sides. Elder Hua was present. 3 of the council's elders who had voted against reporting were present and seemed to be aware that their presence was being registered. The hall master, who had not introduced himself, Yi Tianming noticed, watched his son approach the assessment crystal. This crystal was larger than the ceremony one had been. Crystal was the wrong word for it. It was deep blue and faceted, rotating slowly on its stand on its own power. An elder Hua had introduced it to Yi Tianming's father as a grade 7 assessment instrument rated for peak titled Douluo evaluation. The assessment team had brought it from the capital. The normal ceremony crystal was rated for mid-spirit king at best, which was why it had shattered. Yi Tianming stopped at the edge of the crystal's assessment range. The crystal cracked. He hadn't touched it. He was 2 body lengths away, standing still, with his hands at his sides and his rings at their standard orbit. The crack was a single clean line from the upper facet to the base, produced without contact, produced simply by proximity. The room was very quiet. The team elder who was running the assessment, not the hall master, a younger man named Wei Shun with precise hands and a precise spirit sense, looked at the cracked crystal with an expression that was professional shock, which was different from ordinary shock in that it took 2 seconds longer to arrive. The hall master said nothing. He was watching Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked at the cracked crystal, then at the hall master, then at his father. His father's expression said, "I don't know either, but I'm still here." Wei Shin moved to a backup instrument, a smaller diagnostic tool, no crystal, just a refined spirit sense amplifier, and ran the assessment manually. Yi Tianming stood still for it. The diagnostic took 14 minutes. When it was finished, Wei Shin made a notation in his records and did not read the result aloud. The hall master stepped forward and spoke to Yi Tianming's father in a low voice that Yi Tianming's rings-enhanced senses caught completely. Asterisk, I am Yi Changfeng, hall master of the Jiuhe Regional District. I will require 3 days of observation before I file my assessment. Your family will remain in Ironstone under hall authority during this time. Asterisk, Yi Tianming looked at the man's face again. Yi Changfeng, the same family name. He thought about this. The session was concluded. As the team withdrew to their accommodations, an old man, gray-bearded, thin, with the bearing of someone who had been a high-rank practitioner for decades, was escorted out of the hall ahead of the others. He had been present in the back corner the whole time, so still that Yi Tianming had almost not registered him. As he passed Yi Tianming, he stopped. He spoke a phrase, quiet, clearly not directed at anyone in the room, more like something he was saying to himself, or to the air, or to the rings. It was in a language Yi Tianming had never heard. 7 syllables, a specific cadence, the 3rd syllable slightly longer than the others. Then he was escorted out, and the door closed. Yi Tianming stood in the empty hall and repeated the phrase in his head, 7 syllables with the cadence preserved, turning it over the way he turned over things he needed to keep. He didn't know what it meant. He didn't know what language it was in. He didn't know why the old man had said it. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, she said. Did you understand what he just said? A pause. Longer than her usual pauses. Yes, she said. And then nothing else. He stored the phrase carefully in the part of his mind reserved for things that needed answers he didn't have yet. He had been 6 years old for 7 days, and already the list was long. Chapter 6, Yi Changfeng spent the first night of his observation period in the room the village had provided him and did not sleep. He was 51 years old. He had been hall master of the Jiuhe Regional District for 14 years, which was long enough to have managed 11 aberration classifications, 3 spirit beast forest boundary disputes, 2 succession challenges in prominent spirit master families, and 1 incident involving a forbidden technique that he had handled by not filing the complete report and had spent 4 subsequent years being certain had been the correct decision. He was not certain about this. He lay in the dark and thought about the child's face. The assessment was unambiguous, and he had not needed Wei Shun to read the result aloud to know what it said. The spirit sense impressions alone were sufficient. 900,000-year spirit rings, genuine and complete, and present in a configuration no historical record described, on a child who had not yet cultivated a unit of spirit power. The rings had cracked a grade 7 assessment crystal at 2 body lengths of distance. They had scrambled Wei Shun's amplifier during the manual diagnostic. He had seen Wei Shun's face, had seen the way the man's hands went still over his instrument, and had understood from that stillness that the reading was outside the amplifier's recorded categories. The hall's procedure was clear. An aberration event was defined as any spiritual phenomenon that exceeded the documented upper limit of natural occurrence or that demonstrated characteristics inconsistent with established cultivation mechanics. An event classified as aberration level required a purification protocol assessment within 30 days. A purification protocol assessment was a 4-stage process that culminated, in 63% of historical cases, in elimination of the source. The child was 6 years old. The child was also named Yi. Yi Changfeng had been born in the Eastern District and had not returned to the mountain villages since he was 20, but the family records were clear. The Yi cultivating line in the mountain regions had split into 3 branches 4 generations back. He was from the coastal branch. Yi Zhuang, the boy's father, spirit elder, who had stood between his son and the council with the unmoving quality of a man who had made a decision before he arrived, was from the mountain branch. Distant enough that there was no practical obligation. Close enough that the child's face had looked, for one disorienting half-second, like looking at a photograph from a generation he had not met. The hall's procedure was clear. His personal calculation was not. If he filed the full assessment accurately, the purification protocol would arrive within 30 days and the child would not survive. That was 63% historical probability, and the 37% who survived purification protocol were, without exception, cases where the aberration was discovered to be less severe than initial assessment suggested. This child's aberration was more severe than any prior assessment suggested was possible. There would be no downgrade. If he suppressed the full assessment, he was in violation of Hall authority. If this became known, and these things became known, he had spent 14 years watching things that were supposed to stay contained find their way to surfaces. The consequences would be significant and personal. His political instinct, which had gotten him to Hall Master rank in 14 years in a region that had produced 3 Hall Masters in the prior century, told him there was a third option. It required more information than he currently had. It required 3 days. He got up at the hour before dawn and began drafting his observation report. The next morning, Yi Changfeng requested a private conversation with Yi Tianming. Yi Zhuang was present for the first 5 minutes, which he had stated as a condition and which Yi Changfeng had accepted without argument. Then Yi Zhuang had received a message from his wife and stepped out, which Yi Changfeng had also accepted without reaction, despite the fact that he had composed and sent the message himself through an intermediary an hour earlier. He sat across a low table from a 6-year-old who looked at him with complete calm and complete attention. "You know who I am," Yi Changfeng said. "Hall Master," Yi Tianming said, "of the Jiuhe Regional District. And ye like us? Distant family." "Yes." The boy looked at him steadily. "You stopped walking when you saw me." "Yes." "Why?" Yi Changfeng considered what answer to give. He decided, on a basis he did not entirely understand, to give the accurate one. "Because you look like someone I know in a photograph of someone I don't know personally. The family resemblance is visible." Yi Tianming absorbed this. "Does that change what you're going to report?" The question was so direct that Yi Changfeng sat with it for a moment. He had asked more complex questions than this to practitioners of 50 years' experience and had rarely received this quality of directness in return. "It changes what information I need before I report," he said. "What do you want to know?" "The rings," Yi Changfeng said. "Can you feel them?" "Yes." "Can you communicate with them?" A pause. Brief. The boy's face didn't shift, which meant he had practiced not letting his face shift around adults, which meant he was already managing information disclosure at age 6. Yi Changfeng found this interesting and concerning in equal parts. "Not precisely," the boy said. It was a careful answer. It was the kind of careful answer that meant yes, but I am not going to tell you the full truth of that yet. "All right," Yi Changfeng said. "Not precisely." He wrote nothing in his observation log during this conversation. He would write a version of it afterward that was true in outline and carefully imprecise about details. At the end of the conversation, he told Yi Tianming, "I will report that the initial village assessment produced an anomalous but inconclusive reading due to equipment calibration, and that my observation assessment classifies this as an unusually high-rank awakening event that was misread by practitioners without appropriate experience. This classification carries a monitoring designation rather than a protocol designation." Yi Tianming looked at him. "That's not what you found." "No. Why would you do that?" Yi Changfeng stood. "Because I need more time to understand what I found. A purification protocol ends the possibility of understanding anything." He picked up his observation log. "I will request your family's voluntary relocation to the Hall's outer district in Jiuhe Town. This keeps you under Hall oversight without triggering the protocol. The move should be presented as your father's decision. And if we don't go, then I file the accurate report and the 30 days begin." He looked at the boy. "This is not a threat. It is the accurate description of the choice available." Yi Tianming was quiet for a moment. "We'll go," he said. Yi Changfeng nodded and turned to leave. "Hall Master." The boy's voice was steady. "You're buying time to decide if you can use us." He stopped. He didn't turn around. "Yes," he said. "I am." "All right," Yi Tianming said, and said nothing else. Chapter 7. On the second day of the observation period, Yi Tianming went deliberately to his cultivation practice and spoke to Scarlet. He sat in the outer courtyard again. It was becoming his place for this. The particular stone where the afternoon light fell at the angle he had started to associate with the specific quality of inward attention. His rings moved in their slow orbit. The village was quiet. Most of the remaining families were keeping to their own properties. He could hear, distantly, Xiao Yan's voice somewhere in the house arguing with her own mother about something that wasn't cultivation related. He turned inward. "Tell me about the phrase," he said. Scarlet was quiet for the length of 3 breaths. This was unusual for her. She was generally prompt. The extra length meant she was deciding how much to say, which meant there was more to say than she intended to say. "It is an activation phrase," she said. Ancient. From a practitioner tradition that died out approximately 300 years ago. What does it activate? It was used by the practitioners of that tradition to identify other practitioners who could hear it. She paused. It is not a question. It is a statement in an old tone. It says, the rings are older than afraid. If you can understand it, you have something in common with the rings. If you can hear it clearly, not just the sound, but the meaning, it is a signal. A signal for what? That you exist, Scarlet said. The tradition knew someone like you would eventually exist. They built methods for identifying that person. The phrase is one of them. Yi Tianming sat with this. The old man who said it, he thought. Who was he? I don't know his name. I know he has been waiting for that conversation for a long time. A pause. He is not working for Yi Changfeng. He was brought along because Yi Changfeng's team uses him for high difficulty assessments and didn't realize what they had. Is he dangerous? Not to you. To the people who want you eliminated, possibly. He knows things about the rings that no one currently living knows. Another pause. He will try to speak to you again before the team leaves. Let him. Yi Tianming absorbed this. Scarlet, he said. You told me the rings are older than afraid. You said it was a statement, not a question. Yes. Are you afraid? The pause this time was the longest she had produced. No, she said. I haven't been afraid in a very long time. Fear requires uncertainty about the outcome. And I have been watching the world long enough that the outcomes I encounter rarely surprise me. But, she said, with the old warmth and the edge of something more serious. There are things I don't know yet. About you. About what you'll choose. Those are the things that interest me more than they frighten me, because I have been present with people for 100,000 years, and this is the first time I have not been able to predict the direction. Is that good? It's interesting, she said. For me, that is better than good. He spent another hour in the courtyard. When he went inside, Xiao Yan was at the table eating rice with a focus that suggested she was still irritated about the argument. You were talking to yourself again, she said. Thinking, he said. She looked at him with the assessing quality she had developed around him. Not suspicious, just paying attention, the way she had been paying attention to him since they were old enough to run. The old man from the hall team is in the road, she said. He's been there for an hour. He keeps looking at your window. Yi Tianming stood up. Don't tell anyone I went out, he said. She didn't ask why. This was one of the things about Xiao Yan that he valued most. She understood the difference between information she needed now and information that would come later. Chapter 8. The old man was waiting for him. He was standing at the edge of the north road under a pine tree, and he had the stillness of someone who had been very high rank at some point in his life and had come down from it slowly, carrying the residue as a kind of permanent groundedness. He was not cultivating. He was simply standing the way mountains stand. When Yi Tianming approached, the man said nothing. He waited for the boy to come within speaking distance, and then he looked at him with the quality of someone completing an assessment they had begun from the window. You heard the phrase, the old man said. Yes. All of it. The third syllable. Yes. The third is longer. The old man made a sound that was too old for relief and too considered for surprise. I've said that phrase to 43 practitioners in 50 years, he said. You are the second who heard the third syllable correctly. The first was a woman named Yin Qingchuan. She died 160 years ago. Yi Tianming stood still. I have something for you, the old man said. He reached into his robe and produced a copper token, round, palm-sized, with a character embossed on each face that Yi Tianming didn't recognize. The copper had the color of something very old, not tarnished but settled into its own particular shade of age. This was given to me by someone who was given it by someone who spent their life preparing for the possibility of you, the man said. It contains a sealed cultivation method. The seal will open at the appropriate rank. It will not open for anyone except the person the old tradition identified as the intended recipient. Yi Tianming took the token carefully. It was warm, not from the man's body heat, from something inside it that was not cultivated energy and not spirit power, but something older than either. What does it say? He asked, looking at the characters on the faces. The old traditions phrase, the man said. Both faces. Front. The rings are older than afraid. Back. The same, in the spirit beast tongue. The way the fragments would say it, if they could use your language. Yi Tianming turned the token over. He felt scarlet in his cultivation space, and her warmth had a different quality than usual. Recognition, not surprise, but the particular warmth of something that has been waiting for a specific moment and is now experiencing it. She knew this would come, he thought. Yes, Scarlet said. She built it. He looked at the old man. You should go before Yi Changfeng notices you left the accommodations. Yes, the man said. He will ask what we discussed. Tell him we spoke briefly, and that I said your rings were beyond my assessment range, and I recommended a capital evaluation. He paused. That is also true. Tell him that part accurately. What's your name? Yi Tianming asked. Elder Mingzhu was the name I used when I was practicing. I retired. The name held. He looked at Yi Tianming one more time. I will be relocated when the team returns. Not my choice. But I've been in contact with your family's circle before, through channels. We will be in contact again. He turned and walked back toward the village accommodations with the slow certainty of someone who had planned this moment sufficiently that the execution felt natural. Yi Tianming stood in the road with the copper token in his hand. He had been 6 years old for 10 days. The token went into his inner robe, tucked close, warm against his chest. He walked back to the house without being noticed, which was easy because he had spent the first 6 years of his life learning how to move through spaces without drawing attention, before he knew why that skill would matter. Xiaoyan was still at the table when he returned. Well, she said. Later, he said. It's a long story. She looked at him. Is it an interesting one? He sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Yes, he said. Chapter 9. 4 years passed. This is not to say they passed without event. The 4 years between Yi Tianming's 6th birthday and his 10th contained more individual events than most practitioners encountered across entire decades. But the structure of those years was a single sustained activity, the way long journeys consist of many steps that are individually unremarkable and collectively decisive. Yi Changfeng's offer came through 2 weeks after the team returned to Jua Town. Voluntary relocation, outer district accommodations, hall observation designation that would keep the purification protocol suspended indefinitely as long as Yi Tianming remained compliant with regular assessment check-ins. The offer letter was worded carefully. Yi Zhuang read it 3 times and showed it to his wife, and then to Yi Tianming, who had already understood from Scarlett's account of the emotional atmosphere what the terms were going to be before the letter arrived. They moved. Elder Mingzhu had been relocated to a different district, but his message arrived through Xiaoyan's mother, delivered by a merchant who delivered grain to Xiaoyan's family's bakery and happened to also carry correspondence for certain retired spirit Daluo. The message contained cultivation theory texts, 5 of them, hand-copied, covering principles that were not in the hall's standard curriculum. Yi Tianming read them in the order they arrived and understood, across the 4 years, that they were a designed sequence. He spent the 4 years doing what Scarlett had suggested, being useful before being powerful. The hall's outer district archive was staffed by 3 elderly spirit grandmasters who were retired from active cultivation duties and spent their days cataloging assessment records. Yi Tianming was in the archive every morning that the hall didn't require him for check-ins. He ran messages. The archive communicated regularly with the main hall building, and a small boy who moved quietly and reliably was useful without being remarkable. He learned the layout of the hall's bureaucratic structure the same way he had learned the layout of everything he'd ever cared about. Systematically, from the outside in, noting which pathways were used and which were nominal and which were blocked for reasons that the structure itself didn't explain. The archives held 300 years of regional assessment records. He read them. He did not read quickly, because the point was not speed but comprehension, and comprehension in this case meant understanding the patterns, how cases were classified, what language shifted when classification was being managed versus accurately reported, which assessment criteria had been applied inconsistently, and to whom. He found, at the end of the 2nd year, the first generation of documentation on a practitioner named Yin Qingchuan, 5 fragments, who had appeared in regional records 160 years ago as an unusual case requiring ongoing assessment, and had remained in assessment status, with escalating designations, for 12 years before the designation changed abruptly to case closed. Outcome confidential. He did not show this to anyone. He continued to run messages and learn the archive's filing system and, once, identify a documentation error that had been suppressing 3 families' cultivation assessment eligibility for 6 years. He corrected it without attribution. 2 months later, The three families received eligibility notifications from the hall in the normal course of business. One of those families had left Ironstone the morning after his awakening. He did not find this satisfying in a particular way. He found it accurate. The check-ins with the hall continued. Yi Changfeng did not attend them personally after the first year. He delegated to a spirit king assessor named by Song Gao who was precise and methodical and began, at the end of the third year, to notice that Yi Tianming's baseline readings were shifting. He was 10 years old and had not cultivated a single unit of spirit power. He had been waiting for the right moment to begin. Chapter 10. The right moment arrived on a Tuesday in the month of first autumn, when Bai Songgao filed a report that Yi Tianming had intercepted 3 hours before it reached Yi Changfeng's office. He had not, technically, intercepted it. He had been in the archive, running messages, and the assessor's outgoing correspondence passed through the archive's dispatch system, and he had read the subject line, which was sufficient. Yi Tianming. Assessment anomaly. Recommend escalation. He sat with this for 3 hours in the archive's backroom, reading cultivation theory texts from Elder Mingzhu's sequence and thinking. The report described baseline reading fluctuations that Bai Songgao had noted across 6 months of check-ins. It described the ring configuration, which remained unchanged. It described the absence of spirit power cultivation, which was anomalous for a child of 10. Standard practitioners had been cultivating for 4 years by this age. It recommended that the hall master review the case personally, with a suggestion that escalation to capital-level assessment might be warranted. The report would reach Yi Changfeng within 2 weeks. Yi Tianming had 11 days to make the report's concerns irrelevant. He walked home from the archive, which took 20 minutes, and which he used to understand the situation clearly. Scarlet was present in his cultivation space with the quality she had when she was paying attention without interjecting, waiting. Scarlet, he thought, how fast can I go? In what sense? She said. If I begin cultivation today and push to a meaningful rank before Bai Songgao's report produces an action, how fast can I achieve a rank that changes Yi Changfeng's calculation? Fast enough, she said. But you will owe me a conversation after. About what? About why you waited 4 years instead of 3. Her warmth had an edge of something that was not criticism, precision. Asterisk, you were right to wait. I want to understand how you knew. Asterisk, he thought about this for a moment. Because I needed to know the terrain before I moved, he said. Asterisk, starting cultivation creates visibility. I needed to know what I was becoming visible in before I became visible. Asterisk, yes, she said. Asterisk, that is the right answer. The conversation will be short. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, spirit scholar to spirit grandmaster in 11 days. I can support this. The second fragment, tide wave, will become active at spirit grandmaster threshold. His communication style is different from mine. Be prepared for something very large. Asterisk, he arrived home as the evening meal was being prepared. Xiao Yin was at the table again. She had taken to eating with his family most evenings after her mother started the late shift at the bakery. She looked at him when he came in and read his face with the accuracy she had developed across 4 years of proximity. Something happened, she said. I'm starting cultivation tomorrow, he said. She looked at him for a moment. 4 years and you're starting tomorrow, she said. Why tomorrow specifically? Deadline, he said. She looked at him for another moment. Do you need help? Not with the cultivation itself, he said. But I need someone to keep an accurate count of the days. She picked up her chopsticks. I can do that, she said. She asked nothing else. She was 10 years old and the best counter of days he knew, and that was what was needed. He sat down and ate his dinner and thought about tide wave, somewhere in the ocean depth of his rings, very large and very old and waiting. Tomorrow, he decided. Chapter 11, he began on the first morning of the deadline count. The technique in Elder Mingzhu's cultivation texts was foundational in structure, but precise in its particulars. Designed, Yi Tianming had come to understand across 4 years of reading it. For a practitioner who already had rings and needed to generate the cultivation base that should have preceded them. Standard cultivation built spirit power first, then absorbed rings. His situation was inverted. The method accounted for this inversion. He sat in the cross-legged position the text prescribed, and turned his attention to the cultivation space below conscious thought, where Scarlet lived and where the rings connected to whatever he actually was at the core of his practice. This space was familiar now. He had been visiting it in brief moments for 4 years, reading its topology the way he'd read the archive's filing system. He knew where Scarlet was and where the other rings sat like sealed rooms along a corridor of silence. He opened the first room deliberately. The cultivation base built itself differently than it would have without Scarlet. That was the best way he could describe it later, when he had more vocabulary for it. Standard practitioners described their spirit power cultivation as accumulation, gathering, storing, expanding a reservoir. What he experienced was more like the rings reaching down into him and finding a corresponding structure to fill. Not accumulation. Recognition. It was fast. Spirit Scholar rank was the first formal classification. Enough spirit power in the cultivation base to activate the first ring in a combat context, to perform basic spirit abilities, to register on standard hall assessment instruments as a practicing spirit master. He achieved it in the late afternoon of the first day and felt it arrive not as an expansion, but as a click, something that had been slightly misaligned settling into position. He opened his eyes and Xiao Yin was sitting across from him with her day count notebook open on her knee. Day 1, she said. Your Spirit Scholar rank. Yes, he said. How do you feel? He took a careful assessment of how he felt. Large, he said. The rings feel closer. Is that good? I think so. He stood. Tomorrow I'll push toward Grandmaster. She made a notation. Spirit Scholar to Spirit Grandmaster in 11 days was not, technically, impossible. The Hall's records contained a handful of cases across 3 centuries where practitioners with exceptional spiritual talent had achieved 2 rank advancement in 2 weeks. Those cases were the outliers that other practitioners used to measure what extraordinary looked like. They involved prodigies who had been cultivating intensively under expert guidance since age 3 or 4. Yi Tianming was 10 years old and had been cultivating for 11 days. On day 4, something changed. He was midway through Spirit Elder threshold, somewhere between the first and second subranks, the cultivation space layering in the way it did when rank advancement was building, when a second presence arrived in his cultivation space. Not Scarlet's warmth. Something vaster, colder, less immediately accessible. The sensation was like opening a window in a high-altitude room and suddenly understanding, through the change in pressure, how high up you were. The sea dragon had woken. Tide wave, Scarlet said, from her corner of the space. Asterisk, he's been waiting for this threshold. He communicates differently from me. Give him a moment. Asterisk, the presence in his cultivation space expanded. It was enormous in the way that something experienced at scale was enormous. Not physically large, but large in terms of what it referenced. Tidewave's awareness had been organized around ocean-scale distances for 100,000 years. The cultivation space of a 10-year-old human boy was, from that perspective, an extremely small room. Yi Tianming sat very still and let the presence orient itself. Then, like a tide finding its level, tide wave settled. Boy, it said. The voice was not warm. It was not cold either. It was simply vast in the way that deep water was vast, the temperature of pressure rather than temperature of warmth or cold. It took up the available space in the way that things took up space when they were genuinely large and didn't see any reason not to. Tide wave, Yi Tianming said. You have been cultivating for 4 days and you are nearly at Spirit Elder rank, Tidewave said. Asterisk, I have observed this. I understand you have a deadline. Asterisk, yes. Then stop the conversation and keep cultivating. A pause that felt like watching a wave crest from a great distance. Asterisk, we will have time later. You have the span of a human life, and I have been waiting considerably longer than that. 11 days is not long. Asterisk, all right, Yi Tianming said. But, Tidewave said, and there was something in the word that carried the particular weight of an afterthought from something that had been thinking for 100,000 years. I want you to know one thing before we continue. Yes, the ocean is very old, Tidewave said. Asterisk, older than any ring classification system. Older than the Hall, and older than the techniques, and older than the conflict your birth has created. I am a fragment of something old enough that your current problems, in their current form, are not interesting to me. What is interesting to me is the direction you choose across a lifetime. Asterisk, another pause, the slow arrival of a wave. Asterisk, so choose well. The small choices accumulate. I have watched 100,000 years of small choices accumulating. I know what they become. Asterisk, he sat with this. Thank you, he said. Yes, Tidewave said, and settled, and was quiet, and let him work. Day 7, Spirit Elder rank. Day 9, Spirit Ancestor threshold. On day 11, with the evening of the deadline approaching and the count notebook on Xiao Yan's knee and Scarlet present in her warmth and Tidewave present in his vastness, Yi Tianming crossed into Spirit Ancestor rank and felt both of them settle fully into the new cultivation space like things that had always belonged there and had been slightly cramped in the previous room. He opened his eyes. Day 11, Xiaoyan said. Spirit Ancestor. Yes. She made the notation and looked up at him. That's 2 full cultivation levels in 11 days from starting, she said. The Hall's records for exceptional advancement are 2 levels in 2 weeks. I know. You beat the record. The record was from different circumstances. She looked at him with the quality she had when she was deciding whether to say the thing she was thinking or wait. Yi Tianming, she said. Yes. Are you going to have to keep doing things like this forever? breaking records, and then explaining that the circumstances were different. He thought about this. Probably, he said. She made a second notation in her day count notebook and closed it. Then I should keep better records, she said. Chapter 12 by Song Gao arrived at the Yi household 17 days after filing his report. This was faster than the 2-week processing window Yi Tianming had estimated, which suggested that either the report had been expedited or that Yi Changfeng had been monitoring by Song Gao's outgoing correspondence more carefully than Yi Tianming had accounted for. He filed this calculation for revision. Bai Song Gao was a meticulous practitioner. He had been the hall's local assessor for 11 years, which meant he had assessed approximately 2,000 check-in subjects in his career, and he had developed a professional quality of observation that was different from the quality of someone who cared about you and different from the quality of someone who wanted to harm you. He was simply looking, accurately, at what was there. He sat across the table from Yi Tianming and ran his assessment instruments. His instruments returned spirit ancestor rank. He checked them twice. You were at no detectable rank 3 weeks ago, Bai Song Gao said. I began cultivation late, Yi Tianming said. Spirit scholar to spirit ancestor in 11 days. I had good foundational preparation. Bai Song Gao looked at him with the meticulous attention and said, The rings. Yes. They aren't suppressed. No. A spirit ancestor rank practitioner with 900,000-year spirit rings is outside any precedent category. He made a notation. I am going to file a second report. I know, Yi Tianming said. Bai Song Gao looked up. I filed the first one to produce an accurate record, he said. Not to harm you. I want you to know that. Yi Tianming looked at him. I know, he said again, and this time meant something slightly different by it. Bai Song Gao filed his second report that evening. It was, as Yi Tianming had read the man accurately enough to predict, a meticulous and accurate account. Spirit scholar to spirit ancestor in 11 days from first cultivation. Rings unchanged. Cultivation speed anomalous beyond any precedent category. Personal assessment notes stating that the subject had anticipated the report's filing and had been cooperative throughout. He added, at the end, in the section reserved for assessor recommendations, recommend immediate hall master review. This case requires direct assessment rather than delegation. The anomalies are compounding. Yi Tianming had 11 days. He spent them cultivating towards Spirit King threshold and reading the cultivation method's next section, which described how to deepen communion with a ring fragment beyond first-level communication, how to access the fragment's actual technique knowledge rather than just conversational presence. Scarlett described the process as entering the fire rather than sitting near it. He tried it on day 8 of the new count and came out of the session with his hands warm at the palms and a fire technique in his muscle memory that he had never practiced and that Scarlett had carried in her fragment for 100,000 years. He tested it in the outer courtyard the next morning, and the grass blackened in a 3-meter radius without flame, just heat, precise and instantaneous. He thought. The fire phoenix ran cooler than the fire, which was a thing that would take considerable effort to explain to anyone watching. He didn't test it again until he had somewhere to use it. Chapter 13 11 Days of Intensive Cultivation. He was not sleeping enough. This was the first cost he had encountered that felt genuinely physical rather than organizational. The cultivation method's next section required sustained inward focus that lasted 4 to 6 hours in each session, and when he surfaced from the sessions, his body had the particular heaviness of something that had been working at a level it wasn't fully accustomed to yet. Tidewave noticed this on day 3. You are not sleeping, Tidewave said. It was not a question or a concern. It was the quality of an observation delivered by something that had the perspective of 100,000 years of watching biological creatures operate suboptimally. I know, Yi Tianming said. The efficiency of the cultivation sessions decreases by approximately 23% when the practitioner's sleep deficit exceeds 2 days, Tidewave said. I have observed this across many practitioners across many centuries. The number is consistent. You will advance faster if you sleep. I have 11 days. You have 10 days, and this is day 3 of the deficit. A vast pause. Sleep 6 hours. Cultivate in the remaining time. The mathematics favor the rest. He slept 6 hours. Tidewave was right. The mathematics favored the rest. He advanced more quickly the following day than he had in the preceding 2, and the cultivation sessions had a clarity to them that the deficit had been blurring. He filed this as another calibration. The sea dragon's 100,000-year patience included, apparently, a precise understanding of biological optimization that had been accumulated across observing many generations of practitioners making the same mistake. On day 5, the third fragment spoke for the first time. Stoneheart, the ancient tortoise, had been present in his cultivation space since the beginning as a weight, a density, something that didn't communicate so much as persist. When it finally spoke, it was not an arrival. It was more like a surface becoming visible that had always been there, submerged. You are going to be afraid, Stoneheart said, in a voice that moved at the speed of stone, not slow in the sense of simple or unintelligent, but slow in the sense of certain. Asterisk not today, not at spirit ancestor rank. But there will come a point at which the magnitude of what you are becomes clear to you in a way that it is not clear now, and at that point you will be afraid. Asterisk Yi Tianming sat with this. What do I do with that? He asked. Continue, Stoneheart said. Asterisk afraid is not finished. Afraid is just a weather pattern that passes through. I have endured for 100,000 years, and I have been afraid approximately 4 times. They all passed. Asterisk what were you afraid of? Asterisk the first time. The sea receding and not returning. The second, a practitioner who tried to break my shell. The third, the silence after the last of my kind died. The fourth, the decision to end my physical existence for a fragment life. Asterisk a pause so long it had texture, like sediment. Asterisk in each case, the fear was accurate information. It was telling me the situation was serious. It was not telling me I couldn't continue. There is a difference. Asterisk he pressed towards Spirit Grandmaster. Day 8, Spirit King Threshold. The fourth fragment, Wind Thread, the celestial crane, arrived without ceremony and without weight, which was itself a kind of communication. The crane's presence was not vast like tide waves, and not warm like scarlets, and not slow certain like Stonehearts. It was brief and precise, the quality of a very sharp thing that didn't linger. Your deadline is 3 days, Windthread said. I know. Asterisk you are at Spirit King threshold. One more rank would be optimal, but not necessary. Spirit King rank will produce the result you need. Do not overpull. Asterisk how do I know when I'm overpulling? Your hands start to shake, Windthread said. Stop before that. A single precise pause. Asterisk the deadline matters. The next period after the deadline also matters. You will need to be functional, not just ranked. Functionality requires not burning out on day 11. Asterisk he stopped when his hands started to show the first tremor. Spirit King rank, achieved with 9 hours to spare before Bai Songgao's second report was scheduled to reach Yi Chongfeng's desk. He told Xiao Yin, Day 11. Spirit King. She looked at her notebook. That's 3 full cultivation levels from 0 in 22 days, she said. Yes. Does anyone else know? Bai Songgao will read it in the assessment when Yi Chongfeng comes. She closed the notebook. Then we should probably not be surprised when Yi Chongfeng comes, she said. No, he said. I'll make tea, she said. Chapter 14 Yi Chongfeng arrived 3 days after Bai Songgao's second report, which was faster than Yi Tianming had estimated. He came with 2 assistants, but without the full assessment team, which was a different kind of message, less formal, more personal. The hall master who came without ceremony was making a different kind of calculation than the hall master who came with grade 7 equipment. He sat across the table from Yi Tianming and did not use any assessment instruments. He extended his spirit sense. Spirit King rank registered clearly at that level. Yi Chongfeng was Spirit de la rank, 75th or higher. Yi Tianming estimated from the quality of the presence, and the difference in cultivation level meant that Yi Chongfeng could read him directly without tools. He let the reading happen completely. Yi Chongfeng's face was professionally still during the assessment. He withdrew his spirit sense. 3 levels in 22 days, he said. Yes. From 0. Yes. And the rings are unchanged. The rings have been unchanged since the awakening ceremony. Yi Chongfeng looked at him with the kind of silence that was itself a form of thinking. 4 years had not changed the hall master's fundamental quality. He was still someone who calculated before speaking and spoke accurately when he did. I had a theory, Yi Chongfeng said, that the rings represented potential rather than actualized cultivation. That if you began cultivating, the rings would change, would begin to be absorbed in the normal fashion, which would suggest they had been anchored to your cultivation framework in some unusual way but were otherwise functioning normally. And now? Yi Tianming asked. Now I see that the rings are present at exactly the same level as they were at your awakening, and you are at Spirit King rank, and the 2 are evidently independent of each other. He paused, which means the rings are not anchored to your cultivation in any way the absorption model can explain, which means they are doing something else entirely. He looked at Yi Tianming. You have been in the archive for 4 years, Yi Chongfeng said. Yes. You have read the historical records. Yes. Have you found any precedent for a ring configuration that does not require absorption? 1 case, Yi Tianming said. Classified case closed, outcome confidential. 160 years ago, a practitioner named Yin Qingchuan. The silence that followed this had a different quality than the previous ones. Yi Chongfeng's stillness was professional, But Yi Tianming had spent 4 years learning to read things that were trying not to be read. He knew the name. The records of that case are restricted, Yi Changfeng said. I know. I read the summary that wasn't restricted. The designation history and the outcome classification. It suggested the case was not purification protocol terminated. No, Yi Changfeng said. It was not. He sat with this for a moment, and Yi Tianming waited, because Yi Changfeng was about to say something that he had not planned to say in this meeting and was deciding whether to say it. Yin Qingchuan achieved limit Douluo rank and continued. Yi Changfeng said. The case was classified confidential because the outcome involved information that the Hall's standard reporting categories could not accommodate. She survived every purification protocol attempt because at the level she eventually reached, the attempts were not productive. He looked at Yi Tianming. She died 160 years ago, of age. Spirit Douluo equivalent, in a cultivation system that did not map directly to the Hall's rank scale. Yi Tianming looked at him. You are telling me this, he said. Yes. Why? Yi Changfeng folded his hands on the table. Because your growth rate suggests you will eventually reach a point where the purification protocol is not productive. That point is not now, and the Hall does not know that point is coming. I do, because I have had access to the restricted records for 14 years and have understood for 12 of them that someone like you would eventually appear. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. I have also understood, for 12 of those years, that when that person appeared, the question of whether to protect them or exploit them would be the most significant decision I would make in my tenure. Which are you doing? I haven't decided, Yi Changfeng said. I am offering you resources and formal sponsorship, in exchange for regular assessment reporting through my office and full compliance with Hall authority directives. He produced the offer document from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Yi Tianming looked at it. He thought, this is where it starts, he said. I need time to consider. Chapter 15, he considered for exactly 1 day. Scarlett's opinion was delivered in the first hour. The offer contained access to resources that were genuinely useful and a compliance clause with no natural ceiling that could be invoked at any point to override any decision Yi Tianming made. These two facts were not in conflict with each other. They were the structure of the deal. He's buying an asset, Scarlett said. Asterisk assets are useful until they aren't. You are not an asset. Asterisk what am I? He asked. Still figuring that out, she said. Asterisk so am I. Which is different from being an asset, because assets don't figure things out, they get used. Asterisk Tidewave offered, in his vast and lateral way, a comparison. In the ocean, the creatures that were caught were the ones that could not be anywhere other than where they were. Movement was not safety, but constraint was certainty of loss. The compliance clause is a constraint, Tidewave said. Asterisk constraints work until they are tested. You do not know what the test will be or when it will come, but it will come. You want to be in a position to refuse when it does. Asterisk Stoneheart said nothing for several hours, and then said, negotiate. This was the most direct thing the ancient tortoise had communicated and carried, in its brevity, the weight of something that had thought about it longer than the conversation had lasted. Windthread said, asterisk the cultivation resources include access to Spirit Hall's restricted technique archives. That is the most valuable component. Target that specifically. Accept it. Return everything else. Asterisk he spent the afternoon drafting what he was going to say and thinking about how Yi Changfeng would receive it. The next morning, he requested a meeting. Yi Changfeng listened to his counterproposal with the quality of someone who had been expecting a counterproposal and was now assessing the specific terms rather than the fact of it. Formal sponsorship and resource access, Yi Tianming said, in exchange for regular assessment reporting to your office, accuracy and timeliness, submitted monthly. No compliance obligation beyond what Hall regulations require of any spirit master at my rank. The word full is removed from the compliance clause and Hall authority directives is replaced with standard Hall regulations applicable to Spirit King rank. Yi Changfeng's face was still. You read the compliance clause carefully, he said. I've been reading documents carefully for 4 years. The resource access includes the cultivation archives, Yi Changfeng said. Access to the restricted section requires a formal compliance agreement. Then I would like the compliance agreement to specify which archives I have access to and what I am complying with in exchange for access to each archive. Specifically, rather than generally. Yi Changfeng looked at him. You are 10 years old, he said. Yes, Yi Tianming said. And I've been reading the Hall's documentation practices for 4 years, and I understand the difference between an obligation that is specific and an obligation that is general. A specific obligation can be met. A general obligation is whatever you decide it means when you need it to mean something. The silence lasted long enough that Yi Tianming counted it, 7 seconds. All right, Yi Changfeng said. I'll have revised documents prepared. Specific compliance terms for each archive section. Monthly assessment reports with defined format and scope. Standard hall regulations otherwise. He looked at the 10-year-old across the table. The cultivation instructor I mentioned, a spirit Douluo from my personal network. He is included in the sponsorship regardless of the compliance terms. Why? Because I want to understand what a practitioner with your ring configuration does when given proper cultivation guidance. The instructor's reports will be to me. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. This is not hidden. I'm telling you so you understand the structure. Yi Tianming looked at him for a moment. He respects honesty, Scarlet said. Asterisk, or at least precision. Which in his world functions like honesty. Asterisk. All right, Yi Tianming said. All right, Yi Changfeng said. Yi Tianming signed the revised documents that afternoon. His father reviewed them first, reading twice with the quality of someone who had not spent 4 years in the archive but had the intelligence to recognize what he was reading. This is a better deal than the original, Yi Zhuang said. Yes. Did you do this yourself? With some guidance, Yi Tianming said. His father looked at him with an expression that Yi Tianming had seen a handful of times in his life. The particular quality of a parent who was watching their child becomes something the parent didn't have the framework to fully understand, and who had decided, quietly, to keep watching. All right, Yi Zhuang said, and handed the documents back. The instructor, Yi Tianming learned, was named Fei Chunliang. He would arrive in 2 weeks. He had been teaching cultivation for 30 years. He had never taught a practitioner whose rings could not be absorbed. Yi Tianming looked at the instructor's introduction letter and thought, that will be an interesting problem for him. He was 10 years old, Spirit King rank, with a formal sponsorship and 4 active fragment communications, and a copper token with a sealed cultivation method that was already reshaping how he understood the rings, and a coming instructor who was going to need to rebuild his entire pedagogical approach from the ground up. He thought, good. He had been waiting for the work to begin in earnest. Chapter 16 Instructor Fei Chunliang arrived on a gray morning with 2 packed cases and the bearing of a practitioner who had spent 30 years being very good at something and had, very recently, been told that the thing he was very good at might not apply. He was 54 years old, Spirit Douluo rank, 73rd level, which put him among the upper tier of his cultivation rank and significantly above anyone Yi Tianming had interacted with closely before. His spirit sense was refined in the way that long cultivation at high rank refined things. Not powerful in the sense of overwhelming but precise, each extension of awareness deliberate rather than ambient. He did not scatter his spirit sense as he walked through the house. He kept it close and careful. He sat across from Yi Tianming and did not begin with an assessment. He began with a question. Describe your cultivation experience, he said. From the beginning. In your own terms. Yi Tianming described it. He left out the fragment communications. Not because Scarlet had explicitly told him to, but because the communication was the part of his cultivation that he understood least well and was least prepared to explain, and explaining things he didn't fully understand yet produced misrepresentation. He described the ring presence. The inward quality of the cultivation space. The way rank advancement had felt like recognition rather than accumulation. The speed. Fei Chunliang listened without taking notes. When Yi Tianming finished, the instructor sat with it for a moment. How much do you know about the standard absorption model? He asked. A reasonable amount. I've been reading the archive's cultivation theory records for 4 years. And the absorption model, as it applies to your situation, doesn't, Yi Tianming said. The rings don't absorb because they were present before cultivation, not generated by it. The method I've been using treats them as something other than absorptive, more like existing presences that cultivation connects to rather than resources that cultivation produces. Fei Chunliang's expression shifted. Not surprise. Exactly. More like a recalibration. The face of someone who had been told the terrain was unusual and was now observing that it was more unusual than the description had conveyed. Who taught you this method? I developed it from cultivation theory texts. Written by whom? Various sources, Yi Tianming said. Some archived at the hall, some from private correspondence. Fei Chunliang looked at him. Yi Tianming looked back. The specific quality of his looking back was the same quality he had used for 4 years in the archive. Attentive, neutral, not defensive, but not yielding. All right, Fei Chunliang said. I am going to be honest with you, which is something I believe practitioners deserve regardless of age. My entire methodology assumes ring absorption will occur at standard rank intervals. I do not have a methodology for a practitioner whose rings are non-absorptive and were present at birth. I know, Yi Tianming said. I'm going to need to build one. This will take time and may produce errors as I learn. I know. I'll be reporting to Yi Changfeng. My reports will be accurate. I know that too. Fei Chunliang sat back slightly. You know a great deal for 10 years old, he said. I've had good reasons to learn quickly, Yi Tianming said. The first session lasted 4 hours. Fei Chunliang spent most of it asking careful questions and making notes. Not about Yi Tianming's technique, which he could not yet adequately assess, but about the foundational experience of cultivation with non-absorptive rings. The questions were precise, and many of them were questions Yi Tianming had already asked himself, which he found reassuring. The instructor was approaching this the way the archive's cultivation records described exceptional practitioners approaching novel problems, systematically and without the assumption that the existing framework was sufficient. That evening, Yi Tianming told Scarlet, "He's going to be useful." "Yes," she said. Asterisk, he is honest about what he doesn't know. That is more valuable than expertise in the wrong framework. Asterisk, he'll report accurately to Yi Changfeng. Asterisk, he said so. He'll do so. This is not a problem. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, Yi Changfeng knowing your cultivation progress accurately is not the same as Yi Changfeng knowing how your cultivation actually works. Fei Chunliang will report what he observes. He does not yet understand what he is observing well enough to explain it to Yi Changfeng in a way that would be actionable. Asterisk, and when he does? Then, Scarlet said, asterisk, we will have to decide what to do with that. One problem at a time. Asterisk Chapter 17, the first real fight happened 3 weeks after Fei Chunliang arrived. The hall's training ground was used by the district's practitioners on a rotating schedule, and the schedule had been adjusted to include Yi Tianming's sessions without announcement, which meant that when he arrived for his third supervised training session, the ground already had occupants. A group of spirit elder rank practitioners drilling formation techniques in the eastern quadrant, and, sitting on the western wall eating lunch, a young man of about 16 who watched Yi Tianming walk in, with the particular attention of someone who had been waiting. His name, Yi Tianming would later learn, was Tung Bo. He was the son of Hall Elder Tung Mingkong, which in the district's social structure placed him in the tier of practitioners who were accustomed to the informal courtesies of rank by association. He was spirit elder rank genuinely, not by association. That was fair, and he was skilled. The quality of his cultivation presence said, trained from early age, natural aptitude, spent significant time practicing rather than studying. He jumped down from the wall as Yi Tianming passed. "Stop," he said. Yi Tianming stopped. Not because the instruction required compliance, but because stopping was the appropriate response to a challenge on a training ground, and he needed to understand what kind of challenge this was before deciding how to handle it. "You're the aberration from Ironstone," Tung Bo said. "Yi Tianming," he said. "From Ironstone." "Yes." "Spirit King rank." Tung Bo's tone carried skepticism in the register that meant he had decided not to believe the assessment and was looking for confirmation. At age 10, Spirit Scholar to Spirit King in 3 weeks. After spending 4 years in the archive doing nothing. "I was reading," Yi Tianming said. "Reading is something. Your assessment result was falsified. Spirit King rank at 10 with 9 rings that don't match any cultivation category. Either the instruments were broken or the report was bought." Fei Chunliang, standing to Yi Tianming's left, made a small sound. Yi Tianming looked at Tung Bo. Tung Bo was bigger than him, a full head taller, with the physical advantage of 6 additional years and a body trained to cultivation work since childhood. Spirit Elder versus Spirit King. The rank gap favored Yi Tianming, but rank gaps could be bridged by skill and experience at the lower end, and Tung Bo had both. He also had an audience. The formation drilling group had stopped drilling. "If you want to test the assessment," Yi Tianming said, "we can spar." Tung Bo looked at him. "You're 10 years old," he said. "Yes. I'm Spirit Elder rank." "I know." A pause. The audience's quality of attention sharpened. "All right," Tung Bo said. They took their positions. Fei Chunliang moved to the edge of the ground with the expression of someone watching a situation develop that they are not confident about, but cannot stop. Tung Bo moved first. His technique was a pressure wave strike, standard Spirit Elder offense, executed well, the kind of strike that could scatter the ring activation of a practitioner who wasn't prepared for the impact. He was fast. He was genuinely skilled. The strike was aimed precisely enough that Yi Tianming would not have been able to dodge without seeing it coming earlier than his visual tracking alone would allow. He saw it coming through his rings. Scarlet's presence in his cultivation space had a quality that, in combat, functioned like additional peripheral awareness, not sight, not spirit sense in the conventional sense, but the particular sensitivity of something old enough to have experienced many forms of incoming force. The Fire Phoenix had spent 100,000 years evading things that wanted to catch her. That evading instinct had translated, in fragment form, into the first 2 heartbeats of information about any incoming threat. He moved. The pressure wave passed through the space where he had been. He was already at Tung Bo's flank with the Fire Phoenix technique in his hands, the one he had tested in the outer courtyard, the deep heat without visible flame. He applied it precisely. One touch at the shoulder, the upper arm, enough to demonstrate the technique was functioning, not enough to injure. 3 exchanges, the pressure wave, the flanking, the touch. Tung Bo stumbled back. The training ground was quiet. Yi Tianming stepped back to the starting distance. The assessment was accurate, he said. He turned to Fei Chunliang. Should we begin the scheduled session? Fei Chunliang looked at Yi Tianming, then at Tung Bo, then at the fire patterns in the ground where the technique had been applied. The grass was not burned, but the soil beneath showed the heat signature, a faint char pattern in the shape of a handprint that did not go out. Then he looked at Yi Tianming again. Yes, he said. Let's begin. Chapter 18. The aftermath was not what Yi Tianming had expected. He had expected Tung Bo's defeat registers in the training ground's social hierarchy. The immediate social consequences are managed by Hall Elder Tung's reaction. The fire technique's display produces concern, but nothing actionable within the week. A contained incident. What actually happened? Fei Chunliang sent an assessment request to the Hall's diagnostic team that evening, citing the technique display as requiring formal documentation. The diagnostic team arrived the following morning. They ran a post-combat analysis of the training ground's remaining energy signature, which the fire pattern had preserved clearly. The senior diagnostician was a spirit sage named Hu Renbo, who had been conducting combat assessments for 20 years. He looked at the fire pattern in the ground, ran his instruments, and produced a look that Yi Tianming had learned to categorize. The look of a practitioner encountering a reading that exceeded their instrument's designed range. He ran the instruments twice. Then he looked at Yi Tianming. The technique you used, he said. That was a ring ability activation. Yes, Yi Tianming said. First ring. Yes. The first ring registered on my instruments at, he stopped. He looked at the readout again. He looked at Yi Tianming. The readout is above the instrument's ceiling. There is no number. Yes, Yi Tianming said. You are Spirit King rank. Yes. 100,000-year ring on a Spirit King rank practitioner should still be manageable. The rank affects the practitioner's ability to use the ring's full potential, not the ring's baseline classification. He set his instrument down. What I'm reading is not the ring's classification. It's the technique output. The output of a single ring ability activation at Spirit King rank is returning an overflow error on an instrument rated for peak titled Douluo. Fei Chunliang had been standing to the side. He made a note in his observation log. This is what I sent the assessment request for. Fei Chunliang said to Hu Renbo. I needed documentation before I could properly explain what I'm working with to the Hall Master. Hu Renbo looked at Yi Tianming for a long moment. I need to contact Elder Mingzhu, he said. Fei Chunliang looked at him. The retired assessor, he said. From the mountain district? He was not just an assessor, Hu Renbo said. Before he retired, he was the Hall's leading theorist on anomalous ring configurations. He spent 40 years building the theory framework that eventually became the assessment protocol we currently use. He looked at his instruments. The problem is that his theory framework assumed anomalous configurations meant more rings than normal, or higher quality rings than the cultivation rank should support. Not this. He gestured at the overflow reading. Not this. Yi Tianming said nothing. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, she said. Elder Mingzhu is going to be brought here. Yes. He has been waiting for an excuse that wouldn't be traced back to intention. The diagnostic result is a sufficient excuse. He knew this would happen. He knew something like this would happen, she corrected. He has been building toward contact for 4 years. The specific mechanism, your combat technique display, the overflow reading, was not predicted specifically, but it was predicted in category. A pause. He is better at planning for contingencies than most of the people around you. That is worth something. Chapter 19. Elder Mingzhu arrived 12 days later. He was 73 years old, and he walked with a cane that was clearly unnecessary. The cane was carved with the kind of deliberate care that suggested it was a choice, not a requirement. He moved with the particular quality of someone who had retired from high-rank cultivation not because his cultivation had declined, but because he had found something more interesting to do with his time. He arrived at the Hall's outer district building and asked to see Yi Tianming, which was processed as an official assessment consultation request and approved by Yi Chongfeng's office after a period of consideration that Yi Tianming estimated at 12 hours of uncertainty followed by 2 hours of decision. Yi Chongfeng had approved because refusing the request from a retired spirit dual-level assessor who had explicitly been summoned by Hu Renbo's diagnostic report would look like suppression of a legitimate technical consultation. Yi Chongfeng was careful about what things looked like. Elder Mingzhu sat across from Yi Tianming in the consultation room, and looked at him the way he had looked at him on the mountain road 4 years earlier, with a quality that was not afraid and not calculating and not the careful neutrality of someone managing their reaction. He looked at Yi Tianming the way you looked at something you had been waiting to see for a long time. You got here, the elder said. Yes, Yi Tianming said. I was not entirely certain you would. Children with your beginning history have a poor statistical survival rate in the first 4 years. He said this with the precision of someone who had looked at the statistics and found them accurate, and found accuracy more respectful than softening. I know, Yi Tianming said. I read the classification histories. Yes, you've been in the archive. He looked at Yi Tianming. I need to tell you something that I have not told anyone in this district. I am going to tell you because you need to know, and because you are old enough, and because if I am correct about what you are, you will need this information to survive the next decade. All right, Yi Tianming said. The copper token I gave you, Elder Mingzhu said. I told you it contained a sealed cultivation method. Yes. What I did not tell you is that it contains more than the method. He looked at Yi Tianming steadily. The method was built by a practitioner named Yin Qingchuan. She spent 40 years of her life designing it for the person she believed would eventually be born with this ring configuration. She anticipated that person's existence, that person's situation, and that person's needs. He paused. She could not anticipate their identity because she did not know when they would be born. She died not knowing if anyone would ever receive what she built. Yi Tianming sat with this. She's in the restricted records, he said. I read the summary. Yes. She is classified, case closed, outcome confidential. She is classified that way because the outcome was so far outside the hall's expected categories that they had no classification for it. She did not achieve a standard cultivation rank. She built a framework that the token carries. He looked at the inner pocket of Yi Tianming's robe, where the token rested. The seal on the method will not open until Spirit Douluo rank. But there is a secondary seal that opens at Spirit King. You are Spirit King. He paused. Open the token tonight, Elder Mingzhu said. Privately. What you find inside the first layer will explain things about the rings that I cannot explain verbally without risking the wrong people overhearing. He stood slowly, using the cane as a choice rather than necessity. I will be in the district for 3 days before I am relocated to my assigned area. If you have questions after reading, find me in the Eastern consultation rooms. He moved to leave. Elder Mingzhu, Yi Tianming said. He stopped. The token I have. You said you gave me the real one and let Yi Changfeng take the decoy. Yes. How did you know he would take it? The elder looked at him. Because I knew what he was calculating, he said. A man who takes a token without asking is calculating the value of information control. A man who calculates the value of information control will always take the piece that appears most significant. A slight pause. I made the decoy appear more significant. Yi Tianming looked at him. How long have you been planning this? He asked. Elder Mingzhu considered the question. Since I read Yin Qingchuan's research notes, he said. 60 years ago. He looked at Yi Tianming with the quality that Yi Tianming was learning to identify as recognition. Not recognition of him specifically, but recognition of the shape of this conversation, the shape of this problem, having been anticipated so far in advance that encountering it felt like arriving at a destination rather than entering unknown territory. Not as long as Scarlet. He left. Yi Tianming sat in the consultation room for a full minute after the door closed. He knows your name, he thought. He knows about me from Yin Qingchuan's notes, Scarlet said, with the warmth that was also a kind of depth, old things knowing each other across the distance of time. Asterisk, she communicated with the fragments extensively. Her notes described the fragment communications in detail. He has been reading those notes for 60 years. He knows what to expect. Asterisk, is that a problem? No, she said. Asterisk, it is, if anything, an advantage. He spent 60 years preparing to help you based on what she described. That preparation is available to you now. Asterisk, he opened the token that night, alone, in the outer courtyard by the same stone. The first seal opened with the quality of a door that had been waiting for the right hand. Immediately, completely, without resistance. Inside the first layer was not a text, but a structure. A cultivation diagram and a notation he did not recognize, with 9 positions and 9 relationships between them and, at the center, a single character that he could not read, but that his rings recognized. He felt all 4 active fragments respond to it simultaneously. Scarlet warm, tide wave vast, stone heart slow certain, wind thread precise. The character was in the spirit beast tongue, the one the copper faces described. He could feel the meaning through the fragment's recognition, even without reading it. The character said, Origin, Chapter 20 Arc 1 closed in the way that arcs close when the story has been careful, not with a single event, but with a state of affairs that was complete in the way that a room is complete when everything in it is accounted for and arranged correctly. Yi Tianming was 10 years old. He was Spirit King rank, achieved in 22 days from 0. He had formal hall sponsorship with specific compliance terms. He had an instructor who was building a new pedagogical methodology in real time and filing accurate reports that described what he observed without being able to fully explain it. He had Elder Mingzhu's network and 60 years of preparation embodied in a cultivation method built for his specific situation by a practitioner who had anticipated his existence before he was born. He had 4 active fragment communications. He had the first layer of Yin Qingchuan's cultivation diagram, which contained something that needed to be understood before he could use it. He had Xiao Yan's day count notebook and the record of 22 days. He had his father, who had stood between the council and his son and not moved, and who reviewed cultivation contracts carefully and handed them back without saying more than he needed to say. He was not safe. This was not a feeling, it was an assessment. The purification petition had been suspended by Yi Changfeng's managed classification. Suspension was not resolution. The Heavens Will sect had not yet appeared in person but was present in the records as a recurring notation in every high anomaly case for 3 centuries. The restricted records described Yin Qingchuan's situation reaching a point where purification attempts were not productive. That point was currently very far away, and the next decade's worth of advancement would happen in a context where productivity of attempts was still an open question. The calculation for the next period was, advance fast enough that the question closes. The tokens method showed how. Elder Mingzhu's presence provided institutional knowledge. Fei Chunliang's instruction, imperfect and rebuilding, provided structure. He was 10 years old, and the situation was clear. On the morning after he opened the token, a hall courier arrived at the household with a formal notification. He read it over breakfast. "What is it?" his father asked. Yi Tianming passed the letter across the table. Yi Zhuang read it. His expression changed with the quality of a man who had been waiting for the other shoe and was now watching it arrive exactly as expected. The letter was from the capital. The Heavens Will sect had filed a formal petition with Spirit Hall's central authority to classify Yi Tianming as a designated purification priority. The petition was signed by one official co-signatory. The co-signatory was Hall Master Yi Changfeng. Yi Tianming looked at the letter in his father's hands. He looked at the table. He looked at the morning light coming through the window. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, she said. He filed the petition and offered the sponsorship at the same time, he thought. Asterisk, the sponsorship was an information collection mechanism. The petition moves separately. Asterisk, yes, she said. What does Elder Mingzhu know about this? Asterisk, he suspected Yi Changfeng would use the petition as a hedge against losing the information advantage if you became unmanageable. He did not know the timing. Asterisk, when does the authorization process complete? 30 days from the petition filing, Scarlet said. Unless a counter-petition delays it. He ate the rest of his breakfast. He was going to need to understand the counter-petition process by this evening. He had spent 4 years in the archive. The archive had records of every significant filing in the Hall's regional history, including the procedure for challenging purification classifications. He was 10 years old. He had 30 days and the most comprehensive knowledge of this Hall's documentation history of anyone in the building. I'm going to the archive, he told his father. Yi Zhuang looked at him. Today, he said. This morning, Yi Tianming said. There's research I need to do. He stood, picked up his cup, finished his tea, set the cup down carefully. The work begins in earnest, he said, more to himself than to his father. Then he walked out the door and into the morning and toward the archive, where the answers to the next 30 days were written in ink that had been waiting for 4 years to be necessary. Chapter 21. They left at the third watch, when the Hall's overnight guards changed shifts and the 12-minute window between departure of one post and arrival of the next was widest. Elder Mingzhu had known the shift schedule. He had provided it to Yi Tianming's father through the same gray merchant channel that carried cultivation texts, 3 days before the petition notification arrived. The 3 days of lead time suggested the elder had received information about the petition's filing before the notification reached the household, which meant he had access to the capital's hall communication channels, which meant his retired assessor status was not as disconnected from current hall operations as the district understood. Yi Tianming filed this revision without comment. They moved in a line. Elder Mingzhu at the front with his spirit sense extended in the suppression technique that compressed Yi Tianming's ring signature to approximate background noise. Yi Tianming and Xiao Yan in the middle, Yi Zhuang at the rear. His mother had stayed. Her presence would be necessary to delay the formal discovery of absence, and she was not a spirit master, which meant she was in less immediate danger and could report the departure as a family matter rather than a flight when the hall inquired. Yi Tianming had held his mother's hands for 30 seconds in the doorway before leaving. She had not said anything, and he had not said anything. But the quality of the 30 seconds was the kind of thing that required no words. The eastern road was clear. Elder Mingzhu's suppression technique worked at a level Yi Tianming had not experienced before. Not the mechanical suppression of the hall's monitoring protocols, but something organic, a folding of the ring's signature rather than a covering of it. The rings were present, but their presence was curved inward. A spirit sense would register Yi Tianming as a practitioner with unusual ambient warmth, which could be attributed to cultivation density at Spirit King rank. It would not register the ring's specific classification unless the spirit sense was refined enough to read through the folding technique, which required at minimum high spirit Douluo level cultivation and significant specialized training. They had 12 hours before the hall's morning check-in would register an absence. The road to the Spirit Beast Forest 3 days east was direct and mostly flat in the first day, then ascending in the second, then genuine forest from the third day's mid-morning. Elder Mingzhu knew it well. He did not explain how he knew it well, and Yi Tianming did not ask, cataloging the knowledge as another piece of preparation that had been made before it was needed. We move as fast as you can maintain suppression, Yi Tianming told the elder as they cleared the town's boundary. I can maintain it indefinitely, Elder Mingzhu said. I've had 40 years to practice. Then we move fast. They moved fast. Chapter 22 The first spirit beast attack came 4 hours into the first day's travel. Yi Tianming felt it before it was visible. The ring's sensitivity to spirit beast presence was a different kind of awareness than what he'd experienced in the Hall town, where the ambient cultivation energy of the district's practitioners formed a constant low-level noise. Out here, the information was cleaner. He felt the beast through Scarlet's extended awareness as a weight in the forest to the left, significant, and moving on a convergence line. He told the group to stop. They stopped. The beast emerged from the tree line 30 meters away. It was a spirit bear variant, higher rank than its body size suggested, cultivation density packed tight. Spirit bishop rank equivalent, roughly, old enough to have eaten well for decades. Its spirit sense reached out and registered Yi Tianming's ring signature through Elder Mingzhu's suppression and reacted to what it found with the specific quality of confusion that Yi Tianming had started to recognize. Not fear, not aggression immediately, but the animal equivalent of encountering something that the senses returned contradictory information about. Yi Tianming had watched a great deal of cultivation technique over 4 years of training ground observations and archive reading. He had Scarlet's technique and tide waves and stone hearts and wind threads in varying degrees of accessibility. He had not practiced any of them extensively. He activated Scarlet's heat technique. The bear stopped. The technique was not the flash heat of an offensive strike. It was the deep sustained heat that a fire phoenix used when asserting territory, the kind of warmth that said, "This space is mine and I am not disputing it. I am simply stating it." The bear's spirit sense read it and registered something that was 100,000 years older than anything the bear had encountered before. The bear turned around and walked back into the forest. Good, Elder Mingzhu said. Keep that technique available. The second attack came 6 hours later, as the light was changing. It was a pair of vine serpents, territorial rather than predatory, reacting to the ring presence with territorial aggression rather than the more nuanced calculation of the bear. For these, Scarlet's warmth did not work. The serpents were too simple to receive a nuanced communication. He used Tidewave's pressure ability, a spatial displacement field that moved both serpents 10 meters to the left without physical contact and without harm. The field left a crater pattern in the earth that took a moment to settle. Xiao Yin watched the crater settle. That was the sea dragon ring, she said. Yes, he said. From your second ring. Yes. You've been cultivating for 22 days. I know. She was quiet for a moment. How many rings can you use right now? For actively. The other 5 are present, but not communicating yet. She looked at the crater. What does the 5th one feel like? He thought about Stoneheart's weight in his cultivation space, the slow certainty, the 100,000-year patience, the distinction between blocking and enduring. Patient, he said. Very patient. The third attack came near midnight, as they were making camp. A pack of phantom wolves that coordinated well and came from 3 directions. He handled them with raw Spirit King cultivation force, no ring technique. Because the situation called for demonstration of power rather than sophistication, and because using unfamiliar ring techniques against coordinated opponents in the dark was not the decision Windthread would recommend. Windthread, in fact, said nothing during the third attack. He interpreted this as endorsement. They made camp. Elder Mingzhu's spirit sense stayed extended while the others slept. Chapter 23 3 days of travel produced 7 spirit beast encounters, and a detailed understanding of what his ring presence did to the local wildlife at road distance. The pattern, which Yi Tianming had begun noting by the second day, was consistent. Beasts above a certain rank responded to the ring's presence with the confusion before aggression quality he'd first observed in the spirit bear. Beasts below that rank responded with pure avoidance, the way animals avoided fire without understanding fire as a concept. The threshold was roughly the equivalent of Spirit King rank in Spirit Beast terms. Above that, the rings were complex enough to produce uncertainty. Below that, they were simply overwhelming. He told Scarlet this on the morning of the third day. Yes, she said. The ring's presence registers at a level that most spirit beasts have no framework for. The older ones are old enough to have felt something similar in the far past, the era when 100,000-year beasts were numerous enough to be part of the normal ecology. The younger ones have no reference point. A pause. This is also why the convergence phenomenon will eventually occur. When enough beasts in a region have registered your presence repeatedly, the cumulative signal accumulates until it becomes a gathering call. The threshold for that is time and exposure, not single-incident magnitude. How long before the convergence threshold is reached in this region? From a 3-day road journey. Months, possibly years. The signal disperses. If you stay in one location for a sustained period, the timeline compresses significantly. She was quiet for a moment. The formation site will help. It will contain the signal within its boundary. This is why Elder Mingzhu built it where he did. They reached the formation site at mid-morning of the third day. It was in a hollow, a natural depression in the forest floor that had been shaped over decades by carefully placed stones and cultivation techniques into something that looked, to Spirit's sense, like an unusually quiet patch of forest. The quiet was not absence of signal but absence of leakage. The formation contained what was inside it without blocking what was outside. To a practitioner moving through the forest, it registered as a slightly deadened area, the way a room with thick walls registered differently from an open space. Inside, Yi Tianming felt the ring compression immediately ease. Not the rings themselves. They were unchanged, but the ring's outward signal reduced to near nothing. He was still present in his cultivation space, still connected to all 4 communicating fragments, still Spirit King rank. But to anything outside the formation's boundary, he was invisible. He sat down in the center of the hollow. Your teacher's teacher built this, he said to Elder Mingzhu. Yes. He spent 40 years working on it. The elder walked the formation's inner boundary, checking the stones. He never met anyone who needed it. He died hoping someone would. And you've been maintaining it. For 60 years. When I retired, the maintenance became my primary work. He looked at Yi Tianming. You can open the cultivation method here. The seal's opening would normally produce a spirit energy pulse that would be detectable within 5 kilometers. Inside the formation, it contains. Yi Tianming took the copper token from his inner robe. The warmth had been consistent since the first layer opened. A background steadiness that he'd stopped consciously registering the way you stopped registering a familiar scent. He held it in both hands and felt all 4 fragments orient toward it simultaneously. The second seal is at the inner character, Scarlet said. You need to press your cultivation base against it directly. Not through your hands, through your core. He turned inward. He pressed. The second seal opened with a depth that was different from the first layer. The first had been a door, like she said, waiting for the right hand. The second layer was more like a depth opening in something that had seemed flat. He felt it expand, and kept his cultivation base steady, and let it show him what was there. The formation shook slightly. A compressed pulse of energy dispersed into the formation's walls and was absorbed. He opened his eyes. Done, he said. Elder Mingzhu was looking at him with the quality that had characterized all their interactions. Recognition, completion. What did she put in the second layer? He asked. A map, Yi Tianming said. Or something that functions like one. The 9 ring positions and their relationship to each other, but not as cultivation sequence, as something else. A structure I don't have the vocabulary for yet. You'll learn it, Elder Mingzhu said. That is what we're here for. Chapter 24 The cultivation method in the token's second layer described something that had no precedent in the hall's archive records. Yi Tianming spent the first week inside the formation's boundary reading it. Not reading in the sense of processing text. The second layer communicated in a format that was somewhere between diagram and sensation, the kind of information that could only be received by a practitioner who had active fragment communications rather than read by anyone who picked up the document. He described it to Elder Mingzhu in fragments across several evenings. Each ring is a fragment of something that existed completely, he said, on the third evening. Not a complete entity reduced to a fragment. The fragment is the complete inheritance of a complete entity. The distinction matters. How? Elder Mingzhu asked. A fragment inheritance is not a piece of the whole. It is the whole compressed into a form that can be transmitted. Like a seed. The full information of the tree is present in the seed. It's not a piece of the tree. When the seed grows, it doesn't grow into a piece of a tree. It grows into the full tree. Elder Mingzhu sat with this. Yan Qingchuan used different language, he said. She called it condensate cultivation. The fragment is a condensate of the beast's complete accumulated experience. Does that match? Close enough. He looked at Yi Tianming. What does it say the method does? Deepens the communion, he said. There's a threshold in each fragment where the communication becomes mutual rather than instructional, where I'm not just receiving what the fragment transmits, but contributing to the shared space. Below the threshold, the fragment advises. Above it, we're working together on the same problem. He looked at the copper token. Scarlet is close to the threshold already. She's been communicating for almost 4 years. Tidewave has been communicating for a year. Stoneheart and Windthread are in the early stages. And the other 5? Dormant. Present. The method says the remaining 5 will wake at specific cultivation thresholds. 2 at Spirit King, 1 at Spirit Ancestor, 1 at Spirit Emperor, 1 at Spirit Douluo. Elder Mingzhu made a note. Scarlet woke at your birth, he said. Or before. Before. She says she was present from the beginning, but I wasn't listening. She would say that. The elder looked at his notes. Yan Qingchuan had 5 fragments. Her first fragment was a different species than yours. She described it as water phoenix, not fire. The communication pattern she documented was slower to develop than what you describe. She reached full mutual communion with her first fragment at Spirit Ancestor rank, not Spirit King. The method speeds the process? Or your particular ring configuration does? Or both? He closed his notes. The fragments chose you. I mean this literally. They chose you, not the other way around. Yan Qingchuan's account describes the same. The fragments sought out the practitioner, not the reverse. What that means for the communion threshold, I don't know. Her precedent suggests faster, not slower. Xiaoyan had been sitting at the edge of the conversation with a small notebook. If the fragments chose him, she said, then there was something they were choosing for. Both Yi Tianming and Elder Mingzhu looked at her. She was 15 years old. She had been paying close attention for 9 years. Yes, Yi Tianming said. That's what the second layer says. I don't know what they were choosing for yet. She made a notation. I assume you'll figure it out, she said. You have time. He looked at her. We have time, he said. She looked up from the notebook. Yes, she said, and went back to her notation. Chapter 25. The cultivation method required a new form of attention. He had spent 4 years in the archive developing the ability to read documentation with precision, to identify what was stated, what was implied, what was omitted, and what the omission's shape suggested. That was inward attention in the sense of focused thought. What the second layer required was inward attention in a different sense. Not thought about the cultivation space, but presence in it. The distinction between thinking about a room and being in a room. He described this to Tidewave on the first session that crossed into new territory. The documentation metaphor is limited, Tidewave said. Asterisk, you are not reading the ocean. You are standing in it. Asterisk, what's the difference? Asterisk, reading the ocean tells you facts. The ocean is large, cold, contains many things, produces certain phenomena. Asterisk, a vast lateral pause, the feeling of current direction. Asterisk, standing in it tells you the ocean as experience. You feel the temperature directly. You feel the current's direction not as a compass reading, but as a pull against your body. The facts are true, but the experience is different. Asterisk, he was quiet for the length of 2 large waves. Asterisk, you have been reading me for a year. This is the first time you are standing in my presence rather than receiving my transmission. Asterisk, is that better? It is different, Tidewave said. Asterisk, better is a category that applies to things with fixed endpoints. The ocean does not have a better state. It has different conditions. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, but if you are asking whether this is more useful to you than the reading was, yes. Considerably. Asterisk. The first full communion session with Tidewave lasted 3 hours. He came out of it with several things. The spatial displacement technique he had used to move the vine serpents was a surface expression of Tidewave's water element ability. The ability, as he had been using it, was a gesture from a practitioner toward a concept. The fuller version was not a gesture, but an understanding. Water occupies the available space. Not the space it is pushed into. The available space. The distinction was mechanical. Displacement required reading space, not pushing against it. He tested the modified technique against a standing stone at the formation's edge. The stone moved 9 meters in the direction of available space, which was not the direction it had been pushed. It was the direction a stone would move if the space around it rearranged rather than the stone being struck. He looked at where the stone had moved. That is considerably more useful, he thought. Yes, Tidewave said. Asterisk, but be careful with it in the immediate term. Your Spirit King rank cultivation base provides the energy, but not the full stability the technique requires. You will not injure yourself. You may produce unexpected results until the base catches up to the technique's requirements. Asterisk, when will the base catch up? Spirit Emperor rank, Tidewave said. For ranks from here, a pause. At your current cultivation speed, perhaps 2 years. He sat with the calculation. Then I'll use the surface version until then, he said. Yes, Tidewave said. Asterisk, that is precise. That is the correct decision. Asterisk, the heavens will sect scouts arrived at the formation's outer perimeter on the 8th day. He felt them through the formation's boundary before they were visible. 3 practitioners, Spirit Elder rank, moving through the forest with the controlled quiet of people who had been trained to track rather than fight. They circled the perimeter twice. The formation held. They could not feel anything inside it. He told Elder Mingzhu. The elder nodded without looking up from his work. They'll report the location of interest, but not the content, the elder said. The formation makes the hollow look like dead cultivation space from outside. They'll mark it as investigated and negative. Unless they're specifically trained to identify formation sites. They're not. That's a Heavens Will Sect scouting team. Their training is spirit sense tracking and environmental reading. Formation identification requires a different specialty. He looked up. If Dao Xuanji sends a formation specialist, we'll know the stakes have changed. The scouts circled a 3rd time and moved on. Yi Tianming watched them go through the formation's boundary sense. They found the formation, he told Scarlet. Or found the area. Yes, she said. Asterisk, they'll report to Dao Xuanji. He'll decide what to do with the report. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, he's careful. He won't move until he has more information than he currently has. That gives us time. Asterisk, how much time? Enough to understand what you opened in the token's 2nd layer, she said. Which is what the next period is for. He went back to the cultivation session and pressed himself further into the standing in rather than the reading about, which was harder and slower and produced exactly the difference Tidewave had described. Not better, but different in the way that made the previous mode look like a description of a country compared to living there. The work continued. Chapter 26. On the 8th morning after the scouts' first circuit of the formation, a 2nd group arrived. This one was different. 2 practitioners, not 3, and the way they moved through the forest was not the tracking and retreat of the scout team. It was the measured advance of people who had a destination. They approached the formation's boundary directly from the north and stopped at the exact edge, which required a level of formation reading awareness that the first team had not demonstrated. He told Elder Mingzhu. The elder looked up from his notes. His expression shifted, not alarm, but the recalibration of someone updating their model. Formation identification specialist, he said. 2 of them. Or 1 specialist and 1 observer. He set his notes down. Dao Xuanji sent someone specifically to find the site. He upgraded the response faster than I expected. He looked at Yi Tianming. The formation's outer boundary will hold them out indefinitely. They cannot enter unless I allow it or unless they bring a dismantling specialist, which is a 3rd level of escalation beyond what they've done so far. What we need to know is whether Dao Xuanji will continue escalating or whether he'll do something else. He could just wait us out, Xiaoyan said from the corner where she was reviewing cultivation texts. He could, Elder Mingzhu agreed. A 60-day delay on the purification authorization has been granted. He knows we're here. He's in a waiting position. Yi Tianming looked at the formation's boundary. He thought. Dao Xuanji had received his scout's report, sent a specialist, confirmed the formation's location, and was now waiting outside it. That was methodical. That was the behavior of someone who had concluded that direct confrontation was not the optimal approach and had switched to positioning. He said, I'm going to go talk to them. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. They were briefed to eliminate on sight. The elder said, yes, which means if I come out talking, they don't know what to do with me. That's information for me. He looked at Xiaoyan. Stay inside. If I need to come back fast, be ready to pull me through. She looked at him. How do I pull you through a formation boundary? She said. Elder Mingzhu will show you. The elder was already standing, arranging a boundary pass sequence with the quiet efficiency of someone who had been maintaining this formation for 60 years and knew its mechanics completely. Yi Tianming walked to the formation's edge and stepped through. The 2 practitioners at the perimeter were Spirit Elder rank, well-trained, controlled, with the particular quality of practitioners who had been given specific instructions and were executing them rather than improvising. They registered him before he registered finishing his step through the boundary, which meant their spirit sense was precise. He had not been suppressed while inside the formation. Exiting it had restored his ring's signature to its full visible state. They both stopped. Neither of them moved for offensive technique. They were staring at the rings. He let them stare. I'm Yi Tianming, he said, from Ironstone Village. Currently 10 years old, Spirit King rank, and aware that you're waiting for instructions rather than acting independently. I'd like you to send a message to Dao Xuanji for me. One of them, the elder of the two, mid-30s, holding the formation analysis instrument that was confirming this was the site, said, You came out yourself. Yes. Knowing we're here. Yes. Why? Because I want to have a conversation with Dao Xuanji, and this is the fastest way to request one. He looked at both of them. Tell him I've read his sect's historical records, at least the ones that are in the Hall's regional archive. Tell him I know about Shan Baron and the Convergence event and what the sect has been protecting against for 300 years. And tell him I want to understand whether I'm the same thing Shan Baron was, because I don't know. And if he's been studying this problem for 3 centuries, he probably has information I don't. The two practitioners exchanged a look. Tell him, the older one said carefully, that you read the archives. Yes, and that I asked to speak with him. He looked at them. That's the whole message. You can evaluate whether to deliver it. He stepped back through the formation boundary. Chapter 27. 3 days later, Dao Xuanji came. He came without his sect's banner, without visible weapons, and without the formation specialist or the scouts, alone, on the North Road, arriving at the formation's outer perimeter and stopping there. Elder Mingzhu, who had been monitoring the boundary's external awareness since the first scout team, relayed the approach with the quality of someone whose model had updated again. He's 63, the elder said. Spirit Sage rank, 62nd level. He has been sect master of the heavens will sect for 21 years. In those 21 years, he has personally conducted 11 purification protocols. All 11 were successful. He paused. He is also the author of the Aberration Record, which is the most comprehensive historical documentation of anomalous spirit phenomena in circulation, a private document, sect internal, that I have read because someone sent me a copy 30 years ago. He wrote the historical record, Yi Tianming said. Yes, he began compiling it when he was 18. He has been studying this problem longer than you have been alive. Yi Tianming looked at the formation's boundary. He came alone, he said. Yes. A practitioner who comes without weapons displayed is either peaceful or so far beyond the need to demonstrate threat that the distinction is irrelevant, Xiaoyan said. She looked at Elder Mingzhu. Which is he? The elder looked at her. Both, he said. In different proportions, depending on the conversation's direction. Yi Tianming stepped through the formation's boundary. Dao Xuanji was taller than he'd expected. He stood with the stillness of someone who had cultivated Spirit Sage rank across decades of disciplined work. Not the showy stillness of a practitioner performing composure, but the genuine stillness of a body that had been brought into alignment with a long-held purpose and no longer needed to perform anything. He looked at Yi Tianming, and his expression was not the fear then calculation Yi Tianming had seen from Hall officials. It was the expression of a scholar encountering a primary source. You read the archive records, Dao Xuanji said. Yes. The Shan Baron documentation. The Convergence event. 3 years of reading the Hall's historical files. Then you understand what I'm protecting against. I understand what the sect believes it's protecting against, Yi Tianming said. The records describe the events accurately. The sect's interpretation of the events is one possible interpretation. Dao Xuanji looked at him for a moment. You're 10 years old, he said. Yes. I've been told that a number of times this week. It usually precedes a comment about the appropriateness of your confidence level. Usually, Yi Tianming agreed. A pause. Not hostile. What is your interpretation, Dao Xuanji said, of the Shan Baron event? The records describe a spirit master with multiple high-rank rings attracting a spirit-beast convergence that destroyed 2 cities. The sect's interpretation is that the practitioner was the cause. My interpretation is that the practitioner was the focal point. The convergence would have occurred with or without the practitioner. The ring presence accumulated the gathering impulse over time, and the event was the result. Eliminating Shan Baron might have prevented that specific focal point, but would not have addressed the underlying mechanism. The underlying mechanism being high-rank ring presence accumulates convergence potential. The longer the accumulation, the larger the event. Eliminating the practitioner at the accumulation point releases the accumulated potential without the practitioner's ability to manage the direction of the release. He looked at Dao Xuanji. The purification protocol for a case like mine would produce a convergence event equivalent to or larger than the one at Shan Baron. Because my ring configuration is significantly more powerful than his was, and the accumulated potential at this point is, he paused, not trivial. Dao Xuanji's expression was the expression of a person whose model was being updated in real time. How do you know about the accumulated potential? He said. One of the fragments told me, Yi Tianming said. A pause. The fragments communicate, Dao Xuanji said. Yes. Shan Baron's rings communicated? I don't know. The records don't say. His situation was different. His rings weren't all 100,000-year classified. The fragment communication may be specific to a configuration of this type. He looked at the older man. I'm telling you this because I think you're the most knowledgeable person I'm likely to encounter about this specific problem, and because your records describe the event's cause accurately, but the sect's response to the event may be based on an incomplete causal model. I want to understand if I'm right. Dao Xuanji stood in the road and looked at a 10-year-old boy for a long time. Come in, he finally said. Yi Tianming stepped back through the formation boundary, and Dao Xuanji followed. Chapter 28. The conversation happened inside the formation over 3 hours. Elder Mingzhu stayed at the formation's edge, close enough to intervene and far enough to give the conversation room. Xiaoyan sat with her notebook. Dao Xuanji sat across from Yi Tianming and pulled out, from his inner robe, a handwritten document. 40 pages, dense notation, the sect's private record of 3 centuries of anomalous ring documentation. I've had this since I was 18, he said. My predecessor handed it to me when I took sect leadership. He told me it was the most important thing the sect had produced in its history. He opened it and pointed to the Shan Baron section. Yi Tianming read it where he pointed. Not the summary he had read in the hall archive, the primary source, the eyewitness accounts, the sect's contemporaneous assessment. The accounts described the convergence event in detail the archive summary had omitted. The scale, 43 Spirit King equivalent beasts and above, convergence over 3 days, the cities destroyed not by the beast's direct action, but by the displacement effect of that many high-power cultivated organisms in a concentrated space. The pattern, the beasts had not attacked the practitioner. They had gathered around him, as if he were something they were drawn to that they also couldn't approach. He looked up. They were gathering, he said. Yes, Dao Xuanji said. The sect's interpretation has always been that the gathering was an attack. But the eyewitness accounts say the beasts positioned themselves around the practitioner, not against him. He looked at the page. They were responding to the ring's presence the way beasts respond to something that registers as significant but unclassified. They couldn't approach because the presence was overwhelming. They couldn't leave because the gathering impulse had reached a threshold. Yes, Dao Xuanji was watching him. The sect has interpreted this as the practitioner using the beasts as weapons or as the beasts attacking the cities in response to the ring stimulus. Both interpretations support the purification conclusion, but the accounts don't support either interpretation. No, Dao Xuanji said. They support a third interpretation, which is that the practitioner was overwhelmed by an event they could not manage, and the destruction was the result of the convergence being unmanaged rather than directed. He looked at the 40 pages. I have thought about this for 45 years. The third interpretation makes the purification protocol counterproductive. If the risk is unmanaged convergence, eliminating the practitioner at the convergence point is the worst possible outcome. Yes, Yi Tianming said. That's what I said. I know. A pause. You said it as a 10-year-old in a brief exchange, which prompted me to come here and have this conversation with the primary documentation, because the 10-year-old had reached the same conclusion I reached at 53 through 45 years of study, which suggests either you're much older than you look or the conclusion is more obvious than I allowed myself to see. Yi Tianming looked at him. What did you decide, he said. That the conclusion was obvious, Dao Xuanji said. And I have spent 45 years not reaching it because the sect's institutional momentum runs counter to it, and I have been, in my leadership, too careful about institutional momentum and not careful enough about the primary source. He sat with this for a moment. The sect filed the petition, Yi Tianming said. Yes, I co-signed it because my predecessor's records and the current sect's formal position both required it, and because I had not yet come to this conversation. He looked at Yi Tianming directly. I am now going to have to decide what to do with what this conversation has produced. I know, Yi Tianming said. I'm not asking you to withdraw the petition. I'm asking you to not act on it until you've decided whether your model is accurate. Dao Xuanji looked at him. You're asking for time. I'm asking for the time to demonstrate a different outcome than the one the sect's model predicts, Yi Tianming said. If I can manage the convergence potential rather than being overwhelmed by it, the Shan Baron event doesn't repeat. That's the outcome you're protecting against. If I can prevent it, you don't need to purify anyone. And if you can't, then the purification protocol produces the worst possible outcome. So the question is moot. He met the older man's eyes. I'm not arguing for my survival based on sentiment. I'm arguing based on the causal model. The model says preventing convergence requires management, not elimination. Your records say the same thing, in the accounts you've been reading for 45 years. Dao Xuanji was quiet for a long time. I will not act on the petition for 60 days, he said. I need that time to evaluate your position and my own. 60 days, Yi Tianming said. That's enough. It may not be, Dao Xuanji said. Be honest about that. He was. It may not be, he said. But it's what we have. Chapter 29. Dao Xuanji left the formation site before the evening and took the road north. Elder Mingzhu watched him go from the formation's inner edge with an expression that Yi Tianming had been developing the ability to read across their weeks of conversation. Precise assessment, not surprise. He'll go back to the sect, the elder said. He'll read the accounts again with the model revision in mind. He'll look for the place where the institutional momentum overrode his own analysis. He's that kind of person. Will he extend the 60 days? Xiaoyan asked. He'll try, Elder Mingzhu said. Whether the hall gives him another extension depends on the petition's processing timeline and whether Qin Tianlong decides to accelerate. Yi Tianming looked at the north road. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, Dao Xuanji is not what I expected. No, she said. Asterisk, he rarely is. He has spent 45 years building a framework around a genuine concern and is now, at 63, encountering the information that requires him to revise the framework substantially. This is uncomfortable for people who have been certain for a long time. Asterisk a pause. He is handling it better than most would. Is he trustworthy? He is honest about what he doesn't know, Scarlet said. Asterisk, that is as close to trustworthy as most people get. It's not the same as trustworthy, but it's enough to work with. Asterisk, he went back to the cultivation sessions. The 60 days were not just a delay. They were a window for genuine work, and Winthread had been precise about the distinction between windows and breathing room. Windows had specific utility. You used them or you didn't. He used this one. The token's second layer had revealed the map structure of the 9 ring positions, which he was now beginning to understand as something more than position and relationship. It was a diagram of resonance conditions. The rings could reinforce each other under specific cultivation states, the way harmonic frequencies could reinforce or cancel depending on their relationship. The map described which rings, at which communion depths, produced reinforcement in which directions. Scarlet at full communion plus Tidewave at near full communion produced a combined output that was not fire plus water, which would be suppression, but something that operated in the space between, not temperature but pressure, the kind of force that Stoneheart had described as endurance rather than blocking. He tested this in the formation's interior. He produced a cultivation pressure that flattened the grass in a 7-meter circle and left the center undisturbed. The pattern was clean, outer force, inner stillness. He stood in the center of it and felt both fragments contributing simultaneously. He looked at the pattern. That, Tidewave said, with something that might have been approval, in the quality of an ocean that notices a particularly precise current, is the beginning of what we are actually capable of. He sat in the center of the pattern. There are 5 more fragments, he said. Yes, Tidewave said. And I'm still at Spirit King rank. Yes. What does this look like at Spirit Douluo? Tidewave was quiet for the length of a tide turning. Different, he said. Considerably. Chapter 30. The 60 days were not 60 days. On day 41, Dao Xuanji sent a message through neutral channels. The Heavenswell sect had filed a formal challenge to the Spirit Hall's purification authorization, arguing that proceeding without completing the convergence risk assessment that his records documented would leave the Hall liable for any resulting convergence event. The legal argument was precise and had been constructed with the assistance of a sect scholar who specialized in Hall authority precedent. The challenge would buy 30 more days while the Hall processed the challenge's validity. Yi Tianming read the message in Elder Mingzhu's presence. He decided, the elder said. Yes. He's not withdrawing the original petition. No. He's challenging the process, not saying it shouldn't happen, saying it should happen differently. Effectively buying time while maintaining his institutional position, Elder Mingzhu said. Intelligent. He keeps the sect's formal position intact while the challenge is processed. Yi Tianming looked at the message. It's also accurate, he said. His own records show that purification at convergence point is the worst outcome. Filing a challenge based on that accuracy is not manipulation, it's correct. Yes, the elder said. Both things can be true. The 30 additional days extended the window. He used them for the cultivation method's 3rd layer, which had appeared in the token after the 2nd layer's full absorption, not at a specific rank threshold, but after the communion with Scarlet and Tidewave had reached the mutual stage, which had happened in the 5th week of the formation site period. The 3rd layer described the fragment communication not as a linear advancement, but as a network. As more fragments reached mutual communion, the network between them strengthened, and the ring resonance produced through the combined cultivation was not additive but multiplicative. 8 fragments at full communion were not 8 times stronger than 1 fragment. They were an exponentially different order of capability. He read this and understood why the Sean Baron event had been what it was. Sean Baron had had multiple rings, not all 100,000 year. The records were clear, and had probably not understood the resonance architecture at all. The convergence event had been the external manifestation of uncontrolled resonance, the rings activating in an unmanaged combination that broadcast at continental range, pulling every spirit beast that could feel it. He told Elder Mingzhu what the third layer had revealed. The elder sat with it for a long time. Then the cultivation method Yin Qingchuan built, he said slowly, is specifically a management framework, not just for communion with the fragments individually, but for managing the resonance architecture so that the broadcast doesn't occur until it's directed. Yes, Yi Tianming said. Sean Baron probably never knew the resonance existed. His rings were activating in combination without him understanding that combination, and the broadcast was continuous. My ring presence is already detectable to spirit beasts in the region. The formation contains it. Outside the formation, it's accumulated over 3 months here. If I stayed here without the formation indefinitely, the convergence would eventually come. Which means you cannot stay. No. Sooner or later I move. And when I move, the containment question requires a better answer than formation site. The cultivation method's answer, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, the resonance has to be directed rather than contained. Directed, it's a technique. Undirected, it's a beacon. The elder looked at his notes. Then we have 60 additional days, he said, to get you far enough into the third layer's understanding that you can move without the formation. Yes, Yi Tianming said. He went back to the sessions. The rings were older than afraid. He had 90 days of work left and the beginning of the answer to why he existed, and both of those things were enough to work with. Chapter 31. The examination of Dao Xuanji's records took an afternoon. He sat with the 40-page document that the sect leader had left, a physical copy, not a loan, which itself conveyed something, and read the Sean Baron section in full. Not the summary accounts, the complete documentation, including the eyewitness testimonials, the spirit beast behavior records that sect members had compiled afterward, and a 14-page analysis that Dao Xuanji's predecessor had written a decade after the event. The predecessor's analysis was careful and thorough and wrong in a specific way. It identified the rings as the cause of the convergence correctly. It identified the practitioner's inability to control the event correctly. Where it went wrong was the conclusion. The predecessor had argued that the rings were the problem because they exceeded the practitioner's capacity, and that the solution was to ensure no practitioner could carry rings that exceeded their capacity. The purification protocol was designed as the enforcement mechanism for this conclusion. The conclusion was logical given the predecessor's model. The model assumed ring power was the variable that needed controlling. The model was wrong because the actual variable was not ring power but ring broadcast, the ring's communication with the spirit beast world, which was not power level dependent but resonance architecture dependent. Yi Tianming looked at this for a long time. The predecessor had been smart, careful, and wrong in the way that someone was wrong when they had identified the correct phenomenon but misidentified the causal mechanism. 3 centuries of sect practice had been built on that error. He wrote a careful summary of the distinction and gave it to Elder Mingzhu. The elder read it twice. You should give this to Dao Xuanji, he said. Yes, Yi Tianming said. When I meet him, not through a message, in person, so I can answer questions. When are you planning to meet him? When I can leave the formation without the convergence risk being unmanageable. The elder looked at his notes. The third layer's management framework, he said. How far are you? Week 3 of 6, Yi Tianming said. I understand the theoretical architecture of the resonance direction. The practical application requires more time. The 60-day window from the challenge processing gives you 47 more days from today. Is that enough? Yi Tianming thought about Tideway's commentary on efficiency versus speed, which he had been finding accurate across a range of situations. I don't know, he said. It's what we have. Chapter 32. Dao Xuanji's return to the formation site happened on day 49 of the challenge period, which was 11 days before the challenge's resolution was scheduled. He arrived alone again, the same way he had the first time. No weapons displayed, deliberate pace, stopping at the formation's outer boundary and waiting. Yi Tianming went out to meet him. The challenge is going to succeed, Dao Xuanji said. The Hall's legal review agrees that proceeding without the convergence risk assessment creates liability. They're going to request the assessment, which requires a practitioner with specialized knowledge to conduct it, and there is currently one living practitioner with sufficient knowledge to conduct it accurately. Yi Tianming looked at him. You, he said. Yes. Dao Xuanji's expression was dry in the way that someone experienced that managing complex situations was dry when they had engineered those situations carefully. I will conduct the assessment. The assessment will take approximately 90 days to complete adequately. This is the standard timeline for cases of this complexity. That gives me 4 months. Yes. He looked at Yi Tianming. I need you to understand that I am not your ally. I am a practitioner who has spent 45 years building a framework around a real concern, and I am now in the process of determining whether that framework is accurate. The 90-day assessment is genuine. I will actually conduct it, and if I conclude that the original model was correct, I will file a purification recommendation. I know, Yi Tianming said. Do you? You told me that in the first meeting. I believed you then. Dao Xuanji was quiet for a moment. Sean Barron's records, he said. You read them? Yes. Did you notice the timing of the convergence event? Yi Tianming thought back through the accounts. The convergence began 11 months after Sean Barron's awakening, he said. The city destruction was in month 14. Yes. Which means the accumulation period was approximately a year before the convergence threshold was reached. He looked at Yi Tianming. You've been outside the formation's protection for 3 days of travel and 8 months of the Hall Town before that. The Hall Town had suppression infrastructure, Yi Tianming said. Yes, but imperfect. Bai Songgao noted anomalous ambient readings in his reports. The suppression contained, but didn't eliminate. He paused. You've been accumulating convergence potential for 11 months of incomplete suppression plus 3 days of travel outside any suppression. You've been inside the formation for 73 days. The formation is containing the accumulation but not reducing it. What has accumulated is still present. Dao Xuanji looked at him directly. You need to be aware that the threshold may be closer than either of us is comfortable with. The management framework you're developing, how far is it? Yi Tianming looked at him. How do you know about the management framework? Yin Qingchuan's records, Dao Xuanji said. Our sect has a version of her documentation that the hall doesn't. She described the resonance architecture and the cultivation method. I know what the method is designed to do. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. How far? Week 4 of 6, Yi Tianming said. I can direct the resonance inward, prevent the outward broadcast, for periods of concentrated focus. I cannot maintain it continuously while doing anything else. Continuous maintenance is the goal. The final stage of the third layer is continuous background direction. The resonance is directed without requiring active attention, the way a well-trained body runs without conscious attention to each step. For more weeks. Approximately. Dao Xuanji looked at the formation's boundary. Stay inside, he said. The 90 days gives you the time. Use all of it. He turned to leave. The assessment will begin formally next week. I'll need access to the site for observation purposes. Elder Mingzhu will arrange it, Yi Tianming said. Good. He walked several steps and stopped. The analysis you sent through the Elder, the causal model revision. I've spent 6 days with it. And you were right about the mechanism, Dao Xuanji said. It doesn't change the danger. It changes the response. He walked north. Yi Tianming stepped back through the boundary. Chapter 33. The convergence event arrived on day 81. He had been warned by Wind Thread first. The crane's brief, precise communication was, in most situations, the advance notice. 6 hours, it said. Significant. 6 hours was enough. He told Elder Mingzhu and Xiao Yan. He spent 4 of the 6 hours in deep cultivation session, pressing the management framework from week 5 into the application that the sessions had been building toward. The 6th week's work was continuous maintenance, and he was not there yet, but what he had was directed resonance for 4 to 6 hours of focused effort before exhaustion required a break. He had 4 hours. He would need to make them count. The beasts arrived at the formation's perimeter beginning at hour 3. Not in the numbers of the Sean Baron event. 47 high-rank converging beasts had been the event that destroyed 2 cities. This was smaller, 22 beasts, ranging from spirit elder equivalent to spirit ancestor equivalent, the largest a rock behemoth of the forest's deep section that had not approached this area in decades. The beasts positioned around the formation. Not attacking, gathering. He was standing at the formation's inner edge, maintaining the direction framework with the concentrated focus that didn't yet have the automatic quality he needed. He could feel the resonance turning inward rather than broadcasting outward, the way a sound source becomes directional when the sound is focused. The beasts outside the boundary were receiving less signal than they would have without the direction. He could feel this the way he could feel the difference between holding a light behind glass and holding it open. The same light, less scatter. Is it working? Xiao Yan said from behind him. Partially, he said. The broadcast is reduced, not eliminated. Enough to prevent the convergence threshold from reaching the Sean Baron scale? I don't know. He held the direction steady. That's what this is finding out. Elder Mingzhu was at the formation's control points, running the containment at maximum capacity. The formation added to the management framework 2 layers of mitigation. The 22 beasts settled. They didn't advance. They didn't retreat. They positioned at the boundary and became still, the way large things became still when they were waiting for something to resolve. Hour 4 of the direction framework arrived. Yi Tianming felt the exhaustion beginning at the edges, not collapse. The collapse wouldn't come yet, but the quality of sustained effort reaching its limit. He pressed against it with the patience that Stoneheart had been communicating for months. Endurance, Stoneheart said, from the deep, slow weight of its presence. Asterisk not blocking. Enduring. Asterisk he held it. Hour 5. The beasts had not advanced. Hour 6. One of the spirit elder equivalents, a storm hawk with an 80-meter wingspan, circled the formation 3 times at high altitude and then departed. When it departed, the other's quality of stillness changed slightly. By hour 8, the beasts had dispersed to distances from which the ring's signal was reduced below their gathering threshold. They were still in the forest. They had not left the region, but they were no longer converging. He released the direction framework at hour 8 and sat down. The exhaustion that had been at the edges arrived fully. He sat on the ground inside the formation and let it arrive completely. Xiaoyan sat beside him without saying anything. It worked, he said after a while. Yes, she said. Partially. I can't maintain the framework continuously. The beasts dispersed before the convergence threshold was reached, but that's because the convergence was smaller than the Shan Baron event and the formation added containment. If the convergence had been bigger, but it wasn't, she said. He looked at her. That's not the same as having a reliable solution, he said. No, she said. But it's what happened. You managed a convergence event. You're 11 years old. You've been working on this framework for 8 weeks, and you managed it. She looked at him. The fact that you couldn't have managed it if it were bigger is a calibration for the next stage, not a failure of this one. He sat with this. Winthread would say that, he said. Winthread is right, she said. He rested. Chapter 34 Dao Xuanji's assessment record entry for day 81 noted. Managed convergence event, partial success. The ring resonance direction framework functioned as described by Yin Qingchuan's documentation. The practitioner maintained directed broadcast suppression for 8 hours under sustained convergence conditions, preventing threshold escalation. Convergence dispersed without city-scale event. The entry was 12 pages long. The 12 pages contained everything. The beast count, the duration, the suppression quality as observed from outside the formation, the comparison to historical convergence events, the theoretical implications for the purification model. He had the entry read to him by Elder Mingzhu, who had received a copy from Dao Xuanji's transmittal 3 days after the event. He's building the case, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, for the assessment's conclusion. If his conclusion is management is viable, purification would be counterproductive. The petition is over. If, Yi Tianming said. He is methodical, the elder said. He builds conclusions from evidence. The evidence is what it is. Yi Tianming thought about the practitioner who had spent 45 years building a framework and then encountered a 10-year-old who had reached the same structural conclusion in 4 years of archive reading and had managed to demonstrate it in practice 8 weeks after beginning the relevant cultivation work. He's still processing, he said. The framework revision is significant. 45 years is a long time to be certain about something. Yes, Elder Mingzhu said. But he came here alone. He came without weapons. He gave you his records. Yi Tianming thought about the conversation in the formation. He is honest about what he doesn't know, Scarlet had said. He's trying, Yi Tianming said. That's usually enough, Elder Mingzhu said, when the person trying is genuine. He went back to the sessions. Week 5's application had moved into Week 6. The framework was developing the background quality, the automatic quality, not yet consistent, but arriving in flashes. He could feel the moments when the direction was happening without concentrated effort, when the resonance had been internalized enough to maintain without deliberate attention. Stoneheart had been communicating more in the past week. The ancient tortoise's contributions were not verbal primarily. They were something closer to posture. The quality of the tortoise's endurance in his cultivation space was teaching him, through presence rather than instruction, what continuous maintenance felt like from the inside. 100,000 years, Stoneheart said once, very slowly. Asterisk nothing about endurance is difficult after the first 1,000 years. The difficulty is reaching the quality where it is not effort. Asterisk how long did that take you? Yi Tianming asked. Stoneheart was quiet for a long time. I don't remember, it said. Asterisk that is the answer you want to hear, because it means the threshold you're looking for is achievable. But it is also true. Chapter 35. The fifth ring woke on the morning of day 90 of the convergence risk assessment. He was in the deep cultivation session, at the layer where the resonance architecture was becoming visible as a structure rather than a concept, when a new weight arrived in his cultivation space. Not Stoneheart's slow certainty, different. This weight was lighter and deeper simultaneously, which was a contradiction that made sense only in the sensation of it. The fifth fragment was the ancient rock, the great wind bird, capable of covering continental distances in a single glide, with the kind of vision that came from sustained high altitude and the kind of patience that came from being older than the mountain ranges it navigated. The rock did not speak first. It oriented. He felt it take the full measure of his cultivation space, the 4 active fragments, the resonance architecture, the third layer's management framework in its current partial continuous state. The assessment took approximately the length of one long breath. Then the rock said, "This will work." He looked at this. "What will work?" he asked. "The architecture," the rock said. The direction framework. What you are building. A pause that had altitude in it, the quality of looking at a landscape from sufficient height to see the complete shape rather than the details. I see from very high up. The shape of what you are doing is correct. The execution requires time you have. How do you know? I have crossed this continent many times in 100,000 years, the rock said. I have seen practitioners come and go and the continent change around them. I know how long things take when they are being done correctly and when they are being done incorrectly. It settled into the cultivation space with the weight of something very large becoming very still. What you are doing is correct. Continue. He told Elder Mingzhu that evening. Fifth ring, the elder said. Rock. Yes. Yin Qingchuan's documentation describes the rock as the fragment with the most comprehensive perspective, Elder Mingzhu said. It sees pattern rather than event. If it says the architecture is correct, it said what it said, Yi Tianming agreed. I don't know how it knows. It described crossing the continent. It has. In its physical life and in its observation of you. The elder looked at his notes. This means 5 active fragments, with 4 more dormant. The token's second layer described 2 more waking at Spirit King rank. Yes, which means they should have woken by now. I'm Spirit King. Perhaps the rank threshold is approximate, the elder said. Or perhaps there's a communion depth requirement. You need the earlier fragments at a certain level of mutual communion before the later ones become accessible. Yi Tianming thought about this. Stoneheart reached mutual communion last week, he said. Winthread is close. If the threshold is about communion depth rather than rank, the 6th and 7th may arrive soon. He went back to the cultivation space and examined the 5 present fragments and their relationships in the resonance architecture. 5 distinct presences, Scarlet's warmth, Tidewave's vastness, Stoneheart's patience, Winthread's precision, and now the rock's altitude. Each contributed a different quality to the combined resonance. Each communion brought the network stronger. It will work, the rock had said. He sat in the formation center and felt the architecture building and believed it. Chapter 36, Xiao Yin asked the question on the evening of day 97. She was 15 years old and had followed him from Ironstone to Jua Town, and from Jua Town through the forest, and into a formation site. And she had been in the formation for 97 days, which meant she had been in the forest for 100 days counting the travel, and she was Spirit Scholar rank because she had been cultivating when she had time and had not had a great deal of time. She put down the cultivation text she had been reading and looked at him across the formation center. Is this going to stop, she said, or is this what the rest of my life looks like? He stopped what he was doing. She was watching him with the quality she had developed over 9 years of watching him. Not resentful, not demanding. Asking, which was different. She wanted an accurate answer and she was prepared to receive one, which was why she had phrased it as a question rather than a statement. He thought about what an accurate answer looked like. I don't know if it stops, he said. The specific situation, formation site, hiding from the hall, waiting for Dao Xuanji's assessment. This ends. One way or another, the assessment produces a result, and we move based on the result. But the larger situation, he looked at her. You know what the larger situation is? Yes, she said. 9 100,000-year spirit rings. No precedent. An institution that considers you an aberration. Spirit beasts that gather in your presence. She looked at him. That's not going to stop. No, he said. It's not. So what does it look like, she said. Not the specific situation. The rest of it. He thought about the architecture he had been building across the past 3 months. The management framework, the fragment communications, the tokens layers, and what they were telling him about the scale and direction of the work. I'm going to have to advance further than any practitioner in the current record, he said. Not because I want to. Because the management framework requires a cultivation base that current documentation calls spirit Douluo or above. The convergence risk doesn't decrease with time. It increases unless the management is strong enough to direct it completely. Achieving that level of direction requires continuing to cultivate. How long? Years. Probably a decade to spirit Douluo. Maybe longer. She absorbed this. And in those years, she said, the hall is a problem. The heavens will sect is a question. Dao Xuanji's assessment could go either direction. And the convergence potential keeps growing. Yes, he said. And you'll be managing all of that while also cultivating. Yes. She looked at him for a moment. I didn't ask if I should stay, she said. I know I'm staying. I've known since Ironstone that I was staying. She looked down at the cultivation text. I asked what the rest of my life looks like if I do, because if I'm committing to this for the next decade or more, I want to know what I'm committing to. He understood the distinction. You'll be a better cultivator than me in the normal sense, he said. You've been advancing steadily since the archive period. You have good technique instinct and you learn from observation. In 10 years, you could be Spirit Emperor rank through regular cultivation. He paused. You'll also be the person who knows the most about what I'm actually doing, because you've been present for all of it and you pay attention. That's a different kind of knowledge from cultivation rank. Is it useful? It will be, he said. The situations I'll be navigating are complicated. Having someone who understands the full picture and can think clearly about it, he looked at her. Yes, it's useful, and it matters to me separately from the usefulness. She looked at him for the length of time she used when she was deciding whether to say the thing she was thinking. All right, she said, and picked up the cultivation text again. He went back to the direction framework. Chapter 37. The convergence event on day 109 was not small. Winthred's advance notice this time was 3 hours, not 6, which told him the accumulation had reached a threshold where the event's formation was faster. He had been expecting this. The rock had commented on the convergence potential's growth trajectory, and the math from the Sean Barron comparison suggested the formation period was not infinite. The contained accumulation was reaching its own ceiling. He spent the 3 hours in the deepest cultivation session he had attempted. Not the direction framework as a technique, but the direction framework as a state, the background quality that weeks 6 and 7 had been developing. The difference between technique and state was the difference between holding a pose and having the flexibility that made the pose natural. The beasts began arriving at 2 hours. 42 this time. Higher rank distribution than the previous event. More Spirit King equivalent and above. The rock behemoth returned. A pair of thunder serpents that operated at ancestor rank equivalent appeared from the eastern ridge. A creature he had not seen before in the regional fauna. Something that moved through the canopy without touching the branches. Its spirit sense registering as Spirit Emperor rank. The first Emperor class beast the rings had attracted. Elder Mingzhu's formation strained. Yi Tianming felt the strain through the boundary's quality. The formation was designed for sustained containment, not against Emperor class pressure. The design assumption was that a practitioner with his ring configuration, using the formation site over time, would reach the management framework's full capacity before the accumulation required this level of containment. He had not reached full capacity yet. He pushed. The direction framework went from partial automatic to deliberate, from deliberate to maximum focused, holding the resonance inward against the pressure of 42 converging beasts and an Emperor class that was doing something to the perimeter that the formation stones were registering as sustained pressure at a frequency that was not matched by any of the formation's prepared responses. The Emperor class is testing the boundary, Winthred said, with its brief precision. Asterisk not attacking. Probing. It's intelligent enough to understand that there is a boundary and to look for how the boundary works. Asterisk how long before it finds a way in depends on its experience with formations. A pause. You have approximately 40 minutes before it locates the boundary's least stable maintenance point. He was holding the direction framework at maximum concentration and did not have the attention available to do anything else. He was also Spirit King rank, and the Emperor class was 6 or more ranks above him in cultivation terms. If it found the boundary's weak point and entered, Dao Xuanji is at the northern perimeter, the rock said, from its altitude. Asterisk he arrived 14 minutes ago. He has been observing. Asterisk he had not known. Is he going to act? Watch, the rock said. From inside the formation, he felt the Emperor class disengage from the boundary. Not because he had done anything. From outside, something had redirected it. A high-rank cultivation technique, spirit sage level, precise and specific. Dao Xuanji. The diversion technique was indirect, not an attack on the Emperor class, which would have been a provocation that could have triggered the full convergence. It was a cultivation pressure that offered the Emperor class a different area of interest, a concentrated spirit power output at sufficient density to register as a more immediately significant signal than the formation site. The Emperor class followed the signal north. The Spirit King equivalents at the perimeter registered the Emperor class's departure and experienced the ambiguity resolution that groups of gathering beasts experienced when the dominant presence left. The gathering impulse weakened. The individuals reassessed. The dispersal began. By hour 6, the beasts had dispersed to non-convergence distances. By hour 7, the formation's pressure had returned to manageable. He released the direction framework and sat down. Elder Mingzhu was already walking to the northern boundary point. Dao Xuanji was on the other side. He was conducting the Spirit Sage's assessment of what had just occurred. Yi Tianming walked to the boundary and stepped through. "Thank you," he said. Dao Xuanji was making notes. He looked up. "The Emperor class would have found the boundary's maintenance gap in 30 minutes, he said. "Your direction framework held the resonance inward for 6 hours. That is the longest sustained duration yet recorded." He made another notation. "You are 11 years old." "Yes." Yin Xingchuan's records show she achieved 6-hour sustained direction at Spirit Ancestor rank. He looked at Yi Tianming. "You are Spirit King." "I know. The assessment period has 49 days remaining," Dao Xuanji said. "I have sufficient data for my conclusion." Yi Tianming stood still. "What is your conclusion?" he said. "That the purification model is causally incorrect and would produce the outcome it was designed to prevent." He closed his notes. "I will file the full assessment with the Hall's Authority Committee. The conclusion will recommend suspension of the purification protocol and establishment of a supervised development designation, which would formalize ongoing monitoring without the elimination option." He paused. "This will not end Yi Changfeng's maneuvering. It will not end the Heavens Will Sect's formal position. It changes the institutional framework." "It's enough," Yi Tianming said. "For now," Dao Xuanji said. He turned north. "Continue the direction framework. The Emperor class will return. They always return." He walked away. Chapter 38 Wind Thread delivered the 6th fragment's arrival at hour 3 of the day after the second convergence event. He was in the cultivation session, recovering from the sustained direction effort, running the passive maintenance work rather than the active architecture. The resting state. Something precise arrived in that resting state. Not the rock's altitude. Not Stoneheart's patience. Something with the quality of a very sharp instrument that had been polished to a specific function across 100,000 years. A fragment that communicated not in words or sensations, but in information packets, complete, organized, arriving with the clean precision of something that didn't waste delivery. The 6th fragment was the ancient golden python, a species extinct for 3 centuries, the last of the great serpent cultivators, an order of spirit beast that had specialized in absorption, transformation, and the restructuring of energetic patterns. "You have 41 more days in this formation," the python said, in its arrival communication. It was not a greeting. It was a data delivery. After that, the accumulation will require either an external management structure or the full 6-stage direction framework. You will not complete the 6th stage in 41 days. What's the 6th stage? He asked. "Continuous management without formation support," the python said. "The ability to maintain the resonance direction indefinitely, without intensive focus, as a background process. A pause that had the quality of a spiral, not circular but progressive." You are at week 9 of the standard pathway. The standard pathway requires 12 weeks for the 6th stage. You have 6. Can it be accelerated? Yes, the python said. With correct technique. I am providing the correct technique now. And it did. A complete and organized communication of the specific cultivation adjustment that the 6th stage's acceleration required, delivered as a packet. No more words about it. He absorbed it. "You don't explain," he said. "I deliver," the python said. Explanation requires you to already have the framework to receive it. You don't have this framework yet. I give you the technique. The framework comes from the practice. It was quiet for a moment. Ask questions when you have practiced and encountered the questions naturally. Asking before is inefficient. He practiced for 2 weeks. At the end of 2 weeks, he had a question. The technique required a specific cultivation density in the core base that his Spirit King rank didn't fully support. He went to the python. "Yes," the python said. "You need Spirit Ancestor rank to complete the 6th stage fully." A pause. "You are 10 days from Spirit Ancestor rank at your current cultivation rate. Then I need to reach Spirit Ancestor in 10 days. 12, the python said. "You said 10, but the calculation is 12. He checked it. 12, he agreed. "Good," the python said. Precision matters. "Proceed." He proceeded. He reached Spirit Ancestor rank on day 12 of the acceleration, which was day 29 of the formation period's remaining window. The sixth stage clicked into continuous maintenance 12 hours later. Not immediately. The rank provided the base and the technique required a settling period. But it clicked. He felt it arrive. The direction framework running without intensive focus, in the background of everything else, a permanent process rather than a sustained effort. He told Elder Mingzhu. The elder looked at him carefully. Test it, he said. Yi Tianming walked to the formation's boundary and stepped through. Outside the formation's suppression, with the continuous management framework running, his ring signal was present but directed inward. The broadcast was not zero. He was not spirit Douluo rank with the cultivation base to eliminate it entirely. But it was reduced to a fraction of the unmanaged output. He stood outside the formation for 20 minutes. No beast converged. He stepped back through. It works, he said. Elder Mingzhu let out a breath that he had been holding, Yi Tianming suspected, for longer than the 20 minutes. Chapter 39 Arc 2 ended the way it had developed, in stages, with each stage's conclusion providing the information that made the next stage legible. The assessment period's remaining 12 days were used for documentation, logistics, and the cultivation that Spirit Ancestor rank had unlocked in the token's second layer, a new level of the resonance architecture diagram, which had become readable at this rank in a way it hadn't been at Spirit King. Dao Xuanji's formal assessment arrived at the Hall's Authority Committee 9 days before the period's end. It was 47 pages. Yi Tianming read the copy that Elder Mingzhu received through Dao Xuanji's transmittal. The assessment was thorough, accurate, and revolutionary in its implications for the Hall's purification protocol. It documented the causal model revision in full, the convergence event management data, the comparison to Sean Barron's precedent, and the conclusion. The purification protocol as designed was causally incorrect and would produce outcomes contrary to its stated purpose. The recommended designation, supervised development, with ongoing assessment. The Hall's Authority Committee would take 30 days to process the assessment. In those 30 days, they left the formation site. The departure was planned with the same quality as the arrival. Elder Mingzhu's spirit sense extended ahead. Yi Tianming's continuous management framework active. Xiao Yin carrying the documentation she had compiled across 4 months of observation. They moved faster than the arrival because they were not suppressed by formation technique, and Yi Tianming was Spirit Ancestor rank rather than Spirit King. Winthread was the one who noted, on the second day of travel, that the sixth fragment had delivered its final data packet before going quiet. The Python doesn't converse? He asked Scarlet. Not as such, she said. Asterisk it delivers. It will deliver again when it has something to deliver. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk this is not rudeness. It is efficiency. The Python spent 100,000 years being the most efficient transformational intelligence in its biome. It has a very precise model of useful versus decorative communication. Asterisk, and this is not decorative. No, she said. Everything it has said has been useful, a warmth that carried something like affection. Asterisk I find it useful also. In a different way than I find you useful. Asterisk he walked through the forest with the management framework running and 5 active fragments, and the beginning of an understanding of the 7th, 8th, and 9th, still dormant, still present, still waiting for the cultivation thresholds or communion depths or specific conditions that the token's map described as their activation requirements. He was 11 years old. He was Spirit Ancestor rank. He had managed 2 convergence events and survived a 63-day assessment and produced a 47-page document that would change the Hall's purification protocol if the Authority Committee accepted it. He was not safe. He was in a different position than he had been at the formation site's beginning. He walked out of the forest on the morning of the 3rd day into the valley road that led toward the nearest Spirit Hall district town, with the management framework running and the rings visible in their orbits, and Xiao Yin beside him and Elder Mingzhu ahead. He felt Winthread's brief, precise presence in his cultivation space. The next period, it said, asterisk will require more of the political skill than the cultivation skill. Both are necessary. Calibrate accordingly. Asterisk yes, he said. Good, Winthread said, and was quiet, as it usually was after it had said what needed to be said. Chapter 40 The map Winthread had described in the formation's first week was still present in the second layer of the token's diagram. The death sequence pattern of the 9 beasts, temporal rather than geographic, the order of their last moments arranged in a sequence that had struck him on first reading as intentional. He had held this for months. He had asked Scarlet about it in the formation's first week, and her answer had been, asterisk I know what the pattern is. I was not going to tell you yet. Asterisk he had told her he needed to know. She had said, asterisk yes, you do. Asterisk on the 3rd morning of the return journey, walking the valley road with the forest receding behind them and the district town 2 days ahead, he returned to it. Scarlet, he said. Yes. Tell me the pattern now. She was quiet for a full breath. He had learned that her full breath pauses were the ones where she was deciding how to say something rather than deciding whether to say it. Each of us was dying, she said. Asterisk, not abruptly. Slowly. Across the final years of lives that had lasted 100,000 years, as the world changed, and our territories diminished, and the practitioners hunted us for rings that they used without understanding the cost. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, we were dying on our own. What changed at your birth was that something offered us a different continuation. Asterisk, something offered you fragment existence in me. Asterisk, yes. Not survival. We were not going to survive regardless. Legacy. Continuation in a practitioner who had the potential to use what we knew. Asterisk, she paused. Asterisk, we chose. 9 ancient beasts chose to end their physical lives and begin their fragment lives because something showed us a practitioner who was worth the investment. Asterisk, he walked the valley road. What showed you? He asked. Her pause this time was the longest she had produced in months. I don't know, she said. Asterisk, none of us do. We were each shown, in the last year of our lives, a vision of the practitioner who would carry our fragment. The vision was not from another beast. It was not from a practitioner. It was from something that understood what we were and what you would be and calculated that the match was correct. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, we chose, but the choice was offered. We don't know by what. Asterisk, he thought about this while the valley road moved under his feet. Is it the devourer? He asked. The thing the death pattern suggests was created by the spirit beast killings? No. Scarlet said immediately. Asterisk, the devourer would not have offered us continuation. The devourer is the wound created by what killed us. It would not have arranged our legacy. It would use our deaths to feed its own accumulation. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, what offered us the choice was something else. Something that understood the devourer was coming and needed an answer to be built in advance. Asterisk, he walked the valley road and thought about this for a long time. Somewhere behind him and ahead of him and in the rings circling him and in the cultivation space below conscious thought, 5 ancient beasts waited, communicating or dormant, and 4 more waited in their own silences, carrying things he did not yet have the cultivation to access. The map in the token's second layer showed 9 positions and 9 relationships, and at the center, the character that said origin. He did not know yet what it meant in full. He had the shape of it. What had offered the ancient beasts a choice was something that had looked at the future and seen the devourers coming and calculated. This practitioner will be needed. That was not a comfortable thing to be. He put it in the category of things that required more information than he currently had, and he walked the valley road toward the next period of work, with Xiao Yin beside him keeping her own accurate count of days, and the management framework running in the background of everything like a permanent process, like a heartbeat, like the way very old things persisted. He was 11 years old. The rings were older than afraid. He had time to learn what that meant. Chapter 41. The map's death sequence pattern became legible on the morning of the 3rd day of the valley road, not because anything had changed about the pattern, but because Yi Tianming's cultivation space had changed enough that he could read what had been present all along. Each of the 9 ancient beasts had died in a specific order. First was Scarlet. Last was the fragment whose identity he still couldn't read directly, the 9th ring, which had remained silent in a different way than the dormant fragments were silent. The dormant ones were quiet the way sleeping things were quiet. The 9th was quiet the way something was quiet that had not yet decided what to say. But the sequence between them, Fire Phoenix first, then Sea Dragon, then Ancient Tortoise, then Celestial Crane, then Great Rock, then Golden Python, and then 3 more he was still learning, was not random. It followed the cultivation rank order of their spiritual sophistication, from the most immediately communicative to the most structurally complex, the order in which a practitioner with no prior fragment experience could build the framework to receive each one. Scarlet first, because a Fire Phoenix communicated in warmth and clarity. Tidewave second, because the Sea Dragon's vastness required the first fragment's foundation to receive. Stoneheart third, the patient endurance that grounded the increasingly complex presences. The order was designed. Someone, or something, had arranged the deaths in an order that would produce a cultivatable sequence for whoever received the fragments. He told Elder Mingzhu this on the evening of the 3rd day when they were camping at the Valley Road's first way station. The elder sat with it for a long time. Yin Qingchuan, he said. Her records described this arrangement too? She called it the sequence, Yi Tianming said. I found the reference in the 3rd layer. She reached the same conclusion. The deaths were arranged. She never identified who arranged them. Or what? Xiao Yin said from her corner. Or what? He agreed. The devourer exists because the killings created it, Elder Mingzhu said slowly. The killings were the first-generation ring acquisition practice. Spirit masters hunting spirit beasts specifically for 100,000-year rings. 300 years of this practice, accumulating the spiritual weight of killed sentient ancient creatures into a single accumulated wound. He looked at his notes. If something knew the devourer was coming, if something saw the wound being created and understood what it would eventually become, then arranging the fragments in a cultivatable sequence for the practitioner who would eventually face the devourer would be the preparation you made 300 years in advance, Yi Tianming said. Yes, Elder Mingzhu said. But we still don't know what something was. No. The elder put his notes down. Yin Qingchuan didn't know. In 60 years of reading her records, I haven't found the answer. He looked at the token. The token's upper layers may know. The seal at Spirit Douluo rank may contain it. 4 ranks from here, Yi Tianming said. Perhaps 5 years at your cultivation rate. Perhaps less, Xiaoyan said. She was reviewing her day count notebook. He went from 0 to Spirit Ancestor in roughly 8 months, with a 4-month formation period in the middle where cultivation was secondary to framework work. His base rate, when cultivation is the primary activity, is faster. I'll be Spirit Douluo in 3 to 4 years if I can maintain the rate, Yi Tianming said. Assuming no significant disruptions. Significant disruptions, Elder Mingzhu said, are the defining feature of your situation. Yes, Yi Tianming said, which is why I said assuming. They reached the district town on the 5th day of travel and found a message waiting at the public hall notice board. The authority committee had received Dao Xuanji's assessment and was convening a special review session. The review would produce a formal determination in 30 days. The purification protocol was suspended pending review. The message was clinical and formal and carried the particular quality of hall documents when the hall was processing something that exceeded its standard categories. He read it once, folded it, and gave it to Elder Mingzhu. 30 days, he said. Yes. What happens in 30 days? Either the committee accepts Dao Xuanji's assessment and the protocol is revised, or they reject it and the purification proceeds through standard channels. The elder looked at the notice board. The committee has 7 members. 3 are from Capital Authority. 4 are regional representatives. Dao Xuanji's assessment is thorough and accurate, but assessments are evaluated by people, and people have positions. Yi Changfeng is a regional representative on this committee, Yi Tianming said. Yes, the elder said. He stood in the district town's main road and thought about the 30 days and what could be done with them that would matter to the committee's deliberation. I need access to the restricted records, he said. The hall's capital files on Yin Qingchuan's case. Those require Spirit Douluo authorization, Elder Mingzhu said. Dao Xuanji has Spirit Sage authorization, he said, and he is conducting the assessment. His cooperation would provide access. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. You're going to ask Dao Xuanji for access to the capital's restricted files. I'm going to ask him to consider whether the committee's deliberation would be improved by having access to Yin Qingchuan's full documentation, which is currently restricted to people below his rank. He paused. The answer is yes. The question is whether he'll act on it. He came alone to a formation site, Xiaoyan said. He gave you his records. He conducted a 47-page assessment that recommended revising the protocol. Yes, Yi Tianming said. He'll act on it, she said. He sent the request through Elder Mingzhu's neutral channels that evening. Chapter 42 Scarlet's account of the beast's deaths, which she had delivered at the formation site, and which he had been processing across the travel days, contained more than the sequence. He returned to it on the second morning at the district town, sitting in the accommodation Elder Mingzhu had arranged. A quiet room above a cultivation supply shop whose owner had known the elder for 20 years and asked no questions. He sat with the account and turned it until the piece he had not fully received was visible. Something showed us a vision of the practitioner, she had said. We don't know what. He asked. Scarlet. The vision. What did it show you? She was quiet for a while. A practitioner, she said. You, but not as you are now. Older. Considerably older. Standing in a space I couldn't identify, not the Douluo continent as I know it. The geography was different. Standing with the rings present, and something else present that I couldn't categorize because I didn't have the frame for it at the time. Pause. I had the frame for it later. What was it? The Devourer's end, she said. Not its destruction, its end in the sense of completion. A wound heals. A wound doesn't stop being a wound. It heals into scar tissue that is part of the body rather than a foreign presence. What I saw was the Devourer healed. He sat with this. Healed, he said. Not destroyed. No. The Devourer cannot be destroyed. It is made of accumulated spiritual weight from 300 years of killed sentient creatures. That weight cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk the vision showed transformation. The ninth ring is the mechanism. I think. I don't know the full architecture, only the piece I saw. Asterisk but the vision was enough to make you choose. Yes, she said, with the warmth that was also a very old form of certainty. Asterisk I had been dying for 40 years. I was the last fire phoenix alive. The world I had built my life in was gone. And something showed me a future in which the wound that had been accumulating for 3 centuries was healed, and in which I was part of the practitioner who healed it. Asterisk she paused. I chose. He looked at the ring in its orbit around him. The first ring, red gold, ancient, warm. Thank you, he said. You have not done it yet, she said. I know, he said. I'm working on it. Yes, she said. I know. He spent the morning in cultivation, pressing toward the 7th fragment's activation threshold, which the tokens map had described as requiring deep stone heart communion and the kind of cultivation density that spirit ancestor rank was beginning to provide. The 7th ring held something he couldn't yet sense, only a depth, a presence that was different from the others in a way he was still learning to characterize. The message from Dao Xuanji arrived in the afternoon. Access to the capital's restricted files had been authorized under the assessment's ongoing research classification. The files would be available through the assessment's formal channel within 3 days. The message was brief and did not explain the decision, which was Dao Xuanji's communication style. He said what he did, not why. He told Elder Mingzhu. He moved fast, the elder said. He understands the 30-day window, Yi Tianming said. He spent 45 years doing exactly this, finding the information that makes the model accurate. Now the model revision is working in your favor, Xiaoyan said. Yes, he's a practitioner who follows accurate models wherever they lead. Currently, the accurate model leads toward the committee having more information. 3 days later, the restricted files arrived. A physical package, courier sealed with the hall's capital authorization, 340 pages of Yin Qingchuan's complete case documentation covering 12 years of hall assessment, 11 purification protocol attempts, and the account of how she had eventually achieved a cultivation state that no current classification system could accommodate. He read it across 4 days. He emerged from the 4 days with a precise understanding of what Yin Qingchuan had done, what she had not managed to do, where her situation had differed from his, and where the differences mattered. The most significant difference. She had 5 fragments, not 9, and the fragment she had never been able to bring into full mutual communion was the one whose technique would have been most useful against the devourer. She had died knowing the incomplete architecture and having spent 40 years working toward a completion she couldn't reach. She had built the token's cultivation method for the practitioner who would have the rest of what she hadn't. He wrote a 12-page summary of the documentation's strategic implications and sent it to Elder Mingzhu. For the committee, the elder asked. For Dao Xuanji, Yi Tianming said. He can decide whether to present it to the committee. He knows the institution better than I do. Chapter 43 Supreme Elder Qin Tianlong arrived on the 22nd day of the 30-day committee window. He came from the capital with a personal escort of 4 Spirit Emperor rank practitioners and the particular quality of presence that arrived when someone decided the regional handling of a situation was insufficiently decisive and came to provide decisiveness personally. Yi Tianming had not met him before. He knew him through the archive's records. 67th level Spirit Douluo, capital authority representative on the committee, 23 years in his current position. The archive noted, in the assessor performance records, that Qin Tianlong had overseen 41 purification protocols and had never filed a recommendation that resulted in a case being reclassified upward from purification to development status. He arrived in the district town on the morning of day 22 and went directly to the hall's district office, where he called an emergency assessment session with Elder Mingzhu's group requested as present. The session was in the district hall's formal assembly room, which was large enough for the purpose and had the quality of rooms designed for administrative consequences. Plain walls, a raised assessment platform, the kind of natural light that made everyone present visible and readable. Qin Tianlong sat on the assessment platform. Yi Tianming stood at the center. The Supreme Elder extended his spirit sense without ceremony. His spirit sense was Spirit Douluo level and 67 ranks of refinement. Not merely powerful, but structured, the way things were structured when they had been organized around the same purpose for 2 decades. It reached Yi Tianming's ring configuration and registered it, and withdrew with the quality of someone who had received information they had been expecting and found it matched the expectation. 900,000-year spirit rings on a spirit ancestor rank practitioner, Qin Tianlong said. I have been reading by Song Gao's reports and Fei Chunliang's instruction records and Dao Xuanji's assessment for 3 weeks. I wanted to see the source directly. And Yi Tianming said. The reports are accurate, Qin Tianlong said, which makes this the most anomalous case in the Hall's recorded history and the purification recommendation the most logically necessary in the Hall's recorded history. An anomaly of this magnitude without precedent, without understood mechanism, without controlled outcome. The protocol exists precisely for cases like this. The assessment record describes a controlled outcome, Yi Tianming said. 2 convergence events managed successfully within the formation period. The mechanism is described across 47 pages. Dao Xuanji's assessment is thorough, Qin Tianlong said. It is also the work of a practitioner who has spent 45 years building an ideology around a particular interpretation of the Shan Baron event, and who encountered a case that confirmed his ideology and wrote the assessment accordingly. Yi Tianming looked at him. You believe Dao Xuanji's assessment was biased. I believe any practitioner who has spent 45 years expecting a specific outcome and then encounters the outcome will have difficulty separating the expected from the observed. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. This is not accusation. It is the institutional perspective. The convergence events were observable, Yi Tianming said. Dao Xuanji was present for both. He filed contemporaneous notes that predate the formal assessment. The records exist. The records describe what happened. They don't establish what would have happened without the formation site's containment. They don't establish that the convergence management is reliable across conditions more extreme than those tested. That is a legitimate point, Yi Tianming said. Qin Tianlong's expression shifted, fractionally, but the fraction was visible. He had not expected agreement. Yes, the Supreme Elder said. It is. So is the question of what happens if the purification protocol is implemented at this accumulation level without the direction framework active, Yi Tianming said. Dao Xuanji's assessment documents the risk. The committee has the documentation. The question you're bringing is whether the tested management is reliable enough to prefer over the untested purification risk. He looked at Qin Tianlong. That's a genuine question. The answer to it is a judgment call, not a protocol determination. The Supreme Elder looked at him for a long time. You are 11 years old, he said. You are speaking to me as if you are a peer. I'm speaking to you as someone who has read the same records you've read and reached different conclusions, Yi Tianming said. The age difference is a fact. Whether it's relevant to the argument's validity is a separate question. The session continued for 2 more hours. It was not a confrontation. It was, he concluded afterward, an assessment of a different kind than the spirit sense readings and instrument diagnostics he was accustomed to. Qin Tianlong was assessing whether the practitioner who stood at the center of the most anomalous case in the Hall's history was a manageable risk or an unmanageable one. He had no way to know, at the end of it, which conclusion the Supreme Elder had reached. Chapter 44 Shinryun arrived on day 26. He had not been expecting her. He knew her name from the outline's expected timeline. The Hall scholar who would file 2 reports, the first official and understated, the second personal and supplementary. But the timing implied she was here in response to Qin Tianlong's presence rather than as a planned component of the assessment. She was 20 years old, which made her 9 years older than him, and she moved through the district hall's corridors with the quality of someone whose assignment was technical and who was executing the technical component while also paying very close attention to everything else. He saw her in the assessment records room on the afternoon of day 26. She was reviewing Bai Songgao's original reports and Fei Chunliang's instruction records, which were the most technically detailed documentation available before Dao Xuanji's assessment. She had a notation system he hadn't seen before, her own, developed for something that required tracking multiple variables simultaneously. She looked up when he entered. She had been told he might come in. Elder Mingzhu had arranged the access. She looked at his rings first, the way all practitioners did, but differently, not with fear or calculation, but with the precise attention of someone reading an instrument. Her spirit sense extended briefly, lightly, the most careful and refined spirit sense reading he had received since Dao Xuanji's. Then she looked at him. You're taking notes on my notes, he said. He had seen the comparison columns in her notation system. I'm reconciling the assessment records with Dao Xuanji's methodology, she said. The 47 pages are comprehensive, but the evidentiary chain from observation to conclusion has 2 places where the reasoning requires assumptions that aren't explicitly stated. Which 2? He said, genuinely curious. She told him. He listened, and she was right about both places, which were the same places he had identified when he had read the assessment carefully. One was a minor gap, the assumption that the managed convergence events were representative of typical events rather than optimal conditions events. The other was more significant, the assumption that the direction framework's partial continuous state would develop into full continuous maintenance on a predictable timeline. The second assumption needs empirical support, he said. The first can be addressed with the pre-formation accumulation data, which shows the accumulation rate and implies the convergence scale without formation containment. She looked at him. You identified the same gaps, she said. I read carefully. You're 11 years old. I've been told that fairly often lately, he said. The age is accurate. She looked at him for a moment with the expression he would come to associate with her specifically. The quality of a person receiving new information and deciding, simultaneously, what to do with it. If I include these gaps explicitly in my official assessment report, she said, the committee will have a more complete picture of the evidentiary basis. Including the gaps also means including the data that addresses them, which strengthens the assessment's overall credibility. That's the accurate approach, he said. Yes, she said. The accurate approach will produce an assessment that is more useful than either a report that ignores the gaps or a report that notes the gaps without addressing them. Then write the accurate report, he said. She looked at him again. Most practitioners in your situation would prefer a report that understated the complications, she said. Most practitioners in my situation haven't spent 4 years in an archive reading assessment methodology, he said. Understated reports invite scrutiny when someone looks carefully enough to find the understatements. Accurate reports with complete evidentiary chains are more defensible. She made a notation. I'm going to need to interview you formally, she said. For the assessment record. When? Tomorrow morning. 1 hour. All right, he said. He left the records room and told Elder Mingzhu about the interview. Shun Ryun, the elder said. She's from the capital's scholar division. Young for her rank, spirit king, which means she advanced faster than the standard curriculum produces. She's precise, Yi Tianming said. She identified the gaps in Dao Xuanji's reasoning independently. That could be useful or dangerous depending on which direction she uses the precision. She chose the accurate report, he said. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. You assessed that in one conversation. I read her notation system, he said. She tracks multiple variables simultaneously. Practitioners who track multiple variables simultaneously are looking for complete pictures, not confirmation of pre-existing conclusions. He paused. She'll write the accurate report. Chapter 45. The formal interview with Shun Ryun produced the most precise documentation of the cultivation situation that had been generated since the formation period. She arrived with her notation materials and a set of questions organized by category: ring configuration, cultivation history, fragment communication, management framework development, convergence events, and the token's cultivation method. The categories were her own, not the standard hall interview structure, which told him she had built her assessment approach from the primary documentation rather than the institutional template. She asked about the rings first. He described the rings accurately. 900,000-year fragments, present at birth, non-absorptive, communicating through a cultivation space that had developed fragment-to-practitioner contact beginning at the awakening ceremony and deepening through the 4 years of archive period cultivation preparation. She made notations. The fragments communicate, she said. Yes. In language. In the fragment's equivalent of language. Some more verbal than others. Scarlet, the first ring, fire phoenix, communicates in something close to speech. Tide wave, the second ring, sea dragon, communicates in sensation and scale. Stoneheart in weight and patience. The fourth and fifth in precision and altitude respectively. You have names for them. The rings named themselves. Or the fragments chose names based on their nature. She made a notation and then looked at it and made a different notation. The official assessment framework, she said, does not have a category for self-naming ring fragments. No, he said. I noticed that in the archive's assessment documentation, the category structure was built around absorptive rings, which don't communicate. The non-absorptive ring category is listed as observed in 2 historical cases with a note recommending further documentation. Yin Qingchuan's case was one of them, she said. Yes. What was the other? He paused. The archive's records on the second case were redacted, he said. The redaction was applied approximately 50 years after the original filing. I noticed the redaction point, but couldn't access the original content. She made a notation that was different from her previous notations, a specific mark he hadn't seen her use before. I'll look at the Capital's version, she said. The redaction may not have been applied uniformly. It probably wasn't, he said. Regional redactions are inconsistently implemented. The Capital's records are usually more complete. She looked at him over her notation materials. You've spent a lot of time thinking about documentation consistency, she said. For years in an archive, he said. Documentation inconsistency becomes visible. Yes, she said. It does. She moved to the management framework category and asked detailed questions about the direction technique, the cultivation sequence, the fragment communication that had informed each stage's development. He answered accurately, including the stages that were incomplete and the limitations that remained. She asked follow-up questions that indicated she had read the relevant cultivation theory, not just the Hall's standard curriculum, but the deeper theoretical literature that the Archive's advanced section held. At the end of the hour, she asked one final question that was not on her prepared list. The token, she said. Elder Mingzhu gave you a cultivation method built by Yen Qingchuan. What does the method say about the devourer? He looked at her. That's not in any report or assessment you've had access to, he said. No, she said. I inferred it from the pattern of the documentation. Yen Qingchuan's case was classified outcome confidential rather than outcome terminated. That classification is used when the outcome involved a threat larger than the practitioner, a threat that required the practitioner to be available rather than eliminated. She met his eyes. The Spirit Hall has been managing the convergence threat as if it were the primary problem. The convergence is a symptom. What's the primary problem? He looked at her for a moment. She was 20 years old and had been in this district for 4 days and had read enough documentation to locate, by inference, a conclusion that had taken Elder Mingzhu 60 years to arrive at through direct contact with Yen Qingchuan's notes. The devourer, he said. She wrote it down. And you were born to address it, she said. I was born with the fragments that were arranged for that purpose, he said. Whether I succeed is a different question. Yes, she said. That's why the management is important. She closed her notation materials. I'll write the accurate report. Both of them. Both, he said. The official one and the supplementary one, she said. The official record needs to be complete enough to survive scrutiny. The supplementary one will contain the implications that the official record can't hold without producing panic. She stood. I'll share the supplementary record with you before I transmit anything. Why, he said. She looked at him. Because you've been operating inside an institutional framework that has been consistently behind the information curve, she said. That has cost you. It should stop costing you, to the extent I can prevent it. She paused. Also because the devourer is going to be everyone's problem eventually, and practitioners who understand it are a resource that should not be eliminated before the problem arrives. She left. He sat in the interview room and thought about the quality of the conversation that had just happened, which had the particular character of talking to someone who was reasoning from the same evidence at the same speed and reaching the same conclusions, which was a new experience. Scarlet, he thought. Yes. How often does this happen? What? She said. Finding someone who is tracking the same information and reasoning accurately. She was quiet for a moment. Rarely, she said. It is worth noticing when it does. He noticed it. Chapter 46, Shenryun's supplementary report, was 43 pages. She shared it with him on the evening before the committee's final determination, sitting across a table in the accommodation's quiet back room, with her notation materials spread between them and the natural light going gray as the day ended. She read the key sections aloud and waited for his questions after each one. The official report was 14 pages, complete, technically precise, with the gaps in Dao Xuanji's assessment explicitly addressed and the additional data included. It was the most accurate technical documentation of his situation that the Hall had ever received, and it would survive scrutiny because it anticipated the scrutiny and addressed it. The supplementary report was something else. It began with the devourer. She had located the redacted second case in the capital's unredacted records, a practitioner, 200 years ago, who had encountered what the records called an accumulated spiritual wound of predatory nature in a remote spirit beast forest, and had been consumed by it in the sense that the practitioner's cultivation base had been entirely absorbed by the phenomenon, leaving a physical body with no spirit power and no further cultivation capacity. The phenomenon had then moved to a second location and repeated the absorption. The Hall classified it as a beast attack, Shenryan said. The records were redacted because the classification was inaccurate and the accurate description, an autonomous spiritual entity that absorbs cultivated spirit power from living practitioners, had implications the Hall's authority committee in that era didn't want to address. Because addressing it would require admitting the ring acquisition practice created it, Yi Tianming said. Yes, and the ring acquisition practice was at the time the Hall's primary method for generating high-rank practitioners. She turned to the next section. The second case established that the phenomenon could absorb practitioners. The Shan Baron case, which happened 100 years later, established that the phenomenon could use the absorbed cultivation to fuel convergence events. The beasts that gathered at Shan Baron weren't gathering for the rings alone. They were gathering because the devourer was directing them. He sat with this. The cities weren't destroyed by the convergence, he said. They were destroyed by the devourer, using the convergence as a weapon. Yes, which means Dao Xuanji's assessment, while correct about the purification protocol being counterproductive, was working from an incomplete threat model. The convergence is not the primary risk. The primary risk is the devourer identifying and targeting a practitioner with your ring configuration and attempting to absorb it. And if the devourer absorbs 900,000-year ring fragments, he said. The supplementary report's appendix contains my estimate of what that would produce, she said. The estimate is preliminary and based on the available historical data. The short version is that the absorbed configuration would give the devourer the cultivation equivalent of a god-rank practitioner with full ring support. He looked at the table. And it's been accumulating for 300 years, he said. Yes. The records show approximately 47 documented absorption events across 3 centuries, ranging from spirit elder practitioners to one spirit Daw case 30 years ago. She paused. The absorption events accelerated in the last 50 years. The devourer is either growing stronger or becoming more active. Or both, he said. Or both, she agreed. He looked at the supplementary report. You're not going to submit this to the committee, he said. No. The committee would either suppress it or panic, and neither response is useful. She looked at him. I'm giving it to you because you're the practitioner who needs to understand the full scope of what you're working with. And Dao Xuanji? I'll share a version with him, she said. His methodology can handle the revision to the threat model. He'll need time to integrate it. Elder Mingzhu knows the scope already, Yi Tianming said. He's been building toward this understanding for 60 years. Yes, he and I will need to talk. She looked at her notation materials. The people who understand the actual threat model are currently you, Elder Mingzhu, Yin Qingchuan's documentation, Dao Xuanji in partial understanding, and now me. That's not enough institutional knowledge to prepare for a devourer that can absorb god-rank cultivation levels. No, he said. It's not. Which means one of your objectives, alongside the cultivation work, is building the institutional knowledge to the point where there are enough people who understand the scope to do something about it when the time comes. He looked at her. That's a separate project from surviving the next 30 days, he said. Yes, she said. But the 30 days resolves in your favor. The committee is going to accept the official report's recommendation. Qin Tianlong is the holdout, and he is overruled by the committee structure. She met his eyes. The official report gives the committee what it needs to make the right institutional decision. The supplementary report gives you what you need to understand why the right decision is more important than the committee currently knows. She packed her notation materials. I'll be at the determination session tomorrow, she said. Will you stay in the region after? He said. She paused. I'm a capital scholar, she said. I have assignments. She looked at him. But my assignment log shows a 6-month research residency available in my record. I've been waiting to use it for the right research question. She picked up her materials. Ask me again in a year. She left. He sat with the supplementary report. 43 pages of accurate information that the hall would not receive and that he needed to build his cultivation work around. The devourer's scope, the absorption rate, the risk profile, and the timeline of a threat that had been growing for 300 years and that the hall's institutional knowledge had been consistently misidentifying. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, the devourer absorbs ring fragments. Yes, she said. Asterisk from practitioners. The fragments don't survive the absorption. The practitioner's cultivation capacity is consumed and the fragment's accumulated information is incorporated. Asterisk, is that the same as dying? A long pause. For us, yes, she said. Asterisk, the fragment existence ends. What the devourer incorporates is not us. It is the energetic residue of what we were. Asterisk, another pause. The warmth carrying something underneath it. Asterisk, this is why the choice matters. The fragments who chose to fragment into a practitioner rather than die as beasts did so in part because this continuation is authentic. What the devourer does is not continuation. Asterisk, then we keep it from absorbing you, he said. Yes, she said. We do. Chapter 47. The determination session was held at the 8th hour. 7 committee members in the district hall's formal room. Qin Tianlong at the elevated position to the right. Dao Xuanji in the observer's chair, not a committee member, but granted observation rights given his role in the assessment. Elder Mingzhu in the back, which was the correct position for someone who was present as an institutional resource rather than a participant. Yi Tianming stood at the center. Shun Ryun's official report was already in the committee's possession. He had read the distribution record. All 7 members had received it by the previous evening. Qin Tianlong's copy had been read with his own notation marks visible on the title page, which Yi Tianming had seen at a distance sufficient to read the margin marks density. The determination took 43 minutes. 6 committee members voted to accept Dao Xuanji's assessment with Shun Ryun's addendum. establishing the supervised development designation and suspending the purification protocol. Qin Tianlong voted against, with a formal dissenting statement that was precise and professional and based on the argument that the tested management framework was not sufficient evidence of long-term reliability. The dissenting statement was accurate. The majority determination was also accurate. Both could be true simultaneously. The chair, a regional representative named Jia Weiming, 61st rank Spirit Douluo, read the formal determination. Supervised development designation established. Purification protocol suspended pending annual reassessment. Practitioner Yi Tianming to remain within the hall's oversight jurisdiction and provide quarterly assessment reports to the regional committee. The Convergence Risk Management Framework to be formally documented and updated quarterly. This determination is effective immediately. 6-1. He stood at the center and heard the determination and felt, for the first time in 11 years, a description of his situation that was at least partially accurate, and that the institution producing it would act on rather than suppress. Elder Mingzhu's expression in the back of the room was the expression of a practitioner who had been working toward this for 60 years and had just watched it arrive. Dao Xuanji, in the observer's chair, made a notation in his assessment records. Qin Tianlong looked at Yi Tianming once, with the particular quality of someone who has made an accurate institutional record and will continue to act on their own assessment regardless of the committee's formal determination. He filed Qin Tianlong's expression for later. Chapter 48. The supervised development designation came with specific terms, quarterly assessments, jurisdiction requirements, reporting obligations, and a provision that the direction framework's development be documented in a format accessible to the hall's assessment team. The documentation requirement was the most immediately useful component. It meant he needed to describe what he was doing in a language the hall could receive, which meant he needed to understand what he was doing well enough to translate it. Translation clarified the work in ways that doing the work alone didn't. He spent 3 weeks writing the direction framework documentation with Shun Ryun's methodological support. She stayed. The research residency request had been submitted the morning after the determination session, and the capital had approved it within 2 days, fast enough that she had evidently been preparing the request before the determination produced the right moment to file it. She was assigned to the district hall's scholar program and began spending her mornings in the records room and her afternoons with Yi Tianming's documentation project. The 7th fragment arrived on the 14th day of the documentation work. It arrived quietly, which was its nature, the ancient shadow leopard, a spirit beast that had lived in the deep forest layers where light didn't penetrate, moving through the world by feeling rather than sight. Its cultivation had been in the space between visible and invisible, the specific layer of existence that practitioners called the spirit realm's secondary depth. I have been here a while, the shadow leopard said. I waited for the right moment. Why now? He asked. Because you are now doing documentation work, it said. Asterisk documentation is translation. Translation is the act of making the internal external, which requires understanding the internal completely. When you understand completely, the fragments that work in the space between the internal and external become accessible. Asterisk a pause that had the quality of moving through deep forest. Asterisk I work in that space. You are now working in it. Asterisk what is your technique? Infiltration, the shadow leopard said. Asterisk not attack. Not defense. The capacity to enter a space that is defended without being detected as entering it. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk in your situation, this is most useful against the devourer, which has a detection mechanism tuned to high-power ring presence. The detection mechanism can be circumvented with the right approach. Asterisk he looked at this. You're the 7th ring, he said. The tokens map said the 7th would be relevant to the devourer problem. Yes, the shadow leopard said. Asterisk I was chosen specifically for this. My entire life's cultivation was in the service of not being found by the things that were looking for me. There are very few things in this world that can find something that is learned, across 100,000 years, not to be found. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk the devourer is one of them, if you approach it incorrectly. I will show you the correct approach. Asterisk thank you, he said. Yes, the shadow leopard said, and settled into the space between visible and invisible in his cultivation space, which was the place it had been made for, and was quiet. He told Elder Mingzhu about the 7th fragment that evening. The elder looked at his notes for a long time. 7 active fragments, he said. 2 dormant. At spirit ancestor rank. Yes. Yen Qingchuan never reached more than 5 active, the elder said. She considered the 5th the limit of her configuration. He looked at Yi Tianming. You are outpacing her precedent significantly. The tokens method was built for 9, Yi Tianming said. She built it for the practitioner who would have all 9. She was working with 5. Yes. The elder looked at his notes again. The devourer confrontation, the shadow leopard's technique, is specifically designed for approaching it without detection. The 7th ring was placed in my configuration for that purpose, he said. The sequence was intentional, designed by something that understood what each fragment would contribute. And 2 rings still dormant, Elder Mingzhu said. At higher thresholds. Yes. The tokens map says the 8th wakes at Spirit Emperor rank and the 9th at Spirit Douluo. He looked at the elder. The 9th ring is the void origin, the mechanism for the devourer's resolution rather than destruction. Elder Mingzhu sat with this for a long time. The origin character, he said. In the token's center. Yes. Then everything building towards Spirit Douluo is preparation, the elder said. Not just in the sense of cultivation preparation. In the sense of the architecture needing all the preceding fragments at full communion before the 9th can function. Yes, Yi Tianming said. That's what the map describes. The 9th ring is not an independent technique. It's the synthesis of all 8 preceding fragments, directed through the cultivation base at Spirit Douluo toward a specific application that the map calls resolution. The elder was quiet. How long? He said finally. To Spirit Douluo? At current rate, with significant disruptions factored in, 3 to 4 years. And the devourer has been accumulating for 300 years. He looked at the elder. The documentation says absorption events have accelerated in the past 50 years. If the acceleration continues at the observed rate, it will reach a critical threshold before you're ready, Elder Mingzhu said. Possibly, Yi Tianming said. That's the race. Chapter 49. Yi Changfeng arrived in the district on day 31 after the determination. His arrival had been expected. The Hall Master's jurisdiction extended over this district and the supervised development designation operated within his authority, but the timing was deliberate. 31 days meant he had processed the determination, evaluated his position, and arrived with a plan. He came alone, without the formal escort of the original assessment team. He requested a private meeting with Yi Tianming in the district hall's consultation room, which was granted under the supervised development designation's access provisions. They sat across a table. It had been 14 months since the first conversation in Ironstone's village hall. Yi Tianming was 11 years old and spirit ancestor rank. He was 7 cultivation levels from where he had been in that first conversation. Yi Changfeng looked at him with the same quality he had brought to every interaction. The calculation arriving before the expression arriving without the calculation visible. The determination was not what I recommended, he said. You co-signed the original petition, Yi Tianming said. The committee overruled the petition's implied recommendation. Yes. He folded his hands. I am going to be honest with you, because in my experience the alternative is less useful. All right. I co-signed the petition because the institutional position required it, and because I needed more information than I had. The information I now have is Dao Xuanji's assessment, Shun Ryun's addendum, and 14 months of observing a situation that has produced more data points than any case in this jurisdiction's history. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. My current assessment is that the determination was correct. The purification protocol would produce catastrophic outcomes. The supervised development designation is the accurate response. Yi Tianming looked at him. This changes your position from what it was at the original petition, he said. Yes. What changed your position? The evidence, Yi Changfeng said. I am a practitioner who follows evidence. The evidence at the time of the petition filing was incomplete and pointed toward the institutional default. The evidence now is complete enough that the institutional default is the incorrect response. He paused. I also received Shen Ryun's supplementary report. Yi Tianming sat very still. She transmitted it to you, he said. She transmitted a summary to me, Yi Changfeng said, with a note that my jurisdiction included the practitioner most directly relevant to the devourer threat and that my operational decisions would benefit from understanding the full scope. He looked at Yi Tianming. She was right. He absorbed this. Shen Ryun had shared the devourer information with Yi Changfeng without telling him she was going to do it, which he had not anticipated and which required a revision to his model of her priorities. Her priority was not protecting him specifically. It was ensuring that the people with operational authority understood the threat scope. Yi Changfeng had operational authority. She had acted accordingly. What do you do with that information? He asked. I do what I have been doing since the awakening ceremony, Yi Changfeng said. Manage the situation. Now with an accurate understanding of what the situation is. He looked at the table. The sponsored development arrangement I offered 14 months ago, I am offering it again, with revised terms. Specifically, I will use my authority and resources to provide operational cover for your cultivation work. In exchange, I will have access to your quarterly assessment reports and direct communication with your development team. Direct communication with Elder Mingzhu, Yi Tianming said. Yes. And the compliance clause? Removed, Yi Changfeng said. Entirely. The new agreement is support in exchange for communication, not compliance in exchange for resources. Yi Tianming looked at him. You co-signed the petition that nearly ended this, he said. Yes, Yi Changfeng said. I was working from incomplete information and institutional position. Both have changed. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. I cannot undo that. I can account for it going forward. He sat with this. Scarlet, he thought. He is honest about the error, she said. That is more than most people manage. He looked at Yi Changfeng. All right, he said. New agreement. Elder Mingzhu will review the terms. Of course, Yi Changfeng said. Chapter 50. The hall's politics had a particular architecture. Yi Tianming had been studying it for 5 years, from the archive at Jua Town, from the assessment records, from the determination session, from every interaction with every practitioner who held institutional authority. The architecture was not corruption or competence in simple opposition. It was something more complex, an institution built around documented categories encountering cases that exceeded the categories, and having to decide whether to force the cases into the categories or revise the categories to fit the cases. The determination had been a revision event. The hall's authority committee had, by 6-to-1 majority, revised the category. The one was still there. Qin Tianlong's dissent was formal and procedurally correct and based on a legitimate argument about incomplete evidence. He had not acted on it outside the committee process. He had not, as of the 36th day after determination, escalated to the capital's internal review process. But the dissent existed in the hall's formal record, which meant it was available as a procedural foundation for future escalation if the situation produced evidence that supported it. He discussed this with Shen Riyun on the afternoon of day 36. She had established her research residency at the District Hall Scholar Program and was nominally studying regional assessment methodology, which was accurate in the sense that she was studying it, and slightly misleading in the sense that the methodology was the framework within which she was actually studying the devourer's historical absorption events. The dissent creates an escalation path, she said, reviewing the procedural documentation he had pulled from the records room. The path requires triggering evidence. Specifically, an event that Qin Tianlong can argue demonstrates that the management framework is unreliable. A convergence event that exceeds the tested parameters, he said. Or a fragment communication that produces adverse effects, she said. The dissent argument is about incomplete evidence. New evidence of the wrong kind restarts the process. Then the management framework documentation needs to be comprehensive enough that adverse events are categorized and contextualized before they occur rather than after, he said. Which is what we've been building, she said. Yes. He looked at the records. There's also the question of Yi Changfeng's position. He's changed his operational stance, but his formal record still shows the petition co-signature. The formal record is the formal record, she said. People read it and draw conclusions from it. His current operational support doesn't erase the co-signature's visible history. No, he said, but it creates a documented divergence from the initial position over time. Practitioners who revisit his record over the next year will find the co-signature and then find the supervised development support. He looked at the table. The divergence is a form of accountability. He made it visible intentionally. She looked at him. You think he structured it that way deliberately, she said. He's a practitioner who manages information carefully, he said. Visible accountability is a specific kind of information management. It signals to the people watching that the position change was based on evidence, not just institutional convenience. She considered this. That's either scrupulous or sophisticated, she said. Both, he said. In his world, those usually overlap. She made a notation. The research residency was 6 months. There were 4 months remaining. He had spirit ancestor rank and 7 active fragment communications and the direction framework in its full continuous state, and a cultivation method with 2 upper layers still sealed above Spirit Emperor and Spirit Douluo. He had the documentation of the devourer's existence and absorption history and the 47-page assessment that had restructured the hall's institutional response. He had not advanced in cultivation rank since Spirit Ancestor. The cultivation work was foundation deepening now, extending the base's quality rather than accumulating toward the next threshold. The tokens map described this as the correct approach, building the platform before reaching for the next level rather than racing to the rank and building from a shallow base. Windthread had been precise about this. Asterisk the foundation determines the ceiling. Do not compromise the foundation for speed. Asterisk he built the foundation. The politics were settled to the extent they could be settled for now. The 4 months were for cultivation. He went back to the sessions with that clarity, which was itself a kind of freedom. The freedom of knowing that the most important work was precisely the work directly in front of him, and that the work was enough. Chapter 51. The foundation deepening period produced something he hadn't expected. Lu Baochen. The mercenary found them on the road between the district town and the Eastern Way station, 3 weeks into the cultivation foundation work. On a day Yi Tianming had decided to use for a walk that was also a controlled exposure test, the direction framework running, moving through an ordinary road environment, monitoring whether the management held under the background conditions of normal travel. It held. The only anomalous event was that a middle-aged man with mercenary contractor markings on his collar intercepted them at the waystation junction and said, "You're Yi Tianming." It was not a question. He was broad and weathered, 42 years old by appearance, Spirit King rank by cultivation sense. 1 level below Yi Tianming's current rank, which meant he was a competent practitioner who had spent his life in practical application rather than rank advancement. He had the quality of someone who had seen enough unusual things that unusual things no longer produced the response patterns that unusual things produced in people with less experience. He looked at the rings without the fear-then-calculation reaction. He looked at them the way a contractor assessed a job site. "I'm Yi Tianming," Yi Tianming said. "Who are you?" "Lu Baochen," the mercenary said. "Practitioner contractor, primarily protective and investigative work. I've been following your situation since the Johua Town report reached the Mercenary Guild's network 6 months ago." He paused. "I want to offer my services." "For what purpose?" Elder Mingzhu said, from behind Yi Tianming. "Operational logistics," Lu Baochen said. He looked at the elder, assessed him, looked back at Yi Tianming. "From what I've tracked, your situation requires someone with experience in situations that institutional authorities are managing incorrectly. The Hall's supervised development designation is the correct institutional response, but the institutional response operates on the Hall's timeline and resources, which are not optimized for the actual threat profile." He paused. "I've worked around institutional authority constraints before. I know how the gaps work." Yi Tianming looked at him. "You tracked us from Johua Town," he said. "From the report." The report described the assessment team's visit and the family's voluntary relocation. "I picked up the trail in the district town when Dao Xuanji's assessment was filed. His assessment requires a certain type of subject, and the subject description matched the Johua Town report." "That's competent tracking." "It's my work," Lu Baochen said. He looked at the rings again, the same assessment of job site quality. "I'm not going to pretend I don't have a financial interest. Mercenary work is paid work. But the specific interest I have here is beyond financial. I've been working in the Spirit Beast Forest regions for 15 years. I've encountered the Devourer's effects 3 times in that work. Twice I was part of the group that found what was left of a practitioner who had been absorbed. Once I was present at the location of an absorption event after the fact." He met Yi Tianming's eyes. "I know what it does. I'd like to contribute to stopping it." Yi Tianming looked at him for a long moment. "Scarlet," he thought. "He is honest," she said. Asterisk, the financial interest is real and the other interest is also real. They are not in conflict. Asterisk, what specifically are you offering? He said. Operational field support, Lu Baochen said. Safe transit logistics when you need to move between locations without the Hall's formal escort, which has jurisdiction limitations and visibility requirements that create security gaps. Investigative work in the Spirit Beast Forest regions, which are outside the Hall's standard patrol range. Information from the Mercenary Guild's network, which has contacts in places the Hall doesn't reach. He paused. And general problem solving for the category of problems that requires someone who doesn't have institutional constraints. Elder Mingzhu made a sound. The Mercenary Guild's network, the Elder said. That covers approximately 40% of the continent's informal information flow. Closer to 53, Lu Baochen said. Yi Tianming looked at Elder Mingzhu. The Elder gave him the small nod that meant, assess, not approve, but I find this interesting. Come to the district hall's accommodation, he said to Lu Baochen. We'll have a longer conversation. Lu Baochen nodded with the quality of someone who had expected this outcome. Chapter 52. The longer conversation took most of the evening and established 3 things. First, Lu Baochen's information on the Devourer's activity in the Spirit Beast Forest regions was more comprehensive than the Hall's records. He had been tracking the absorption events as a practical safety concern. Practitioners who hired his services went into forest regions, and absorption events were a specific category of occupational hazard. His tracking covered 17 documented events over 15 years, compared to the Hall's 47 across 3 centuries, which meant the acceleration in the past decade was significantly more pronounced than the Hall's historical record showed. The Hall tracks what's reported to it, Lu Baochen said. Practitioners who are absorbed by the devourer don't file reports. Their disappearances are logged as spirit-beast encounters in most cases, because that's the most plausible explanation and because the Hall's reporting system doesn't have a category for absorption by autonomous spiritual entity. Your tracking counted 17 events in the past 15 years, Shenryun said. She had arrived mid-evening when Elder Mingzhu sent word that a potentially useful contact had appeared. The Hall's record shows 6 absorption events in the same period. 6 reported, Lu Baochen said. 11 unreported or misclassified. She made a notation. This changes the acceleration timeline, she said to Yi Tianming. Yes, he said. Significantly. If the true absorption rate is 3 times the reported rate, she said, then the projected threshold date for the devourer reaching critical mass is not 5 to 7 years from now. It's 2 to 3. He looked at this. 2 to 3 years. He was currently Spirit Ancestor rank. 3 ranks from Spirit Emperor where the 8th fragment would wake. 4 ranks from Spirit Douluo where the 9th fragment and the Void Origin would become accessible. At his current cultivation base deepening rate, necessary for the foundation quality the token required, he was looking at 2 to 3 years minimum to Spirit Emperor and 3 to 4 to Spirit Douluo. The timeline was not favorable. Can the cultivation rate be accelerated without compromising the foundation? He asked. The token's method is explicit on this, Elder Mingzhu said. Foundation first. The method was designed for a practitioner who had limited time. Yin Qingchuan understood the urgency. The method's approach prioritizes foundation quality precisely because the higher-ranked techniques require a quality of base that cannot be compensated for by raw speed. But Yin Qingchuan didn't know the true absorption rate, Shenryun said. She built the method based on the Hall's historical record, which was already conservative, Lu Baochen said. Elder Mingzhu sat with this. The token's 4th layer, Yi Tianming said. The one sealed at Spirit Emperor rank. If Yin Qingchuan built the method for urgency, the 4th layer may address this specifically. A modified approach for the practitioner who has the correct foundation but a compressed timeline. We can't access it until Spirit Emperor, Elder Mingzhu said. Then reaching Spirit Emperor as efficiently as possible while maintaining the foundation is the current objective. He looked at Lu Baochen. You said your mercenary network covers Spirit Beast Forest regions. The Spirit Beast Forest has higher concentration cultivation resources than any Hall-controlled area. Yes, Lu Baochen said. Resources that are inaccessible through the Hall's logistics. Most of them. The Hall controls the cultivation resource distribution in its jurisdiction. The forests are outside direct jurisdiction. Can you access the Spirit Beast Forest's high-concentration cultivation sites? I've operated in most of the major ones, Lu Baochen said. It's dangerous work. The concentration levels that are useful for cultivation are also the levels that attract higher-ranked beasts. Operational planning is required. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. This is something I can do. It's specifically the kind of problem my work is suited for. Then you're hired, Yi Tianming said. Terms. Lu Baochen said. Elder Mingzhu will work out the payment structure. The immediate objective is access to the Spirit Beast Forest's highest viable concentration sites within travel distance of this district, optimized for safety and efficiency. 2 weeks to plan, Lu Baochen said. 1 week's reconnaissance. Then I can take you in. Make it 1 week for both, Yi Tianming said. Lu Baochen assessed him. 1 week, he said. I'll need to skip 2 of the 3 standard reconnaissance phases. Which phases are you skipping? Secondary route mapping and beast pattern analysis. He paused. Primary route and immediate beast density. I'll know what's in front of us. I won't know all the flanks. I can provide spirit sense coverage on the flanks, Yi Tianming said. The ring's sensitivity covers a significant radius. Lu Baochen was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. I've read about the ring's detection range. He looked at the rings with the assessment quality. I had not thought of applying it to reconnaissance support. Most people don't, Yi Tianming said. Most people are afraid of the rings. I've seen what the Devourer does, Lu Baochen said. The rings are not the most frightening thing I've encountered. He stood. 1 week. Chapter 53 The Spirit Beast Forest Eastern Ridge had a cultivation concentration site that Lu Baochen's reconnaissance had located in 6 days. A fault line between 2 geological formations that created a natural confluence of spirit energy, visible as a faint luminescence in the forest floor's moss layer and audible to refined spirit sense, as a low harmonic that sat exactly at the frequency that Spirit Ancestor to Emperor advancement was most responsive to. It also had a resident population of Spirit King and Spirit Ancestor rank beasts that maintained territory over the concentration site. Normal approach would be a team of 5 practitioners at the same rank as the residents. Standard formation technique. 3-day clearance operation, Lu Baochen said. looking at his reconnaissance maps. The residents are territorial rather than aggressive. They'll leave if the pressure is sufficient. They won't leave for less. Yi Tianming looked at the map. What's their response pattern to something significantly above their rank? He said. Lu Baochen looked at him. How much above? The ring's presence, at full unmanaged output, registers in the range that causes Spirit King rank beasts to behave like the convergence threshold has been reached locally. He looked at the map. If I allow the direction framework to lapse for approximately 15 seconds in the concentration site's vicinity, the ring signal will exceed anything the resident population has encountered. They'll move. They'll move toward you, Lu Baochen said. Not away. They'll move toward the signal, Yi Tianming said. Then I reinstate the direction framework. The signal vanishes. They're in an area without the signal that triggered them, with no source to find. Their response to a missing source is dispersal. Lu Baochen sat with this. That's using the convergence phenomenon as a clearance technique, he said. Yes. It requires the direction framework to go from lapse to full in a very short window. Approximately 4 seconds after the 15-second lapse, Yi Tianming said. The window between the beasts arriving at the signal's origin and realizing the signal is gone. If I'm faster than the window, the clearance works. And if you're not, then I handle the convergence response, which I've done twice in controlled conditions. He paused. This is less controlled, but the concentration site's geography is closed enough that the dispersal direction is predictable. Lu Baochen looked at the map for a moment, and then at Elder Mingzhu. Is this within his demonstrated capability? The mercenary asked. The direction framework reinstates in under 3 seconds in ideal conditions, Elder Mingzhu said. Field conditions typically add 30 to 40% variance. 3 to 4 seconds, Lu Baochen said. The window is 5 seconds at minimum. If the variance runs high, then he handles the convergence response, Xiao Yin said from the corner. She had been reviewing Lu Baochen's reconnaissance maps with the systematic attention she brought to everything, which he has done. The calculation should include his track record, not just the variance. Lu Baochen looked at her. Fair, he said. He looked back at the map. All right. The clearance approach works. Entry timing, dawn, when the residents are transitioning between nocturnal and diurnal territory cycles, and their cohesion is lowest. They went in at dawn. The clearance worked. The 15-second lapse and the 4-second reinstatement. The resident beasts converged on the signal's ghost and dispersed in the predictable direction. The cultivation concentration site was clear by the time full light reached it. He spent 4 days in the site. 4 days of cultivation in a concentration site at the Spirit Beast Forest's eastern ridge fault line produced an advancement rate that was not the careful foundation building of the district town's cultivation sessions. The harmonic frequency was exactly what the Spirit Ancestor to Emperor threshold responded to, and the 4 days at that frequency moved him further toward the threshold than 4 months of regular cultivation would have. Not Spirit Emperor rank, not in 4 days. But the advancement toward it was visible and measurable and corresponded to a timeline that, if maintained, would reach Spirit Emperor in months rather than years. He came out of the 4 days with the quality of someone whose model has been substantially revised. The forest sites, he said to Lu Baochen on the exit route. Yes, the mercenary said. If we identify and systematically access the high concentration sites across the accessible range, the timeline changes, Lu Baochen said. Yes. He looked at the forest. How many sites of this quality are within the Mercenary Guild's operational map? 14 that I know of directly, Lu Baochen said. Probably 20 to 30 across the full range, accounting for areas I haven't personally surveyed. He thought about the acceleration. Not compromising the foundation. The foundation work had been done, the base was built. But advancement now could be faster than the base deepening rate had suggested, because the base deepening period was complete and the foundation was ready. We're revising the timeline estimate, he told Elder Mingzhu on the return. To what? The elder said. Spirit Emperor in 8 to 10 months, he said. Spirit Douluo in 18 to 24. Elder Mingzhu sat with this. That changes the comparison to the Devourer's trajectory, he said. Yes, we may have more margin than the acceleration data suggested. Or the Devourer's acceleration may continue, Elder Mingzhu said. Lu Baochen's data showed the rate increasing. Accelerating rates don't simply maintain. They continue to accelerate. I know, he said. It's not certainty. It's better odds than we had yesterday. Chapter 54. The Devourer made its first direct move on the 42nd day after the forest site access began. It was not an attack. It was, more precisely, a probe. He felt it at the edge of his ring sensitivity as something that registered like a spirit beast and nothing like a spirit beast simultaneously. No cultivation presence in the conventional sense, no rank, no spirit power density, nothing that the standard assessment instruments would read, but present in a way that the fragments responded to unanimously. Scarlet went still, not afraid. He had never felt fear from her. But the warmth withdrew into itself the way a fire withdrew from rain. That's it, she said. The devourer. He was in the accommodation's inner room, which was inside the district town's established perimeter. Outside, at a range of approximately 6 kilometers, the edge of his ring sensitivity at full attention, something was waiting. He told Elder Mingzhu. The elder stood very still. 6 kilometers, he said. Yes. It's outside the district's spirit sense coverage area. Yes. He looked toward the sensing direction. It's not approaching. It's waiting. What is it waiting for? He thought about Shun Ruyun's supplementary report. The devourer's detection mechanism, tuned to high-power ring presence. The absorption events, which had all involved practitioners in spirit beast forest regions rather than populated areas. It knows I'm here, he said. The ring presence at unmanaged levels would have been detectable at significant range during the formation period's exit, before the direction framework was fully continuous. He looked at the sensing direction. It's been tracking since then. It's not attacking yet because it's assessing whether the target is worth the engagement. Worth the engagement, Elder Mingzhu said. It's been absorbing individual practitioners for 300 years. It has cultivation intelligence at this point. It knows how to calculate risk against gain. He thought about the shadow leopard's technique. Asterisk not attack. Infiltration. Asterisk if it attacks a practitioner with the direction framework running in 900,000-year ring fragments. It risks triggering the full resonance architecture. It's assessing whether that risk is within its current capacity. And if it concludes the risk is within capacity, then it will move toward direct engagement, he said. The shadow leopard's technique is specifically designed for approaching the devourer without triggering the detection mechanism. I haven't practiced it against an actual devourer contact. No, Elder Mingzhu said. This is the first contact. He looked at the elder. I need to tell Lu Baochen and Shun Ruyun. Yes, the elder said. And Yi Changfeng. He looked at the elder. You trust Yi Changfeng now, he said. I trust his operational authority and his revised position, the elder said. If the devourer makes a move inside the district, his response capacity is relevant. He sent the messages. The 6-kilometer presence remained for 3 hours and then was gone, not dispersed, not withdrawn in the way a spirit beast withdrew. Simply absent in the way that something was absent when it had been present and decided to stop being present. The distinction was precise, and Windthread noted it with characteristic precision. Asterisk gone, not fled. Different. Asterisk he thought about what the devourer was calculating across that 3 hours and tried to see the calculation from the other side. A practitioner with 900,000-year ring fragments at spirit ancestor rank with a management framework capable of directing the resonance inward. The ring fragments represented the highest value cultivation absorption target in 300 years. The management framework represented a risk that the devourer had not encountered in its prior absorption events. The calculation was, is the gain worth the risk? It had concluded, for now, that more information was required. This was, from the devourer's perspective, the intelligent response. He sat with this and thought about the shadow leopard and about the approaches that were available to something that had decided the standard approach involved unacceptable risk. Scarlet, he thought. Yes, if I were the devourer, how would I approach something I wanted to absorb but couldn't take directly? A long pause. I would wait, she said. Asterisk, I would watch the pattern of cultivation. I would wait for the moment when the management framework was under strain, during an unusually large convergence event, during a high-intensity combat engagement, during the kind of cultivation breakthrough that requires intense inward focus and reduces outward awareness. I would approach at the moment when the management was at its thinnest. Asterisk, he thought about this. Then the convergence events are also vulnerability windows, he said. Yes, she said. Asterisk, the direction framework during a convergence requires more of your attention than the continuous background maintenance requires. If the devourer times a direct move to coincide with a convergence above the tested parameters, asterisk, it reduces the margin, he said. And if it can influence the convergence, direct the beasts, accelerate the gathering, amplify the threshold, that is what it did at the Shan Baron event, she said. Yes, he went to find Lu Baochen. Chapter 55. The conversation with Lu Baochen, Elder Mingzhu, and Shun Ruyun that evening produced the clearest picture of the devourer's likely tactical approach that they had been able to construct. It will attempt to time an approach to a high-stress convergence event, Yi Tianming said. It may be able to influence convergence events. The Shan Baron documentation suggests it directed the beast gathering. If it can do this, it can create the stress window it needs. Can it do it from 6 kilometers distance? Lu Baochen asked. The Sean Barron event documentation doesn't indicate the Devourer's position during the beast convergence. It may have been further. He looked at the table. We need to know the Devourer's influence range, which requires more contact events to establish the pattern, Shenrian said. Yes, which is why the first contact was important. The next contact, if we can monitor it carefully, will give us influence range data. We can monitor, Lu Baochen said. The Mercenary Guild's network includes specialists in spirit sense monitoring. I can have a perimeter monitoring team in place within 4 days. Good, Yi Tianming said. In the meantime, Elder Mingzhu said, the Shadow Leopard's technique. You haven't practiced it against actual Devourer contact. No, you need to begin. The technique requires understanding the specific form of the Devourer's detection mechanism, Yi Tianming said. The Shadow Leopard has been providing that description in our cultivation sessions, but the description is from 100,000-year-old experience of the Devourer's detection pattern, which may have changed as the Devourer has absorbed more cultivation. 300 years of additional absorption, Shenrian said. The detection mechanism has certainly refined. Yes, which means the Shadow Leopard's technique as designed may need modification for the current Devourer's detection profile. He thought about the 7th fragment's communication, the deep forest quality, the expertise in moving through spaces without detection. The Shadow Leopard is aware of this. It's been telling me the technique in stages rather than as a complete instruction, which I now understand, is because the final stage requires calibration to the specific target. Calibration requires contact data, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, the 6-kilometer contact today gave me the first sample. The next contact will give me more. He looked at the table. This is the research period. We're not ready for direct engagement. I'm 4 ranks from the cultivation base that the void origin requires. But we can learn the Devourer's current profile from monitored contact events and use that learning to calibrate the technique. Risk management, Lu Baochen said. Yes, controlled contact at a safe distance is different from an uncontrolled engagement. We control the distance and duration. We collect data. We refine the approach. And the cultivation continues in parallel, Shenrian said. Yes, the forest sites, the foundation work, the fragment communion deepening. He looked at each of them in turn. The 2 timelines run simultaneously. Cultivation advancement and Devourer study. The point at which they converge is Spirit Douluo rank and the void origin. Everything between now and then is preparation. Lu Baochen looked at the district town's wall through the window. The Devourer is patient, he said. It's been waiting 300 years. The sequence was arranged to produce someone who could match the Devourer's patience with better tools, Yi Tianming said. I have 5 living centuries of patience distributed across 7 fragments and growing. He paused. The patience is not going to be the problem. What is the problem? Xiaoyan asked from the corner. He thought about it. Ensuring that the preparation is complete before the Devourer decides the timing is favorable for it, he said. That's the problem. Everything else is work. She looked at him. Then let's do the work, she said. He looked around the room. At Elder Mingzhu's 60 years of preparation, Lu Baochen's 15 years of field knowledge, Shenrian's 43 pages of accurate analysis, and her capital scholar's methodological precision, Xiaoyan's 9 years of accurate day counts, and present attention. He thought. The sequence had arranged the ring fragments for this work. He had not been told, but he was beginning to understand that the people were also part of the arrangement. Not arranged, chosen, by the kind of decision that people made when they understood the situation and decided to contribute anyway. This was different from arrangement, and better, because arrangement could be anticipated and choice could not. He looked at all of them. Then let's do the work, he said. Chapter 56. The second Devourer contact came 9 days after the first. Lu Baochen's monitoring team had been in place for 5 of those 9 days. 3 mercenary specialists in spirit sense monitoring at extended range, positioned at the 4 compass directions from the district town at 3-kilometer intervals. The team used a relay system that passed information through cultivation technique rather than messenger, which gave a response time of approximately 40 seconds from detection to notification at the accommodation. The second contact arrived from the northwest, at a range that Lu Baochen's monitoring team estimated at 8 kilometers, 2 kilometers further than the first contact. The presence was similar in quality but different in duration. The first had lasted 3 hours. The second was 17 minutes and then gone. It's calibrating our monitoring range, Shenrian said, reviewing the monitoring team's records the following morning. Yes, Yi Tianming said. The first contact established my ring sensitivity range. The second contact established the monitoring team's relay speed. He looked at the records. 8 kilometers is inside the ring sensitivity, but outside the monitoring team's first response window. So it knows the inner and outer boundaries, Liu Baochen said. It's building a model of our awareness geography, Yi Tianming said. The same thing I would do. He thought about the shadow leopard's technique. Asterisk, not attack. Infiltration. Asterisk, it's not planning a direct approach. It's planning something more specific. Infiltration, Shen Ruiyun said. Yes, the Devourer has the spirit sage-level cultivation equivalent in absorbed power. It doesn't need to approach directly. It has the capability to approach through the awareness gaps it just identified. He looked at the monitoring map. The gap is between 8 and 10 kilometers. The monitoring team covers to approximately 11 and the ring sensitivity covers to approximately 9 in the town's normal ambient noise. The gap is 2 kilometers. Liu Baochen studied the map. I can move one of the monitoring positions to close the gap, he said. But it creates a different gap on the opposite side. It can move faster than we can reposition the monitoring team, Yi Tianming said. The gap management is not a long-term defense, it's reconnaissance data. What matters is understanding how it intends to use the gap. How does something use an 8 to 10 kilometer distance gap? Xiaoyan said. It approaches to the inner edge of the gap and uses a long-range technique, Yi Tianming said. Not an absorption attempt, too far for direct absorption. But influence range for convergence manipulation may be within the gap distance. The Shan Baron event, Shen Ruiyun said. You said the Devourer may have directed the beast gathering from a distance. Yes. If the influence range is approximately 9 kilometers, it can direct a convergence from within the monitoring gap without being detected by either the ring sensitivity or the monitoring team. He looked at the map. The third contact will be inside the gap. That's when we find out if the influence theory is accurate. The third contact came 4 days later at 9.3 kilometers. And 2 hours after the third contact arrived at 9.3 kilometers, the first beasts began appearing at the district's outer edges. 14 Spirit King rank beasts, approaching from 4 directions, coordinated in a way that wild spirit beasts did not coordinate. Their approach vectors were precise. Their arrival timing was synchronized, and they were moving, collectively, toward a central point that was not the district town's cultivation center, but the specific accommodation where Yi Tianming was located. It's not a convergence, Liu Baochen said, reading the monitoring report. It's a directed assault. Yes, Yi Tianming said. The Devourer is directing them to create a combat situation. The combat situation requires intensive engagement, which reduces the direction framework's available attention. He stood. This is the stress window. He walked to the accommodation's outer courtyard. The direction framework was running at full continuous maintenance. He felt the Devourer at 9.3 kilometers, still outside monitoring range, still outside ring sensitivity, exerting something that was not directly visible, but was detectable by inference. The pattern of the incoming beasts was too regular, too coordinated, to be natural convergence. Elder Mingzhu, he said, I need you to take a position at the northern monitoring point and extend the formation technique. Not a full formation, a barrier that reduces the northern approach vector's coordination. That breaks the coordination on the north side, Elder Mingzhu said. The remaining 3 sides still come. Yes, I'll handle 3. The formation reduces the northern vector's coordination enough that it's individually addressable rather than a coordinated approach. He looked at Xiaoyan. Stay inside. Liu Baochen with the eastern monitoring position. Relay any change in the Devourer's range to me immediately. Yes, Liu Baochen said, already moving. The 14 beasts arrived in 3 waves. He handled the first wave with tide waves spatial displacement, moving 3 Spirit King rank beasts simultaneously in the direction of available space, which was not the direction they had been approaching from. The displacement was large-scale by his previous applications, covering a 30-meter radius of controlled spatial rearrangement, and it was precise enough that the beasts ended up in positions where their coordinated approach vector was broken. The second wave he handled with Scarlet's sustained heat technique, deployed as territorial assertion rather than offensive strike. 2 of the beasts responded to the Fire Phoenix assertion the way the Spirit Bear had responded in the forest, confusion before aggression, then retreat. 1 did not. The one that did not was Spirit Ancestor rank, higher than the others, and it had been specifically selected for this assault because it was old enough to have encountered ring presence before and old enough not to retreat from assertion alone. It pushed through. He engaged it directly with the combined resonance of Scarlet and Stoneheart, Fire's heat and the tortoise's absolute endurance, in a confrontation that was not a fight in the conventional sense. He did not strike the beast. He became the obstacle it could not endure. The combined resonance generated a pressure field that the Spirit Ancestor rank beast pressed against for 90 seconds and then broke from, not defeated, but unable to continue the engagement at the cost required. The third wave broke when the second wave's ancestor rank retreat triggered the coordinated approach's collapse. The remaining beasts lost the directing signal's coherence and defaulted to individual territorial instinct, which pointed them away from the district toward their own territories. 7 minutes total. He reinstated full direction framework attention and turned his spirit sense toward 9.3 kilometers. The devourer was gone. He stood in the courtyard and breathed. Scarlet, he said. Yes, asterisk the shadow leopard. Did the technique calibration receive useful data from this contact? Asterisk yes, the shadow leopard said, from its position in the space between visible and invisible, where it had been tracking the devourer's influence pattern throughout the engagement. Asterisk the influence technique operates at approximately 9 kilometers maximum range. The signal degrades significantly after 8. At 9.3, the coordination pattern was irregular. You can see the coordination failures in the third wave's approach. Asterisk a precise pause. Asterisk the devourer is not aware of my observation. Its detection mechanism is calibrated for high-power ring presence. I do not emit high-power ring presence. Asterisk what did you learn? The signature, the shadow leopard said. Asterisk the specific pattern of the devourer's influence technique. The frequency and structure of its directing signal. This is the calibration data the technique's final stage requires. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk I have what I need. The approach technique can now be completed. Asterisk he felt this as the weight lifting from something that had been building toward a threshold for a long time. Chapter 57 The Shadow Leopard's completed technique was not a technique in the conventional sense. It was, when finally delivered in full, a state of cultivation presence that was different from the management framework in the way that the management framework was different from deliberate cultivation direction. The management framework was background, always running, maintaining, not requiring conscious attention once established. The shadow leopard's technique was negative space, a way of being present in the cultivation space that specifically did not emit the frequencies the devourer's detection mechanism was tuned to. The distinction, the seventh fragment explained with its deep forest patience, was that most cultivation concealment techniques worked by reducing emission. The devourer's detection mechanism was sensitive enough to detect reduction signatures. The specific pattern of something that was suppressing itself was itself a detectable pattern. The shadow leopard's technique worked by emitting at frequencies that were not detectable rather than by suppressing detectable frequencies. It was not camouflage. It was operating in a different part of the spectrum entirely. The devourer's detection is comprehensive in its primary frequency range, the shadow leopard said. Asterisk, but the primary frequency range is the range used by normal cultivation. All standard techniques operate in it because standard techniques were developed in an environment without the devourer. The devourer is 300 years old. It has calibrated to 300 years of standard cultivation signatures. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk my cultivation operated in secondary frequencies for 100,000 years. Not because of the devourer, because of the predators that hunted my physical kind. The detection mechanism of those predators was calibrated to primary frequencies. I survived by operating outside their range. Asterisk the devourer's detection and those predators' detection are structured similarly, Yi Tianming said. Asterisk yes. The predators were spirit beasts with refined detection mechanisms. The devourer is an entity built from absorbed cultivation. Both detect by the same mechanism. High power output in the primary frequency range. Asterisk the shadow leopard settled into the space between visible and invisible. Asterisk my technique operates in tertiary frequencies. Not invisible, simply irrelevant to what the devourer is looking for. Asterisk he practiced the technique for 3 days. The first day's practice was learning to produce tertiary frequency output at all, which required reconfiguring the cultivation base's emission pattern in a way that felt like learning to breathe in a different rhythm. Not unnatural, but unfamiliar enough that he kept defaulting to the primary frequency. The shadow leopard was patient. It corrected each default without comment, simply redirecting. The second day's practice was maintaining the tertiary output while the management framework ran simultaneously. 2 background processes that used different frequency ranges but drew from the same cultivation base. The simultaneity was the technical challenge, not because the frequencies interfered with each other, but because maintaining 2 background processes at once required the base to be distributed in a specific way that the base's current depth could support, but only barely. The third day's practice was applying the technique while in motion and while engaging in basic cultivation activity to determine whether the technique's maintenance was stable under operational conditions. It was stable, he told the group at the evening review. The technique is operational, he said. I can approach the devourer within its primary detection range without triggering its detection mechanism. Shen Ruiyun looked at her notes. At what range? She said. The Shadow Leopard's assessment is that the technique maintains at full effectiveness down to approximately 300 meters, he said. Below 300 meters, the cultivation base density is high enough that even tertiary frequency output has a primary frequency shadow. The devourer may detect the shadow at ranges closer than 300 meters. 300 meters, Liu Baochen said. That's close enough for direct observation. Not for engagement. Not yet, Yi Tianming said. The engagement technique is the void origin, which requires spirit Douluo rank. What 300 meters allows is study, approaching close enough to observe the devourer's structure in detail, which is necessary information for the engagement approach. When do you plan to use it? Elder Mingzhu said. Not until Spirit Emperor rank at minimum, he said. The Shadow Leopard's technique is stable, but stable means within my current cultivation base's capacity. The base will improve with advancement, and the technique's stability will improve correspondingly. Spirit Emperor is the threshold at which the base depth is sufficient to maintain the technique under the stress conditions the approach is likely to encounter. 8 to 10 months, at the forest site cultivation rate, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, he said. 8 to 10 months. He thought about the devourer at 9 kilometers, building its tactical model, waiting for a stress window. He thought about 8 months of forest site cultivation accelerating towards Spirit Emperor. He thought about the Shadow Leopard's technique and the 300 meters and what could be learned at that range. We're doing the work, he told Scarlet. Yes, she said. We are. Chapter 58 The Intellectual Arc, which Shun Ryun would later write was the period she thought of as when the problem became solvable rather than merely survivable, began with a question from Dao Xuanji. He arrived at the district on day 67 after the determination, which placed him in the period after the devourer's 3 contacts and after the Shadow Leopard's technique had been established. He came, as he always came, alone, and he requested a meeting with the full group that had assembled. He looked at the group. Elder Mingzhu, Shun Ryun, Liu Baochun, Xiao Yan, and Yi Tianming, with the quality he reserved for situations that had developed past the model he had arrived with. The devourer contacted you directly, he said. It was not a question. Liu Baochun's monitoring report had been filed through the hall's assessment channels, which Dao Xuanji had access to. 3 times, Yi Tianming said. The 3rd contact included a directed beast assault. The coordination pattern in the assault record is consistent with directed spirit beast behavior, Dao Xuanji said. I've been reviewing my sect's records since the report arrived. He paused. The sect has documentation of coordinated beast assaults in the period following the Shan Baron event, 6 incidents over 20 years, each following the same pattern. The sect attributed them to residual convergence energy. I now think they were the devourer testing the ring configuration's response under stress. The same way it tested mine, Yi Tianming said. Yes, which means the devourer has been testing high ring configuration practitioners repeatedly over 300 years, and the sect's purification operations eliminated those practitioners before the tests reached a conclusion. Dao Xuanji sat down with the weight of someone who has revised a foundational belief and has not yet finished integrating the revision. The sect's operations have been doing the devourer's work for it. We eliminated the practitioners it was testing before they could either succeed or fail the test. The room was quiet. You didn't know? Elder Mingzhu said. No. The sect didn't know because the sect's framework categorized the beasts as the threat. The underlying direction was not visible within the framework. He met Yi Tianming's eyes. I am coming to tell you this because you need to know, and because the sect's future operations need to be revised in light of it. The sect will stop purifying ring configuration practitioners. Yi Tianming said. The sect will develop a protocol for distinguishing between practitioners who are genuine convergence risks and practitioners who are devourer targets. He paused. The distinction requires understanding the devourer's selection criteria, which I do not yet fully understand. The monitoring data from your 3 contacts is the most detailed documentation of devourer targeting behavior the sect has encountered. He looked at Shun Ryun. I'd like access to the full monitoring records. Of course, she said. I'll prepare a research summary. Thank you. He looked back at Yi Tianming. The question I came to ask, what is the devourer's eventual objective? Not its immediate tactical objective. What is it ultimately trying to achieve? Yi Tianming looked at him. Saturation, he said. It's made of accumulated spiritual weight from absorbed cultivators. Every absorption increases its capacity. Its objective is to reach a saturation point where it can operate at a scale that no individual practitioner or institutional response can address. A cultivation world-scale threat, Dao Xuanji said. Yes, the Shan Baron event was the devourer operating at a fraction of its current capacity. What it could produce now, If it chose to trigger a continental scale convergence directly rather than through a practitioner, he looked at the table. I don't have the calculation. Shen Ruoyun does. Shen Ruoyun looked at her notes. At the current estimated absorption total and the acceleration rate, she said, the Devourer can sustain a continental scale convergence event for approximately 72 hours before exhausting the available absorbed energy. A 72-hour convergence at that scale would reach any populated area within 3 days' travel of a spirit beast forest. She paused. That is most inhabited regions. Dao Xuanji sat with this. When does it reach that threshold, he said. At the current acceleration rate, somewhere between 9 months and 2 years, she said. The uncertainty is in the acceleration's trajectory. The rate has been increasing, but whether that increase is linear or exponential affects the timeline significantly. So either right at the edge of, or after Yi Tianming reaches Spirit Duo rank, Dao Xuanji said. Yes, she said. He looked at Yi Tianming. Then the timeline is what matters, he said. Yes, Yi Tianming said. The preparation needs to be complete before the Devourer's threshold is reached. This is the race. Dao Xuanji was quiet for a long moment. What does the sect do, he said. We have 40 practitioners of Spirit King rank and above. We can mobilize the sect's resources toward whatever is useful. Yi Tianming looked at him. A practitioner who had spent 45 years preparing to eliminate anomalous ring configurations was now offering the sect's resources toward the problem that those anomalous ring configurations were designed to address. He thought about the quality of model revision that this represented, performed by someone who was 63 years old and had built an ideology around the old model. The sect has the Spirit Beast Forest Patrol knowledge, he said. Broader coverage than Liu Baochen's mercenary network in the northern and western regions. I need more cultivation concentration sites, and I need the forest routes to those sites to be monitored for devourer activity. He looked at Dao Xuanji. That's the most immediately useful contribution. Done, Dao Xuanji said. Chapter 59, the intellectual arc, produced one more significant development before Arc 3 closed. Shen Ruoyun found the second unreported case in the capital's archive. She had been pursuing the redacted documentation since her initial conversation with Yi Tianming, working through the capital's scholar division access that her research residency provided. The second redacted case, the one from 200 years ago that the hall had classified as a beast attack, contained a detail that had not appeared in the summary records she had accessed before. The practitioner who had been absorbed had been carrying a ring configuration that included a significant fragment. Not 900,000-year rings, 100,000-year ring, 250,000-year rings, and 4 standard high-rank rings. A configuration that was anomalous, but not at the level of Yi Tianming's situation. The 100,000-year ring had been a single fragment, not from the same sequential arrangement as his 9, but a genuine ancient beast fragment nonetheless. The Devourer had specifically targeted the 100,000-year fragment. After the absorption, the monitoring records showed a measurable increase in the Devourer's cultivation density that was disproportionate to the absorbed practitioner's overall cultivation rank. The single fragment had contributed more to the Devourer's absorbed power than the practitioner's full cultivation base. He read the finding in Shen Ruoyun's summary. Fragment absorption produces exponential returns for the Devourer, he said. Yes, she said. The fragment's condensed ancient cultivation is vastly more nutritious than standard practitioner cultivation. A single 100,000-year fragment contributes more to the Devourer's absorbed pool than an entire practitioner's accumulated spirit power. He thought about the 9 fragments in his ring configuration. If the Devourer absorbs all 9, he said. The calculation is in the appendix, she said. The short version is that 900,000-year fragments at full mutual communion, absorbed by an entity that already carries 300 years of absorbed practitioner cultivation, would reach the saturation threshold in a single absorption event. She looked at him. This is why you are its priority target. Yes, he said. I knew this. The scope of it, I knew. The specific mechanism of why, the fragment multiplication effect, I didn't have this clearly. Does it change the approach? He thought about it. It changes the urgency calibration, he said. If the Devourer understands the multiplication effect, and it's been absorbing for 300 years, it almost certainly understands it. Then it will not wait for an ideal opportunity if a merely adequate opportunity presents itself. The potential gain is too large. So the timeline is more aggressive than the saturation threshold estimate, she said. Yes, the Devourer may make a direct attempt before reaching its own saturation threshold if the fragment absorption opportunity presents itself. The tactical calculation of, is this worth the risk, has a higher gain weight than we previously estimated. She looked at her notes. We need to update the risk model, she said. Yes. He looked at her. This is important information. Share it with everyone tonight. She did. The evening briefing revised everyone's operational model. Liu Baochun's expression was the expression of a practitioner recalibrating risk parameters. Elder Mingzhu's was the expression of a practitioner who had suspected this and was now confirmed. Dao Xuanji, who was present by invitation, received the briefing with the contained quality he maintained in all information-heavy sessions. The sect's northern patrol routes, Dao Xuanji said when the briefing concluded. I'm expanding them. If the Devourer is going to make an early move, the early warning time matters. Yes, Yi Tianming said. Thank you. The briefing closed. He sat in the accommodation's quiet room afterward with the full picture arranged in his mind the way he arranged complex documentation. Each component in its relationship to the others, the pattern of what he knew and what he didn't know visible as a structure rather than as individual pieces. He was Spirit Ancestor rank, 12 years old, with 7 active fragments and 2 dormant ones, and a cultivation method built by a practitioner who had died knowing it was incomplete for her, but complete for whoever came after. He had Elder Mingzhu's 60 years, and Dao Xuanji's 45 years, and Shun Ruiyan's 43 pages, and Liu Baochun's 15 years, and Xiaoyan's 10 years of accurate counting. The Devourer had 300 years and the absorbed cultivation of 47 practitioners, and the specific targeting priority of an entity that understood, at this point, exactly what the ring configuration represented and exactly what it needed to do about it. The race was real. The race was closer than any of them had previously estimated. The margin was calculated in months rather than years. He put the structure in order and sat with it until the components were fully integrated. Then he went to the cultivation session. Chapter 60 Arc 3 ended. He was 12 years old. He had been in the supervised development designation for 7 months. He had Spirit Ancestor rank and 7 active fragment communications and a direction management framework running as continuous background process and a Shadow Leopard technique ready for deployment at Spirit Emperor rank. He had a team that understood the full scope of what they were working with and was contributing from their respective knowledge bases toward the same objective. He had the Devourer's targeting profile, its tactical approach pattern, its fragment absorption multiplication mechanism, and the Shadow Leopard's technique calibrated to the Devourer's specific detection signature. He did not have Spirit Emperor rank. He did not have the 4th cultivation layer or the 8th fragment or the full application of the Shadow Leopard's approach technique. He did not have Spirit Douluo rank or the Void Origin or the resolution mechanism the 9th fragment carried. The margin between what he had and what he needed was measured in cultivation work and time. He went to the forest sites with Liu Baochun's operational support and the Heavens Will Sect's expanded northern patrol coverage and Elder Mingzhu's formation techniques supplementing the direction framework in high-concentration environments. He advanced towards Spirit Emperor rank at the maximum rate compatible with the foundation quality the token required. The Devourer maintained its monitoring distance. The 3 contacts had produced its tactical model. It was refining that model now, the same way he was refining his approach to the Devourer, learning the target's pattern, identifying the stress windows, calculating the timing of a direct attempt. He worked. On the last evening of Arc 3, he sat in the forest site's cultivation space with the 7 fragments present in their various qualities: Scarlet's warmth, Tidewave's vastness, Stoneheart's patience, Windthread's precision, the rock's altitude, the python's efficiency, the Shadow Leopard's deep forest invisibility, and felt the resonance architecture running between them like a structure that had always been there and was only now becoming fully visible to him. Scarlet, he thought. Yes. How much of the 9th ring's function can you see from where you are? The shape of it, she said. Asterisk, not the mechanism. The shape suggests it is the resolution of what all 8 of us contribute. The synthesis rather than the addition. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, I chose this fragment life because something showed me a vision of this synthesis completed. I am not there yet. We are not there yet. But the vision was of something real, which means the path to it is real. Asterisk, yes, he said. The work continues, she said. He felt all 7 fragments in the resonance architecture, each contributing its specific quality, each making the next one's contribution more coherent. The way a chord was not the sum of its notes, but the relationship between them. 2 dormant rings at higher thresholds. A Devourer at 9 kilometers, learning the terrain. A race measured in months. He went back to the cultivation session. The work continued. Chapter 61 Spirit Emperor rank arrived on the 83rd day of the forest site cultivation program. The advancement felt different from the previous rank transitions. Not the click into alignment of Spirit Ancestor, not the recognition quality of the earlier ranks. Spirit Emperor felt like expansion in 3 dimensions simultaneously, the cultivation base widening and deepening and extending in every direction at once, The way a room became a building became a landscape in a single moment of revised understanding of scale. He sat with the expansion for 17 minutes before moving. Then the eighth ring woke. He had been expecting it. The token's map was precise about Spirit Emperor being the activation threshold for the eighth fragment. What he had not expected was the quality of the eighth fragment's arrival. The ancient Leviathan was not like the sea dragon. Tide wave was the sea itself, vast, lateral, present in the way the ocean was present, everywhere and flowing. The Leviathan was something that had lived in the sea for 100,000 years and had grown so ancient that it had become a different kind of thing than its species' origin. It was a sea creature that had transcended the sea, the way mountains transcended their stone. It communicated not in language or sensation, but in something that was between those categories and also outside them. He felt the eighth fragment arrive in his cultivation space and understood, immediately, that the Leviathan and Tide Wave were aware of each other in a way that the other fragments were not aware of each other. They began communicating. He was present for this. The communication was not through him. It was within the resonance architecture between the second and eighth ring positions, a direct exchange that he witnessed from the center the way you witnessed a conversation in a language you could hear but not speak. The communication was not speech. It was more like the relationship between two very large and very old things that had occupied the same physical space, the ocean, for 100,000 years and had never been in the same cultivation space before. He sat completely still and let the communication happen. It lasted 45 minutes. He emerged from the session uncertain in a specific way, not disoriented. His perspective was his own, his understanding of where he was and who he was intact. But he had been present for a communication between two ancient oceanic entities, and the communication had happened inside his cultivation space, which meant some part of him had been simultaneously inside the communication and outside it. He felt as though he had been something as well as observed something. The distinction between the two felt less clear than it usually did. He told Elder Mingzhu. The elder sat with it. Yin Qingchuan's records describe this, he said. She called it the resonance spillover. When two fragments communicate directly through the resonance architecture, the practitioner at the center experiences both perspectives simultaneously, not as confusion, but as the brief dissolution of the boundary between the practitioner's perspective and the fragments. It resolved, Yi Tianming said. I'm fully my own perspective now. Yes, it always resolved for Yin Qingchuan. The elder looked at his notes. She documented it carefully because she was aware it was the same mechanism as the void origin's relinquishment warning. The spillover is an involuntary version of what the void origin requires voluntarily. He looked at this. She was warning me, he said. Yes, Elder Mingzhu said. The fourth layer of the token opens at Spirit Emperor rank. I think she built it this way deliberately, to experience the spillover first, before reading the warning, so that when you read the warning you understand it from experience rather than from theory. He opened the token. Chapter 62. The fourth layer was the longest of the three open layers combined. Yin Qingchuan had used the cultivatable format communication that the later layers employed, not text, not pure sensation, but something between, accessible to a practitioner with deep enough fragment communion to receive it. The communication was organized in 4 sections. The first section was the technical documentation for the void origin activation mechanism, the sequence, the resonance configuration required, the cultivation-based threshold, the timing. It was precise, built by someone who had understood the architecture completely even without having all 9 fragments herself. She had worked from the 5 she had and extrapolated the remaining 4 from the token's map diagram. And her extrapolation, where he could compare it to his own understanding of the fragments he'd already accessed, was accurate. The second section was the description of what the activation mechanism did. The void origin's effect was not an offensive technique in the conventional sense. It was a resonance inversion. The ring architecture, at full mutual communion under Spirit Daw cultivation density, could produce a resonance pulse in the exact inverse of the devourer's accumulated spiritual frequency. The inversion didn't destroy, it completed. The wound that was the devourer, the accumulated weight of 300 years of killed ancient cultivators, was not destroyed by the pulse. It was resolved. The wound healed. The accumulated energy dispersed into the cultivation world's ambient field rather than remaining as an autonomous, consuming entity. The third section described the cost. The practitioner had to be fully resonant with all 9 fragments simultaneously for the duration of the pulse. Not communicating with them, not accessing their techniques. Being the resonance itself. The boundary between practitioner and ring resonance had to be absent for the duration. The fourth section was the warning. He read the warning 3 times. Asterisk, the relinquishment is not loss. The self does not end. The practitioner remains, present in the resonance, not absent from it. But the boundary between the practitioner's perspective and the ring resonance's perspective is not maintained during the activation, which means the ancient beast perspectives are also present. This is the risk. Prolonged communion at full relinquishment depth risks the boundary not returning, because the ancient perspectives are vast and old, and the practitioner's individual perspective, by comparison, is very small. The practitioner can be absorbed not by the devourer, but by the resonance itself. The duration of the activation must be calibrated precisely. Long enough for the resonance pulse to complete. Short enough that the practitioner's perspective can return. I do not know how long is long enough. I cannot test it. I had 5 fragments, not 9. The activation at 5 fragments produced a resonance that was insufficient to resolve the devourer at its current capacity. I tested it once, in controlled conditions, and the devourer was unaffected. The 5-fragment pulse is not enough? I built this method for the practitioner with 9. I cannot tell them the exact duration. I can tell them that the boundary is the question, and that the answer will have to come from experience rather than from these notes. He sat with the 4th layer for a long time after finishing it. Then he went to find Elder Mingzhu and Shun Ruyun. Chapter 63. The interpretation session lasted 3 days. Elder Mingzhu had the 60-year perspective. He had been reading Yin Xingchuan's 5-fragment version of the same warning for decades, and had been waiting for the 9-fragment version to see if it confirmed his understanding or revised it. It confirmed and revised simultaneously, which he said was consistent with his experience of Yin Xingchuan's documentation in general. Shun Ruyun had the scholar's perspective. She approached the warning as a documentation problem. What was it saying? What were the operational implications? What was the calibration requirement, and how could it be established? He had the fragment perspective, which was different from either of the others. Scarlet, he said, in their cultivation session, what does relinquish the self mean from your side? She was quiet for longer than she usually was. From my side, she said, the cultivation session in which you are fully present in the resonance, not observing it, not directing it, being it, feels like what I experience in my own full presence. The fragment existence is not separate from you. It is part of the same structure. In normal communion, you are the practitioner, and I am the fragment, and the communion is the connection between us. In full relinquishment, the practitioner and the fragment are the same presence in the resonance. And my individual perspective, still there, she said. But not distinct. In the way that a river is not distinct from the water it's made of, but is also something specific and named and continuous. You remain, there, continuous, but not separated from what we are. A pause. The risk is what Yin Xingchuan described. If the non-separation lasts too long, the return to separation becomes difficult. Not impossible, difficult. Because the separation requires the practitioner to be more specific than the resonance, and the resonance is very old and has a kind of gravity. The ancient perspectives have gravity, he said. Yes, she said. I have been alive for 100,000 years. Tidewave has been alive for 100,000 years. 9 of us, combined. The accumulated weight of 900,000-year lives is considerably larger than the accumulated weight of 12 human years. She paused. This is not a threat. It is a structural fact. The practitioner's perspective has to be strong enough, clear enough, specific enough, to return from the resonance once the activation is complete. What makes a perspective strong enough? Knowing specifically who you are, she said. Not in an existential sense. In a practical sense. The memories, the relationships, the specific texture of the individual life. The things that make you rather than a practitioner. Another pause. The warmth carrying something that was tender in the way very old things were tender. This is why the cultivation of the self matters as much as the cultivation of rank. The two aren't separate tracks. The self that goes into the resonance determines whether the self that comes out is recognizable. He sat with this. The warning is not about preventing the technique, he told Elder Mingzhu and Shun Ruyun when the 3-day interpretation concluded. It's about ensuring the practitioner is adequately themselves before using it. Elder Mingzhu looked at his notes. The cultivation of the self, he said. Yes. Rank advancement, fragment communion, technique development. These are the cultivation of capacity. There's a parallel cultivation that's been happening alongside that I haven't been thinking of explicitly as cultivation. He looked at the table. The relationships, the memories, the specific texture of my life. These are not separate from the preparation. They are part of it. Shun Ruyun made a notation. That is the most unusual thing in the technical documentation I've encountered in this case. she said. Yes, he agreed. Chapter 64. He experienced the fatal flaw for the first time 11 days after reading the fourth layer. It was not an accident. It was deliberate. He wanted to understand the mechanism from direct experience rather than theoretical description. He chose Tide Wave because the Sea Dragon's communion had the most developed mutual depth of his active fragments, which meant the extended session would produce the clearest sample of what the full relinquishment felt like at a depth short of the Void Origins requirements. He told Elder Mingzhu he was going to attempt an extended communion session. He told Xiao Yin to stay nearby. He sat in the accommodation's inner room and turned his attention to Tide Wave. The session began normally, the mutual communion quality that the second fragment had developed over a year of deepening, the feeling of standing in the ocean rather than reading about it. He held the communion without directing it and let it deepen naturally, the way the cultivation method's second layer had described letting the standing in develop before trying to move within it. At approximately 40 minutes, something changed. The distinction between his perspective and Tidewave's perspective became less defined. Not absent. He was aware that he was Yi Tianming, that he was in a room, that Elder Mingzhu was outside. But the distinction was present the way the distinction between the river and the water was present, technically accurate and practically fluid. He held the communion for 3 hours. When he came out, he was sitting in the same room. Everything was the same. Elder Mingzhu was outside the door. Xiao Yan's voice was somewhere in the accommodation. He looked at the wall. The wall was a barrier in a flow. The room was a container set into the current of something much larger. The district town outside the accommodation was a complicated arrangement of obstacles that water would find its way around, given time and the right kind of pressure. He saw it this way clearly, in the specific visual register of something that had lived at the bottom of the ocean and understood the world through current and pressure and the movement of vast amounts of water across geological time. He sat with this for a while. He was Yi Tianming. He knew this. He was 12 years old and Spirit Emperor rank, and the flaw's theoretical description had just become a practical reality. Tidewave's perspective was present and dominant, and his own was present but quieter. He began the reorientation deliberately. Memories, the archive at Juha Town, the specific smell of old paper and dust, and the particular quality of afternoon light on the stacks at the 4th hour. The ceremony hall at Ironstone, the stone floor, and the amber crystal, and the exact position he had been standing in when the crystal shattered. Xiao Yan's face when she said, "I didn't ask if I should stay." Elder Mingzhu's cane, chosen rather than needed. The first time Scarlet's voice had arrived in the outer courtyard, warm and amused and ancient. The reorientation took 40 minutes. At the end of it, the room was a room, not a current barrier. The district town was a district town, not an obstacle arrangement. He was Yi Tianming. Tide Wave was present, as always, in the ocean depth of the cultivation space. He went out and told Elder Mingzhu what had happened. The elder sat very still. 40 minutes to reorient, he said. Yes. And the session was 3 hours of deliberate communion, not the activation depth the Void Origin requires. Yes. The activation depth is considerably deeper than 3 hours of mutual communion. The elder looked at his notes. This is what Yin Qingchuan described. She never lost herself. She called the reorientation returning to the shape of the specific. She said the shape was always recoverable, but that it required more effort the deeper the communion went. Recovering from the Void Origin activation depth, Yi Tianming said, will require the shape to be very clear before going in. Yes, the elder said. That is the practical implication of the warning. He sat with it. I need to understand the shape better than I currently do, he said. That takes time, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, he said. That is what the next period is for. Chapter 65, he told the group that evening. He described the mechanism accurately. The 40-minute reorientation, Tidewave's perspective temporarily dominant, the experience of seeing the district town as a flow obstacle. He described what had returned him. The specific memories, the specific relationships, the specific texture of his own particular life. Liu Baochan, who had been present at 3 cultivation sessions and had never witnessed the mechanics of what was happening in them, asked, "Is this dangerous now, or only at the activation depth?" "Now it is manageable," Yi Tianming said. 40 minutes of disorientation in a controlled environment, recoverable with deliberate attention to specific memories. At the Void Origin activation depth, the full resonance of 9 fragments at full communion simultaneously, I don't know. Yin Qingchuan didn't know. The warning says the boundary is the question and the answer has to come from experience. Then the experience needs to be built, Shen Riyun said. Yes, controlled extended sessions at increasing depth, with the reorientation practiced after each one. The recovery mechanism needs to be as automatic as the direction framework. not something I have to deliberate, something that is trained into the perspective. How long? Xiaoyan said. I don't know, he said. The sessions will tell me. She looked at him with the qualities she used when she was assessing something that couldn't be fully assessed from the outside. Is it dangerous? She said. Not if I practice it correctly, he said. It is dangerous if I attempt the void origin activation without having practiced it correctly. He looked at her. The failure mode is not death, it is perspective loss. Becoming the resonance rather than the practitioner within the resonance. The ancient perspectives have gravity, and mine needs to be strong enough to return. Your perspective is strong, she said. Currently, he said. The activation depth will be considerably larger than anything I've experienced yet. I don't know if currently strong is the same as sufficient at that depth. She thought about this. Then you build the perspective at the same time you build the rank, she said. You've been doing that anyway. He looked at her. She was right that he had been doing it anyway. The relationships, the memories, the specific texture of the life he was living while cultivating. But he had not been doing it intentionally as cultivation. The warning had made explicit what had been implicit. Yes, he said. Both tracks simultaneously. You do everything simultaneously, she said. This is not different in kind from the other things you track in parallel. He thought about Winthread's brief precision. Asterisk, you will need more of the political skill than the cultivation skill. Both are necessary. Calibrate accordingly. Asterisk, Winthread had said this at the end of Arc 2. The calibration had been about politics and cultivation. The same calibration applied here. The self and the rank, two tracks that were not separate. You're right, he said. I usually am, she said. Elder Mingzhu made a sound that was not entirely suppressed amusement. Scarlet, he thought, in the quiet after the meeting concluded. Yes. Is there a version of the void origin that doesn't require the boundary to go? She was quiet for a long time. Longer than any pause she had given him in years of communication. No, she said. He sat with this. Then the boundary has to be strong enough to return, he said. Yes, she said. Asterisk, the strength of the boundary is not how hard you hold the self separate. It is how specifically you know the self. The more specifically you know what you are, the more clearly the resonance knows what to give back when the relinquishment ends. Asterisk, he thought about his father's expression when he had said the work begins in earnest. He thought about the stone floor in Ironstone's ceremony hall and the exact scatter of crystal fragments when the amber sphere shattered. He thought about Xiaoyan's notebook and her notation for the day she said she was staying. The specific texture. The shape of the particular life. He had been building it all along. Yes, he said. I understand. Good, Scarlet said, with the warmth that was also 100,000 years of very specific continuation. Asterisk, then build it better. It matters. Asterisk, chapter 66. The extended communion practice became the primary cultivation activity for the following 2 months, alongside the rank advancement work at the forest sites. He ran a structured series of progressively deeper sessions, documenting the reorientation time for each in the same notation system Shenryun had developed for the management framework tracking. The dataset was accumulating. Session depth, duration, reorientation time, which memories were used to anchor the return, how quickly the anchoring took hold. The pattern that emerged was not what he had expected. The reorientation time did not decrease uniformly with practice. It decreased differently for different fragments, and the variation was not random. It was characteristic of each fragment's specific nature. Tidewave's extended sessions produced long reorientation times regardless of practice, because the sea dragon's perspective was vast in a specific way. The ocean covered everything, which meant Tidewave's perspective covered everything. And returning to a single-point human perspective from something that occupied all the available space simultaneously required more work than returning from something spatially bounded. Stoneheart's extended sessions. The longest single session was 12 hours, the longest he had attempted, produced shorter reorientation times despite the greater depth. The tortoise's perspective was patient rather than vast, and patience, it turned out, was easier to separate from than vastness. Patience waited. Vastness occupied. The distinction in the reorientation experience was the difference between having to step out of something that was waiting for you to leave and having to find yourself within something that was everywhere. He documented this distinction carefully. The Shadow Leopard's extended sessions produced the most unusual reorientation pattern. The return was not a process of recovering his perspective, but of becoming visible to himself again. The Shadow Leopard lived in the space between visible and invisible, and its perspective was organized around absence as much as presence. Coming back from a deep Shadow Leopard session required not finding himself, but making himself findable. This was technically demanding and ultimately teachable, the way skills were teachable. He ran 37 sessions across the 2 months, with the depth increasing in controlled increments and the reorientation practice following each one. At the end of the 2 months, the average reorientation time from a 4-hour session was 11 minutes, down from 40. The reorientation from a 6-hour session averaged 23 minutes. He had not yet attempted sessions beyond 6 hours. Winthread noted, in its brief, precise way, *, the function is improving. The ceiling is not yet in sight. * good, he said. Yes, Winthread said. It is. The fragment that remained outside the extended session practice was the 8th, the Leviathan. The 8th ring had woken at Spirit Emperor rank and had communicated with Tide Wave through the resonance architecture, but it had not communicated directly with Yi Tianming in the way the other fragments had. It was present, clearly, distinctly present in the cultivation space, but its communication was not verbal, not sensory, not the categories he had learned to receive from the other 7. He sat with this at the end of the 2nd month. Scarlet, he thought. What is the Leviathan waiting for? I don't know, she said. But the Leviathan is older than I am by a factor I can't calculate. Its communication is calibrated to something that the current cultivation space doesn't yet accommodate. A pause. It will communicate when the space is ready. The space becomes ready by continuing the work we are already doing. So I continue. Yes, she said. It is patient. Appropriately so. Chapter 67 Lu Baoqian's intelligence report arrived on the morning of the 53rd day of the extended communion practice program. He was at the forest site's eastern ridge fault line, 2/3 through a standard cultivation session, when the mercenaries' relay communication reached the monitoring team and was forwarded by the pattern that had been established after the Devourer's 3 contacts. He came back from the session and read the report in the forest's morning light. The report described a figure appearing in the Mercenary Guild's network under the professional designation Mercury, a term used in the Guild's records for a specific category of contractor, practitioners who handled operations that formal institutions could not officially sanction. The Mercury designation implied high rank, specific skill in operations that required no institutional trace, and a contracting pattern that consistently involved the intersection of institutional authority and unofficial problem-solving. This Mercury had been in the Mercenary Guild's records 3 times before, across 40 years. Each prior appearance had been associated with an anomalous cultivation case in the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction that had not survived past the Mercury's involvement. The prior cases had been classified in Hall records as natural cultivation failure or beast encounter outcome, with no formal investigation. The current contract's origin was not stated in the Guild's records. Mercenary contracts at the Mercury level were deliberately obscured. But the contract's geographic location, the timing, and the specific operational parameters that Guild protocol required for high-risk contracts all pointed toward a contracting party who was within the Hall's authority structure, had a direct institutional interest in the supervised development case's outcome, and was operating outside the institutional framework because the institutional framework had produced the outcome they had tried to prevent. The Mercury was in the district's surrounding region. He read the report twice and thought about Qin Tianlong's descent. The careful institutional record, the accurate description of events, the incorrect interpretation. Qin Tianlong was not a practitioner who operated carelessly. If he had contracted a Mercury, he had done so with the understanding that the institutional options were exhausted and the extra-institutional option was the remaining path to the outcome he believed was correct. He also was aware that the Mercury's involvement would, if it produced an outcome, create exactly the kind of evidence Qin Tianlong's descent claimed was missing. Confirmation that the management framework had been insufficient to prevent a harmful event. The Mercury and the descent were complementary instruments. He went to Elder Mingzhu. How long has the Mercury been in the region? The elder said. The Guild's records show arrival 11 days ago, he said. Lu Baoqian says the contract parameters suggest approximately 30 days of contracted operation. 19 days remaining. Yes. The elder sat with the report. Dao Xuanji's sect has northern patrols covering the approaches, he said. Lu Baoqian's monitoring team covers the district's immediate perimeter. The Mercury is a practitioner, not a spirit beast. The monitoring team's detection is calibrated for spirit beast signatures and high cultivation presences, not for a practitioner who is specifically trained to avoid detection. The Shadow Leopard's technique, Yi Tianming said. Someone trained in operations that leave no institutional trace would know concealment techniques. Possibly at a level equivalent to your Shadow Leopard technique, Elder Mingzhu said. Possibly beyond. The Mercury's 40-year record suggests considerable experience. Then direct confrontation is the wrong approach, he said. I'm Spirit Emperor rank. The Mercury's rank is not documented in the Guild records. But a practitioner who has been operating at this level for 40 years would be at minimum spirit de law. Out of your range for direct engagement. Yes, but direct engagement is not the right instrument anyway. He thought about Yi Changfeng's position change, visible accountability, a specific kind of information management. He thought about the preemptive documentation he had filed after the Devourer's first contact, which had established the monitoring record before any claim of insufficiency could be made. The Mercury is an institutional problem. The solution is institutional. Chapter 68, the preemptive documentation filed the following morning, was 17 pages. He had been in the archive for 4 years. He understood documentation. The filing went to the Hall's regional committee through Shun Ryun's Scholar Channel, which had the advantage of the research residency's formal access and the disadvantage of being slightly more visible than a direct practitioner filing. He accepted the visibility trade-off. The documentation's effect depended on the committee seeing it as a legitimate intelligence report rather than a self-interested practitioner claim, and Shun Ryun's scholar credentials provided the methodological legitimacy that his own filing would lack. The document described, without naming names, the following. The Mercenary Guild's intelligence had identified a Mercury-level contractor currently operating in the district's surrounding region. The Mercury designation indicated an operation calibrated to produce an outcome in the supervised development case that the institutional process had not. The preemptive documentation served to establish the evidentiary record before any such outcome occurred, so that the record would show the operational context. The document did not accuse Qin Tianlong. It did not need to. The committee members who received it were practitioners with sufficient institutional experience to read a preemptive documentation for what it was. A practitioner with intelligence about an extra-institutional operation, filing the intelligence in the Hall's formal record before the operation could produce an outcome that would be attributed to a natural cause. If the Mercury's operation succeeded and the documentation was already in the record, the causal narrative of natural cultivation failure would have a competing document in the formal record showing that an extra-institutional operation had been present at the same time. If the Mercury's operation did not succeed, the documentation remained as an accurate intelligence record of the monitoring situation. Either way, the documentation's presence changed the operational calculus. He filed it and waited. The committee's acknowledgement arrived within 6 hours, faster than standard processing time, which was itself information. The committee had read the documentation and understood what it was saying. The 6-hour acknowledgement was the institutional equivalent of message received, implications noted. Shun Ryun looked at the acknowledgement. Faster than I've ever seen the committee process a documentation filing, she said. Yes, he said. They're going to make inquiries, she said. Yes. To Qin Tianlong's division. That would be the most direct path, he said. She looked at him. You're 12 years old, she said. I've been told that, he said. I say it less as a surprise and more as a notation, she said. For the record. She made a notation. He thought this was probably accurate as a description. Chapter 69, the Mercury's contract was terminated on the 9th day after the documentation filing. Liu Baoqin's network detected the departure. The specific pattern of a Mercury-level contractor concluding an operation was different from a standard practitioner leaving a region, in the same way that a shadow leopard's movement through forest was different from a standard beast's movement. The guild's monitoring framework, which Liu Baoqin had access to through his contractor status, registered the pattern and characterized it as contracted operation termination rather than task completion. The Mercury had been withdrawn. The committee's inquiry reached Qin Tianlong's division, Shun Ryun said, reviewing Liu Baoqin's report. Yes, Yi Tianming said. The inquiry was procedural, not an accusation, a question. Are there any extra-institutional operations that might intersect with the supervised development case? This is a standard inquiry format when preemptive documentation suggests potential conflict. Qin Tianlong couldn't answer no truthfully, she said. And he couldn't answer yes without admitting the operation. So he terminated the contract, he said. The inquiry produced a clean record. The committee asked. The division answered that no extra-institutional operations were active. The Mercury's contract was terminated before that answer became technically false. Elder Mingzhu had been reviewing the chronology. 9 days, he said. The documentation filed on day 1. The acknowledgement on day 1. The inquiry forwarded on day 2 or 3, Qin Tianlong's response on day 7 or 8, the Mercury's departure on day 9. He looked at the timeline. Efficiently handled. He was always going to respond correctly to an institutional inquiry, Yi Tianming said. He's not a practitioner who operates carelessly within the Hall's framework. The extra-institutional operation was his response to the institutional options being exhausted. When the institutional framework caught up to the extra-institutional operation, he returned to the institutional framework. Which is more manageable, Shunryu said. Yes, an extra-institutional operation leaves no formal record and is difficult to address through institutional means. An institutional maneuverer is visible and addressable within the same framework. Liu Baochen sat across the table with the expression of a practitioner who had spent 15 years in mercenary work and was observing a resolution methodology he had not previously encountered. You handled this without a single direct confrontation, he said. The direct confrontation would have been a loss, Yi Tianming said. The Mercury was experienced and high rank. In a direct engagement outside the institutional framework, I would be fighting someone with 40 years of extra-institutional experience. In an institutional context, I'm working in a framework I've been studying for 5 years. He looked at Liu Baochen. I choose the terrain I know. Liu Baochen made a sound that might have been approval. That, he said, is a more sophisticated tactical principle than most mercenaries develop in a career. I had good teachers, Yi Tianming said. He thought about the archive at Juatown. 5 years of reading documentation. The terrain he knew. Chapter 70 Qin Tianlong's supplementary descent arrived in the formal record on the 14th day after the Mercury's departure. It was 31 pages and was, as everything Qin Tianlong produced was, precise and thorough. It described the 3 devourer contacts accurately, including the beast assault and its coordination pattern. It described the Mercury situation without naming it. The dissent simply noted that intelligence had suggested extra-institutional interest in the case from undisclosed parties, which the committee should consider in the context of the supervised development designation's broader implications. This was technically accurate and technically uninformative about the extra-institutional interest source. The dissent's central argument was that the devourer contacts represented evidence the management framework was insufficient. The devourer had identified the practitioner, had mapped the monitoring infrastructure, and had conducted a directed assault using coordinated spirit beasts. The management framework's success in the assault, the beast assault had been handled, was acknowledged. The dissent's argument was that a more sophisticated devourer approach would exceed the framework's demonstrated capacity. He read it. He's not wrong about the events, he said to Elder Mingzhu. No, the elder said. He's wrong about what they mean, he said. The devourer contacts demonstrate that the framework held under tested conditions. The dissent interprets this as evidence the framework will fail under untested conditions. That interpretation is logically possible, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, it's the correct logical structure applied to an incomplete premise. He looked at the 31 pages. The premise is that the framework's tested capacity is the ceiling. The 4th layer's documentation establishes that the framework's capacity scales with cultivation rank. The scaling is documented. Qin Tianlong doesn't have access to the 4th layer's documentation. He can't read the token, Shunryu said. He can read our summary of its contents, Yi Tianming said. We haven't submitted that summary to the formal record. She looked at him. You want to enter the token documentation's relevant sections into the hall's formal record, she said. The sections that address the cultivation capacity scaling. He looked at the dissent. Not the void origin mechanism. That's not appropriate for formal record until the confrontation is closer. But the scaling documentation establishes that the framework ceiling is not where Qin Tianlong's dissent places it. This expands the information available to the committee, she said. Yes, and it gives Qin Tianlong an accurate premise to work from, which may revise his conclusion. He looked at the table. He's a careful practitioner working from incomplete information. Give him the complete information and the conclusion may change. Or he'll find a new argument, Elder Mingzhu said. Possibly, he said. But a new argument based on complete information is a different problem than an argument based on incomplete information. I can address arguments about what the evidence actually shows more directly than arguments about what the evidence would show under conditions that haven't been tested. He spent 3 days writing the response to the dissent. The response entered the hall's formal record as a supplementary research document, not a practitioner's advocacy, which would have the weight of an interested party, but a scholar format technical document, filed through Shunryun's residency channel, describing the token cultivation method's 4th layer's capacity scaling provisions. The document cited the token as the primary source, with Elder Mingzhu's 60-year documentation record as the secondary source, and included Shunryun's technical commentary on the methodology. The response was 23 pages. It was the most thorough public documentation of the cultivation method's architecture that had been entered into any formal record. Dao Xuanji received a copy through the assessment's ongoing research channel. His response arrived 4 days later. A single notation in the assessment record, characteristically brief. *, the The capacity scaling documentation addresses the primary premise of the supplementary descent. The committee will receive the response in the next review cycle. Asterisk, he thought about the formal record accumulating, the preemptive documentation, the descent, the capacity scaling response. The archive of a case that was being built in real time, while the cultivation work continued alongside it. He was 12 years old and Spirit Emperor rank and 7 active fragment communications and the Leviathan present, but not yet speaking, and 2 months of extended communion practice and the reorientation time averaging 11 minutes from a 4-hour session. He was also the author of 23 pages of Spirit Hall formal record documentation, filed through a scholar's research residency, which was not a thing that 12-year-olds typically did. He thought, the work has many forms. He went back to the cultivation session. Chapter 71, The Devourer's fourth contact, was different. He was in a standard cultivation session at the district town accommodation when Liu Baochen's monitoring relay triggered, the system they had developed since the first contact, graduated by urgency level. The first 3 contacts had triggered the low-level relay, presence detected, range and duration recording, no immediate action required. This contact triggered the medium-level relay, presence inside the standard monitoring response window, unusual duration or behavior, attention required. He came out of the session and checked the monitoring team's data. 4 kilometers. Inside the standard monitoring response window's inner edge. Not at the border of his ring sensitivity. 4 kilometers was well within his detection range, and he confirmed the contact through his own extended sense immediately after reviewing the relay data. It was there. Unmistakably, specifically there. The quality of the presence was the same as the prior 3 contacts. The not spirit beast, not cultivation quality, the autonomous accumulated spiritual weight, but the behavior was new. The prior contacts had been positioned at the outer boundary of his detection range, or just beyond. This one was at 4 kilometers, and it was staying. He monitored it. An hour passed. 2 hours. The contact remained at 4 kilometers with a stability that was unlike any of the prior contacts' behavior. The prior contacts had moved, circling, adjusting, probing the boundaries. This one was static. Focused. It was doing something. He extended his ring sensitivity to its maximum resolution at the 4-kilometer range and tried to understand what. The ring's sensitivity was calibrated for spirit beast detection, convergence potential monitoring, and the general ambient spirit energy landscape. It was not, primarily, an analytical tool, but at Spirit Emperor rank, the resolution was high enough to perceive that the Devourer's current behavior was not environmental assessment. It was oriented toward him specifically, in a way that was more precise than the orientation of the prior contacts. It's reading us, he told the monitoring team's relay when the 3rd hour passed. He described what he was perceiving. Shen Ryun, who had been notified through the relay's alert system, arrived at the accommodation 2 hours later. By then the contact had been stable at 4 kilometers for 5 hours. It remained for 6 more. 11 hours total. Then it departed in the absent not fled way that the shadow leopard had described after the 3rd contact. He sat with the data. It wasn't testing the boundaries this time, he said. No, Shenruyan said. It was learning something specific. He looked at the monitoring records. The 4-kilometer range. 4 kilometers is inside the ring sensitivity range, which means I can perceive the Devourer there. The prior contacts established that my ring sensitivity reaches approximately 9 kilometers. The Devourer chose to come inside that range deliberately. Why, she said. To be perceived, he said. Specifically, it wanted to be visible to the ring sensitivity while it did whatever it was doing. What was it doing? He thought about what his ring sensitivity had perceived across the 11 hours. Not the Devourer's position, which had been static. Not a technique, which would have been detectable as spirit energy movement. Something more passive, a receiving posture rather than an emitting one. Listening, he said. She looked at him. To the direction framework, he said slowly. The management framework runs as a continuous background process. It has a specific operational frequency, the frequency that the resonance architecture broadcasts the ring's signal in the inward rather than outward direction. The Devourer spent 11 hours close enough to perceive that frequency while remaining in my perception range. He looked at the monitoring records. It wanted to know the framework signature. Shenruyun's notation had stopped. If it can identify the framework's operational frequency, she said, then it can analyze what conditions would interfere with the frequency's function, he said. Disrupting a background process is different from disrupting a deliberate technique. A deliberate technique can be adapted in real time, but a background process runs on established parameters. If those parameters are known, the parameters can be targeted, she said. Yes, he said. This is a new approach. The first 3 contacts were information gathering about external infrastructure, my detection range, the monitoring team's reach. This one was information gathering about the framework itself. He looked at the map. It's learning how to interfere with the management. Chapter 72. The analysis took 2 days. Elder Mingzhu spent most of the first day reviewing his documentation of the direction framework's technical structure, which he had written comprehensively for the formal record submission. He knew the framework's operational frequency because he had helped develop it. Understanding how that frequency could be interfered with was a different kind of analysis. The frequency interference model is established cultivation theory, the elder said on the morning of the second day. 2 techniques operating at the same frequency interfere with each other, constructive or destructive interference, depending on the phase relationship. A constructive interference amplifies both. A destructive interference reduces both. He looked at his notes. If the devourer broadcasts at the direction framework's operational frequency, in the correct phase relationship, the framework's output is reduced. By how much? Yi Tianming said. Dependent on the broadcast power, Elder Mingzhu said. The devourer's absorbed cultivation at current accumulation represents approximately the equivalent of 300 practitioners' total cultivation. A broadcast at that power level against a Spirit Emperor practitioner's direction framework would reduce the framework's effective suppression by, he made a calculation, 60 to 70% in the affected range. 60 to 70% reduction in outward suppression. The ring signature would broadcast at 30 to 40% of the unmanaged output, reduced but not eliminated. Yi Tianming looked at this. The convergence threshold is reached at sustained unmanaged output, he said. 30 to 40% of unmanaged output, sustained over a period. Is that enough to trigger convergence at the current accumulation level? Shen Riyun checked her accumulated data on the convergence potential's growth trajectory. At the current accumulation level and assuming the devourer's interference is sustained at the maximum output it could maintain without triggering detection by the monitoring team, she said. A 30 to 40% broadcast would reach the convergence threshold in approximately 2 hours. And the devourer would be directing the convergence response from within the interference range, he said. Yes, the monitoring team's relay would detect the interference, but the detection-to-response window is approximately 40 seconds. In a 2-hour window, the convergence would already be substantially established before the response infrastructure could affect the situation. He sat with the full picture of what the devourer had just spent 11 hours learning how to do. This changes the tactical assessment significantly, he said. Yes, Shen Ruyun said. Liu Baochun had been following the analysis. He had the expression he used when a situation's complexity had shifted from manageable to genuinely concerning. How do you defend against frequency interference? He said. You don't, Yi Tianming said. You can't block a broadcast at your own operational frequency. The interference is the frequency. You change the frequency. Can the direction framework run at a different frequency? In theory, he said. In practice, background processes don't vary. They run on established parameters because the continuity is what makes them automatic. A varying background process is technically complex and generally unstable. He paused. This is a problem that requires a technical solution I don't currently have. He sat with this. He thought about who had a technical solution for this kind of problem. Scarlet, he thought. Is there a modification to the direction framework that allows frequency variation without losing continuity? She was quiet for longer than usual. That is a question for the Python, she said. It works in transformation of energetic patterns. If any of us knows how to restructure a background process to allow variation without instability, it's the Python. He turned to the 6th fragment in the cultivation space. Chapter 73. The Golden Python was already preparing the data packet. He had the impression, when he turned to the 6th ring in the cultivation space, that the fragment had been waiting for the question to be posed, not withholding the answer, but waiting for the problem to arrive in the form that the answer addressed. The Python's communication style was precisely calibrated to need. It delivered when the need was clear. The need was now clear. The data packet arrived complete, organized, without preamble. He received it. The packet described a modification to the direction framework's architecture that allowed the operational frequency to vary continuously within a defined range, while maintaining the continuous background quality by using a self-referential harmonic structure. The framework's frequency varied, but the variation itself followed a pattern, and the pattern could be maintained as a background process in the same way the fixed frequency had been maintained. It was technically complex. The Python's description was exact and required him to read it 3 times before the structure was fully visible. The modification worked by treating the direction framework not as a single frequency, but as a frequency range with a navigating pattern. The way music was not a single note, but a structure of notes related to each other. The devourer's interference would require it to match not a fixed frequency, but a moving target. Matching a moving target required either predicting the movement pattern or maintaining the broadcast across the full frequency range the target moved through, which was considerably more power-intensive than matching a fixed frequency. Can the devourer match a moving target? He asked the python. Requires substantially more absorbed power than matching a fixed frequency, the python said. At its current accumulation level, maintaining broadcast across the relevant range would be possible, but would exhaust a significant portion of its absorbed reserves in each attempt. A spiral pause. Asterisk, a tool that cannot be used without significant cost is less useful than a tool that can be used freely. The modification changes the cost calculus substantially. Asterisk. How long to implement the modification? 72 hours of focused cultivation work, the python said. Asterisk, the modification requires restructuring the existing framework's parameters, which is delicate work. It cannot be rushed without destabilizing the existing framework. Asterisk, 72 hours during which the current framework is operating normally. Asterisk, yes. The modification is applied to the framework's underlying architecture, not to the active process. The active process continues unmodified until the modification is complete and then switches over. Asterisk, he described the Python solution to Elder Mingzhu and Shun Riyun. Elder Mingzhu reviewed the technical description with careful attention. The self-referential harmonic, he said. The framework's variation follows its own structure. This means the devourer, even if it identifies the variation pattern, cannot simply broadcast at the pattern's range. It would need to continuously track the pattern in real time, which requires sustained attention, Shun Riyun said. The prior 3 contacts were periods of sustained attention, but those were information-gathering approaches. Sustained attention while attempting interference at the cultivation power level required would reduce the devourer's ability to direct the convergence response simultaneously. It can't interfere and direct at the same time without splitting its attention, he said. At its current accumulation level, probably not, Shun Riyun said. The absorbed cultivation is finite. Running 2 high-power outputs simultaneously divides the available reserve. Then the modification changes the tactical balance, he said. Not eliminating the interference option, but making it cost enough that the devourer can't use it while also maintaining everything else it would need to do in a direct engagement scenario. Begin the modification immediately, Elder Mingzhu said. He began. Chapter 74. The 72 hours of modification work was the most technically demanding cultivation work he had done. Not difficult in the rank advancement sense. Rank advancement was expansion, the cultivation base growing, and the framework widening. The modification was structural, changing the architecture of something already running while keeping the running process stable. The way a building's foundation could be reinforced without stopping the building from being used. The Python was present throughout, not communicating. The packet had been complete, and the technique's implementation was his work, not the fragments. But present in the specific way the Python was present when work was being done that it had initiated. A quality of attention that was not supervision but participation, the kind of attention that things gave when they were interested in the result. He noticed this on the second day. You're watching, he said. Yes, the Python said. Why? I have delivered modification techniques to practitioners twice before in my fragment existence, the Python said. Asterisk, both implementations failed at the 40-hour mark, which is when the structural complexity is highest. I am monitoring the 40-hour mark. Asterisk, he looked at this. What failed? The practitioners did not have sufficient cultivation density at the base to maintain the existing process while restructuring its parameters, the Python said. Asterisk, the modification requires running the existing process and restructuring it simultaneously. Below a certain cultivation-based depth, this exceeds capacity. Asterisk, what's the threshold? I believe Spirit Emperor rank is sufficient, the Python said. Asterisk, you are the first Spirit Emperor rank practitioner I have worked with. The prior 2 were Spirit Ancestor rank. Asterisk, a spiral pause. Asterisk, I would not have delivered the modification packet before you reached Spirit Emperor. The problem arrived at the correct time. Asterisk, he reached the 40-hour mark and found the structural complexity peak. The Python had been accurate. The 40-hour point was where the existing process and the modification's new architecture were both fully engaged simultaneously. The old structure still running, the new structure being established in parallel, the switchover not yet complete. The cultivation base had to support both simultaneously. He held it. The depth that the 2 months of foundation work had built, the depth that the forest sites had expanded, the depth that Elder Mingzhu had been emphasizing since the archive years. This was the moment the depth was for. Not rank advancement, not technique deployment, not convergence management. This specific moment, At the 40-hour mark of a technical modification that could only be performed by a practitioner with sufficient base depth. He held it for 4 hours. The peak's duration. Then the new structure established fully and the switchover completed, and the existing process continued, now running on the new harmonic architecture, varying in frequency within the defined range in the self-referential pattern that the devourer would need sustained attention to track. He came out of the session on the 72nd hour. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. The framework is modified, he said. Yes. Frequency variation active? He extended the monitoring check on his own direction framework output. Active, he said. The elder let out a long breath. Good, he said. Chapter 75. The Devourer's fifth contact arrived on the 6th day after the modification's completion. The contact came at 4 kilometers, the same range as the 4th contact, which he now understood as the Devourer's preferred range for this type of operation. It was inside his ring sensitivity, which meant it could perceive the direction framework's frequency at this range. It was outside the monitoring team's immediate response window, which meant it had approximately 40 seconds of operational time before a response could be organized. It stayed for 7 hours. He monitored it throughout. The contact had a different quality than the 4th contact's receiving posture. This one was attempting something. He could not perceive the attempt directly, but the effect on his direction framework was visible as a very slight turbulence at the framework's operational boundary, the way a harmonic signal would look if something was trying to match it and could not find a target. The Devourer was broadcasting at the direction framework's frequency, but the frequency was varying. He felt the attempts to track the variation, not felt precisely, but perceived through the monitoring sensitivity the rings provided, a quality of response from the 4-kilometer presence that was effortful in the way that things were effortful when the work was harder than expected. The Devourer was putting significant power into the interference attempt and achieving a fraction of the disruption it had calculated. 7 hours. Then it departed. He did not feel relieved. He felt what he felt when a problem solution worked as designed. A clean confirmation that the work had been the right work, and the immediate recognition that the problem would now develop into its next form. The Devourer had run out of its 2 indirect approaches, convergence direction through ring presence detection and framework interference through frequency matching. Both had been addressed by modifications to the system the Devourer was trying to exploit. He sat with the implications. It's running out of indirect options, he said. Yes, Shenruoyun said. The next approach, if the indirect options are exhausted, is direct engagement, he said. The Devourer knows its own capabilities. It has been accumulating for 300 years, and it understands the cultivation arithmetic of what it carries versus what I carry. The direct engagement calculation has been, is the gain worth the risk? And now the indirect options have failed, Liu Baochen said. So the calculation shifts. The indirect options were lower risk, lower reward. They would have produced an advantage that the Devourer could then exploit in a direct engagement. Without that advantage, the direct engagement is higher risk. But the gain from absorbing 900,000-year fragments remains the same. He looked at the monitoring map. At some point, the risk calculation tips. Either the Devourer determines that the direct engagement is within its capacity despite the risk, or it adjusts its accumulation strategy and delays direct engagement until its capacity has grown. Which? Elder Mingzhu said. I don't know, he said. The Devourer's decision-making is not fully visible to me. What I know is that the timeline question has just changed. He looked at his cultivation record. I need Spirit Douluo rank. The 9th fragment, the void origin, the resolution mechanism. Nothing before that rank is sufficient for the engagement. And the Devourer is going to reach its own decision point before that rank if the accumulation rate continues. Then everything depends on which comes first, Xiaoyan said. He looked at her. She had been counting. Yes, he said. That's exactly right. She looked at her notebook. Then the count is what matters, she said. And we count together. He looked at her for a moment, at the notebook and the count, and the 9 years of paying accurate attention and staying. Yes, he said. We count together. He went back to the cultivation work. The race had a new shape. The indirect options exhausted, the direct engagement approaching, the timeline measured in the distance between Spirit Emperor and Spirit Douluo, and the Devourer's accumulation curve. He worked. Chapter 76, he spent 3 days on the arithmetic of the timeline. Spirit Emperor to Spirit Douluo was the longest single climb in the cultivation ladder, not because the distance was greater in absolute terms, but because the Spirit Emperor range was where the rank advancement mechanism changed character. The lower ranks had advanced through recognition. The cultivation base expanded and the fragments arrived, and each arrival produced an acceleration because the new fragments' resonance amplified the work of the ones already active. The resonance architecture's multiplicative quality made each edition more powerful than the last. Spirit Emperor to Spirit Douluo was different. He was, at the beginning of this calculation, at the 51st rank. Spirit Douluo began at the 70th. 19 ranks. At the rate the forest site cultivation had been producing, including the Eastern Ridge Fault Line's concentrated output and the Northern Valley site that Liu Baoqian's network had identified 3 weeks ago, and accounting for the extended communion practice and the modification work, which had cost 72 hours of dedicated cultivation time. He was advancing at approximately 1 rank per 3 weeks under optimal conditions. 19 ranks at 1 rank per 3 weeks was 57 weeks. 14 months. He reviewed this figure. The assumption was that the Devourer's accumulation rate continued at the trajectory Liu Baoqian had documented, 3 times the Hall's official records, which put the true rate at roughly 2 practitioners' total cultivation per year, absorbed through the contact and assimilation process the Shadow Leopard had observed during the convergence events. At that rate, the Devourer added approximately the equivalent of 500 Spirit King rank practitioners' worth of cultivation per year. Its current accumulation, extrapolated from the 5 documented contacts and the behavior pattern changes, was already in the range of 350 to 400 Spirit Emperor equivalent cultivation units. By the time he reached Spirit Douluo rank at the 14-month projection, the Devourer would be significantly beyond its current capacity. The question was, at what point did the Devourer's accumulation reach the threshold where the direct engagement calculation tipped? He ran the numbers. The Devourer's calculated current capacity placed it at approximately Spirit Sage level accumulated power, 65th to 68th rank equivalent, given the absorption differential the fragment multiplication mechanism produced. His current rank was 51st. The direct engagement gap between a 65th rank entity and a 51st rank practitioner was significant, but not decisive. The management framework, the Shadow Leopard technique, the monitoring infrastructure, and the collaboration of Elder Mingzhu, Liu Baoqian, and Dao Xuanji's sect created a combined defensive posture that partially closed the raw power gap. But the Devourer was not primarily a combat entity. It was an absorption entity. Direct engagement for the Devourer meant closing to contact range and initiating the absorption mechanism, the same mechanism that had killed 300 years of practitioners who encountered it. He looked at the numbers for a long time. The absorption mechanism required proximity. The Shadow Leopard technique's tertiary frequency range kept him invisible to the Devourer's primary detection spectrum, but the tertiary frequency cloak was passive at rest and active during cultivation. During cultivation sessions, his output was necessarily higher. The management framework handled the direction, but during deep fragment communion work, the output was not zero. The Devourer could detect the cultivation output even without detecting the specific ring signature. He revised the timeline. The cultivation sessions are the vulnerability window, he told Shenrian. Define the window, she said. During extended communion practice, the output suppression is at approximately 80% of full capacity rather than 95%. The Shadow Leopard technique doesn't fully apply during the deep cultivation states. It requires a level of directed attention that I can't maintain while working at session depth. He looked at the monitoring records. The Devourer has been at 4 kilometers twice. At 4 kilometers, it can detect the output differential. You've been running the sessions at the forest sites, she said. Not in the district town. Yes. The forest sites are further from the district's population center, which reduces the convergence event risk. But the monitoring team can reach the district town faster. The response window at the forest sites is 4 to 5 minutes rather than 40 seconds. She made a notation. The cultivation has to continue, she said. It was not a question. Yes. Stopping or slowing significantly extends the timeline and worsens the race's outcome. He looked at the map. What I need is a way to maintain the extended communion work with a shorter monitoring response window, moving the deep sessions closer to the district town. Elder Mingzhu's formation sites, she said. The formation network inside the district town. The formation network handles ambient spirit energy distribution. It wasn't designed for this specific kind of monitoring. He thought about the formation specialist teams Dao Xuanji's sect ran. But it could be modified. I'll contact Dao Xuanji's sect liaison, she said. Yes. The formation modification isn't urgent today, but it needs to be complete before the next series of deep sessions. He looked at the cultivation schedule he had been maintaining. 14 months to Spirit Douluo, if the rate holds. The race has that shape. He said it plainly. 14 months. The Devourer accumulating. The count continuing. Xiaoyan had been sitting at the table's edge, her notebook open. She wrote a number in the notebook. Not a date, a count. The shape of it was the same as it had been for 9 years. He saw it, and felt the specific weight of being someone whose continuance had been tracked this carefully. 14 months, she said. At minimum, he said. She wrote it down. That, too, was precise. Chapter 77 Shinryun found the survivor account on a Tuesday morning. In the Hall Archive's third-tier restricted documentation that her scholar residency credentials had just been updated to access. She had been working the second redacted case for 6 weeks, the case that Liu Baochun's network had identified as potentially containing information about the Devourer's fragment absorption mechanism. The primary documentation had been heavily redacted, but the Scholar Division's protocol for restricted cases required a summary index, and the summary index had listed 14 pages of supplementary materials, including practitioner testimony. She had been trying to access the practitioner testimony for 6 weeks. The credentials update was not her request. It came through the committee's review cycle. Dao Xuanji had authorized a supplementary access grant for the supervised development case's research documentation, which included Shinryun's investigative work. She had not known he had done this. The access notification arrived in the morning with no additional explanation. She read the 14 pages. She read them again. Then she contacted the monitoring team's relay and requested that Yi Tianming be notified that she needed to speak with him as soon as he completed his current session. He arrived at the documentation room 40 minutes later. She handed him the pages without explanation. He read them. The account was from a practitioner named Fen Xiujian, 32nd rank spirit ancestor, who had been part of a 4-person team conducting a spirit beast survey in the Northern Wild Territory 63 years ago. The team had encountered what they initially classified as an unusually large ambient spiritual pressure anomaly. One of the 4 practitioners had moved to investigate it directly. What happened next was described in precise, clinical language by someone who had clearly been trained to give testimony accurately rather than emotionally. The investigating practitioner, Fen Xiujian, described him as Wei Chonglin, 34th rank, the team leader, had entered the anomaly's core range. He had not been consumed immediately. He had been held. Fen Xiujian's account described watching Wei Chonglin from the anomaly's edge as Wei Chonglin communicated backward, shouted, gesturally, his expression shifting through several phases that Fen Xiujian identified as terror, and then something else. Not resignation. Something more specific than resignation. Recognition. Wei Chonglin had been inside the anomaly for 18 minutes before the Devourer completed the absorption. Fen Xiujian had not been detected because he was at the anomaly's edge and had not moved. He had watched the 18 minutes. In the 14th minute, Wei Chonglin had said something. Fen Xiujian's account quoted it verbatim. Asterisk, they're still in here. They're all still in here. Asterisk, Yi Tianming read the line twice. Then he read the rest of the account. Fen Xiujian had retreated after the absorption, reported to the hall, been interviewed 3 times, and then the documentation had been sealed. The sealing classification was under the heading that meant information whose release would cause widespread cultivation community destabilization. He set the pages down. They're all still in here, he said. Yes, Shinryun said. He wasn't describing the spirit beast the Devourer had previously consumed. He looked at the map on the wall, the tracking markers, the cultivation records. He was describing the practitioners. She was watching him. Or, she said, both. Chapter 78 The analysis session lasted the entire afternoon and into the night. Elder Mingzhu arrived. Liu Baochun, who had been in the district for the monitoring rotation, was already present. Shinryun laid the 14 pages on the table and walked through her reading of them systematically. Fen Xiujian's account, the timeline, Wei Chonglin's statement in the 14th minute, the sealing classification. The sealing classification, Elder Mingzhu said. Widespread cultivation community destabilization. Yes, Shinryun said. That was the stated reason for the 3rd-tier restriction. What interpretation produces that classification? One interpretation. She looked at the table. The Devourer doesn't destroy what it absorbs. It holds it. Silence. Wei Chonglin had 18 minutes between entering the anomaly's range and being fully absorbed, she said. He was a 34th rank practitioner. The Devourer at that point in its accumulation was less powerful than its current state, and it still held him for 18 minutes before completing the absorption. That holding period is not what you'd expect from a destruction mechanism. Destruction would be immediate at the power differential. The holding period is part of the absorption mechanism, Elder Mingzhu said slowly. The Devourer is not eliminating the practitioner's cultivation. It is adding it to its own. That takes time. And produces what? Liu Baochun said. Shinryun looked at Yi Tianming. He had been sitting quietly with Fen Xiujian's account since the session began. He looked up. 300 years of absorbed cultivation, he said. Not as a homogeneous mass of accumulated spiritual energy, as a structured collection. The devourer accumulates cultivation the way it was structured in each individual it absorbed. The practitioner's frameworks, the techniques, the spiritual architecture they built. He looked at the papers and the fragments for any practitioner who had spirit rings at the time of absorption. The fragments inside the devourer's accumulated matrix would still be. Shenryun started. Conscious, he said. The words sat on the table. Spirit rings at the time of absorption would include the beast fragments within them, he said. Not 100,000-year fragments. Those don't exist outside my rings. But whatever rank the absorbed practitioners had, their rings carried fragments of the beasts that had been absorbed to produce the rings. Lower rank fragments, but still fragments. He thought about Fan Xiujian's account. Wei Chonglin's statement wasn't a description of other practitioners. It was a description of everything the devourer contained. The practitioners, the rings, the fragments inside the rings. 300 years, Elder Mingzhu said. The devourer is a prison, Lu Baochen said. He said it flatly, with the clarity of someone naming something that had just become visible. It's been accumulating a prison for 300 years. A prison whose occupants are still aware, Shenryun said. The room held this. Yi Tianming looked at his hands. He thought about the void origin's fourth layer, the activation mechanism, the resonance inversion. The description Yin Qingchuan had written, the wound healed. The accumulated energy dispersed into the cultivation world's ambient field rather than remaining as an autonomous, consuming entity. Dispersal. Not destruction. He had read it as resolution. The devourer's accumulated weight returning to the world. He had not fully understood what the weight contained. He sat very still. Scarlet, he thought. Did you know? Chapter 79, she was quiet for longer than she had ever been quiet. The cultivation space felt different during the silence. Not empty, but occupied in a specific way, the way a room was occupied when the person in it was choosing what to say. Yes, she said finally. I knew. He waited. I knew in the way that old things know things they have been carrying for a long time without the right moment to put down. A pause that was different from her usual pauses. Longer, heavier. The fragments that were absorbed with their practitioners when the devourer consumed them. They were not fragments I knew personally. Some of them were ancient, not 100,000-year rank, but old enough to have communication capacity. The fragment networks are not continuous across all spirit beasts, but among beasts of significant age and accumulation, there is an awareness of each other. Another pause. I was aware when they stopped being aware. How many? He said. In 300 years. Many. The warmth in her voice had a different quality, something underneath it that was grief made very old and therefore very quiet. Ancient beasts who had not yet chosen fragment distribution, who were taken with their practitioners before they could prepare. They are inside the devourer now. Present. Not diminished, not destroyed, still themselves, still carrying 300 years of awareness, still knowing what was done to them. And you chose fragment distribution, he said. You and the others. Yes. Something in her voice shifted, not quite an answer to an unasked question, but the thing that lived next to one. What showed us the vision of you. We don't know what it was. But we chose. We were the ones who had the time and the information to choose. The ones inside the devourer did not. He sat with this. The void origin's dispersal, he said. Yin Qingchuan described it as the accumulated energy returning to the ambient field. She didn't know what the accumulated energy contained. No, Scarlet said. She had 5 fragments and built the mechanism from what she understood. She understood enough to design the resonance inversion correctly. She did not know that the inversion's effect is not merely resolution. A pause like a breath, or the sound of fire settling. The void origin does not only resolve the devourer. He said it because she had not said it, because it needed to be said clearly. It releases them, he said aloud. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. Yi Tianming described what Scarlet had told him. The fragment networks. The ancient beasts she had been aware of losing. The 300 years of absorbed consciousnesses inside the devourer's accumulated matrix. Not destroyed. Held. Present. The room was very quiet when he finished. The practitioner consciousnesses, Shenryun said. She was not asking. She was following the logic to its end. If the absorbed cultivation retains its structure, the fragments, the frameworks, then the practitioners themselves are also there, he said. Lu Baochen made a sound. 300 years of practitioners, Elder Mingzhu said slowly. Some of them Hall members. The documented cases we know about. The undocumented ones Lu Baochen's network recovered. All of them absorbed, not destroyed. All of them inside the devourer, he said. Aware. Waiting. How do they wait? Lu Baochen said. 300 years of awareness inside something that's been consuming. How does that? He stopped. He had been a mercenary for 15 years. He had the quality that people who had seen difficult things had when the difficult thing was larger than their previous scale. How is that survivable? I don't know, Yi Tianming said. Scarlet says they are still themselves, that the awareness is intact. What 300 years of imprisonment inside the devourer does to an awareness that I can't describe. The room held the silence that difficult truths produced. Then Xiao Yan, who had been sitting at the table's edge with her notebook, said, "So the mission has always been bigger than we thought it was." He looked at her. "Yes," he said, "it has." Chapter 80, he spent 3 days in the cultivation space, processing what he now understood. Not working. Not practicing the extended communion technique. Not running the reorientation exercises. Not analyzing the timeline. Just sitting with the full scope of what the devourer was and what the void origins activation would produce. The scope had changed. He had understood the problem as survival. Prevent the devourer from absorbing 9 100,000-year fragments, because doing so would produce a cultivation entity of God rank equivalent power that would then continue absorbing indefinitely. He had understood the solution as resolution. Activate the void origin at spirit Douluo rank, produce the resonance inversion, heal the wound. Resolution meant the devourer's accumulated energy dispersed. That was the outcome. That was what he had been working toward. He looked at the outcome now from the other side of the discovery. The devourer's accumulated energy dispersed. 300 years of practitioners' cultivation frameworks, returning to the ambient field. 300 years of ring fragments. Ancient beasts who had not chosen fragment distribution, who had been taken without preparation, returning to the ambient field. And the practitioners themselves, every absorbed consciousness, every awareness that had been held in the devourer's accumulated matrix for whatever time had passed since their absorption, returning. Not necessarily alive. Not in any form the word living straightforwardly applied to. But released, which was not the same as destroyed, and which was not the same as continued imprisonment. Is it freedom? He asked Scarlet. What the void origin releases them into. It is not continued imprisonment, she said. Asterisk the ambient field is the origin state. A consciousness that has spent 100 years inside the devourer, returning to the ambient field. What that experience is, I cannot describe from the outside. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk, but I can describe what it is not. It is not what they have been enduring. Asterisk he sat with this. The mission was not survival. He had known, when Scarlet first communicated through his first ring at age 6, that survival was the minimum threshold and not the goal. The mission had been management. Manage the devourer's approach, manage the institutional politics, manage the convergence events and the monitoring infrastructure and the timeline to spirit Douluo. Management was what made survival possible. Then the mission had been resolution. Reach spirit Douluo rank. Use the void origin in the devourer as an autonomous consuming entity. Resolution was the shape the work had been building toward. 14 months. The count. Now the mission was liberation. 300 years of absorbed practitioners. Ancient beast fragments imprisoned inside the devourer's accumulated matrix. The awareness Fan Xiujian had witnessed Wei Chonglin recognize in the 14th minute of his absorption. Every one of them, still present. Still waiting. The void origin released them. He went back to the group on the 3rd day. He described what he had been thinking. Carefully, in the order the thinking had developed, because the logic mattered and the emotional weight of the conclusion needed to be separated from the reasoning that led to it. They listened. When he finished, Elder Mingzhu said, "The cultivation work doesn't change." "No," he said. Spirit Douluo rank. The 9th fragment, the void origin activation. The path is the same. He looked at the map, the monitoring records, the cultivation timeline. But understanding what the activation produces, the full scope of it, changes how the work is held. How? Shin Ruoyin said. He thought about it. It was survival, he said. Then it was management. Then it was resolution. Now it is, he found the word. Liberation. The word sat on the table differently than the others had. It was larger than the others. It was also, he understood, the accurate description of what had always been true about the void origins mechanism, even when Yin Qingchuan had written the 4th layer without knowing what the accumulated weight contained. She had built the right key. She had not known what it unlocked. Xiaoyan had her notebook open. She wrote the word. Then she wrote the count below it. The running tally she had been maintaining since the 1st year, the number that was now very large and growing each day. "We count together," she said. He looked at her. He thought about the 9 years, the notebook, the accuracy of her attention, the specific texture of a particular life. This room, this table, this notation system, this person who had stayed. "Yes," he said. "We count together." He went back to the cultivation work. The scope was what it was. The 14 months were what they were. The count continued, and the work continued, and somewhere inside the devourers accumulated 3 centuries. 300 years of practitioners and ancient beasts waited in the specific way that things waited when they had been waiting for a very long time and could not know that liberation was being built toward them, rank by rank, session by session, in the body of a 12-year-old spirit emperor who carried 9 fragments of the oldest things left in the world. The work had always been this. He had simply not known the full shape of it until now. He worked. Chapter 81. The formation modification took 11 days. Dao Xuanji's sect formation team. 3 practitioners at Spirit Sage rank with 20-year specializations in ambient energy architecture arrived in the district town on the 4th day after Yi Tianming's request was transmitted through the assessment's ongoing research channel. They reviewed Elder Mingzhu's existing formation network, asked precise technical questions about the direction framework's operational requirements and the monitoring relay's detection parameters, and then spent 6 days making modifications that Yi Tianming could not observe directly but could feel in the cultivation space as a specific kind of structural change. The way a room changed quality when its walls were reinforced without changing its visible dimensions. The modified formation covered the district town's inner residential zone, with an ambient spirit energy distribution layer calibrated to support deep cultivation session work while reducing the external signature by approximately 30%. The reduction applied specifically to the extended communion depth that created the largest output differential. The sessions where the management framework suppression was at 80 rather than 95%. The response window improvement, per the monitoring team's documentation, was from 4 to 5 minutes down to under 90 seconds at the formation zone's inner ring. He ran the first session in the modified formation zone on the 8th day, while the team was still completing their final adjustments. The difference was immediately perceptible. The formation's ambient layer created a kind of interference pattern that was not suppressive. Suppression reduced output, and reduced output meant reduced cultivation efficiency. What the formation did instead was distribute the output more uniformly across the ambient field, flattening the signature peaks that were most visible to external detection. The monitoring relay's records from the first session showed the output signature as something between 30 and 40% below the equivalent unmodified session. The cultivation work itself was not affected. He held a 4-hour extended communion session with Stoneheart. The ancient tortoise's patience quality was one of the easiest to come out of. Patience waited for you to leave rather than occupying the space you needed to return to, and the reorientation time had improved to 8 minutes on average from the tortoise sessions. He came out of the session, ran the reorientation sequence deliberately rather than automatically, and found himself in the modified zone's ambient quality. The faint distributed hum of the formation layer, the smell of chalk dust and old wood that the district town's older buildings exhaled in the early evening. The specific sound of the street vendor 3 blocks east who called his produce inventory every hour with the same exact cadence. 8 minutes. Reoriented. He noted the formation zone's effect on the reorientation quality. It was marginally easier because the ambient layer's distributed cultivation energy provided a kind of external anchor. Not the memory anchoring the reorientation technique used, but a complementary physical presence that made the return to specific physical location faster. He documented this for Shun Ryun. The formation layer assists reorientation, she said, reading his notes. Passively, he said, it's not a reorientation tool. The technique still relies on the memory anchoring, but the physical anchor effect is measurable. I'll add it to the methodology documentation. She made a notation. Dao Xuanji's sect formation team will want to know if the modification is functioning as designed. Tell them it is, he said, and tell them the ambient layer quality is better than the original specification. She looked at him. The specifications called for 30% reduction, she said. You're measuring 30 to 40%. The formation's distribution pattern is more uniform than the specification expected, he said. The team's implementation was more precise than the design document required. He looked at the monitoring records. Tell them that. She made the notation. He could see, in the way she was writing, that she had already thought of something additional to ask. The vulnerable window during deep sessions, she said. What's the current exposure? He calculated. 90 seconds response time within the inner formation ring, he said. The shadow leopard technique covers the passive detection spectrum. The formation layer covers the output signature differential. The remaining exposure window is during session entry and exit, the 2 to 3 minutes where the output is in transition between the cultivation depth and the management framework's normal suppression level. 2 to 3 minutes of elevated signature, twice per session, she said. Yes, I can reduce the transition period with practice. The entry and exit technique can be made more gradual. But gradual transitions cost cultivation time. He looked at the schedule. The trade-off favors speed over complete signature suppression at the transition points. The Devourer hasn't reacted to transition signatures before, she said. Not that we've detected, he said. But it's learning the monitoring system's rhythm. I'd rather not give it a pattern to model. She added this to the vulnerability assessment record. He went back to the cultivation work. Stoneheart, again, and the specific patience of geological time. The way the tortoise's perspective treated decades as units that humans treated hours. The modified formation zone hummed very quietly around him. The street vendor called his produce count 3 blocks east. He was 12 years old and Spirit Emperor rank, and working toward liberation with the specific quality of deliberateness that the work required. He held the session and worked. Chapter 82. 9 weeks later, Liu Baochen brought him something that was not in the monitoring records. The mercenaries network extended past the district's monitoring team infrastructure. It reached practitioners in adjacent territories, spirit beast survey teams, caravan route operators who moved through areas that weren't under any formal monitoring protocol. Liu Baochen had built this network over 15 years, and he maintained it the way practitioners maintained cultivation bases, steadily, with attention to the quality of the sources rather than only the quantity. The report came from 2 independent sources in the Eastern Territory. The Devourer's accumulation operations had stopped, not paused. The monitoring contact patterns had been irregular enough over the past 3 years that pauses were not unusual. Stopped in the specific way that things stopped when a decision had been made rather than a circumstance had changed. Simultaneously, across the full range of the Eastern Territory's recorded accumulation sites, with a quality of cessation that the Eastern Territory's practitioners described as the ambient pressure going neutral where it had been building for months. He read the report twice. The accumulation operations, he said. Stopped 9 days ago, Liu Baochen said. Both sources put the cessation at the same date, within a 1-day margin. That's not a coincidence pattern. No, he said. It's a decision. Elder Mingzhu was reviewing the report's timeline. He had the expression he used when a pattern was becoming visible that he had been watching for. The Devourer has been accumulating at its established rate for 3 years, he said. It has reached the accumulation level Liu Baochen projected from the absorption rate, the 3 times records rate. And now it stops. Because it has enough, Yi Tianming said. For what? Liu Baochen said. The direct engagement calculation, he said. The indirect options have been exhausted. The accumulation operations have been building toward a power level where the direct engagement arithmetic favors the Devourer over the combined defensive posture. He looked at the map. The operation stopping means the Devourer believes it has reached that level. The room was quiet. How close are you to Spirit Douluo? Shin Ruoyan said. He checked the cultivation tracking record. 58th rank, he said. Spirit Sage is at 60. Spirit Douluo begins at 70. 12 ranks, she said. At the current rate, 11 to 14 weeks, he said. Assuming no extended interruptions. And the Devourer is at the point where the direct engagement calculation has tipped, Liu Baochen said. So the timeline question just became, does it move immediately, or does it wait and choose the moment? It waited through 5 contacts while testing indirect approaches, Yi Tianming said. It is capable of patience. But the indirect approaches had a purpose. Each one was building toward an advantage that would make the direct engagement more favorable. Without a purpose that favors waiting, the waiting itself is a disadvantage. Every week it waits, my rank increases. He sat with this. It knows that, he said. The implications of that were not comfortable. An entity with 300 years of accumulated experience and the specific kind of intelligence that survived by correctly modeling the practitioners it targeted. It had been watching him for months. It knew the cultivation trajectory as well as he did. The attack window, he said, is between now and Spirit Douluo rank. The later in that window, the worse the direct engagement arithmetic becomes for the Devourer. The earlier, the smaller my rank advantage. Which means it's already calculating the optimal moment, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes. He looked at the map. We need to accelerate. And we need to prepare for a direct engagement attempt within the next 6 to 8 weeks. Liu Baochen nodded. He was already thinking tactically. Yi Tianming could see it in how his eyes tracked the map. I'll expand the eastern monitoring net, Liu Baochen said. If it's moving, I want detection before it's at contact range. 15 kilometers minimum, Yi Tianming said. The direction framework can detect at 9. I need the outer monitoring layer to give us enough time for Elder Mingzhu's defensive formation to engage. 15 kilometers, Liu Baochen confirmed. He went back to the cultivation work with urgency in it that had not been there before. Not fear, urgency. The shape of the race had just changed again, and the new shape required a different pace. Chapter 83 Spirit Sage rank arrived at the 59th rank's crossing, 11 days later. The advancement quality was distinct from Spirit Emperor, not the three-dimensional expansion of the earlier rank. Spirit Sage felt like the boundary between his cultivation base and the ambient cultivation world becoming more permeable, but selectively, not letting the ambient in, but allowing his own cultivation to extend into the ambient field with greater precision. The foundation work, the months of controlled output practice, had built the precision first. Spirit Sage rank confirmed the architecture by removing the rank-level restrictions that had limited how finely the precision could operate. He sat with the expansion for 9 minutes. Then the 7th fragment arrived at a new depth. The Shadow Leopard's full communion at Spirit Sage rank was not like the other fragments' rank unlocks. It did not give him a new technique in the clean sense that Stoneheart's absolute defense or Windthread's movement had given him capabilities. What the Shadow Leopard gave him was a different way of perceiving. He was sitting in the modified formation zone's inner ring. He stopped being visible. Not metaphorically. The formation zone's ambient layer continued operating. His physical presence continued occupying the same chair. His cultivation output remained at the normal suppressed level. But the specific quality of presence that made a thing perceivable, the quality that caused attention to fall on an object and recognize it as a thing, that quality went absent from his immediate vicinity. He was there. He simply was not findable. He sat in this for a while. The Shadow Leopard's communication was not verbal. It was the experience of the space between. The threshold between visible and invisible that the leopard had occupied for 100,000 years, transmitted directly into his perceptual register as the most natural thing in the world. He understood, in the specific way things were understood through fragment communion rather than through reasoning, that he had been approximating this state for months with the tertiary frequency technique. The rank advancement gave him the actual thing rather than the approximation. He did not notice the time passing. He came back to ordinary perception awareness when Elder Mingzhu's voice reached him through the formation zone's ambient layer. Not words at first, just the quality of the Elder's distinctive cultivation sense extending through the zone looking for him. The looking for quality. Someone was trying to find him and could not. He came back fully from the Shadow Leopard depth. 39 minutes had passed. Elder Mingzhu was standing 4 meters away. He had clearly been standing there for some time. His expression was the expression of someone who had been looking at the same location and not seeing what was there. "There you are," the elder said. The quality in his voice was not entirely irritation. It was closer to the controlled expression of someone who had correctly predicted something would be difficult and was now having that prediction confirmed. "How long have you been here?" Yi Tianming said. 22 minutes, Elder Mingzhu said. "The monitoring relay missed your scheduled check-in. I came to find you and could not determine your position with either spirit sense or the formation zone's own tracking." He looked at the chair Yi Tianming was sitting in. "I walked past you 4 times. Yi Tianming looked at the cultivation records. The Shadow Leopard's deep commune had extended into the physical register in a way that the approximation technique had never approached. He had not been aware of this happening, had not felt himself becoming unfindable. The transition had been seamless enough that he had not noticed it as a change. The monitoring relay's missed check-in had generated a secondary alert to Shun Riyun. She arrived 11 minutes after Elder Mingzhu located him. 39 minutes, she said, reading the relay record. And the monitoring team's relay flagged the check-in gap, but couldn't explain it because their detection systems were also not locating you. "Yes," he said. "The Devourer's contact happened during the check-in gap," she said. He looked at her. She showed him the monitoring data. Chapter 80 for the Devourer had been at 7 kilometers during the 39-minute window. Not 4. Not the interference range. Not the range it had chosen for the 4th and 5th contacts. 7 kilometers, which was just within the outer edge of the monitoring infrastructure's standard detection envelope. The monitoring team had logged the contact with an 18-minute delay because the Shadow Leopard technique's tertiary frequency masking had prevented the automatic detection system from confirming what the human operators were manually reading from the ambient pressure readings. 18 minutes of detection delay within a 39-minute window of monitoring disruption. The Devourer had come during the disruption, and it had stayed for 54 minutes, longer than any prior contact except the 4th. The contact behavior, Shinryun said, walking through the relay data in the order it had been recorded. "It wasn't at the interference range," Yi Tianming said. "No. 7 kilometers is the outer monitoring boundary. It's been at that range twice before, during the 2nd and 3rd contacts, the early contacts where it was mapping the monitoring infrastructure's outer edge." She pointed at the data. But its behavior during this contact was different from those early mapping contacts. This one was static. "Like the 4th contact," he said. "Focused, Yes. Not moving, not probing the boundaries. Positioned at 7 kilometers for 54 minutes, and then withdrawing. Elder Mingzhu had been reviewing the ambient pressure readings that the monitoring team's human operators had captured manually. The pressure readings are unusual, he said. The fourth contact at 4 kilometers produced a specific pressure signature, the listening quality you described. This contact at 7 kilometers produced something I would characterize as, he looked at his notes, still, not inactive. Specifically still in the way that things are still when they are paying attention to something. It was watching, Yi Tianming said. Watching what? Lu Baochen said. He looked at the timeline. The disruption period. The monitoring relays gap. The shadow leopard advancements bleed through into physical perception. The monitoring system's behavior during the disruption, he said. The relays check-in gap. The human operator's 18-minute detection delay. The formation zone's tracking failing. He looked at Shun Ruyun. From 7 kilometers, with the monitoring infrastructure's own outputs visible, the relay communications, the formation zone's ambient layer, it could observe that something in the monitoring system was behaving unusually. It didn't know what happened, she said, but it registered the anomaly and stayed for 54 minutes while the anomaly continued, he said. It was data collection, not an approach, not an attack. Observation of the monitoring system's disrupted state. The room was quiet. Lu Baochen had the expression of a practitioner calculating a tactical problem. It knows the monitoring system has a disruption pattern, he said. Even if it doesn't know the cause, the shadow leopard advancement, the extended commune. It knows that something in the monitoring architecture produced a 39-minute gap and an 18-minute detection delay. And it filed that information, Yi Tianming said. The same way it filed the direction framework's frequency during the fourth contact. It found a structural weakness it hadn't observed before. The monitoring relay gap, Shunrian said. The check-in interval. The human operator's response delay when the automatic system isn't confirming their readings. We have a vulnerability in the monitoring schedule, he said. And the devourer just spent 54 minutes measuring the exact shape of it. Elder Mingzhu set down his notes. The shadow leopard advancements bleed through into physical perception, he said. This is the third time the fragment communion depth has produced an unintended external effect. Tidewave's perspective dominance. The Leviathan's resonance spillover. Now the shadow leopard's unseen quality extending beyond the intended range. He looked at the elder. Yes, he said. These are not controllable through technique, Elder Mingzhu said. They are rank advancement phenomena. They will happen at each subsequent breakthrough. He had known this. He had known it since the tide wave session, since the 40-minute reorientation, since the theoretical implications of the fatal flaw had become fully visible after the fourth layer's warning. He had known that each rank advancement, with its accompanying fragment depth unlock, would produce some form of perceptual or behavioral bleed. He had not anticipated that the bleed would create monitoring disruptions that the devourer could observe and model. The remaining breakthroughs, he said. Spirit Douluo rank. Each rank crossing through the Spirit Douluo range will involve a fragment entering a new depth. 9 more advancement events, at minimum, before the void origin activates. 9 more disruption windows, Shunruyin said. 9 more windows the devourer can learn from, he said. If it's been waiting, if the accumulation operation stopping was the beginning of a waiting period, it now knows to watch for monitoring disruptions as indicators of advancement events. He looked at the map. We need to change the check-in protocol, he said. And we need to prepare for advancement event disruptions as a systematic vulnerability, not a one-time occurrence. Chapter 85. The protocol change was implemented within 48 hours. The core adjustment was simple. The monitoring relay's check-in interval was reduced from every 2 hours to every 40 minutes, with a tripwire notification system that flagged any gap exceeding 20 minutes automatically rather than requiring the monitoring team's human operators to notice the absence. The 40-minute gap that had allowed the devourer its 54-minute observation window would now generate an alert and a response team deployment within 8 minutes of the anomaly's beginning. The secondary adjustment was more complex. He began practicing what he called the Advancement Containment Protocol, a technique for reducing the fragment depth unlock's external bleed during rank crossing events. The theory was straightforward. The bleed occurred because the fragment arrived at a new depth before his cultivation base had stabilized at the new rank. There was a window, minutes to hours long depending on the fragment's nature, where the full depth was active before the integration was complete. During that window, the fragment's perspective dominated in ways that bled into physical register. The shadow leopard's unseen quality had bled into physical perception. Tidewave's ocean depth perspective had bled into spatial interpretation. The Leviathan's communication had bled into the resonance architecture without his direction. Each fragment had a characteristic bleed mode. He documented them. What each fragment's deepest commune quality was, what physical or perceptual register it most naturally expressed in, what anchoring approach reduced the bleed duration. Tide wave's ocean scale quality responded best to spatial anchoring. The specific physical dimensions of the room, the specific tactile reality of floor under feet. The shadow leopard space between quality responded to named presence anchoring, speaking his own name aloud, being addressed by name by another person, the social confirmation that he was specifically findable and found. The advancement containment protocol, Shinryan said, reviewing his documentation, requires someone present during each rank crossing event. Yes, he said, not to prevent the bleed. I don't think it can be prevented, but to apply the anchoring approach specific to that fragment before the monitoring disruption window becomes long enough to be useful to the devourer. Who was present? He looked at the table. The group. For the remaining Spirit Sage range crossings, Stoneheart, Wind Thread, Rock, the fragments whose bleed modes I've already characterized, Elder Mingzhu or Shunryun can apply the anchoring. The anchor type is physical and verbal and is within normal capabilities. He looked at his cultivation tracking record. The Spirit Douluo advancement will involve the Leviathan entering a new depth. The Leviathan's communication mode is not verbal or sensory. It's the between categories quality. I don't know what its bleed mode is. You'll know when you get there, Shunryan said. Yes, he said, which means I need the containment infrastructure in place before I know what I'm containing. Elder Mingzhu had been listening. You'll be present, he told the elder. It was not a question. For every advancement event, Elder Mingzhu said. It was also not a question. His voice had the quality it had when a thing was simply true and required no additional articulation. He had been present for the Tide Wave session's aftermath, for the 40-minute reorientation, for the Shadow Leopard advancement's 22 minutes of trying to find Yi Tianming in a room where he was sitting in plain sight. The Leviathan, the Void Origin, all of them. I will be there. Yi Tianming looked at him. 60 years of building toward this. The copper token and then the revised token and then the formation sites and the archive methodology and 60 years of Elder Mingzhu preparing the infrastructure that a practitioner with this specific problem would need before that practitioner existed. The elder had chosen the terrain he knew, the same way Yi Tianming had learned to choose his terrain. Yes, he said. All of them. He went back to the cultivation work. The modified formation zone, the reduced check-in interval, the advancement containment protocol documentation growing on Shun Ryun's research desk. The devourer, having stopped its accumulation operations, somewhere in the territory beyond the outer monitoring boundary, waiting, calculating, modeling the monitoring system's disruption patterns. 11 ranks to Spirit Douluo. 9 or 10 weeks, if the devourer held. He worked with the specific quality of a person who understood exactly what they were racing toward and why the race mattered and who had, alongside the race, the thing that made the race survivable, a room, a table, a group of people with their own reasons for staying, an account that continued every day. He pressed forward. The count continued. Chapter 86 Xiao Yin had reached Spirit Elder rank sometime in the previous 3 weeks without telling him. He found out when Lu Baochen mentioned it in passing during a monitoring report review. The mercenary had noticed her cultivation pressure in the formation zone while she was working with the monitoring team's relay documentation and had added it to his status notes the way he added everything to his status notes, which was precisely and without commentary. Yi Tianming read the notation. He looked at Xiao Yan. She was sitting at her usual position at the table's edge with her notebook, reading the monitoring relay's updated check-in protocol documentation. Your Spirit Elder rank, he said. 21st rank, she said, without looking up. The Hammer Spirit is not elegant. It doesn't care about elegant. He looked at her. In the years since Jiuhe Town, since the village, she had been present for every convergence event, every monitoring session, every documentation review, every group meeting where the technical specifics of his situation were discussed at a level of detail that most practitioners wouldn't encounter in a career. She had been doing her own cultivation work throughout. He had known this in a general sense, the way he knew the district town's ambient spirit energy levels in a general sense, but he had not been tracking it specifically. 21st rank. Spirit Elder. In 9 years of cultivation work conducted entirely alongside his own, with no formal teacher and a non-prestigious spirit. When did you break through? He said. 18 days ago, she said. The 3rd formation zone session after the Shadow Leopard advancement. The ambient layer quality assists. She looked up from the documentation. I thought you'd noticed. I should have noticed, he said. She looked at him with the evaluating quality she used when she was deciding how to respond to something that required a specific kind of response. You've been working on advancement containment protocols and devourer observation window modeling and rebuilding the monitoring check-in infrastructure, she said. 21st rank Spirit Elder in a Hammer Spirit Practitioner is not the highest priority item in the situation. That's not an excuse, he said. No, she agreed. But it's an explanation. She returned to the documentation. I told Elder Mingzhu. Elder Mingzhu, across the room, made a small sound. Yi Tianming considered this. Xiao Yin had her own cultivation work and her own arc through it, and she had been moving through that arc with the same accuracy that characterized everything she did. She had not required his attention or his acknowledgement. But the absence of attention was not the same as the attention not matching. Spirit Elder rank in a Hammer Spirit, he said. With the Formation Zone's ambient layer assistance and 9 years of secondhand exposure to cultivation work at a depth most practitioners never encounter. That's not the ambient layer doing the work. That's you. I know, she said. She was still reading the documentation. But it's useful to hear. She wrote something in her notebook. He did not ask what. The specific texture of the life he was living, the relationships, the memories, the things that made him specifically himself rather than a practitioner. Scarlet had told him this was the cultivation that ran parallel to rank. He had been taking it seriously as a practice, documenting it in his own notation as a preparation for the Void Origins requirement. He had been less attentive than the practice required. He noted this. He adjusted. The Hammer Spirit's techniques at Spirit Elder rank, he said. Are any of them applicable to the monitoring relay's physical infrastructure? Bouchen's network has 2 nodes in the eastern approach corridor that need signal amplification. She looked up from the documentation again, this time with the quality of someone who had been waiting for this question and was deciding whether to let on. I have 2 techniques that might work, she said. I was going to ask about it this week. Ask me now, he said. We have time. She put down her pen and explained. Chapter 87. The 7th contact came at 2 weeks after the protocol change. At 3 kilometers. The new check-in interval caught it in 7 minutes. The tripwire notification deployed the monitoring team's response configuration before the contact had been stable at 3 kilometers for 8 minutes. Elder Mingzhu activated the defensive formation's inner alert state, not the full activation, which required significant cultivation expenditure, but the preparation state that brought the formation's response time down from 40 seconds to 12. Yi Tianming, in the middle of a wind thread communion session, felt the notification through the monitoring relay's signal and came out of the session in under 2 minutes. He extended his ring sensitivity to 3 kilometers. The devourer was there, not moving, not at the interference range. The frequency variation modification was still active, and the direction framework was running on the new harmonic architecture. 3 kilometers was inside the ring sensitivity range and inside the monitoring team's inner response boundary. It was not attempting interference. It was not doing anything it had done in the prior contacts. It was at 3 kilometers, and it was in a posture that he recognized from the Shadow Leopard's extended sense training, an entity positioning itself to test whether a defensive posture was real or displayed. The Devourer had encountered the new check-in protocol's response speed. The monitoring team had deployed in 7 minutes rather than the 40-second window it had previously operated in. Elder Mingzhu's defensive formation was in alert state. The full defensive posture, 3 senior practitioners, Liu Baochen's network on active status, Dao Xuanji's sex patrol routes at increased density, was configured and visible to any entity with cultivation sensitivity. The Devourer stayed for 19 minutes. He monitored it throughout, his ring sensitivity at maximum resolution. The contact had a different quality from all 7 prior contacts. The prior contacts had each been doing something specific, mapping, listening, interfering, observing the monitoring system's disruption behavior. This one was doing nothing specific. It was simply present at a range that was not testing its own capabilities, but measuring his. 19 minutes. Then it withdrew. He did not feel relief when it departed. He felt the specific quality of a person who has been assessed and is now waiting to hear the assessor's conclusion. It measured the response posture, he said to the group, and found it functional. Elder Mingzhu said. Yes. 7-minute detection, 12-second formation response, full senior practitioner presence. He looked at the monitoring records. The prior contacts were information gathering about the infrastructure's parameters. This one was measuring whether the parameters had changed. They have, Liu Baochen said. Yes. The new check-in interval. The formation alert state protocol. The deployment speed. He looked at the timeline. It came at 3 kilometers, inside the old 40-second window, outside the new 12-second window. If the response infrastructure had been unchanged, it would have had approximately 40 seconds of positioning before the formation responded. Instead, it found 12 seconds. That's not enough time for an absorption approach, Shenrian said. No. The absorption mechanism requires sustained proximity. The devourer needs to hold contact for a minimum period to complete the absorption cycle. 12 seconds doesn't support that. He looked at the map. It knows the window has closed. But it came anyway, Xiaoyan said. Everyone looked at her. It came at 3 kilometers knowing the response infrastructure was upgraded, she said. It wasn't trying to exploit the old window. It was confirming the new one. She looked at her notebook. It wanted to know what the new window is. He held this. She was right. The contact had not been an attack attempt that failed. It had been a measurement operation. The devourer had approached to a range that would have been exploitable under the old protocol, confirmed that the window had closed, measured the new response time, and withdrawn. Now it knows the defensive posture's current specifications, he said. Yes, she said. And it's still calculating. Chapter 88 Elder Mingzhu had been carrying something for 4 months. Yi Tianming noticed it first as a behavioral pattern. The elder reading the Yin Qingchuan documentation more frequently than the situation required. Reviewing the token's 4th layer summary in the evening sessions when there was no specific analytical question that needed answering. He had attributed it to the elder's general thoroughness. Elder Mingzhu reviewed documentation habitually and thoroughly, but the pattern had a specificity to it that his own trained eye eventually recognized as preparation for disclosure. The elder disclosed on the day after the 7th contact. He set a single page on the table. It was in Yin Qingchuan's notation, the same cultivatable format communication from the token, but not from any of the 4 layers he had read. A 5th sealed section, not part of the main token structure, that the elder had extracted and carried separately. She gave this to me separately, Elder Mingzhu said, with the instruction to deliver it when the practitioner was within spirit Douluo range and had read the 4th layer and had experienced the resonance spillover. He looked at the page. You've been holding this since you gave me the token, he said. Since your spirit emperor advancement, the elder said. Before that it was sealed. The seal released when you read the 4th layer. I checked it the same night. 4 months ago. For months, the elder said. The instruction was within spirit Douluo range. I interpreted that as within 2 to 3 rank advancements of the threshold. I'm 11 ranks from spirit Douluo, Yi Tianming said. You are now, Elder Mingzhu said. You were 14 at spirit emperor. That is, by a strict reading, within range. He looked at the page with the expression of someone who had argued with himself about this several times. I chose to wait for the 7th contact's resolution to give you something stable to hold the information against. The context matters for how the information lands. He read the page. Yin Qingchuan's voice was clear in the cultivatable format, even in a single page. She had spent enough time building the communication medium that her specific quality of thought, precise, patient, building toward a conclusion that she had already seen and was making sure the reader could see from the same angle, came through in the text structure before its content. The content was this. The void origins activation required not just full resonance with all 9 fragments simultaneously. It required the practitioner to be able to name each fragment's specific nature, not its species or its rank or its cultivation capability. Its specific nature, the quality that made it itself rather than a general representative of its kind. The resonance pulse requires each fragment to be fully present in the communion, she had written. Asterisk a fragment that is held at a partial depth will not commit fully to the resonance, and partial resonance produces a weaker pulse. I do not know if the partial pulse is still sufficient to produce the liberation effect. I know that the full pulse requires full depth for each fragment, and full depth for each fragment requires the practitioner to know each one specifically enough that the boundary dissolution does not lose them. Asterisk in my work with 5 fragments, I developed what I called the naming practice, the capacity to describe each fragment not by its power but by its personality, what it found interesting, what it found tedious, what it would argue about, and what it would not. The naming was not a technique. It was the quality of knowing a specific thing as itself. Asterisk 9 fragments, 9 namings. This is the work alongside the rank advancement. It cannot be done the night before the activation. Asterisk he set the page down. I've been in communication with 7 of the 9 for years, he said. Communication, Elder Mingzhu said. The question is whether communication has produced naming. He sat with this. He thought about Scarlet. The warmth, the century-old patience in the way she said yes, the specific tendency to answer questions by turning them into better questions, the grief she carried about the absorbed beasts, the way she went quiet longer than any other fragment when she was deciding what to say. The thing she found interesting, which was everything about the boundary between ancient and young, between old power and new need. The things she found tedious, which was nothing, he realized, because patience at 100,000 years did not produce tedium, It produced a different relationship with time entirely. That was her. Specifically her. I know Scarlet, he said. Yes, Elder Mingzhu said. I have observed that for 6 years. The question is the others. The shadow leopard, he said slowly. The python. The leviathan. He thought through them. I know what they do. I know how they communicate. Whether I know who they are is what the remaining months are for, the elder said. He looked at the timeline. 11 ranks. 9 to 10 weeks of cultivation work towards spirit Douluo. And now, alongside the rank advancement and the advancement containment protocols and the monitoring infrastructure, 9 namings. 9 specifically known beings. He went to the cultivation space. Winfred, he said, tell me something that you find tedious. A brief pause. Then the celestial crane's characteristic precision applied to a different kind of question than he had ever asked it. The space between knowing a thing and saying it, Winfred said. Asterisk, I find the interval tedious. I always have. Asterisk, he began to know it better. Chapter 89. The direct engagement attempt arrived on the 43rd day after the 7th contact. Liu Baoqian's outer monitoring network, extended to 15 kilometers, registered the Devourer's approach at 14 kilometers, which gave them 12 minutes of preparation time before the inner formation zone's alert state needed to activate. Yi Tianming received the notification 3 minutes into its approach while completing a naming session with the rock fragment, came out of the session, and found the group already moving to their positions. The defensive posture was the one they had drilled. Elder Mingzhu at the formation's control node, the Elder's cultivation extending into the formation architecture as both operator and power source. Liu Baoqian at the outer monitoring boundary, coordinating his network's real-time position tracking. Shen Ryun managing the relay communications to Dao Xuanji's sex patrol teams, giving them the Devourer's approach vector. Xiao Yan at the inner formation zone's secondary anchor point, where her hammer spirit's cultivated force was integrated into the formation's impact response. And Yi Tianming at the center. The Devourer came to 6 kilometers. It stopped there. He extended his ring sensitivity to the full 9-kilometer range and held the contact precisely. 6 kilometers was outside the absorption mechanism's effective range. The Devourer's absorption required physical proximity in the 2 to 3 kilometer range, based on the behavioral pattern of the 7 prior contacts. 6 kilometers was a positioning choice, not a preparation for immediate engagement. He waited. The contact held at 6 kilometers for 37 minutes. Not a small amount of time. 37 minutes was longer than the 7th contact's 19 minutes and shorter than the 4th contact's 11 hours. The quality of the presence was unlike any of the prior contacts. Not information gathering, not listening, not measuring the monitoring response speed. Something that he could only describe, through the ring sensitivity's extended resolution, as deliberation. The Devourer was at 6 kilometers considering whether to approach further. The defensive posture was visible to it. Elder Mingzhu's formation in alert state, the cultivation pressure of 3 senior practitioners, the monitoring network's active tracking. The Devourer had spent months learning the monitoring infrastructure's parameters and could read the current configuration as well as he could. He held still. He did not extend techniques. He did not adjust the posture. He let the Devourer see exactly what the defensive posture was. 37 minutes. Then it withdrew. He tracked the withdrawal for 40 minutes until the contact crossed the 15-kilometer outer boundary and Liu Baoqian's network confirmed departure from the monitoring range. He let out a breath. It didn't engage, Liu Baoqian said. He said it with the flat quality of a practitioner who had been prepared for an engagement and was now recalibrating. No, Yi Tianming said. What stopped it? He thought about the 37 minutes. The deliberation quality. The specific configuration the Devourer had encountered. The full defensive posture, the response speed demonstrated in the 7th contact's measurement, the directional framework running on the harmonic variation the Devourer could not cost-effectively match. The arithmetic wasn't favorable, he said. The defensive posture adds the combined cultivation of Elder Mingzhu, Shen Ryun, Baoqian, and myself to the engagement calculation. The Devourer's accumulated power is substantial, but the absorption mechanism requires time to complete, and in an engagement with 4 practitioners and an active defensive formation, that time wouldn't be available. So the direct engagement calculation still doesn't tip, Shen Ryun said. Not yet, he said. What changes that, she said. He looked at his cultivation record. Either the Devourer accumulates more, but it stopped its accumulation operations, or it finds a way to reduce the defensive posture. Or, he looked at the timeline. Or it waits until a moment when the posture is weaker. The advancement events, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, the advancement containment protocol limits the monitoring disruption window, but an advancement event is still the moment when the posture is momentarily less coherent. He looked at the group. It knows about the disruption windows. It observed the Shadow Leopard event. If it's waiting for an optimal moment, the next advancement event is the candidate. Then we make the advancement containment protocol as tight as possible, Shenryun said. Yes, he said. And we reach Spirit Douluo before it finds an advantage we haven't anticipated. He went back to the cultivation work with the Devourer's deliberation quality still present in his ring sensitivity's memory. 37 minutes of considering. The arithmetic hadn't tipped yet. He needed to make sure it never did. Chapter 90 Spirit Sage rank arrived at 60 exactly, the rank where the Spirit Sage designation became official and the 7th fragment entered a new depth. He was in the modified formation zone with Elder Mingzhu present, the advancement containment protocol active, Shenryun at the monitoring relay. The Shadow Leopard's new depth at Spirit Sage rank was different from the Spirit Emperor depth that had produced the unseen physical bleed. At Spirit Sage rank, the Shadow Leopard did not extend the unseen quality outward. It went inward. He felt it as the quality of the space between becoming available not in the physical register, but in the perceptual one. The ability to exist in the threshold between perceived and unperceived states at will, to choose whether his own awareness was directed outward at the world or inward at the cultivation space with the same voluntary quality that breathing was voluntary. Not ceasing to breathe, choosing the rhythm. He came out of the advancement session when Elder Mingzhu said his name. 7 minutes. Down from the 22 of the Shadow Leopard's Spirit Emperor event. Here, he said immediately. Elder Mingzhu had been standing 2 meters away, watching him with the alert quality of someone who had been ready to apply an anchoring technique. The technique had not been needed. 7 minutes, the Elder said. The containment protocol worked, Yi Tianming said. He felt the Shadow Leopard's new depth integrated and stable, not bleeding outward, not causing the monitoring disruption that had provided the Devourer its observation window. The advancement containment protocol's anchoring preparation, practiced for the specific bleed mode of the Shadow Leopard's space between quality, had reduced the window from 39 minutes to 7. Good, Elder Mingzhu said. He said it with the quality of something that had been a concern and was now resolved, not entirely, but sufficiently. Shenryun's relay record showed no monitoring disruption. The check-in had stayed on interval. The Devourer had not appeared in the monitoring network during the advancement window. He sat with this. The system had worked as designed. He ran a quick cultivation check. 60 rank, Spirit Sage official. The Shadow Leopard's new depth offered the space between perceptual quality, not a combat technique directly, but the ability to operate in the threshold between states that the Shadow Leopard had spent 100,000 years mastering. The tactical applications would need to be developed, but the capability was there. And the naming practice, the Shadow Leopard. He thought about what he knew of it specifically. The way it communicated not in language, but in presence and absence. The leopard had never used words in any of their interactions. The technique work had been done through demonstration, through the direct experiential transfer of the space between quality. What it found interesting, thresholds specifically, not one thing or another, but the quality of two things meeting. What it found tedious, force categories. The leopard existed in the between because it found the binary, visible and invisible, present and absent, an imprecise description of what was actually there. That was it. Specifically it. He noted this in the naming documentation. 7 of 9 fragments, named with sufficient specificity. The Leviathan and the 9th fragment remained. The Leviathan had communicated once, through the resonance architecture with Tide Wave, at Spirit Emperor rank's advancement. It had not communicated directly since. He knew its nature from Tide Wave's account, and from the residue of the 45-minute communication, vast, oceanic, transcendent of its own species, the oldest of the 9. What it specifically found interesting, what it found tedious, what it would argue about, these he did not yet know. The 9th fragment had not communicated. It was present, stable, waiting. Its nature was not yet visible. 2 namings remaining. 4 ranks to the Spirit Douluo threshold. He went back to the cultivation work. 60 rank. The Shadow Leopard's new depth integrated. The containment protocol validated. The Devourer's direct engagement attempt had failed its arithmetic at 37 minutes. The count continued, and the work continued, and the namings accumulated alongside the ranks, and the shape of the liberation that had always been the work's full scope grew clearer with each session. He pressed forward. Chapter 91 3 weeks after the direct engagement attempt, Shenryun brought him a pattern he hadn't noticed. He had been tracking everything he could measure directly. Rank advancement rate, Devourer contact behavior, monitoring relay response speeds, fragment naming progress. What he had not been tracking in the same granular way was the convergence event frequency in the surrounding territory, because convergence events had become an ambient feature of the situation rather than a specific tactical threat. The pattern she had noticed was an absence. The last convergence event in the district's surrounding territory was 31 days ago, she said. Before that, the shortest gap between convergence events was 8 days. The average was 11. We've now gone through nearly 3 cycles of the normal average without a single event. He looked at the data she had compiled, a straightforward graph of convergence events by date and location, running back 22 months to the beginning of the forest site cultivation program. The line dropped to 0 31 days ago. It had not risen since. The convergence events were being triggered by the ring resonance's output reaching threshold concentration in the ambient field, he said. The direction framework reduced that output. The modified formation zone reduced it further. He looked at the graph. But the 0 point is too sharp for a gradual reduction. This is a change in the triggering mechanism, not in the output. The devourer, Shunryan said. He looked at her. The third contact established that the devourer was directing the convergence responses, she said. The shadow leopard observed its influence technique during the second convergence event. If the devourer has been actively coordinating the convergence responses and then stopped, then the 0 isn't the output dropping below threshold, he said. It's the coordination stopping. He sat with this. The devourer had been coordinating convergence responses as an indirect approach, directing beasts toward him, testing the defensive posture, mapping the monitoring infrastructure's response. The coordination stopping could mean several things. It has the information it needed from the convergence approach, he said. 3 years of coordinated convergence events. The indirect approaches are exhausted. The convergence coordination was one of them. He thought through the timeline. Or, it's conserving, Shunryan said. The coordination requires sustained attention and cultivation expenditure. The devourer uses accumulated cultivation as its operational resource. If it has stopped accumulating and stopped the coordination, both high expenditure activities, at the same time, it's saving its reserves for something specific, she said. The window, he thought. It's waiting for the window. The next rank advancement event, he said. It probed the defensive posture at 6 kilometers and found it functional. It knows the advancement events create monitoring disruptions. The shadow leopard event gave it that data. If it's conserving reserves and waiting for a specific moment, then the next advancement event is the moment it's planning for, she said. He looked at the cultivation tracking record. 62nd rank. 8 ranks to Spirit Douluo. Each rank advancement would require a session at depth. We need the advancement containment protocol as tight as possible, he said. Every session at depth, full posture active. He thought. And we need to know which advancement event it's targeting. How do we know that? She said. We watch the outer monitoring boundary, he said. If it's conserving reserves and planning around a specific window, the monitoring approach will change. It will move into observation range before the advancement event it has chosen. Not immediately before. It will want to verify the window is actually occurring. We watch for approach behavior before our schedule shows an advancement is due, she said. Yes. Liu Baochen's 15-kilometer net. If it approaches outside the normal contact pattern, not when a contact is expected based on its established rhythm, that tells us it has intelligence about the advancement schedule. She made a notation. And the question is, how does it have intelligence about the advancement schedule? She said. He had been sitting with this for weeks. It doesn't need the schedule, he said. It needs to detect the pre-advancement output signature. As I approach a rank ceiling, the cultivation base pushes against the rank barrier and the output signature changes. There's a specific quality to cultivation pressure in the days before a breakthrough. An entity with 300 years of experience observing practitioners would know that signature. She looked at him. Then it's watching the output signature continuously, she said. Not waiting for our schedule. Waiting for yours. He looked at the monitoring records. His own cultivation tracking, mapped against the devourer's contact history. The 4th contact had been at the cultivation period when he was deepening the direction framework's architecture in preparation for the modification. The 5th contact, the interference attempt, had been timed to the period when the modification was complete, and his output would have been at its most stable since the modification. The devourer had been correlating its contacts with his cultivation signatures. Yes, he said. It's been watching the output signature the entire time. He looked at the count, the tally Xiaoyan had been keeping. Not 3 months to Spirit Douluo now. 8 ranks. The shape of each rank advancement was visible from the inside as a pressure that built. The devourer could see that pressure from the outside. He had never been as visible as he had just realized he was. Chapter 92. The Leviathan spoke to him directly for the first time on the 64th night. Not through tidewave. Not through the resonance architecture's secondary channels. not in the between categories quality he had observed during the Spirit Emperor Advancement's 45-minute oceanic communication. Directly, he was in the modified formation zone's inner ring, in the standard evening session, working through a Stoneheart naming communion, asking the tortoise patient questions to which the tortoise gave patient answers, deepening his specific knowledge of the fragment rather than accessing its cultivation capabilities. The tortoise was, he had determined, specifically interested in duration. Not the cultivation concept of endurance as a technique, but the philosophical quality of duration itself. The way 100,000 years of existence changed the relationship to time until time became a kind of presence rather than a measure. He had been understanding this for 40 minutes when the Leviathan's communication arrived. It did not arrive as language. It did not arrive as sensation or image or the directional quality of Winthred's precision or the warmth quality of Scarlet's voice. It arrived as the experience of something very large recognizing something it had been waiting to recognize. He stopped the Stoneheart session. The Leviathan's communication was not a message in the conventional sense. It was a context transfer, an entire framework of understanding delivered simultaneously rather than sequentially, the way the Python delivered data packets, but at a scale that the Python's packets did not approach. The Python gave him technical documentation. The Leviathan gave him something older than documentation. He sat with it for a long time after the communication ended. What he understood when the context had fully settled was this. The Void Origins activation mechanism, as Yin Qingchuan had designed it, required the practitioner to be the resonance, not to direct it, not to hold it, but to be the full presence of all 9 fragments simultaneously. What the Leviathan communicated was not a modification to this design. It was an additional layer of what the design accomplished. The resonance pulse's effect on the Devourer was a dispersal. The dispersal released what the Devourer held. But the release, the specific quality of what dispersal meant for 300 years of accumulated consciousness, required the resonance to carry a specific quality into the ambient field alongside the inversion. Recognition. The pulse did not merely invert the Devourer's accumulated frequency. It told the released consciousnesses that they were being released, that the dispersal was intentional, that something had been built specifically to free them. A consciousness waking in the ambient field without context for what had happened to it was a different experience from a consciousness waking in the ambient field knowing that a practitioner with 9 fragments had spent a decade building the key. The naming, he said to the Leviathan. Asterisk the naming practice. That's what carries the recognition. Asterisk the Leviathan did not answer in language. It was present in the cultivation space in the specific quality of something that had been waiting for a question to be correctly posed and had just received it. The 9 namings, he said. Asterisk I need to know each fragment specifically enough that when I am the resonance, when the boundary is absent, the fragments are still themselves, still specifically themselves. And when the pulse disperses through the Devourer's accumulated matrix, the specifically known fragments carry the recognition to the consciousnesses inside. Asterisk the Leviathan remained present. It's not only about my perspective returning after the activation, he said. It's about what my perspective carries into the activation. He felt the weight of this. The more specifically I know each of you, the more specifically I am the resonance when I relinquish, the more specifically the recognition reaches the released consciousnesses. The cultivation space was very quiet. Then Scarlet said, with the warmth that was also 100,000 years of waiting for this moment. Asterisk yes. That is exactly right. Asterisk he sat in the modified formation zone's inner ring for a long time after, in the quiet, with the full shape of the work visible from an angle he had not seen before. The naming was not preparation for the technique. The naming was the technique. Chapter 93 The third direct engagement probe came on a Sunday morning when the monitoring relay caught the approach at 13 kilometers. 13 kilometers, 2 kilometers inside the outer network boundary. The approach had come from the northeast rather than the eastern corridor, which was the Devourer's established pattern from the prior 7 contacts. Liu Baochun's network flagged the deviation immediately. Eastern approach was the standard vector. Northeast approach was the gap between 2 of the monitoring nodes. He came out of his morning session and found the group already in defensive posture by the time he reached the coordination room. Northeast approach, 13 kilometers, Liu Baochun said. He was at the relay array, tracking 3 simultaneous signals. Wait, I have 2 additional presences. Western approach, 11 kilometers. Northern approach, 14 kilometers. 3 simultaneous vectors. He looked at Elder Mingzhu. The Elder was already at the formation control node, his cultivation pressing into the defensive architecture with the specific quality of someone running the geometry of a problem. The formation's coverage was designed for a single source thread, a single approach vector that the formation could orient against. 3 simultaneous vectors required the formation to maintain omnidirectional alert state, which distributed the cultivation expenditure across the full coverage surface rather than concentrating it against a specific approach. 3 vectors, Elder Mingzhu said. His voice was calm with the specific quality of calm that came from having anticipated a possibility and now executing the preparation for it. The formation can maintain omnidirectional coverage, but not at the same response speed as the directed state. Response time from omnidirectional state. Yi Tianming said. 22 seconds. The Devourer has been accumulating practitioners' cultivation for 300 years, he said. The absorbed cultivation is structured. It retains the original practitioner's frameworks. The Devourer can project portions of its accumulated capacity as secondary presences. He looked at the relay data. The western and northern contacts are real, but they're not the Devourer's primary presence. They're detached portions of its accumulated matrix, operating at range. Then the northeastern contact is the primary, Shun Ryun said. Yes, but attacking the decoys will accomplish nothing. They're autonomous segments, not entities that can be disabled. He thought. And attacking the primary will require Elder Mingzhu to commit the formation's cultivation to a directed state against the northeast, which leaves the western and northern vectors with a slower response window. The group looked at him. Don't commit the formation, he said. Hold the omnidirectional state. The 22-second response time is the acceptable window at this stage. The absorption mechanism requires more time than 22 seconds to complete. Elder Mingzhu held the omnidirectional state. The 3 vectors held at their respective positions for 41 minutes. Then the northeastern contact withdrew, and the western and northern contacts dissolved simultaneously, the autonomous segments returning to the primary as the primary withdrew. 41 minutes. Then gone. He tracked the northeastern contact's withdrawal to the 15-kilometer outer boundary and confirmed departure. It found the gap in the monitoring net, Liu Baochen said. Yes. The northeast approach corridor has a 90-second detection lag compared to the eastern corridor. It used the gap to reach 13 kilometers before the network flagged it. I'll close the lag, Liu Baochen said. Yes, and I need to understand the segmented projection capability better. He looked at the relay data. The Devourer deployed 3 simultaneous presences, primary and 2 autonomous segments. How many segments can it deploy at its current accumulation level? That's not a calculable number from our data, Shun Ryun said. No, he said, but it's a question we need to answer before the next probe. He went to find Scarlet. Chapter 94. 2 weeks after the 3-vector probe, Yi Tianming reached the 65th rank and learned the rock's specific nature in a single session. The rock was the most visually oriented of the fragments. Where the sea dragon perceived in currents and pressures, and the shadow leopard perceived in presences and absences, the rock perceived in patterns at scale. The kind of visual field that came from flying at an altitude where continents were visible as shapes, and the patterns of cultivation settlements looked like circulatory systems, and the movement of spirit beast populations across territories read as the same kind of system in a different medium. What the rock found interesting. The shape of things at a scale where the individual elements disappeared and only the pattern remained. What the rock found tedious. The individual element when it insisted on its own significance at the expense of its place in the pattern. He documented this with care. 6 fragments named with specific sufficiency. 3 remaining. The Leviathan, the Golden Python, and the 9th fragment. The Python had not been communicative in the personal nature sense. It delivered technical data packets with precision and efficiency and had answered his direct questions about the fragment communication system and the void origin mechanism. But asking it what it found interesting produced a data packet rather than a self-description. He tried a different approach. Python, he said, in the quiet of an evening session. What problem have you been waiting for me to bring you that hasn't arrived yet? A pause. Longer than the Python's standard response interval. Then, 1, the Python said. Asterisk at the void origin activation. The resonance pulse will encounter the Devourer's accumulated matrix. The matrix is 300 years of absorbed cultivation structured in a complex non-uniform architecture. The inversion pulse must propagate through the matrix completely for the liberation effect to reach all contained consciousnesses. Incomplete propagation leaves some consciousnesses unreleased. Asterisk a spiral pause. Asterisk I have been calculating the optimal propagation geometry for 6 months. I have not told you because the problem is not yet your problem. When it is, I will deliver. Asterisk he looked at this. When will it be my problem? At Spirit Douluo rank. When the void origin becomes activatable, the Python said. Asterisk specifically at the moment you determine the activation timing. The propagation geometry depends on where you are when you activate, and where the Devourer is when you activate. These variables are not yet determined. Asterisk, you've been waiting for the variables to be determinable, he said. Yes. What do you find interesting? Another pause. Problems that cannot be solved before all the variables are known, the Python said. The satisfaction of waiting for a problem to become complete. A spiral pause that was not hesitation. It was its characteristic communication rhythm, the pause between receiving and delivering. Asterisk, I find incomplete problems tedious. Problems that are still arriving. Asterisk, he documented this. 7 named. The Leviathan and the 9th fragment remaining. The Leviathan's naming was different. The direct communication had transferred context rather than describable qualities, and naming required describable qualities. He sat with what he had received from the Leviathan and tried to translate it into the naming form. What the Leviathan found interesting, the moment when something transcended its own category. The sea creature that became something older than sea creatures. The practitioner that became something older than practitioners. The specific quality of becoming. What the Leviathan found tedious, the category itself, when the category prevented the thing inside it from continuing to grow. He looked at this for a long time. Scarlet, he said. Yes. Asterisk, did the Leviathan give you the same thing it gave me? The context transfer? Asterisk, no, she said. The Leviathan gave me what it gives everyone. The experience of being recognized as something that has already begun transcending its category. A pause. Asterisk, it has been doing this for 100,000 years. It recognized in each of us, in the 9 of us, something that had already begun the same process it had undergone. Asterisk, and in me? Yes, she said. In you, particularly. He sat with this. 1 rank advancement, and counting. The devourer conserving. The naming approaching completion. The golden python calculating propagation geometry for a problem it was waiting to deliver. He pressed forward. Chapter 95. The thing that had not been predicted from the premise arrived in Liu Baochun's morning report. The mercenary had a contact in the border territory network, a practitioner named Gu Mianbai who ran a trading route through the northern wild territory and had been filing informal reports to Liu Baochun's network for 7 years. The reports were typically about spirit beast population movements, route safety assessments, ambient spiritual pressure readings. Standard network intelligence. This report was not standard. Gu Mianbai had been moving through the Northern Territory's eastern edge 3 weeks ago when she observed a practitioner in the wild area's uninhabited zone. This was unusual in itself. The eastern edge of the Northern Territory had no settlements, no cultivation sites, and no reason for a practitioner to be present. She had observed the practitioner from a distance of approximately 300 meters for a duration of less than a minute before the practitioner's presence resolved, and she was uncertain she had seen anything. The reason the report was not standard was the description she had written of the practitioner she had seen. He was a middle-aged man with the cultivation pressure of a spirit ancestor rank. He was wearing the travel clothing common to Spirit Hall Scholar Division practitioners from the regional archive documentation. He had been standing in the wild area's eastern edge looking northeast with the specific quality of someone who was considering a direction rather than occupying a location. The quality of a person in motion between 2 points rather than a person who had arrived somewhere. She had not recognized him, but Liu Baochun had. The clothing description matched the documentation standard used by Spirit Hall Scholar Division in the 40-year period ending 63 years ago. The cultivation pressure she had described, spirit ancestor, middle-aged male practitioner, matched the documented profile of Wei Chonglin. The practitioner Fan Shoujian had watched be absorbed by the devourer 63 years ago. He read the report 3 times. He was not certain. The description was not specific enough to be certain. Middle-aged spirit ancestor practitioners in Scholar Division travel clothing were not unique. The wild territory produced visual anomalies that uncertain observers sometimes misinterpreted. But he sat with the report for a long time. If the absorbed consciousness is present inside the devourer's accumulated matrix, he said, and the matrix has been producing autonomous segments, detached portions of accumulated cultivation that can operate independently, then the segments carry the absorbed consciousness with them, Shenrun said. She had seen the direction of his thinking as soon as he showed her the report. The 3-vector probe, the western and northern contacts, the autonomous segments. They had the devourer's accumulated weight quality, but I described them as lighter. He looked at the relay data from the probe. If a portion of the accumulated matrix carries a specific absorbed practitioner's consciousness, and that consciousness retains its characteristics, then the segment would look like the practitioner, she said. Not physically. In cultivation pressure quality. Gu Mianbai saw someone in the wild territory, he said. She described a middle-aged spirit ancestor practitioner in 60-year-old Scholar Division clothing. Looking northeast. He looked at the map. Northeast is the direction of this district. The room was quiet. He was looking this way. Xiaoyan said. He looked at her. If it was him, if it was Wei Chongling's consciousness inside a detached segment, he was looking in the direction of the practitioner who might free him. She held his gaze. Would he know? He did not have an answer to this. But Scarlet did. The fragment networks among ancient beasts allow awareness of each other, she said, when he asked that night. The absorbed practitioners do not have ancient beast fragment networks, but accumulated cultivation at that depth, 300 years of shared matrix, may create its own form of connection between the consciousnesses inside. You don't know? He said. No, she said. I don't know what 300 years of shared imprisonment does to human consciousnesses. I know what it did not do. It did not eliminate them. A pause. If they are aware of each other inside the matrix, and if the matrix produces segments that carry individual consciousnesses, I think the possibility you are describing is real. He was looking this way. Yes, she said. Perhaps he was. He sat with the report in the quiet of the modified formation zone, with the full weight of what liberation meant made concrete for the first time. Not as a concept he had accepted 3 weeks ago, when the word had sat on the table differently than the others, but as a person in old clothing looking northeast across a wild territory toward the thing that was being built toward them. He went back to the cultivation work. He pressed harder. Chapter 96. Qin Tianlong arrived in the district on a Tuesday, with 2 members of the Hall Committee's formal inquiry division and a document authorizing a supervised development case review. He was not what Yi Tianming had imagined from 5 years of reading his documentation. The formal record produced an impression of a precise, methodical practitioner, someone who organized arguments into numbered points, who cited documentation accurately, who wrote 31-page dissents and 6-page supplementary notes with equal thoroughness. The person who walked into Elder Mingzhu's district town accommodation was all of those things. But he was also old, 73, spirit sage rank 67th, and he moved with the quality of someone who had spent decades being the most prepared person in any given room and was currently uncertain that he still held that position. He looked at Yi Tianming for a long moment before speaking. You're smaller than the documentation suggested, he said. I'm 13 years old, Yi Tianming said. The documentation focused on capability rather than physical dimensions, Qin Tianlong said. He looked at Elder Mingzhu, who looked back at him with 60 years of neutral patience. The review authorization is formal. The inquiry division will be present. What I have to say first is not part of the formal review. Then say it, Yi Tianming said. The committee members looked at him. Qin Tianlong made a gesture, and they stepped out. He sat down. The spirit hall has become aware of the spirit beast realm, he said. Yi Tianming held completely still. Yin Qingchuan's sealed cultivation method. Qin Tianlong continued. The 4th layer's documentation, which you entered into the formal record through the Scholar Channel. The void origin mechanism. The Hall's research division spent 6 weeks analyzing your submission. He looked at the table. A cultivation method that, at spirit Douluo rank, produces a resonance pulse capable of resolving a God rank equivalent accumulated entity, and that is described in Yin Qingchuan's notes as opening access to the territory where spirit beasts retreated when the cultivation world's hunting made their populations unsustainable. The spirit beast realm, Yi Tianming said. Yes. Qin Tianlong looked at him. The Hall has been looking for the realm's access point for 60 years. Your cultivation method's 4th layer describes the void origin activation as both resolving the devourer and accessing the realm's entry formation. A pause. My original position, institutional resource capture, as you likely characterized it, was based on incomplete information about what the resource was. You've revised the position, Yi Tianming said. I have additional information, Qin Tianlong said. Whether the position is revised depends on what I learned today. He looked at the elder. Elder Mingzhu's expression said, Your choice, your terrain. Ask your questions, Yi Tianming said. Chapter 97. The conversation lasted 3 hours. Qin Tianlong asked questions the way he wrote documentation, precisely, building a case from each answer before moving to the next question. He was not testing for lies. He had, as Yi Tianming had noted of him before, a practitioner's ability to read cultivation signatures, and a cultivation signature couldn't be falsified. He was building a technical understanding of the void origin mechanism's full scope. Yi Tianming told him about the absorbed practitioners. He described Fun Xiujian's account, Wei Chongling's statement in the 14th minute, the ambient consciousness retention the survivor account had described, and Gu Mianbai's recent sighting in the northern wild territory. He described Scarlet's account of the fragment networks and the ancient beasts the devourer had absorbed alongside their practitioners over 3 centuries. Qin Tianlong listened without interrupting. When Yi Tianming finished, the elder was quiet for a long time. The void origin releases them, Qin Tianlong said. Yes. Into the ambient field, where the spirit beast realm's access formation can receive them, Yi Tianming said. Yin Qingchuan built the formation 200 years ago in the realm's entry territory. She built it for exactly this function. Before she understood what the void origin would release, she built a formation capable of receiving and integrating dispersed cultivation consciousness. She was preparing for something she didn't have the full picture of yet. Qin Tianlong looked at this. She built a receiver for 300 years of released consciousness, he said. Yes. That is either the most precisely prepared infrastructure project I've ever encountered in the Hall's records, he said, or it is a coincidence so large that it warrants examination. She knew what the Devourer was accumulating, Yi Tianming said. She had 4 fragments. She had access to the fragment networks to the extent that 4 fragments provided. She knew the Devourer was absorbing ancient beasts alongside practitioners. She didn't know the scope, but she built for the scope she could imagine. He paused. She was someone who built for futures she couldn't fully see. Qin Tianlong sat with this. The spirit beast realm's access, he said. If the void origin opens the entry formation, the Hall's interest in controlled access is still present. I want to be precise about this. I am not abandoning the position that institutional oversight of the realm's initial access is legitimate and necessary. I know, Yi Tianming said. But institutional oversight of a realm entry that also releases 300 years of absorbed consciousness, he paused, is a different kind of problem than institutional oversight of a strategic resource. Yes, Yi Tianming said. It is. Qin Tianlong looked at him. The formal review, he said, will proceed under the standard protocol. My prior dissent stands. The capacity scaling documentation addresses its primary premise, but I haven't withdrawn the dissent formally. A pause. I will withdraw it before the next committee cycle. That's your decision, Yi Tianming said. Yes, Qin Tianlong said. It is. The elder left with his committee members. Elder Mingzhu, who had been present throughout, looked at Yi Tianming with the evaluating quality he used when he was observing a development he had expected to take longer. You gave him more information than required, the elder said. He needed the accurate premise, Yi Tianming said. A practitioner working from incomplete information produces arguments based on what's missing. A practitioner working from complete information produces arguments about what's actually there. He looked at the door the elder had walked through. He's been a careful practitioner working from incomplete information since Chapter 1. It was time to complete the information. That's not the vocabulary of someone with no concept of narrative, Elder Mingzhu said drily. Yi Tianming almost smiled. Chapter 98, the 9th fragment, spoke for the first time on the morning of his 68th rank advancement. He was 2 ranks below the spirit Doa threshold when the 9th ring, the one with no communication, no sensory signature, no name, the one Yin Qingchuan's 4th layer had described only as present and waiting, changed its quality in the cultivation space. Not communication, not language or sensation or data packet or context transfer. The 9th fragment opened. He felt it as a door opening in a room where he had been certain the door was not there. The cultivation space reorganized around the opening, not disrupted, not destabilized, but reoriented, the way a room changed when a light source appeared that you had not known was absent. What came through was not a consciousness. It was a quality, the void origin's quality. He sat completely still. Scarlet, he said. Yes, she said. Her voice had a quality he had not heard in years of communication, something between reverence and recognition. Asterisk, it's opening because you are close enough. The 9th fragment does not communicate until you can receive it. You have been close enough for 2 days, it has been opening for 2 days, and you have not been paying attention. Asterisk, he looked at the quality in the cultivation space. Not vast like the Leviathan. Not precise like Wind Thread. Not patient like Stoneheart. The void origin's quality was something he did not have existing language for. It felt like completion. Not the completion of a task or the end of a process. The completion that a thing felt when all its parts were present. The specific quality of a structure that was waiting for its final component to arrive and had just received it. Is this the naming? He said. The 9th fragment's specific nature? The 9th fragment doesn't have a name because it cannot be named by the practitioner alone, Scarlet said. Asterisk, its name emerges when the 9 fragments are all present simultaneously. It is the resonance itself. Its specific nature is the quality of all 9 of us being specifically ourselves together. Asterisk, a pause that was the warmest pause she had given him in 3 years of communication. Asterisk, it is the completion. That is its nature. You don't name it. You recognize it when it arrives. Asterisk, he sat with the quality of completion in the cultivation space for a long time. 8 named. The 9th recognized. The cultivation architecture had reached a shape he had not known was possible to feel from the inside. He was 2 ranks from Spirit Douluo. He went back to the cultivation work with the specific urgency of a person who could see the finish line of a 10-year race and knew the race was not finished yet. Chapter 99. The monitoring network caught the Devourer's approach at 12 kilometers on the evening of Yi Tianming's 69th rank advancement. Not after the advancement, before it. 5 hours before it. He had been in the preparation phase of the breakthrough cultivation session. The 2 to 3 hours before the rank ceiling was reached when the cultivation base pushed against the barrier and the output signature changed. The specific quality that the Devourer had spent months learning to recognize. It had recognized it. 12 kilometers, the outer network boundary. Approaching. He received the monitoring relay's notification at 11 kilometers and came out of the pre-breakthrough preparation state, which cost him. The preparation phase's accumulated pressure, interrupted, would need to be rebuilt. The advancement would be delayed by 40 to 60 minutes. The group mobilized. Full defensive posture, he said. This is a breakthrough-timed approach. It's going to come close. Liu Baoqian's network tracked the approach. 11 kilometers, 10, 9. Then 7. 7 kilometers. The Devourer had come to 7 kilometers twice before, the second and third early contacts when it was mapping the monitoring infrastructure and the observation contact during the Shadow Leopard advancement window. It had come to 6 kilometers for the first direct engagement attempt. 7 kilometers this time. It stopped. He had his ring sensitivity at maximum resolution. The contact was static at 7 kilometers, not the focused receiving posture of the 4th contact, not the effortful interference attempt of the 5th, not the deliberate measuring quality of the 7th. This was different. The Devourer was waiting. It had recognized the pre-advancement signature. It had come to the closest range it knew the defensive posture would allow without triggering a directed response. 7 kilometers was outside Elder Mingzhu's formation's maximum response radius, which had been measured by the Devourer's probe at 6 kilometers. It had come to the edge of the unmeasured territory and stopped. It was waiting for the advancement event to begin. It knows I'm about to break through, he said. The advancement containment protocol is active, Elder Mingzhu said. His cultivation was already extended into the formation architecture. Yes, but the containment protocol limits the disruption window. It doesn't eliminate it. He looked at the monitoring data. At 7 kilometers, with the monitoring team's attention divided between tracking the Devourer and tracking the advancement event, what does it gain from an 8-minute disruption window at 7 kilometers? Liu Baoqian said. Nothing, if it stays at 7 kilometers. The absorption mechanism requires proximity. He held the contact through his ring sensitivity. But if the disruption begins and it moves during the disruption, from 7 kilometers to contact range, Shunruan said. The response time at 6 kilometers from full alert state is 12 seconds. From 7 kilometers to 4 kilometers, the absorption engagement range is 30 seconds of travel at the Devourer's observed movement speed. He looked at the formation configuration. If the monitoring team's attention is split and the advancement containment delay is active, 30 seconds into a 12-second response window, Elder Mingzhu said. We need to begin the advancement under full monitoring focus, he said. Not split between tracking the Devourer and watching the advancement. I can maintain the Devourer's track independently, Liu Baoqian said. My network runs on autonomous relay. If you assign me sole responsibility for the Devourer's position, the monitoring team's attention can stay fully on the advancement event. He looked at Liu Baoqian. Yes, he said. Do it. He rebuilt the pre-breakthrough preparation state. 40 minutes. Then the cultivation base reached the ceiling again. He crossed into Spirit Douluo rank with Liu Baoqian tracking the Devourer at 7 kilometers and Elder Mingzhu naming him back in 4 minutes and 11 seconds, the fastest containment time they had achieved. The Devourer did not move from 7 kilometers. He came out of the advancement, confirmed position, confirmed rank. 70. Spirit Douluo. The Devourer withdrew 17 minutes later. Chapter 100. Spirit Douluo rank felt like everything above it had been waiting for a foundation that had just been laid. The rank advancement's quality was expansive in the way Spirit Emperor had been expansive, but where Spirit Emperor had expanded in 3 dimensions simultaneously, Spirit Douluo expanded in a direction he didn't have existing language for. The cultivation base widened and deepened and extended, and then did something else. It became receptive in a way it had not been before. The 9th ring's void origin quality was no longer door-opening. It was present, fully present in the cultivation space with the quality of completion that Scarlet had described. The recognition that arrived when all 9 fragments were specifically themselves together. He sat with the advancement for 11 minutes before moving. Then he checked the monitoring data. The Devourer had withdrawn 37 minutes ago. Liu Baoqian's outer network had tracked its retreat to the 15-kilometer boundary and confirmed departure. The contact had lasted 46 minutes total. From the 11-kilometer approach through the 7-kilometer hold through the 17 minutes post-advancement and then departure. It had come. It had waited. It had not attacked. He looked at this. It's recalculating, Shenrian said. She was reviewing the contact's behavioral record. Every time the defensive posture proves functional, the direct engagement arithmetic changes. The advancement window was the opportunity it was waiting for, and the window was under 5 minutes. Not enough, he said. Not enough, she agreed. He looked at his cultivation record. Spirit Douluo. The void origin active in the cultivation space for the first time with full receptivity rather than waiting quality. The 9 fragments all named, 8 specific namings, and the 9th recognized as completion itself. He could activate the void origin. The technical requirements were met. Spirit Douluo rank, 9 fragments accessible. The full resonance architecture stable under the new rank's expanded foundation. The activation was possible. Yin Qingchuan's 4th layer had been precise about the requirements, and the requirements were now present. But the void origin's activation required being the resonance, relinquishing the boundary, and then returning from it. The extended communion practice had reduced reorientation time to 11 minutes from a 4-hour session. The void origin activation was deeper than any session he had attempted, and the Devourer was still present in the territory. The activation needs to happen while the Devourer is at a range where it can't interrupt the pulse, he said. The resonance pulse takes time to propagate through the Devourer's accumulated matrix. The Python has the propagation geometry. It said it would deliver when the variables were determinable. The variables are now determinable, Shunrian said. Your rank. The activation point. The Devourer's position, he said. We need the Devourer at a specific range when the activation begins. Close enough for the pulse to reach the matrix, far enough that it can't interrupt the propagation before it completes. The Python will calculate the optimal range, she said. Yes. He turned to the cultivation space. Python, he said. Asterisk the variables are determined. The problem is complete. Deliver. Asterisk the data packet arrived immediately, as though the Python had been holding it at the ready, calculated, and waiting for weeks. He received it. The packet was the most complex technical document the Python had ever delivered. The Devourer's accumulated matrix's estimated structure. The resonance pulse's propagation geometry through that structure, the optimal activation range for complete propagation, the minimum duration required for full liberation effect, the maximum duration permitted before the boundary dissolution risk became critical. And at the bottom of the packet, a single additional calculation. The optimal timing. Not just range, timing. The Devourer's behavioral pattern had produced a model of its movement cycles. There was a window, recurring approximately every 14 days. Where its position relative to Yi Tianming's location was within the optimal activation range, close enough for complete pulse propagation, far enough to prevent interruption. The next window was 11 days away. He sat with the full scope of what the Python had delivered. 11 days. The activation was possible, the geometry was calculated, the window was known. Elder Mingzhu had been watching him. Well, the elder said. 11 days, Yi Tianming said. The Python has the geometry. I have Spirit Douluo rank. He looked at the group, Liu Baoqian, Shunriyun, Xiaoyan, Elder Mingzhu, the whole specific assembly of people who had been building this alongside him. We have 11 days to prepare. He thought about the absorbed practitioners. Wei Chonglin looking northeast from old wild territory. 300 years of waiting in a prison that had not known someone was building toward it. He thought about the 9 namings. The completion quality in the cultivation space. The work that had been 2 tracks, rank and self, running parallel for a decade and arriving at the same moment. 11 days, he said again. He began to prepare. Chapter 101. The 11 days had a specific shape that he understood as preparation. Not cultivation advancement work. He had reached Spirit Douluo rank, and the next rank threshold was distant enough that pushing for it now would produce nothing. Not institutional documentation. The formal record was current. Qin Tianlong's forthcoming withdrawal of his dissent would close the last contested element of the supervised development case. Not monitoring infrastructure adjustment. Liu Baoqian's network was at its maximum useful density. The check-in interval was optimized. The formation zone's coverage was as broad as Dao Xuanji's sex formation team could make it. The 11 days were for the activation itself. For making the practitioner who would activate the void origin as precisely himself as he could be in the available time. He ran the deepest extended communion sessions of the program. Not 4 hours, 8, 10, 12. Sessions designed to bring him as close to the activation's relinquishment depth as he could reach without activating, to understand what that depth felt like from the inside and what the return from it would require. Each session was followed by the reorientation practice, now second nature from 37 prior sessions, but extended to cover the new depth. The sessions were harder than anything in the program. At 8 hours with Tide Wave, the ocean perspective became dominant not gradually, but completely. He came out of the session seeing the district town as a coastline, the streets as tidal channels, the formation zone's inner ring as a tide pool complex. The reorientation sequence took 23 minutes at that depth. Elder Mingzhu was present for each session, timing the recovery, observing the quality of the return. 23 minutes from an 8-hour tide wave session, the elder said on the third day. The activation depth will be longer than 8 hours. Yes, he said, but the activation depth is not just tide wave, it's all 9 fragments simultaneously. The simultaneous quality changes the bleed mode. How? He thought about the 9th fragment's completion quality, the way all 9, together, produce the resonance's recognition effect. The individual fragments have individual bleed modes, tide wave's vastness, the shadow leopard's space between, the Leviathan's transcendence of category. When 9 fragments are simultaneously present, the individual bleed modes don't sum, he said. They converge. 9 specific things simultaneously produce a different kind of presence than one specific thing present alone. He looked at the session records. The reorientation from a single fragment's depth requires finding my perspective within that fragment's specific quality. The reorientation from 9 simultaneous fragments may require something different. What? Elder Mingzhu said. He thought about Scarlet's instruction. The strength of the boundary is not how hard you hold the self separate. It is how specifically you know the self. The naming, he said. The 9 namings. Coming out of 9 fragment depth will require not finding myself within any single ancient perspective. It will require being specifically myself against the background of all 9 simultaneously. The names are the anchors. So the names need to be active during the reorientation, the elder said. Not recalled, active. Someone saying them. He looked at the elder. Yes, he said. I need someone to name me during the reorientation. Not just my own name. The specific names that make me me rather than the resonance. The details that Scarlet said were the texture of the specific life. The archive at Juha Town, Elder Mingzhu said. The amber crystal. Xiaoyan's notebook. Yes. The elder looked at him for a long moment. I'll do it, he said. I know them better than anyone except Xiaoyan. He looked at the elder. Both of you, he said. You and Xiaoyan. 2 voices are better than one for this, and 2 voices from different angles of the same life. Elder Mingzhu nodded. He made a notation, not on paper, in his memory, in the way very old practitioners stored things they would not forget. Chapter 102. On the 7th day, Lu Baochen brought him a different kind of intelligence. Not Devourer contact data. The Devourer had not appeared in the monitoring network since the Spirit Douluo advancement contact. Its outer approach pattern was consistent with the 14-day window cycle the Python's timing model predicted. 6 days since the last contact. 8 days until the next predicted window. What Lu Baochen brought was from Gumianbai. She had been in the Northern Territory's eastern edge again. A return to the trading route she had been running when she saw the practitioner she had thought might be Wei Chonglin. This time she had not seen a figure. She had seen something else. The ambient spiritual pressure in the uninhabited zone's eastern edge had changed quality since her prior visit 3 weeks ago. Not increased or decreased, changed in kind. The baseline pressure in that area had always had the heavy, accumulated weight quality that was characteristic of the Devourer's ambient presence in any territory it had occupied for extended periods. 3 weeks ago, that quality had still been present. Now it was thinner, not absent, but reduced in the way that things reduced when their source was no longer present. The Devourer's ambient presence in the Northern Territory is thinning, Lu Baochen said, which is consistent with the accumulation operations having stopped and the Devourer having pulled its primary presence closer to this region. Yes, Yi Tianming said, but there's a secondary interpretation. He looked at the map. The Northern Territory's eastern edge, where the ambient pressure was thinning. The sighting of what might have been Wei Chonglin, looking northeast toward this district. If the Devourer is pulling its primary presence and also projecting autonomous segments, he said, the segments carrying absorbed consciousnesses may have some degree of orientation. The Wei Chonglin sighting was 3 weeks ago. The ambient pressure thinning started some time before Gu Mianbai's return visit. He looked at the data. The segments are oriented northeast. The thinning follows the direction of orientation. The absorbed consciousnesses inside the segments are, Lu Baochen started. Moving toward the liberation, he said. Not precisely. They were inside the Devourer's projected matrix, and the matrix moved at the Devourer's direction. But if the absorbed consciousnesses had any influence on the segment's orientation, and if they were aware of what was being built toward them, the Devourer is approaching the activation window's range. It's moving northeast because that's where the window will occur. And the absorbed practitioners inside its matrix are. He stopped. Coming home, Xiaoyan said. He looked at her. She was at her notebook. She had been listening from the table's edge, as she had been listening for 9 years. They've been inside a prison for decades or centuries, she said. And the prison is moving toward the thing that will open it. She looked at her notebook. They don't have to know the mechanism. They can feel the direction. He sat with this. Yes, he said. I think that's right. He looked at the 11-day preparation timeline. For days remaining, he went back to the deep session work with the specific quality of urgency that came from knowing exactly what the urgency was for. Chapter 103. On the 9th day, he asked Scarlet to describe the activation from her perspective. Not the technical mechanism. The Python had delivered that. Not the void origin structure. Yin Qingchuan's 4th layer had described that. What he asked for was what the activation felt like from the inside of a fragment that had been waiting for it for 10 years. She was quiet for a longer pause than she usually gave him. From the inside, she said, the activation is the moment the resonance becomes what it was always structured to be. The ring architecture, the 9 fragments in the voidstone pillar's resonance, was designed for this. Not by anyone, not intentionally. It emerged from the structure of 9 ancient beasts choosing fragment continuation simultaneously. The structure became this. A pause. The activation is the structure recognizing itself as complete, and the relinquishment, he said. What does the boundary going feel like from your side? You are already present in the resonance now, she said. You have been since Spirit Emperor rank, deeper since Spirit Douluo. The boundary exists as a maintained distinction rather than a natural one. You are choosing to be Yi Tian Ming, and the choosing is the boundary. Another pause, warmer. When you stop choosing, when the relinquishment is complete, you are still present. You are simply not choosing to be distinct from us. The 9 of us together are still the resonance, still specific, still ourselves. You are in that specificity rather than outside it. And the return, he said. The choosing again, she said. The naming practice is the preparation for the choosing. When the pulse completes and the relinquishment ends, the names are the path back to choosing. Your name for each of us, and our names for you. She was quiet for a long moment. I have known your name for 10 years. I have been saying it in the resonance since the first year, when you were 6 years old and you said, well, here we are, and meant it. The choosing again is easy when someone has been holding your name in the resonance the entire time. He did not speak for several minutes. Then, thank you, he said. Yes, she said. For 10 years. You're welcome. He ran the review of the 9 namings that evening. All 9. 8 specifically described, the 9th recognized as completion. He sat with each one, adding the final layer of specificity. Not just what they found interesting and what they found tedious, but the quality of the year of knowing each of them. The accumulated texture of a decade of communication. Scarlet. 10 years of warmth and the grief underneath it. The way she had said, well, here we are in the courtyard at Ironstone, and meant it as a welcome rather than a lament. Tide wave. The vastness that covered everything. The specific ocean depth of the lateral perspective. The first communicated word. Stop the conversation and keep cultivating. Stoneheart. The patient certainty of geological time. The way patience distinguished itself from endurance by waiting with rather than enduring against. Wind thread. The brief precision. The celestial crane's specific tedium with the space between knowing and saying. The way it had told him the function is improving. The ceiling is not yet in sight, as if those were equivalent statements. Rock. The altitude perspective where individual elements became pattern. The specific interest in scale where things became visible only at the right distance. Python. The data packets complete without preamble. The specific satisfaction of a problem that had waited for all its variables to arrive. The propagation geometry that had been calculated and held for 6 months. Shadow leopard. The space between is home rather than threshold. The category resistance. The sessions that required becoming findable rather than finding oneself. Leviathan. The transcendence of species origin. The oldest of the 9. The specific interest in the moment when something became more than its category. And in him, the recognition that had arrived before he was ready to receive it. Void origin. Completion. Present. Recognized. He was ready. Chapter 10. For the night before the window opened, the group sat together. Not to plan, the planning was complete. Not to review, the documentation was thorough. They sat together the way groups sat when what was ahead required being together the night before. Elder Mingzhu made tea with the unhurried quality he brought to things that didn't require rushing. Lu Baochen sat with his network relay on minimal status, available but not actively monitored. Shin Riyun had closed her notation notebook for the first time since he could remember. Xiao Yin was at her usual table-edge position, but her own notebook was also closed. He sat in the center of the group. The modified formation zone hummed very quietly. The street vendor 3 blocks east had finished for the night. No produce call, just the ambient sound of the district town settling into late evening. The sky above the roof was clear, the kind of clear that happened after 3 days of cloud, when the stars were sharp rather than hazed. The archive at Juha Town, Elder Mingzhu said. He said it without preamble, the way the elder said things that didn't require introduction. You spent 4 years there. Do you remember the specific quality of the afternoon light at the 4th hour? Yi Tianming looked at him. On the east stacks, he said. The window faced south, so in the late afternoon the light came in at an angle that caught the dust in the air above the reading tables. The higher shelves stayed dim. The lower ones had a specific amber quality from the angle. Good, Elder Mingzhu said. He was not running the naming practice. He was checking that the memories were vivid. The amber crystal, Xiaoyan said. The one that shattered. At the testing ceremony, he said. The scatter pattern went to the right, toward where Yi Changfeng was standing. He took 2 steps back. The elder in the back row said the archaic phrase. He paused. The stone floor was cold. I had been standing still for 11 minutes, and my feet had gone numb. Xiaoyan looked at him with the specific quality she used when she was adding something to the count. I told you I was staying on a Tuesday, she said. You asked why and I said I didn't ask if I should. I was sitting on the well cover outside the accommodation. The well cover was painted blue but the paint was peeling and the wood underneath was gray. He looked at her. Yes, he said. She opened her notebook. Not to the count page, to a different page, toward the front, that she rarely opened. I wrote it down, she said. That evening. The exact words. She looked at the page. I didn't ask if I should stay. I asked what the rest of my life looks like if I do. She looked at him. In case you needed it. He held this. Lu Baochen made a sound. The first time I understood what you were doing, the mercenary said, was the Mercury situation. You filed documentation rather than fighting a practitioner who outranked you. I spent 15 years in mercenary work thinking the answer to a threat was always a stronger response than the threat. You chose the terrain you knew. He paused. He was not a person who spoke at length in quiet evenings. His speech patterns were calibrated for tactical briefings and direct information exchange. The effort to continue was visible in his pauses. That's the most useful thing I learned in 20 years. I want you to know I'll say so, wherever you end up. Elder Mingzhu looked at the mercenary for a moment. Then he looked at Yi Tianming. The copper token, the elder said. When I gave it to you on the road. You were 8 years old and you asked, how long have you been planning this? And I said, longer than you've been alive. And you said, not as long as Scarlet. Yes, he said. At that moment, Elder Mingzhu said, I understood that you were going to be fine. He sat in the quiet of the group. The district town's ambient sounds. The formation zones hum. The tea cooling in the cups. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, Xiaoyan said. She closed her notebook. He went to the cultivation space and sat with the 9 fragments in the specific quiet of the night before, with the completion quality present and stable, and the Leviathan and Tide Wave and Scarlet, and all of them there, each specifically themselves, waiting with him. Chapter 105 The activation window opened at the 43rd hour after the Spirit Douluo advancement. The Python's timing model had predicted a window in 11 days, and it had been correct to within a 6-hour margin. The monitoring network confirmed the Devourer's position through Lu Baochen's outer relay at dawn, 7 kilometers southwest, the range the Python's propagation geometry had designated as optimal, close enough for complete matrix penetration, far enough for full propagation duration without the Devourer being able to interrupt. The window was projected to last 4 to 6 hours before the Devourer's movement pattern would carry it outside optimal range. He had 4 hours. The Python's propagation geometry required a minimum of 2 hours for complete liberation effect through the full matrix. The maximum duration he could sustain at full relinquishment depth before the boundary dissolution risk became critical, per Yin Qingchuan's warning, was approximately 3. The margin was narrow. The window was real. He told the group. The defensive posture organized with practiced efficiency. Elder Mingzhu at the formation control node. Not in alert state now, but in the specific configuration they had designated for the activation event. The formation architecture modified to support rather than defend, creating an ambient resonance field that would carry the void origin pulse outward more cleanly than the natural ambient field. Liu Baoqian's network at maximum active status, tracking the Devourer's position on a 60-second update cycle. Shen Ryun managing the relay communications to Dao Xuanji's sex patrol teams, who would be monitoring the surrounding territory for any secondary approach vectors. Xiao Yin at the inner formation zone's anchor point. Not the secondary formation anchor from the engagement preparations. Her specific position, at the table where she had been sitting for years, with her notebook open to the front page where she had written the Tuesday words. The reorientation sequence, Elder Mingzhu said. I'll lead. Xiao Yin seconds. Yes, Yi Tianming said. He looked at the group. The specific assembly. The 9 years. I know what I'm going back to, he said. He sat in the formation zone's inner ring and turned his attention to the cultivation space. 9 fragments. All present. All specifically themselves. He asked each one if they were ready. Scarlet. Asterisk yes. 10 years. Asterisk. Tide wave. The ocean depth presence. Vast and lateral. Confirming by being fully present. Stoneheart. The slow certainty, patient as geological time, confirming by not moving. Winthread. Brief. Yes. Rock. The altitude perspective, present, confirming by widening to the full pattern scale. Python. A data packet containing a single word. Shadow leopard. The space between, present in the threshold between confirmed and unconfirmed, which was its own form of confirmation. Leviathan. The oldest thing in the cultivation space, present with the specific quality of something that had been waiting for this moment since before he was born. Void origin. Complete. Ready. He let the boundary go. The relinquishment was not the terrifying dissolution he had feared in the years of preparation. It was quieter than that. The way a fist, held tight for a very long time, could be opened slowly. Not loss, not collapse, but release. The held thing still present, simply no longer needing to be held. He was Yi Tianming. He was also the resonance. Both things simultaneously, and the both-ness did not feel like contradiction. It felt like what the void origin fragment had been showing him since it opened. Completion. The pulse began. He was the resonance. He pressed outward toward the Devourer at 7 kilometers southwest, and the pulse carried with it 9 specifically named presences and the recognition that was the specific quality the Leviathan had explained. Not just dispersal, but liberation delivered with intention, with the knowledge that something had been built for exactly this. He pressed, and the pulse propagated, and the work was finally, fully, entirely what it had always been. Chapter 106. Inside the relinquishment. The world was different without being less. He had expected the dissolution to feel like loss. The specific loss of self that the 4th layer's warning had described. The risk of perspective absorbed into ancient vast things that were larger than 12 human years. What he found instead was that the 12 human years were present alongside the 900,000 years, and the alongside was not diminishment. It was scale. He was there. He was also the resonance. Both were true simultaneously in the way that a river was both the water and the direction the water moved, and neither definition excluded the other. The pulse propagated outward at the speed of the resonance architecture's maximum range. He felt it reach the Devourer's accumulated matrix at 7 kilometers southwest. The matrix was not what the Python structural analysis had described. The analysis was accurate. The distributed architecture, the non-uniform absorption record, the layers of acquired cultivation added over 3 centuries. But from inside the resonance, the matrix had a quality the analysis hadn't captured. It was dense with presence, not empty accumulated weight. Presence. 300 years of practitioners, accumulated into the matrix's structure, were aware of the pulse's arrival. He felt this as a collective quality, not individual recognition, not specific consciousnesses becoming individually perceptible, but the accumulated awareness shifting in a way that things shifted when something they had been waiting for arrived. The quality of 300 years of waiting interrupted. The shift was not toward him or away from him. It was toward the resonance pulse itself. The ancient beast fragments were different. The absorbed spirit beasts, lower rank fragments, not 100,000-year rank, but old enough, ancient enough, to have the capacity the older beasts had, responded differently than the practitioners. They were not waiting. They were in a state he recognized from his own fragment communications. The quality of a consciousness that has adapted to its circumstances, not resigned to them, but arranged around them. The ancient fragments inside the matrix had been in communication with each other for 300 years. He could not hear the communication, but he could feel the structure it had built, a web of connection within the accumulated matrix that was its own kind of persistence. When the resonance pulse reached them, they moved toward it. Not physically. They were inside the Devourer's matrix, contained within the accumulated structure, and the structure did not physically move. But their orientation shifted. The web of connection among the absorbed ancient fragments lit with a quality he could only describe as recognition. Not the recognition he had delivered, the message that liberation was intentional, but a prior recognition. They had known this was coming. Scarlet, he thought, from inside the relinquishment, and found that thinking in the relinquishment state was like thinking in a different register, present but not separate from the resonance. They knew, the fragment networks, she said, from inside the resonance with him. Asterisk, even inside the matrix. Even after 300 years. They have been in contact with each other, not with us outside, but with each other inside. And the fragment networks carry, asterisk foreknowledge, he said. Not foreknowledge, she said. Asterisk patience. They have been patient for 300 years because they knew, through the network, through the accumulated awareness of 9 ancient beasts in fragment form outside the matrix, that something was being built toward them. Asterisk, he pressed the pulse deeper into the matrix. The Devourer's resistance began. Chapter 107. The resistance was not like fighting. He had expected resistance to feel like combat. The void origin pulse pushing against the Devourer's accumulated power in a direct opposing force, the way cultivation techniques pushed against each other in standard practice theory. What he found was that the resonance pulse was not a force in the conventional sense, and the Devourer's resistance was not a force in the conventional sense either. The Devourer had spent 300 years accumulating because it had a need. The need was self-continuation. The pulse that was propagating through its accumulated matrix was threatening the structure through which it continued, not by attacking the structure, but by healing the wound that the structure had grown around. A 300-year wound, grown around by 300 years of accumulated mass that had become the only form the wound knew how to take. The resistance was the wound resisting being healed because it had learned to exist as a wound. He pressed into the resistance with the resonance pulse and found that pressing did not help. The resistance was not a barrier. It was a quality, the accumulated weight quality he had perceived in every devourer contact for years, and that quality was not something the pulse could overcome by force. The 9 namings, wind thread said inside the resonance, with the brief precision of the celestial crane. Asterisk, the recognition. Use the recognition. Asterisk, he understood. The resonance pulse was not supposed to force the dissolution of the matrix. It was supposed to show the matrix what dissolution meant, liberation, not destruction. The recognition that liberation was intentional, that something had been built specifically for this, was not a supplementary quality of the pulse. It was the mechanism. He pressed the recognition forward. Into the resistance, through the wound's learned shape, into the accumulated mass that had been the devourer for 300 years. He pressed the specific knowledge that this was intentional, that 9 ancient beings had chosen fragment form for a practitioner who had spent a decade learning to know them specifically so that the recognition could be carried at full depth. The resistance changed quality. Not dissolving, not yet, but the quality of something that had been holding against a force it didn't understand shifting when it began to understand. The wound had not expected to be recognized rather than attacked. The 300 years of accumulated mass had not expected to be told, specifically, that something outside the accumulation had known what it contained and had built toward its release. The absorbed practitioners responded first. He felt their awareness shift, the collected hundreds of practitioners inside the matrix, each one specific, each one present. He couldn't hear them individually. He heard them collectively the way the ambient field heard the cultivation world, as a quality of presence that had its own kind of communication. The quality that came through was not gratitude or relief. It was recognition returned. They recognized the recognition. They had been waiting for it. And something in that returned recognition broke through the resistance. Not completely, not instantly, but the resistance lost its uniformity. The places in the matrix where the absorbed practitioner's awareness was concentrated became permeable in a way the matrix had not been permeable before. The resonance pulse propagated through those places. He pressed deeper. The ancient fragment's web of internal connection lit up as the pulse reached it. 3 centuries of internal communication, 300 years of accumulated patience. They did not wait for the pulse to reach them individually. They moved toward it. The matrix's structure began to shift. Chapter 108. At the 90-minute mark, the liberation effect became visible. He was still inside the relinquishment, the boundary still absent, the resonance still the state he existed in. But the external changes in the Devourer's accumulated matrix had reached the scale where they produced feedback into the resonance architecture itself. The matrix was releasing, not all at once, not in a sudden dissolution. The dispersal was a process, the absorbed cultivation frameworks returning to the ambient field in the order they were nearest to the pulse's propagation front. 3 centuries of accumulated structure, each layer releasing when the pulse reached sufficient depth. The practitioner's cultivations dispersed first. He felt each one as a quality rather than a specific, not individual persons recognizable by name, not distinct cultivation signatures he could catalog, but presences, things that had been held and were now not held. The specific quality of 300 years of practiced, trained, accumulated cultivation energy returning to the ambient field. The field brightened with it, in the way that a room brightened when a window was opened rather than lit from inside. The ambient field was receiving, and from the ambient field, a direction, the northeast. Yin Xingchuan's formation, built 200 years ago in the spirit beast realm's entry territory, still active, designed for exactly this, receiving dispersed cultivation consciousness and integrating it with something that could hold it rather than losing it to pure ambient dissolution. The dispersal was not random. It was oriented. He pressed the pulse to the matrix's core, the oldest, deepest layers, the first absorptions from 3 centuries ago. The ancient fragments at the core, the ones who had been inside longest, whose patience had been most tested. They were moving, not toward him, toward the orientation, the northeast, the formation, toward whatever the realm held for the specific quality of a consciousness returning from 3 centuries of imprisonment, coming home to a territory that had been closed to practitioners since the hunting had made it necessary. The pulse completed its minimum propagation at the 110-minute mark. He felt the completion as the resonance architecture shifting into a different configuration, not the activation pressure anymore, but the maintenance pressure, holding the dispersal active while the matrix continued releasing. The maximum safe duration was 3 hours from activation. He was at 1 hour 50 minutes. He had 70 minutes. He checked the matrix's dispersal progress through the resonance feedback. Approximately 60% complete. The outer layers had released. The middle layers were releasing. The core layers, the oldest, the most integrated, the hardest for the pulse to reach, were beginning. 70 minutes. He pressed. The boundary, Scarlet said inside the resonance. Not a warning. Information, delivered with the warmth that had been delivering information for 10 years. It is beginning to make itself less visible. He looked at himself. She was right. The boundary, the quality of being Yi Timing specifically, the clarity that the naming practice had built, had been stable through the first hour 50 minutes. Now it was less stable, not absent, but less sharply defined against the 9 ancient perspectives that were simultaneously present. He did not panic. He thought about Xiao Yan's notebook and the front page and the blue painted well cover and the Tuesday she had sat on it. He thought about the archive's afternoon light and the amber scatter and the cold stone floor. He pressed the pulse and pressed the boundary and worked. Chapter 109. The return was harder than any reorientation he had practiced. At 2 hours 40 minutes, with the matrix's dispersal at approximately 92%, he felt the dissolution pressure for the first time as an active force rather than a passive risk. 9 ancient perspectives, simultaneously present, each one specific and old and vast in its particular way. The ocean's lateral infinity, the geological patience, the altitude pattern scale, the precision of the crane's brief knowing, and his own specific 12 human years, not competing with the 9 but present alongside them, and the alongside becoming harder to maintain as the duration extended. He held the pulse. 92%, 8% remaining. The core layers, the oldest absorptions. He needed them to complete. Xiao Yan, he thought. The blue paint peeling from the well cover. The pulse pressed deeper. 94%. Elder Mingzhu's cane, chosen rather than needed. 96%. Scarlet's first communication. Asterisk, well, here we are. Asterisk, and he had said, here we are, and meant it, and she had been warm. 98. He heard his name, not from inside the resonance, from outside it. Elder Mingzhu's voice, calm and deliberate. The way the elder said things that needed to be said without panic. Yi Tianming. Then Xiao Yan's voice, from the same outside. We're here. The blue well cover. Tuesday. The archive light in the afternoon. The voices reached through the relinquishment state. He pressed the pulse to completion. The final 2%, the deepest core layers, the first absorptions from 3 centuries ago, and felt the matrix's last structure dissolve, and the ambient field receive the final dispersal with the quality of something very full becoming complete. The devourer's accumulated matrix ceased to be. He let the pulse end. The reorientation sequence began. He was the resonance. He was also Yi Tianming, and Elder Mingzhu's voice was saying his name with the specific quality of a practitioner who had been naming someone for 60 years in the ambient field of his own preparation, and Xiao Yan's voice was saying the specific details that she had written down on a Tuesday in case he needed them, and the resonance was releasing him because the 9 fragments were releasing him, each one still specifically themselves, and knowing him as specifically himself. Scarlet let go last. Go. she said, warm and ancient and 10 years of everything. Asterisk, we are here. Go. Asterisk, he returned. The room resolved around him. The formation zone's inner ring. The modified formation's ambient layer, still humming. The smell of the district town in the late afternoon, stone and cooking fires, and the particular dusty quality of the late autumn air. His hands on the stone floor, both palms flat, the floor cold against his skin. He looked up. Elder Mingzhu was kneeling at arm's length, his expression the expression of someone who had been watching very carefully for a very long time, and was now watching with a different quality. Xiaoyan was standing behind the elder with her notebook open and her hand steady. Here, he said. His voice came out correctly, which was a significant relief. How long? Elder Mingzhu said. He calculated. 2 hours 51 minutes, he said. The elder let out a breath. The maximum safe duration, he said. I needed the extra 11, he said. The core layers were resistant. And now, he checked his cultivation space. 9 fragments. All present. All specifically themselves. The resonance architecture stable at spirit Douluo rank. The void origin, present, but changed. Not the completion quality anymore. Something quieter. Something that had done what it was for and was now resting. The dispersal is complete, he said. Chapter 110. The ambient field's change was perceptible from a kilometer away. Shun Ryun described it in her relay record as a brightening in the ambient spiritual pressure quality, as though a sustained low-frequency interference that had been present so consistently it had become ambient background had ceased. She had not known about the interference. No one outside the group had documented the Devourer's ambient spiritual suppression effect on the surrounding territory's cultivation environment, but its absence was immediately perceptible to any practitioner with sufficient sensitivity. Lu Baoqian's outer monitoring network registered the change at 3 locations simultaneously. The monitoring nodes in the eastern corridor, the northern approach boundary, and the western formation anchor point all logged a pressure quality shift within 4 minutes of the dispersal's completion. The nodes had been calibrated to detect the Devourer's specific accumulated weight signature. What they registered instead was its absence. The absence was larger than the presence had been. He was in the coordination room reviewing Lu Baoqian's network data when this became clear. The Devourer's presence had suppressed the ambient field across a territory that extended, based on the simultaneous change across all network nodes, to approximately 40 kilometers in every direction from the district center. 40 kilometers. The Devourer had been a presence across 40 kilometers of cultivation territory. How long has this suppression been active, he said. Shun Ryun was pulling historical ambient pressure records from the hall's regional assessment archive. The suppression pattern in the historical records, she scanned. 40 years. At minimum. The oldest records that document the specific ambient quality that has now changed are 40 years old. She looked up. Before 40 years ago, the archive's ambient pressure documentation uses different baseline values. The different baselines are the pre-suppression ambient, he said. Yes. The cultivation world's ambient spiritual field in this region has been suppressed for at least 40 years, and practitioners have been working within the suppressed baseline, as though it were natural. She looked at the numbers. The difference between the suppressed baseline and the current readings is approximately 30%. He sat with this. The practitioners in the surrounding territory, the cultivators working their cultivation sessions, the spirit masters running their techniques, the students in cultivation academies doing their first rank advancement work, had been doing all of it in a field that was 30% below its natural density. For 40 years. Possibly longer. The advancement rates, he said. She looked at him. Cultivation advancement in the surrounding territory over the past 40 years, he said. At the standard advancement rate models, with 30% ambient field suppression, the actual advancement rates would be below standard by a specific margin. I'll pull the hall's advancement documentation, she said. And the spirit beast population data, he said. Spirit beasts cultivate from the ambient field. 40 years of suppression would reduce the viable population across the affected territory by, he calculated, by enough to produce the near-extinction patterns the hall's records show for the region. Lu Baoqian, who had been listening, made a sound. The hunting made them extinct, he said. That's what the hall's records say. The hunting accelerated the decline, Yi Tianming said. The suppression created the conditions in which hunting was decisive rather than manageable. He looked at the monitoring data showing the 40-kilometer change radius. 300 years of accumulated cultivation, absorbing the ambient field's energy to sustain the Devourer's growth. The practitioners who were being absorbed weren't only losing their cultivation. The territory was losing its ambient capacity, which is why the realm closed. Shun Ryun said slowly. The Spirit Beast realm's entry formation is in the northeast territory, inside the suppression radius. She looked at the data. The realm's population retreated because the ambient field in the cultivation world could no longer sustain their cultivation. The suppression made the cultivation world inhospitable. And now the suppression is gone, he said. He looked northeast. The realm's entry formation. Yin Qingchuan's receiver for the dispersed consciousnesses. The formation that had been built 2 centuries ago in the territory where the ambient field had been slowly dying. The ambient field in that territory was now 30% richer than it had been yesterday. She knew, he said, not surprised. He had been understanding Yin Qingchuan's preparation for years. But the scale of what she had anticipated continued to be larger than expected. She built the receiver in the territory that would benefit most from the dispersal, because the dispersal itself would restore the ambient field and make the realm's reopening possible. She planned it in sequence, Shenruyan said. Yes, the void origin disperses the devourer's accumulated cultivation back into the ambient field. The ambient field returns to its pre-suppression capacity. The spirit beast realm's entry formation receives the dispersed consciousnesses, and the realm's population begins returning to a cultivation world that can again support them. He looked at the monitoring data one more time. The devourer was gone. The ambient field was brightening across 40 kilometers of cultivation territory. 300 years of absorbed practitioners and ancient beasts had been released into an ambient field that was receiving them with the specific quality of something that had been cleared and opened rather than remained cluttered. He sat in the coordination room in the late afternoon, in the clear autumn air that smelled like stone and cooking fires, with 9 fragments present and specifically themselves in the cultivation space, and the completion quality transformed into something that was not completion but continuation. He was 13 years old. The work was not finished. It had simply found its next form. Chapter 1:11 The Spirit Hall's Regional Committee received 47 individual ambient pressure reports within 6 hours of the dispersal's completion. The reports came from practitioners across the surrounding territory, Spirit Elder rank and above, the minimum rank for reliable ambient field sensitivity, all independently noting the same change in the same direction, using different language to describe something that had no established documentation because it had not occurred in any practitioner's experience. The ambient field was richer. He read the reports when Shan Ruoyun compiled them. The language varied. Elevated cultivation responsiveness, improved ambient spirit energy density, unexpected advancement acceleration during standard session. One Spirit King practitioner in the Western District had achieved a rank advancement he had been working toward for 8 months, in a single session, the day after the dispersal, without any unusual technique or circumstance that he could identify. The reports are regional, Shunrian said. The highest density of observations is within 30 kilometers. Beyond 40 kilometers, the reports return to baseline. Consistent with the 40-kilometer change radius the network measured, he said. Yes. She looked at the compiled file. The Hall's research division will request an explanation within the week. They'll get one, he said. The documentation is current. The formal record already contains the void origin mechanism's description and the 4th layer's capacity scaling provisions. The ambient field improvement is the documented consequence of the devourer's dispersal. He looked at the reports. What the research division won't find is a precedent, because there isn't one. They'll have to build the analytical framework for this from scratch. That will take time, she said. Yes, I expect Dao Xuanji to arrive before the research division's report. She looked at him. He'll track the Heavens Will sect's territory data, he said. The sect has been monitoring cultivation territory quality since its founding. It's part of their operational premise. They'll have the most precise pre-change and post-change ambient measurements in the region. And Dao Xuanji will come in person, she said. He came alone to the formation site during Arc 2, he said. He came alone for the extended assessment period. He comes alone when he has determined that what needs to be said should be said directly. He looked at the northeast. He'll come. Dao Xuanji arrived the following morning, alone, with the quality of a practitioner who had traveled quickly and without stopping. He looked at Yi Tianming for a long moment before speaking. The Heavens Will sect's territory monitoring logged the change at 0340 hours, he said. I left at 0400. 6 hours, Yi Tianming said. I've been waiting for 6 hours to ask a question, Dao Xuanji said. He was 63 years old and spirit sage rank, and had spent those years purifying what he had believed were aberrations. His expression was not the controlled assessment quality he had brought to the formation site years ago. It was the expression of someone who had built a 30-year practice on a premise and was now recalculating the premise. Is the devourer resolved? Dispersed, Yi Tianming said. Into the ambient field. The accumulated cultivation, 300 years of absorbed practitioners' frameworks, has returned to the ambient field. That's what you're measuring. And the aberrations, Dao Xuanji said slowly. The practitioners the sect classified as aberrations, the ones who attracted convergence events and disrupted cultivation environments, were disrupting the cultivation environment because the devourer was using them as focal points, he said. The convergence events were the devourer's coordination, not the practitioners causing them. Dao Xuanji was quiet for a long time. 30 years, he said. 30 years of purifying the wrong cause, Yi Tianming said. He said it without harshness, because Dao Xuanji had arrived before dawn and asked the right question. The sect's premise was sincere and the practice was wrong. The distinction between those two things matters. What do I do with 30 years of sincerely wrong practice? The elder said. Document it accurately, Yi Tianming said. That's what the formal record is for. Chapter 112. The void origin had changed. He checked it every morning in the cultivation space. The ninth fragment's quality, which had been completion before the activation and was now something quieter. By the third day after the dispersal, the new quality had settled enough for him to describe it. The void origin was pointing, not directing him, not communicating in the way the other fragments communicated, but orienting in the way the fragment networks had always had an orientation component, the direction the ancient fragments could detect other fragment presences. The ninth fragment was orienting northeast, with a specificity that was different from the ambient field direction in which the dispersed consciousnesses had flowed. This orientation was towards something specific. He sat with it. Scarlet, he said. The ninth fragment is oriented northeast, not toward the ambient field, toward a specific location. Yes, she said. Yin Qingchuan's receiver formation. Yes. He thought about what he knew of the formation. Yin Qingchuan had built it 200 years ago in the spirit beast realm's entry territory. She had built it to receive the dispersed consciousnesses from the void origin activation. She had been sustained inside a static containment within the formation for 200 years, her cultivation preserved, waiting for the practitioner who would activate the void origin and restore the ambient field and open the realm's entry. She's still there, he said. The formation held, Scarlet said. 2 centuries. She built it to hold for as long as required. A pause that was specifically warm. She built everything to hold for as long as required. The formation receives the dispersed consciousnesses, he said. The dispersal is complete. The formation is activated. The receiver is active, Scarlet said. The dispersed consciousnesses are arriving. The formation is doing what it was built to do. The warmth in her voice had a specific quality he had not heard before, an ancient kind of anticipation. And Yin Qingchuan, inside the static containment, is present for the formation's activation. She has been waiting for it for 200 years. He looked northeast. The spirit beast realm's entry territory. 400 kilometers. A 2-day journey. He went to find Elder Mingzhu. Chapter 113. They left the following morning. Yi Tianming, Elder Mingzhu, Xiao Yin, and Lu Baochen. Shen Riyun stayed at the district to manage the documentation and the committee's anticipated requests. Dao Xuanji accompanied his own sect liaisons northeast through a parallel route to coordinate the heavens while sect's observation posts in the entry territory. The sect had maintained posts in the northeast for decades, watching for what they had classified as aberrations, and those posts would now serve a different purpose. The journey to the northeast territory took 2 days at a cultivator's travel pace. Elder Mingzhu set the pace, which was not slow. The canes function as choice rather than need, never more visible than when the elder covered 40 kilometers of varied terrain in a single day without adjustment. He spent the travel days in the peripheral extension of his ring sensitivity, mapping the ambient field quality across the territory as they moved northeast. The quality improved incrementally. The dispersal's effect was strongest at the center and diminished toward the edges, and moving northeast was moving into the territory where the ambient field had been most suppressed by the devourer's long presence. The change there was the most dramatic. At 200 kilometers northeast, the ambient field had the quality of something that had been frozen and was beginning to thaw. Not warm yet, not restored to what it would become, but moving. The specific quality of stasis beginning to release. This is what 40 years of suppression removal feels like from the ambient field's perspective, Elder Mingzhu said on the second afternoon. He had his own ambient field sensitivity at Spirit Douluo rank, and he was clearly reading the same quality Yi Tianming was reading. I've never felt this in my cultivation career. Because it hasn't happened in your cultivation career, Yi Tianming said. No. The elder looked around at the terrain. A rolling forested territory, the trees older than the district town, the spirit beast population sparse, but beginning to be present in ways it hadn't been at the journey's start. The first 300 years of my career were spent in a cultivation world that had been degraded by this, and didn't know it. Liu Baochen was reading the terrain the way he had been reading terrain for 15 years in mercenary work, mapping approach vectors, identifying high ground positions, noting spirit beast signature presences. The habit was useful even when the purpose was no longer defensive. Beast population is recovering, he said on the second evening. Slowly, the ambient field improvement translates to cultivation environment improvement, which translates to viable habitat where the populations were previously at threshold. It will take years, Yi Tianming said. Decades. The ambient field improvement happened in a day. The biological and cultivation recovery from 40 years of suppression takes longer. But it starts, Xiaoyan said. She was walking at his left, her notebook in her bag. Her hammer spirit cultivation expression he had learned to read as focused contentment, the quality she had when she was doing something she had decided mattered. Yes, he said. It starts. On the second morning, the ninth fragment's orientation sharpened. He could feel it like a compass, pointing with a specificity that increased as the distance decreased. By midday, the direction was precise enough to be navigable without a map. They arrived at the site in the late afternoon. Chapter 114. The formation was built into a hillside. Not visibly. There was nothing on the surface of the Northeast Territory's central ridge that would have identified it as anything other than old forest. Trees whose crowns were above the formation's upper boundary. Undergrowth that had grown over and around the formation's physical anchors over 2 centuries. A practitioner passing through without specific cultivation sensitivity would have found nothing. The specific cultivation sensitivity provided by 9 100,000-year fragments worth of ring architecture found it immediately. The formation was massive, not in physical dimensions. The anchors were contained within the hillside's quarter-kilometer face, but in cultivation density. 200 years of a spirit rank practitioner's sustained cultivation, maintained without advancement or technique activation, held purely as the energy source for a single elaborate architectural structure. The feeling of standing within range of it was the feeling of standing near a reservoir that had been filled very slowly for a very long time. The receiver formation was active. He could feel it from 100 meters out. The specific quality of the ambient field in this location was not the same as the ambient field 20 meters away. Within the formation's influence radius, the field had the receiver's quality, not absorbing incoming energy, but receiving it, welcoming it. The dispersed consciousnesses arriving through the ambient field's current and being caught here rather than continuing to diffuse. How many? Xiaoyan said. He extended his sensitivity into the formation's receiving architecture. The consciousnesses that had arrived were present as a quality rather than a count. He could not number them any more than he could count individual voices in a distant crowd. But the quality was large. Larger than he had expected from the ambient field's 4-day transit time from the dispersal's completion. Many, he said. The formation is receiving well. Elder Mingzhu was studying the formation's architecture with the expression he used for very old, very well-built things, not reverence exactly, but the appreciation that came from recognizing the technical quality of someone who had known exactly what they were doing and had done it fully. The containment is here, he said. He pointed to the hillside's upper slope, where a specific section of the formation's outermost anchor showed a quality different from the receiving architecture surrounding it. The static containment is a separate structure embedded in the receiver. It's been sustaining itself on the same energy source as the receiver. 200 years, Liu Baochen said. 200 years, Elder Mingzhu confirmed. And now the void origin is complete, Yi Tianming said. The receiver is active. The condition the containment was built to wait for has been met. He looked at the hillside. The containment should release. As he said it, the quality of the containment's anchor changed. Not breaking, releasing. The specific quality of a held thing becoming no longer held. The formation's architecture around the upper slope shifted, and the sense of a practitioner's presence, held for 200 years, preserved in the static state that looked like meditation and felt from the outside like a thing waiting for its moment, came into motion. The hill's surface moved. Not physically. The rock and soil and tree roots remained exactly where they had been for 2 centuries. But the cultivation presence inside the containment moved, and where a cultivation presence at spirit Douluo rank moved, the ambient field around it moved with it. She walked out of the hillside. Chapter 115. Yin Qingchuan was not old. He had known this technically. The static containment preserved cultivation state, which meant physical age did not advance during containment. But knowing it, and seeing a 47-year-old woman walk out of a hillside where she had been waiting for 200 years were different experiences. She was 47 years old in spirit Douluo rank, and she had the specific quality of a practitioner who had spent 200 years in a state of complete stillness, not diminished by it, not disoriented by it. but arrived at the end of a very long, single-focused act of patience. The quality Stoneheart communicated as geological certainty. She had not been resting. She had been waiting for exactly this. She looked at the formation first. He understood this. She had built the formation over decades and had been inside it for 2 centuries, and the first thing you looked at, walking out, was the thing you had built, to see whether it had held. It had held. She looked at it for a long moment with the expression of someone confirming that a long-held calculation was accurate. Then she looked at Yi Tianming. He was 13 years old and spirit Douluo rank, and he was standing in front of the formation she had spent her entire career preparing, with 9 fragments in his cultivation space, whose weight she had spent 50 years documenting based on 5-fragment inference. And her expression when she looked at him was not shock or relief or the delayed reaction of someone emerging from stasis. It was recognition. The same recognition the Leviathan had shown from the moment of the Spirit Emperor advancement. "The rings are older than afraid," she said. The archaic phrase. The old elder at the Ironstone ceremony who had said it. And now here, from the practitioner who had written the cultivation method, who had built the formation, who had waited 2 centuries for the activation. "Yes," he said. "They are." She looked at his rings, the red-gold fire in the cultivation space visible to any practitioner of sufficient rank, all 9 active at Spirit Da depth, the void origin among them changed by the activation's completion. "The 9th fragment," she said. "It activated fully." "Yes. 2 days ago." "The dispersal is complete?" "Complete and propagated. The ambient field is receiving. Your formation is active. The consciousnesses are arriving." He looked at the formation's receiver quality. "You can feel them." "I have been feeling them since the containment began to release," she said. The formation was built to receive the dispersal. When the dispersal began to arrive through the ambient field, the receiver activated. The receiver activating was the condition the containment was waiting for to release. "And you've been awake inside the containment for the last 4 days," he said. "Yes," she said. She said it simply, with the quality of something that was simply true. 4 days of watching the formation receive, inside a containment that had not yet fully released, knowing that the practitioner I had built for was 4 days' travel away and would arrive when the transit time allowed. She looked at Elder Mingzhu. 60 years, she said to him. 60 years, he said. The quality between them was something he had not seen before. The quality of 2 practitioners who had been connected through a long common purpose without meeting, now meeting on the far side of the purpose's completion. Elder Mingzhu's expression had the quality of someone who had been carrying something for 60 years and had just set it down and was experiencing the absence of the weight. "You built the preparation infrastructure exactly as the method required," she said. "I had accurate documentation," he said. "The documentation assumed a practitioner who would be able to receive it," she said. "The reception was not guaranteed." "No," the elder said. He looked at Yi Tianming. "I was fortunate in that regard." Yin Qingchuan looked at Yi Tianming again. At his rings. At the quality of a practitioner who had achieved what the method described as achievable, at the age she had projected as probable, through the path she had built the infrastructure for. "You have questions," she said. "Many," he said. "Not today. Today there is the formation and what it's receiving and the territory beginning to recover." He looked northeast, toward the realm's entry territory that was now accessible for the first time in decades. "What I most need to know is whether the entry formation is ready." "It has been ready for 200 years, she said. "And now the ambient field is restored enough for the realm's population to begin returning." She turned and looked northeast also. Her expression had the quality of someone looking at something they had been waiting to see for a very long time. "Not the populations returning to the cultivation world," she said. "The cultivators going to them. The realm's entry doesn't release the realm's inhabitants. It allows practitioners to enter the realm. The populations inside have been self-sustaining for the decades since the closure." A pause. "What's been absent is exchange. The cultivation world cut off from the realm's beasts, and the realm's beasts cut off from the cultivation world's practitioners." She looked at him. "That ends now." "Both directions," he said. "Both directions," she confirmed. "If the practitioners are ready to enter respectfully." He looked at Xiao Yin, who was standing at the group's edge with her notebook out. She had written something. He could not see what, but her expression was the expression she used when she was adding something to a count she had been keeping for a long time and felt the count reaching a meaningful number. He looked at Elder Mingzhu, who was watching Yin Qingchuan with 60 years of relief in his expression. He looked at Liu Baochuan, who was studying the northeast terrain with the mercenary's habit of assessing territory and visibly deciding that this territory required a different kind of assessment than he had trained for. He looked at the formation, receiving. "Then we begin," he said. Chapter 116. The entry formation was a door in a hillside that looked like a cave entrance. Yin Qingchuan walked through it without ceremony, which was the correct approach. He followed her. Elder Mingzhu came third. Xiao Yin and Lu Baochun waited outside. The first entry was for the formation's specific purpose, which was the practitioner the formation had been built for and the practitioner who had built it, and adding more variables to the first crossing was unnecessary. Inside the formation, the ambient field was different. Not the gradual improvement he had been tracking across the Northeast Territory's recovery. Not the suppression-lifted quality of the cultivation world outside. The ambient field inside the entry formation was the natural baseline. The undegraded, unsuppressed ambient field of a territory where spirit beasts had been cultivating undisturbed for decades, building the ambient density that 3 centuries of the Devourer's suppression had prevented the outside world from reaching. He took a breath. The air tasted different. Not literally. The molecules were the same molecules as outside, moving through the same physical atmosphere. But the cultivation sense equivalent of taste, the way a practitioner's awareness registered ambient spirit energy quality, was distinct enough that his body registered it as a change in the quality of breathing. Richer. Stoneheart was quiet in the cultivation space, but deeply present. The ancient tortoise's affinity for this kind of ambient quality, the baseline before the wound had suppressed it, was apparent in the way the fragments settled into the new environment with the recognition of something that had been absent for a very long time. The realm's inner territory begins at the second formation threshold, Yin Qingchuan said. She was walking ahead, not hurrying but not stopping. She knew this formation the way a person knew their own home after 2 centuries of listening to it from inside a containment. The receiver formation is the outer layer. It receives the dispersed consciousnesses from the ambient field and integrates them into the realm's environment. The inner territory is where the realm's indigenous populations have maintained their cultivation communities. How large, he said. Geographically? Substantially larger than it looks from the entry, she said. The formation creates a spatial fold. The inner territory's physical scale is not bounded by the hillside. The realm extends across what was, before the closure, approximately the same territory as the cultivation world's northern wilderness zone. The northern wilderness zone is 2,000 kilometers across, Elder Mingzhu said. Yes, she said. The realm is not small. They passed through the second threshold. The change was immediate and total. He had been expecting something gradual, a transition zone, an approach path, a period of adjustment. What he found was that the second threshold was not a gradient but a boundary, and crossing it produced a complete change of context in the way that walking into a different season would produce a complete change of context. The realm's inner territory was in late spring. The cultivation world's northeast was in late autumn. Inside the realm, the air had the specific quality of spring cultivation environments. The ambient field active with new growth cycles, the spirit beast population's cultivation at the seasonal peak of active energy, the temperature 15 degrees warmer than it had been 30 seconds ago. He stood at the threshold and looked at the realm's inner territory. It was old in the way that Stoneheart was old, not ancient in the sense of ruined, but in the sense of long continuous. The trees were different species than anything in the cultivation world's documentation, their cultivation signatures passive and vast, and deeply rooted into an ambient field that had never been suppressed. The ambient field itself was so rich it was almost tactile, the way very cold, very clear air was almost tactile, the presence of it registering as physical sensation rather than just background condition. The populations, he said. Where are they? They know we're here, Yin Qingchuan said. They have known since the entry formation activated. The question is whether they will approach on their own timing or wait to see whether we approach on theirs. He looked at the realm's inner territory. The specific resonance of 9 100,000-year fragment presences in his cultivation space. Inside the realm where ancient beasts had lived for 100,000 years, the resonance was carrying an antenna quality he had not expected. The fragments were recognizing presences in the territory, and the presences in the territory were becoming aware of the fragments. They'll approach, he said. Yes, Yin Qingchuan said. They will. Chapter 117, the first contact came from the direction he had not expected. He had oriented toward the movement presences the ring sensitivity detected at the outer range. The larger spirit beast signatures that the sensitivity's resolution picked up first, the way a ranging instrument first returned the loudest signals. He had been tracking the approaching movement of several high-rank cultivated beasts in the realm's middle distance. The contact that arrived first was quieter. A spirit beast, clearly, but old in a way that was different from large. Old in a way that expressed itself as density rather than size. The specific cultivation quality of a being that had been cultivating quietly, in the same location, for a very long time. It was sitting at the base of a tree 20 meters away. It had been there when they crossed the threshold. He had not seen it because it had not moved and his ring sensitivity had not flagged it as an approaching signal. It was looking at him. The specific quality of its gaze was a cultivation awareness. Not hostile, not afraid, not the assessing quality of a beast deciding whether to attack or flee. It was the quality of recognition. He looked back at it. The beast was a type he had no documentation reference for, a mid-rank spirit beast, its rings visible as 3 blue-yellow rings in the realm's ambient field, making it spirit elder equivalent in human cultivation terms. It had a form that was somewhere between a fox and a crane, the forward-facing awareness of one and the elevated patience of the other. 300 years of spirit elder equivalent cultivation, in a place where the ambient field was rich and uninterrupted. He had the specific sense, through the ring resonance, that this beast had known the ancient beasts whose fragments he carried. Not personally. The generational span was wrong for personal knowledge. But the way that communities maintained continuity across generations, the awareness of who had existed before was transmitted through cultivation community practice. It knew who the fragments were. He said, in the cultivation communication register rather than speech. I carry fragments of ancient practitioners of your lineage. Not the same individuals. Their time was 300 years ago. But their specific natures are present. The beast's awareness shifted in the way Scarlet's warmth was warmth. Not through language, through quality. Then the other approaches arrived. Larger beasts, higher rank, older cultivation. The presences he had been tracking from the outer range. They came not in the urgent movement quality of predators or the careful quality of prey, but in the measured approach quality of a community sending representatives to a significant meeting. Organized. Deliberate. He stood at the realm's threshold and let them approach. Yen Qingchuan was very still beside him. She had been in the realm's entry formation for 200 years and had not been inside the inner territory for 2 centuries. The quality of a practitioner in her position, returning, finally, to the thing she had spent her life building toward, was not expressed on her face in any overt way. But the cultivation presence around her, which was considerable, had a specific quality of arriving that was different from any other state he had perceived in another practitioner. Elder Mingzhu put his hand briefly on her shoulder. She looked at him. The gesture was simple and specific. 60 years of preparation, now completed. Neither of them spoke. The representatives arrived. Chapter 118. The formal documentation of the Devourer's resolution went into the hall's archive through multiple channels simultaneously. Shen Ryun, still at the district town with the monitoring relay, had been filing the documentation components in sequence as each became available. The ambient field change records, the monitoring network's contact data showing the dispersal, the formation receiver's activation logs from the Northeast Territory, Liu Baochen's 40-kilometer change radius measurement. Each document was cross-referenced and filed through the Scholar Residency channel with the same methodological thoroughness she had applied to every document in the Supervised Development Cases record. The committee's acknowledgement arrived in 6 hours, the same acknowledgement speed as the preemptive documentation from the Mercury situation 2 years ago. The committee had developed a specific response cadence for the Supervised Development Cases filings. She filed the supplementary document the day after. Yi Chongfeng's original misclassification record, the purification petition, and the Mercury contract situation, now formally documented with the complete causal chain and the accurate interpretation. Not an accusation, an accurate record. Yi Chongfeng, receiving a copy through the hall's standard committee distribution, would be reading the accurate record of what had occurred in his jurisdiction. She also filed a research proposal. The proposal was for a new formal documentation project, the Spirit Beast Realm Integration Record, which would document the realm's entry, the populations encountered inside, the mutual exchange protocols being established, and the cultivation community relationship that had existed in the centuries before the closure and was now being reestablished. The proposal was filed through the Scholar Division's research application channel. The application was straightforward. There was a significant phenomenon requiring documentation. She had the access and expertise to document it, and the formal record would benefit from having it documented carefully and accurately. The division's response arrived in 2 days. Approved. Researcher Shen Ryun is authorized to establish formal documentation protocols for the Spirit Beast Realm Integration Project. Resource allocation, full Scholar Division support. She read the approval twice. Then she sent a relay message to the district's accommodation, where Elder Mingzhu had arranged for the group's base of operations while the Northeast Territory work continued. I'll be joining you at the formation site in 3 days. The documentation work is no longer in the district. She began packing. Chapter 119. The Hall's formal rehabilitation review took 4 months to convene. Not 4 months to complete, 4 months to convene. The review process, once convened, proceeded efficiently because the documentation for each case had been maintained in the formal record with the accuracy the Hall's archive system required. The cases were not difficult to analyze once the correct interpretive premise was established. The correct interpretive premise had been documented in the void origin mechanism's formal record, the devourer's behavioral documentation, and the ambient field change records. The practitioners who had attracted convergence events and disrupted cultivation environments had not been aberrations causing the disruptions. They had been focal points the devourer exploited as coordination nodes. The disruptions were the devourer's activity. The practitioners were incidental to the cause. 37 practitioners from the Hall's formal record, classified as aberrations requiring purification or management, were formally rehabilitated. 14 of them were deceased, having been purified by the heavens while sect or managed into cultivation failure by the Hall's own mechanisms. 14 records, updated from aberration, resolved, to practitioner, incorrectly classified. The update was bureaucratically simple and ethically significant, and both qualities were present in the document without one diminishing the other. 23 practitioners were alive and had survived their classification through various means, some in institutional management programs, some in self-imposed isolation, some having fled the Hall's jurisdiction. Notifications went to each through the Hall's standard practitioner communication network. Yi Tianming read each of the 23 notifications before they were sent, not to approve them. Shun Ryun's documentation process did not require his approval, but because the notifications were the specific kind of correspondence that had real consequences for real people, and understanding the consequences of his work was part of doing the work. One of the 23 wrote back. A practitioner named Fan Yueqing, spirit ancestor rank, 41 years old, who had been in self-imposed isolation in the mountain territory north of the Hall's central jurisdiction for 11 years after her rings had produced a convergence event that destroyed a cultivation academy courtyard and killed 2 students. The Hall's formal record had classified her as an aberration. She had left rather than face purification. Her response was brief. It did not contain gratitude. It contained a question. If the convergence events were the devourer's activity, why did the practitioners who attracted them almost always carry high-rank rings? He sat with the question. Then he wrote back. High-rank rings carry larger cultivation signatures. The devourer used high-signature practitioners as focal points because they provided the clearest signal for convergence coordination. The rings were the instrument the devourer exploited, not the cause of the convergence, but the reason you were chosen as the focal point. Your rings are not a problem. They are your cultivation. I understand this may be difficult to receive after 11 years of believing otherwise. She did not respond to the second message. He did not expect her to immediately. Some accurate premises needed time to become new foundations. Chapter 120. The 9th fragment's nature revealed itself on the night of the winter solstice, in the realm's inner territory. He was sitting at the edge of one of the realm's cultivation lakes, a body of water that had no cultivation world equivalent, its ambient field density 3 times the post-restoration maximum in the territory outside, the spirit beasts around it cultivating in a quality of stillness that had not been available to the cultivation world's practitioners for decades. He had been sitting there for 2 hours in what was not a cultivation session, and not a naming practice session, and not any of the formal work categories he had been running for 3 years. He had been sitting there because the realm's environment produced a specific quality of quiet that the district town's modified formation zone, for all its technical sophistication, had never produced. The 9th fragment arrived into full communication at the 2nd hour. Not the completion quality it had expressed since the void origin activation. Not the dormant waiting quality of the years before. A third quality, one he had not experienced from it before. The 9th fragment communicated. Not language. Not data packet. Not context transfer or sensory quality or directional orientation. The 9th fragment communicated in the register of all 8 other fragments simultaneously. He understood, receiving it, that the 9th fragment was not a 9th consciousness. It was the resonance itself, the specific quality that 9 specific ancient beings produced when they were all present at once. The void origin was not a separate entity in the cultivation space. It was the name for what happened when the 8 were together. I have no name, it said, and the saying was in Scarlet's warmth and Tidewave's vastness and Stoneheart's patience and Windthread's precision and the rock's altitude perspective and the python's technical exactness and the shadow leopard's space between quality and the leviathan's transcendence of category, all simultaneously, without any single quality dominating. I have all names. I am what happens when the names are together. Asterisk silence, he said. Yin Qingchuan's fourth layer described you as the fragment that would not give its name. Yes, it said. Asterisk the name I would not give is the name I do not have alone. The name exists only when the others are present. She was correct that I would not give it, because giving it alone would have been incomplete, and an incomplete name is worse than no name. Asterisk he sat with the lake's stillness and the realm's winter quality, and the 9 fragments all specifically themselves in his cultivation space, producing between them the resonance that the cultivation world had been building toward for 3 centuries. Are you complete now? He said. Asterisk the void origin, after the activation. Is the 9th fragment in a different state than before? Asterisk a pause that was all 8 simultaneously. The activation was what it was for, the resonance said. What it is now is different. All 8 qualities together, producing a warmth that was not any single fragment's warmth, but something that emerged from all of them at once. Asterisk before the activation, the 9th was the potential for the resonance. After the activation, the 9th is the resonance having been. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk we are different after having done the thing we were for. Not less, differently configured. The completion is not a destination. It is a quality that changes what comes after. Asterisk he looked at the lake. The winter solstice night was very clear. The realm's sky, inside the formation, had its own quality. The stars slightly larger than they appeared outside because the ambient field's thickness altered the light transmission at the formation's boundary. What comes after? He said. That, the resonance said, with the warmth that was all of them, and therefore more than any single one, is what I am most interested in. He sat in the realm's quiet on the longest night of the year, with 9 fragments all specifically themselves and the 10th quality that emerged from their being together present in the cultivation space, and looked at what came after. He was 13 years old. There was a great deal of it. He pressed forward. Chapter 1:21 Yin Qingchuan's teaching was different from Elder Mingzhu's. Elder Mingzhu taught by building infrastructure, documentation systems, cultivation site preparation, monitoring protocols, the architecture that would support a practitioner through a specific technical challenge. His teaching was environmental. He changed the conditions around the student rather than the student's understanding directly. Yin Qingchuan taught by asking questions he had not asked himself. She had been doing this for 2 weeks when he noticed the pattern. The questions were not difficult in the technical sense. They were not problems requiring calculation or cultivation technique deployment. They were the category of question that became difficult only when you recognized how long you had been not asking it. The formation receiver, she said one morning, over the realm's ambient equivalent of tea. The realm's plants produced a cultivation active infusion that the spirit beast community used as a baseline morning practice, and she had adapted to it in her first week after emergence, as though she had always drunk it. You know what it does? Do you know why it works? He had read the technical description of the receiver formation in the documentation the 4th layer had given him. He had thought he understood it. It integrates dispersed cultivation consciousness into the realm's environment, he said. How? He thought about it. The ambient field in the realm's inner territory is dense enough to provide a structured medium for the integration, he said. The dispersed consciousnesses would diffuse in a less dense field. They continue to exist in the ambient field, but as distributed presence rather than coherent presence. The realm's field density is high enough to maintain coherence during integration. Yes, she said. And what does coherence mean for a consciousness that has been inside the devourer's accumulated matrix for a century? He sat with this. It means the consciousness integrates as itself rather than as diffused energy, he said slowly. The personality, the cultivation framework, the specific individual, not lost to the ambient field but present in it as a specific thing. And in the realm's environment, she said, that specific thing can continue. Not as it was before. The human practitioners who integrated are not human practitioners in the realm. They are the realm's environment. But the specific quality of them, the specific texture that Scarlet would call the shape of the particular life, that texture is not erased. She looked at the lake in the winter morning's pale light. The receiver doesn't resurrect the absorbed consciousnesses. It preserves the specific quality that made each one itself. He looked at the realm's environment. The trees, the lake, the realm's spring-in-winter ambient field quality. The population of spirit beasts who had been cultivating here for decades and who had, in the 3 weeks since the entry formation activated, been approaching the entry threshold with increasing frequency, still cautious, still deliberate, but approaching. The realm's environment has been incorporating the dispersed consciousnesses for 3 weeks, he said. Yes, she said. And the specific qualities that made each absorbed practitioner themselves are now part of the realm's environment, he said. Yes, she said. He looked at the realms quiet for a long time. It's a different kind of liberation than I understood, he said. Yes, she said. I know. She looked at the lake. I built the receiver for the liberation I could understand at the time. The full quality of what it produced is a pause. More than I built for. The practitioners brought their specific textures into the realm. The realm is richer for each one. He looked at the lake, and at the winter morning light moving through trees that had grown for decades in an environment that had just become richer by the specific textures of 300 years of absorbed practitioners. He sat with this for a long time. Chapter 122 Fan Yueqing arrived at the Northeast Territory Entry Formation on a Thursday, 43 days after Yi Tianming had written to her. He had not been expecting her. The rehabilitation notifications had been sent to 23 practitioners through the hall's communication network, and Shunryun's documentation record showed the response distribution. 16 had sent acknowledgement receipts, 7 had not responded. Fan Yueqing's response had been the only direct reply, and he had thought that response, the question about high-rank rings, was a question asked through the communication medium, not a signal of intention to travel. She arrived at the formation site and introduced herself to Shunryun, who was the first person of the group she encountered, and Shunryun notified him through the monitoring relay. He came to the formation site. Fan Yueqing was 41 years old and spirit ancestor rank, and she looked like someone who had spent 11 years in self-imposed isolation in mountain territory. Not weakened by it, the cultivation work had continued, but shaped by it. There was a quality to her movements that was the quality of someone long accustomed to making decisions for one person rather than in the context of others. She looked at his rings when he arrived. You have 9, she said. All 100,000-year rank. Yes, he said. And you're 13 years old. She said it with the specific quality of a practitioner who had spent 11 years believing that high-rank rings at young ages were aberrations requiring containment, looking at the most extreme possible version of that, and trying to recalibrate. Yes, he said. She looked at him for a moment. I have 6 rings, she said. 4 are 10,000-year rank. 2 are 50,000-year rank. I achieved spirit ancestor at 23. She looked at her own rings, visible as their ring light in the formation site's ambient quality. I have spent 11 years believing they were a punishment. They weren't, he said. I know that now, she said. The question I asked in the letter, about why high-rank rings attracted the Devourer's coordination more than low-rank rings, I wasn't asking to challenge the conclusion. I was asking because I needed to understand why specifically me, so I could stop believing there was something specifically wrong with me. He looked at her. There was something specifically about you, he said. Your rings are 10,000-year and 50,000-year rank. At spirit ancestor rank, that cultivation signature is substantial. The Devourer chose practitioners with the highest ambient signature relative to their base rank, the practitioners who provided the clearest coordination signal. You were chosen because you were exceptional. He paused. Not aberrant. Exceptional. She was quiet for a long time. I was told 11 years ago, she said, by the hall's assessment committee, that my cultivation was disruptive and potentially dangerous. The 2 students who died in the courtyard convergence event were killed by the convergence event, he said, which the Devourer coordinated. Not by your rings. I know, she said. I know that. She looked at the formation site. It is difficult to know something true that is in conflict with something you have believed for 11 years. Yes, he said. It takes time. She looked at him with the evaluating quality of a practitioner of 41 encountering someone who was 13 years old and appeared to understand something that had cost her 11 years to begin to unlearn. You want to see the realm, he said. She looked at the entry formation. Yes, she said. Come back in 2 weeks, he said. The first authorized cohort entry is being organized. The access protocols are being finalized. I want you in the first cohort. She looked at him. Why? Because you spent 11 years cultivating in isolation with 6 high-rank rings and no institutional support and the conviction that they were wrong, he said. That's 11 years of cultivation practice under conditions that would have ended most practitioners. Whatever you've learned in those 11 years, the realm's population would benefit from meeting a practitioner who learned it. She held this for a long time. Then, 2 weeks, she said. Chapter 123 Xiao Yan's role in the liaison work became visible in the 3rd month. Not because she announced it. She had not announced the Spirit Elder advancement, had not announced her work with the monitoring relays infrastructure, had not announced the notebook notation system that had been the case's most consistent documentation thread. She had been doing the work, and the work became visible through its consequences. The first authorized cohort's access protocols required someone who could communicate between 2 communities that had very different assumptions about what communication meant. The realm's spirit beast population communicated through cultivation presence and ambient field qualities, and the specific register of ancient beast to ancient beast recognition. The cultivation world's practitioners communicated through language and documentation and the institutional frameworks they had been trained in since their first cultivation sessions. Between these two communication systems was a gap that required a specific kind of person to bridge it. Xiao Yan was, of all the people in the group, the most practiced at attending to things that communicated without using language. She had been attending to Yi Tianming's nonverbal communication since they were 6 years old in a village courtyard. She had spent 9 years noting things that were not said but were present. She had built a documentation system for a cultivation process that was partly internal and partly communicative and partly the quality of something that could only be observed through its effects. She was, without having planned it, the person who could sit in the realm's entry threshold with a spirit beast that communicated in ambient field quality and tell the cultivation world practitioners on the other side of the threshold, accurately, what was being communicated. He noticed this when she was explaining to the first cohort's practitioners what the realm's senior population expected from initial entry encounters. She did not explain it in the language of spirit beast behavior documentation. She had read the documentation, but that was not what she was drawing on. She was explaining it the way she explained things she had personally observed. "How long have you been in the realm?" he said, when the cohort explanation was finished and the practitioners had moved to their entry preparation. "Since the 4th week," she said. He looked at her. "You entered on your own?" he said. "Yin Qingchuan cleared me on the 4th week," she said. Her exact words were, "You have been paying attention for so long that you know how to attend without disturbing. That is what the realm's approach requires." She looked at her notebook. "I've been coming back twice a week since." He looked at his notebook keeping, attentively attending, spirit elder rank childhood friend who had decided to stay on a Tuesday 9 years ago and had apparently decided to enter an ancient spirit beast realm without mentioning it. "You should have told me," he said. "You were busy activating the void origin and traveling to the Northeast Territory and meeting Yin Qingchuan and managing the hall's rehabilitation review," she said. "My twice-weekly realm visits were not the highest priority item." "That is not an excuse," he said. "No," she agreed, with the tone she used when she agreed with him about something she was not going to change her behavior because of. "But it is an explanation." He looked at her. She was right that her visits had not been the highest priority. She was also right that Yin Qingchuan had cleared her and her approach had been, clearly, what the realm's population responded to, given that she had been welcomed in 4 weeks when the first authorized cohort was still 2 months from entry. "You're going to be the liaison," he said. "Not a question." "I already am," she said. Chapter 120 for the cultivation in the realm's inner territory was different in kind. He had expected it to be quantitatively better. Higher ambient field density, faster advancement rate, the cultivation equivalent of moving from a sparse forest to a rich one. What he found was that the realm's ambient field quality produced a different qualitative experience of the cultivation process. The cultivation world's ambient field, post-restoration, was at its natural baseline. That baseline was approximately 30% richer than the suppressed baseline practitioners had been working in for 40 years. The cultivation world's standard practice was built for the suppressed baseline. Technique refinement compensated for ambient field scarcity. Cultivation methods were optimized for extraction from a relatively thin field. Inside the realm, the field was 3 times the restored baseline. The cultivation method's mechanics did not change, but the experience of running them was the difference between walking through shallow water and walking through air. The resistance that the external cultivation environment provided, which practitioners learned to work against and which the techniques were refined to push through, was absent. The ambient field was not resisting, it was receiving. He did not find this immediately easier. He found it initially disorienting. "The resistance is a reference point," he told Yin Qingchuan. "I've been using the ambient field's resistance to gauge cultivation depth. Inside the realm, there's no resistance, which means the reference point is absent." "Yes," she said. She had been watching him cultivate in the realm for a week, and she had the quality of someone who had anticipated this specific problem because she had encountered it herself. The realm's cultivation requires building internal reference points rather than external ones. You have been using the field's pushback to locate yourself in the session. "And in here," he said, "I have to locate myself through the fragment resonance rather than the external field." "Yes, which you have been practicing, the naming, the reorientation. You have more developed internal reference capability than any practitioner I have documentation on." She looked at the lake they had been sitting beside. "The adjustment will be faster than it would be for someone without your training history." He sat with the realm's ambient field in the cultivation register. 3 times the external baseline. The 9 fragments all present, all specifically themselves, providing the internal reference points that the field's absence of resistance had removed as external reference. He ran the cultivation session using the fragment resonance as his primary orientation anchor rather than the ambient field's resistance. It was faster, not the percentage faster that a richer field would produce through standard advancement calculations. Qualitatively faster, the cultivation base expanding in a way that felt like removing friction rather than applying additional force. He noted this. By the end of the first month of realm cultivation, his advancement rate had increased by approximately 60% over his previous best external site rate. He looked at the cultivation tracking record. Spirit Douluo was 70. Titled Douluo began at 80. Limit Douluo at 95. At 60% improved rate, in the realm's environment, these were no longer multi-year projections. Chapter 125 Qin Tianlong's withdrawal of his formal descent arrived in the hall's record on a Tuesday, the same day Xiao Yan had decided to stay, 9 years ago, though Qin Tianlong had no way of knowing this. The withdrawal document was precise and thorough, which was consistent with everything he produced. It formally retracted the supplementary descent, cited the capacity scaling documentation as the basis for the retraction, and appended a one-page summary of what the complete information established about the Devourer's nature and resolution. The summary was accurate and efficient and read as the work of someone who had received complete information and updated their model accordingly. At the end of the withdrawal document was an additional section that had not been required by the formal withdrawal process. Qin Tianlong had written a proposal. The proposal was for the Hall's formal governance structure for the Spirit Beast Realms Access Program. It described a committee structure, practitioner qualification criteria, phased access expansion, and an oversight process that incorporated both institutional accountability and the realm's population's own community governance. The proposal was sophisticated. It drew on Qin Tianlong's 60 years of institutional experience and the specific knowledge he had gained from his conversation with Yi Tianming. The full scope of the realm's nature, the liberation dimension of the void origins effect, the mutual exchange potential of realm access done correctly. He read the proposal twice. The governance structure it described was better than what he had been informally implementing with the first cohort's access protocols. It was more comprehensive, more scalable, more attentive to the long-term implications of establishing an ongoing relationship between the cultivation world and the realm's population. Qin Tianlong had spent the 3 months since their conversation building the institutional framework that would allow the realm's integration to continue correctly after the initial establishment work was done. He wrote back, "The proposal is accepted. I have one suggested modification. The access qualification criteria should include practitioners who, like Fan Yueqing, have high-rank ring signatures and have not had formal institutional support. The realm's population may have a specific interest in practitioners who have cultivated outside the standard institutional infrastructure. Their approach to the realm may be different from practitioners who have operated within the Hall's frameworks." Qin Tianlong's response arrived in 2 days. Agreed. The qualification criteria will include this category. I will call them, in the documentation, independently developed ring practitioners. The designation is accurate and avoids the term that has been used historically for the same category, which carries 30 years of incorrect institutional association. He read this and felt something that was not exactly satisfaction. It was more specific than that. The quality of watching a careful practitioner work from complete information rather than incomplete information, and producing better work as a result. The terrain you knew was a good terrain for both of them. He sent confirmation and returned to the realm's cultivation work. The count continued. The work continued. And the world was, at its edges and in its center and in the places between, beginning to change into something that had always been possible and had been prevented from being so for 300 years. He pressed forward. Chapter 126 The first authorized cohort entered the realm on a morning in early spring. 12 practitioners. 9 from the standard application process. Practitioners who had met Qin Tianlong's governance structure's qualification criteria and had been assessed and prepared through the access program's initial orientation sessions. 3 from the independently developed ring practitioner category, Fan Yueqing, and 2 others who had been identified through the rehabilitation review's notification responses. Xiao Yan led the entry. Not because anyone had formally assigned her that role. The governance structure listed Yi Tianming as the access program's primary contact. But Xiao Yan had been entering the realm twice a week for 3 months, and the realm's population at the entry formation's threshold had become accustomed to her specific quality of approach. When the cohort arrived at the threshold, she was already on the realm's side of the entry formation, standing in the spring morning light of the realm's inner territory, waiting. She said, to the cohort at the threshold, The ambient field is going to feel different from anything you've cultivated in. Don't cultivate immediately. Let your cultivation base register the environment for the first hour. After that, follow your own instincts about depth and approach. She paused. And don't try to minimize your ring signature. The realm's population is more comfortable with presence than with absence. Concealment reads as preparation for aggression here. Fan Yueqing was the first practitioner to cross the threshold. He watched from the realm's inner territory, 50 meters back, far enough that his own 9-fragment presence didn't anchor the cohort's first experience to his specific cultivation signature. The cohort should encounter the realm's environment on its own terms, not through the filter of the practitioner who had activated the void origin. Fan Yueqing crossed the threshold. She stopped on the realm's side and stood completely still. He had not told the cohort what the field difference felt like. Xiao Yin had not described it either. She had noted, when he asked, that describing the ambient field quality was like describing color to someone who had not seen it, and that the experience of crossing would be its own instruction. Fan Yueqing stood still for 4 minutes. Then she turned her head and looked at something to the left that the threshold sight line didn't show. Then she began to cry. Not dramatically. She made no sound, did not move. But the cultivation presence around her shifted in the way cultivation presences shifted when something that had been compressed for a very long time had room to expand, and her face changed in the way faces changed when a held thing was released. He looked away. This was hers, not his to observe. The rest of the cohort crossed. The realm's spring morning held them all. He turned and went deeper into the realm's inner territory to continue the cultivation work. Chapter 127 titled Douluo rank arrived inside the realm on a Tuesday. He had not been tracking the exact day. The cultivation work in the realm's rich ambient field had produced advancement at the 60% improved rate he had measured in the first month, and the cumulative effect of that rate had compressed the timeline significantly. He had been projecting titled Douluo in approximately 4 months from his spirit Douluo achievement. It arrived in 2 months and 3 weeks. The advancement quality inside the realm was different from every prior rank advancement. Not different in the structural sense. The cultivation base expanded and the resonance architecture deepened in the way rank advancements had always felt. But different in environment. The realm's ambient field was not passive backdrop, but active participant. The way a body of water was not the same as the air around it. You moved differently in it. It responded to your movement. The medium itself was a condition of the action. The titled Douluo advancement had a new quality added by the realm's environment. Witness. The realm's population was aware of the advancement. Not because he had announced it or signaled it. The ambient field's change during a rank advancement was perceptible to any cultivation-sensitive presence within the field's range, and inside the realm's amplified ambient density, the change was perceptible across a larger radius than any external advancement would have been. The spirit beast community in the realm's inner territory was aware of a spirit Douluo rank practitioner crossing the titled threshold, and they were aware of it as something significant. He sat with the advancement for the standard 11 minutes. By now, the sitting period had become automatic, a practiced deliberate moment between one state and the next rather than a recovery period. When he came out of the meditation, there was a delegation at the lake's edge. The same general type as the first contact on the day of the entry. Organized, deliberate, community representative, but larger, and including, at the front of the delegation, one of the realm's old presences, a spirit beast of the type he had no documentation for, whose rings were visible as 9 blue-gold rings, which placed it in cultivation terms at the 100,000-year rank equivalent. A beast of the same rank as his own fragments. He looked at it. It looked back at him. The communication quality from it was the same community recognition quality he had perceived from the first contact's smaller presence. The awareness that 9 ancient beings had chosen the fragment existence, and that this practitioner carried those 9 specific ancient beings, and that the living ancient being now in front of him was in a different category from the absorbed fragments, but recognized in them something of its own kind. He said, in the cultivation register, I carry 9 ancient beings in fragment form. They chose the fragment existence at the moment of my birth. I have known them for 7 years. The ancient beast's communication quality shifted. Not language. The ambient field quality that was its specific expression of awareness. But the shift had a directionality that he had learned to read as question. He answered the question he understood it to be asking. The fragments chose. They were the last of their kind. What showed them the vision of the practitioner they would become fragments for? None of us know. But they chose. The ancient beast looked at him for a long time. Then it did something that none of the realm's delegations had done in the 6 weeks since the first cohort entry. It sat down. Not the preparation for departure quality, not the waiting to see quality. the specific posture of a being that had decided to be present for what came next and was arranging itself for that presence. He sat down also. They sat by the lake in the realm's morning, and the delegation around the ancient being settled, and the cultivation world's work and the realm's work and the 7 years and the 9 fragments, and all of it was present in the space between them, available for whatever came next. Chapter 128. Yi Changfeng received the Rehabilitation Review's formal notification 6 weeks after the committee issued it. The notification was not addressed to him specifically. It was a general committee communication, distributed through the hall's standard notification channels, describing the review's scope and outcomes, and the formal record correction that had been applied to each of the 37 cases. The notification did not name the contracting parties or the institutional structures that had produced the incorrect classifications. It described the outcome and the correction. Yi Changfeng was in the northern jurisdiction when the notification arrived. He read it in the specific way that practitioners read things they had been expecting to receive for some time, not with surprise, but with the quality of a confirmation arriving. He wrote to Shen Riyun, not to Yi Tianming. He chose the scholar-researcher's formal channel, which was the appropriate channel for documentation corrections. The letter was brief. I am writing to confirm receipt of the Rehabilitation Review notification. I wish to submit a supplementary administrative correction to the original assessment record for the supervised development case initiated 7 years ago. The correction pertains to the initial classification assessment I personally conducted and the documentation I filed at that time. The original classification was based on an incomplete premise. I am providing the accurate premise for the formal record. Asterisk attached to the letter was a 14-page document. The document described, accurately, everything Yi Changfeng had done from the testing ceremony forward. The suppressed full report, the decoy token, the voluntary relocation classification, the purification petition, the compliance clause in the formal sponsorship, and the reasoning behind each action. The reasoning was described without self-justification, as a factual account of what he had believed at each decision point and why, with the accurate identification of where each belief had been based on incomplete or incorrect information. The document concluded with a single paragraph. The supervised development case's outcome demonstrates that the initial classification premise was incorrect. The practitioner in question was not an aberration requiring containment, but a phenomenon requiring support. The institutional frameworks I employed in the case were applied in good faith to an incorrect premise. The corrected premise changes the interpretation of each action described above. I file this correction for the formal record so that the record is complete and accurate. He was not required to file the document. The review's formal correction had addressed the institutional record without naming individual decision-makers. Yi Changfeng had chosen to file the correction voluntarily, to his own record, naming himself. Shen Riyun filed the correction in the formal record and sent him a copy. She did not add commentary. She did not ask whether Yi Tianming wanted to respond. She filed the document and updated the case record and noted the filing in the ongoing documentation. Later, she told Yi Tianming about the correction. He read the 14 pages. He did not say anything for a long time. Then, file it, he said. As it is. I already did, she said. Good, he said. He went back to the cultivation work. Chapter 129. The first willing partnership ring formation happened without ceremony. A practitioner named Wuli Shansui, one of the second authorized cohort's members, spirit ancestor rank, 32 years old, a ring cultivation of 4 standard acquisition rings, had been in the realm for 6 days when a spirit beast approached her. The spirit beast was approximately 40 years old in cultivation terms, its rings at 1,000-year rank equivalent. A middle development beast, experienced but not ancient. It was of the type Shen Riyun had been cataloging as the realm's most communicatively active population category. It approached Wuli Shansui during her morning cultivation session and sat near her in a way that was clearly neither predatory nor incidental. She stopped the session and looked at it. The cultivation presence quality between them was Xiao Yan's documentation subject for the next 3 hours. Xiao Yan was not present initially, but arrived within 20 minutes when the monitoring relay's ambient quality reading from that area showed the specific pattern she had learned to identify as a practitioner-beast direct cultivation exchange. What Xiao Yan observed and documented carefully. The spirit beast communicated through cultivation quality rather than language. The communication was an offer, not a submission. Not the ring absorption relationship the cultivation world's standard practice used, which required killing the beast and absorbing the ring. An offer. The beast was proposing a cultivation connection. The practitioner's cultivation base and the beast's accumulated cultivation experience linking through a mutually maintained resonance. with both parties retaining their individual cultivation sovereignty. The ring, in this model, was not an absorbed trophy. It was a communication link. Wooly Shanshui asked, through Xiao Yan's liaison translation, whether the beast was certain. The beast communicated that it had been considering this since the practitioner's third day in the realm. It had been watching her cultivation practice. She had a specific quality of attention, not to the technique or the advancement goal, but to the ambient field itself, the way the field moved around her cultivation rather than through it. She accepted. The ring formation was visible as a specific light quality, not the red gold of 100,000-year rings, not the blue gold of the realm's ancient being. A yellow-white quality, the specific ring color of a 1,000-year rank beast, forming around Wooly Shansui's martial spirit not in the standard absorption flash, but gradually, over approximately 20 minutes, as the willing partnership took hold. She was spirit ancestor rank with 5 rings when she emerged from the realm's inner territory that evening. She was spirit ancestor rank with 5 rings and a ring that, in cultivation practice, would function as the specific capability of a beast that had chosen to participate rather than a beast that had been consumed. Shen Ruiyun documented everything. The documentation would be the foundational record for a practice that did not yet have a name. He read the documentation that evening. He thought about the cultivation world's ring system, the standard practice, the hunting, the near extinction of high-rank beasts, the 3 centuries of suppression. He thought about what willing partnership ring formation would mean for a cultivation world that now had access to the realm and whose ambient field was recovering its natural density. Not the end of the standard practice, not immediately, and perhaps not completely, but a different possibility, a different direction. He went back to the cultivation work. Chapter 130. Elder Mingzhu told him something he had not told anyone on the day of the first cohort's entry into the realm. It was 3 weeks later. They were sitting at the lake's edge in the realm's late spring evening, the ambient field at the specific quality it reached in the late afternoon, when the cultivation work of the realm's population settled toward the quiet cultivation mode that the realm's beasts used as a form of communal rest. The elder had been here more frequently since the realm's access opened. Not for cultivation work. His spirit Douluo rank, achieved 30 years ago, was not actively advancing. He came for the specific quality of presence the realm provided. The way people who had spent a long time in constrained environments sought out open ones when the constraint was removed. My teacher, he said, without preamble, was Yin Qingchuan's student. Yi Tianming looked at him. Not directly. The elder continued. My teacher was Chun Baozhuan, who studied with Yin Qingchuan's senior student, 2 generations removed. Yin Qingchuan had already entered the static containment when I began my cultivation training. I knew of her through the documentation and through the cultivation method's early layers, which Chun Baozhuan had received through the lineage. He looked at the lake. Chun Baozhuan spent 60 years preparing practitioners for a phenomenon he believed was coming. He was not certain what form it would take. He knew the cultivation world had a wound that had not been healed, and he knew the healing would require a specific kind of practitioner with a specific kind of relationship to the wound. He prepared you, Yi Tianming said. He prepared me to prepare, the elder said. He said, when he gave me the case documentation that became the framework for my 60 years of work. You will not be there for the resolution. You will build the conditions in which the practitioner who resolves it can do the work. He was not wrong. A pause. He also told me that the waiting was the most difficult part. That building towards something you were not certain you would see in your lifetime required a specific relationship to time. The Leviathan's quality, Yi Tianming said. What the realm's environment calls patience. Yes, the elder said. Chun Baozhuan called it investment. You invest in a future you will not spend. He said this was not altruism, that it was the correct relationship to the cultivation world's continuity, which extended beyond any individual practitioner's lifetime. The elder looked at the realm's evening quiet. I understood this intellectually for 50 years. I understand it differently now. How? The elder was quiet for a long time. When I was working toward this, building the monitoring infrastructure, maintaining the archive methodology, finding the formation sites, I knew abstractly that what I was building for was larger than my individual lifetime. But knowing abstractly is different from standing inside the thing you built toward. He looked at Yi Tianming with 60 years of investment in his expression. This is what Chun Baozhuan told me I would feel. I did not fully believe him because I could not imagine it. A pause. He was exactly right. He looked at the elder. He thought about the copper token and the 60 years of preparation and the cane chosen rather than needed and the specific quality of a practitioner who had invested in a future he was not certain he would see. Thank you, he said. He said it with the specific quality of something that had been waiting to be said since he was 8 years old on a road outside Jua town and had asked about the token and received 60 years of preparation in a single conversation. Elder Mingzhu looked at him. Yes, the elder said. You're welcome. They sat in the realm's evening quiet. The ambient field settled around them in the specific quality of a very old, very rich environment at rest. The count continued somewhere in Xiaoyan's notebook, and the work continued in the cultivation records, and the lake received the last of the day's light and held it. He pressed forward. Chapter 131. Lu Baochen asked Yi Tianming a question on a morning in the realm's late summer, 6 weeks after the first cohort's entry. They were at the realm's threshold, the entry formation's outer edge, the zone where the external world and the realm's environment met in a graduation of ambient field quality that was visible to cultivation sense as a specific boundary. Lu Baochen was running the day's entry coordination. The second authorized cohort had 6 practitioners arriving, and the coordination required someone who understood both the external monitoring protocols and the realm's approach requirements. He had, without being asked, become the person who understood both. He waited until the 6 practitioners had entered and the entry coordination was complete, and then he asked, when the Devourer absorbed a team of practitioners in the Northern Territory 15 years ago, my team, was the hiring master who attracted the convergence events a specific target, or incidental? He had been waiting for this question, not anticipating the exact phrasing, but knowing that Lu Baochen would arrive at it eventually, because Lu Baochen was the kind of practitioner who had been working towards something specific for 15 years and would eventually get there directly. Specific, he said. Lu Baochen was quiet. The practitioner in your team who had the high-rank rings, the Devourer was using them as a convergence coordination node, he said. The convergence events that attracted the beasts that killed your team were the Devourer's activity. The practitioner didn't cause the convergence. They were the focal point the Devourer chose because their ring signature was the clearest coordination signal in the region. He looked at Lu Baochen. You've known for 15 years that the practitioner wasn't the cause. Was that knowledge what you needed? Lu Baochen was quiet for a longer time. I thought it would make the grief resolve, he said. When I knew the practitioner wasn't the cause, when I had the correct causal model, I thought understanding what actually happened would make the thing that happened less present. He looked at the entry formation. I was wrong about that. Yes, he said. That is how grief works. You know this from experience, Lu Baochen said. It was not a question. He thought about it. I know it from observation, he said. Watching practitioners who had lost things to the Devourer's activity navigate the difference between understanding the cause and the cause resolving the loss. He paused. They're not the same thing. No. Lu Baochen looked at the realm's entry threshold. What do you do with 15 years of motion that was built around a grief that the motion can't resolve? He looked at the mercenary. 42 years old and Spirit Emperor rank and 15 years of expertise in exactly the kind of terrain that had just become the cultivation world's new frontier. Operations in environments that required understanding non-standard threats and non-standard defensive postures, working with information that formal institutions didn't have frameworks for. What have you learned, he said, in 15 years of tracking the Devourer and working the entry coordination and managing the monitoring infrastructure? What do you know that no one else in the cultivation world knows yet? Lu Baochen thought about this. How to work in an environment where the threat isn't a practitioner or a standard beast, he said. How to read the ambient field's quality for threat signatures that aren't in the documentation. How to coordinate a response to something that doesn't behave the way the formal protocols assume it will. He looked at the entry formation. How to approach a spirit beast that is more intelligent than the standard documentation accounts for and ensure the approach is read as non-threatening. That, Yi Tianming said, is exactly what every practitioner entering the realm needs to know and doesn't. Lu Baochen looked at him. The realm's populations are not hunted beasts, he said. They're communities. A practitioner who enters using the standard beast encounter protocols will trigger a defensive response that the protocols aren't designed to de-escalate. The approach skills that keep a practitioner safe in the realm are not in any cultivation academy's curriculum. He looked at the second cohort's practitioners, now inside the realm's entry zone, receiving Xiaoyan's orientation. Someone needs to teach them. Lu Baochen was quiet for a long time. I've never taught, he said. No, Yi Tianming said. But you know how to keep practitioners alive in non-standard environments. That is what teaching is, when the environment is dangerous enough. He let this sit. Lu Baochen looked at the realm for a long time. The ambient field quality at the threshold, the spring-like warmth, the specific quality of an environment that had not been hunted for decades. I'll need a framework, he said. The approach protocols, the threat signature identification, the response coordination. If I'm going to teach it, it needs to be documented. Shun Riyun can help you document it, he said. She's been building the foundation documentation since the first cohort entry. Lu Baochen nodded. One condition, he said. The framework includes the correct causal model for convergence events. Every practitioner who goes through the security training knows exactly what the devourer was and how it operated and what the convergence events actually were. Not as historical documentation, as foundational context for why the approach protocols exist. Yes, he said. That's correct. Lu Baochen looked at him. What do you do now? Lu Baochen said. You've resolved the thing you spent 7 years resolving. What comes after? He looked at the realm. The same thing, he said. In the next form it takes. Chapter 132. By the autumn of the following year, the Realms Access Program had processed 4 cohorts of practitioners and was preparing a 5th. The 4th cohort contained 38 practitioners, the largest cohort yet. The Access Program had expanded from its initial 12-person capacity through 3 incremental expansions, each one approved through Qin Tianlong's governance committee structure and coordinated through Xiao Yan's liaison framework. Each expansion had required confirming that the realm's population at the entry threshold was comfortable with the increased contact frequency. The threshold populations had been consistently comfortable. More than comfortable, they had begun sending representatives to the threshold before cohorts arrived, the community equivalent of preparing to receive visitors. The cultivation world's practitioners were encountering a category of spirit beast that had not existed in their documentation. Beasts of advanced age whose cultivation was not simply more powerful than standard beasts, but different in kind. A spirit beast that had cultivated for 100 years without being hunted, in an ambient field 3 times the cultivation world's density, was not the same as a spirit beast of equivalent rings that had cultivated under the hunting system's pressure. The behavioral complexity, the communication capacity, the cultivation technique sophistication, all were beyond what the standard documentation described for equivalent ring levels. Lu Baochen's security training protocols became required preparation for cohort entry by the 3rd cohort. The protocols included the ambient field threat signature identification he had developed, the non-standard approach sequences, and the de-escalation techniques for defensive responses. By the 4th cohort, practitioners were arriving at the threshold with enough preparation that the entry process took 1/3 of the time it had taken in the 1st cohort. He was aware of all of this from the documentation, the relay reports, and the periodic conversations with the people running the programs. He was not, primarily, running any of these programs himself. He was in the realm's inner territory, in the high ambient field density, cultivating. Titled Douluo had given him access to a cultivation environment that produced the 60% improved rate consistently enough that projections were now possible with reasonable precision. Limit Douluo began at 95. He was at 83rd rank. 12 ranks. The realm's environment made 12 ranks feel different from what 12 ranks had felt like in the external cultivation world. Not shorter exactly. Cultivation was not compressed by ambient richness, it was enabled by it. But cleaner. The resistance that the external world's depleted ambient field had produced as a friction was absent, and the cultivation work moved at the pace the cultivation work could actually move at rather than the pace the external conditions had constrained it to. He worked. Chapter 133. Yin Qingchuan presented her proposal for the Willing Partnership Framework at the 5th cohort's orientation session. He was not at the orientation. He was 3 days' travel into the realm's inner territory, at the high ambient density zone the realm's ancient population had indicated was accessible to spirit do rank and above practitioners. He received the proposal documentation through the monitoring relay Shenryun maintained between the entry formation and the inner territory. The proposal was precise and visionary, and, characteristically for Yin Qingchuan, built from what was actually possible rather than from what was theoretically ideal. The Willing Partnership Framework described a cultivation ring acquisition system that existed alongside the standard acquisition practice rather than replacing it. The framework established the realm as a location where practitioners who met specific preparation criteria could enter into willing partnership with spirit beasts whose cultivation stage and temperament made partnership possible. The ring formed by partnership had the same cultivation function as a standard acquisition ring. It augmented the martial spirit's capability at the appropriate rank threshold. The difference was process. The beast consented, the partnership was mutual, and the beast retained its existence and cultivation sovereignty. Not every practitioner could access the Willing Partnership Framework. The preparation criteria were substantial: the ambient field sensitivity, the approach training, the cultivation stage requirements. Many practitioners would continue to acquire rings through the standard system. But the Willing Partnership Framework created a direction, a possibility that had not existed before, and the realm's population, based on the 14 willing partnerships formed across 4 cohorts, was genuinely interested in offering it. She had appended, to the formal proposal, a personal note that she sent through the relay to Yi Tianming directly. The cultivation world's ring acquisition system was built under conditions of scarcity. The beasts were rare, the ambient field was depleted, and the practitioners needed what the rings provided. Under those conditions, the hunting was the only available mechanism. The conditions have changed. The framework should change with them. I am not naive about the timeline. The willing partnership framework will take a generation to establish as a widespread practice. The hunters will not stop immediately. The practitioners who have always acquired rings through the standard system will continue to do so as long as the standard system is available. What I am building is the infrastructure for the generation that follows. The practitioners who will look at the willing partnership option and choose it because it exists and because they have been prepared for it. This is what I have always built. Infrastructure for the future that comes after me. I thought you should know that I understand this about my own work. It took 2 centuries of stillness to understand it fully. He read the note twice. Then he sent back. I will make sure the documentation is complete. The practitioners who come after us will have everything they need to continue what you have started. She had built the infrastructure for him. He would build the infrastructure for the generation after. That was how the work worked. Chapter 134 Limit Doa rank arrived on the 47th day of his 16th year. He was in the realm's high ambient density zone. In the specific location the ancient beast delegation had indicated, a clearing at the realm's interior elevation peak, where the ambient field density was 4 times the external restoration baseline, and the spirit beast population that cultivated there was of the very old category, whose rings glowed in colors he had no documentation reference for. The advancement was witnessed by no one he knew. This was not accidental. He had come to the high zone specifically for the advancement, and he had come alone because the advancement at this depth, Limit Douluo, the 4th practitioner in recorded history, was a cultivation event whose specific quality required being entirely with the cultivation work rather than managing anyone else's presence in it. The realm's ancient population was present, but their presence was ambient rather than social. He sat with the preparation quality for 4 hours before the advancement. Then the cultivation base crossed the threshold. Limit Douluo rank felt like the ceiling of the room becoming a window. Not opening, not the room becoming something different, but the quality of limitation that had been present in every prior rank as the awareness of what lay above becoming, suddenly, not a ceiling but a transparent surface. The limit was still there, but it was visible through rather than solid. The 9 fragments responded to the advancement simultaneously, not each in sequence, not in the communication register they used individually. Together, in the resonance quality that was the 10th presence, the one that had no name alone. Together they recognized the advancement and produced a response that was not any single fragment's communication mode, but all of them at once. The response felt like, this is what we were for, not the end of the sentence, not the declaration that the work was complete. Just, this specific moment, this specific achievement, was within the scope of what the 9 ancient beings had chosen the fragment existence to enable. He sat in the Limit Doa state for 23 minutes. Then he looked at the cultivation tracking record. 95 rank. For practitioners in history. He was 16 years old. Winfred, he said. Is the ceiling visible? A pause. Then the celestial crane's characteristic brevity applied to the largest question it had been asked. Yes, Winfred said. It is. What's beyond it? Unknown, Winfred said. Which is different from unseeable. A pause. You can see the direction. He looked at the window the Limit Douluo ceiling had become. He could see the direction. He pressed forward. Chapter 135 Yin Qingchuan gave him the full cultivation method on the morning after the Limit Douluo advancement. Not the token. The sealed section token Elder Mingzhu had carried was a delivery mechanism, its layers designed to open at the correct rank thresholds. What she gave him was the method itself, complete. In the cultivatable format communication, she had developed over 50 years of working with fragment communion. The delivery took 3 hours. He received it in the realm's high zone clearing, sitting in the ambient field density with the 9 fragments present and the Limit Doa cultivation base now fully settled. The 3-hour delivery was the longest cultivatable format communication he had received, longer than the token's 4 layers combined, longer than the Leviathan's context transfer. The method's complete form was not structured by layers. It was structured by questions. Each section of the method, the fragment communion techniques, the advancement acceleration protocols, the resonance architecture maintenance, was organized around a specific question that the practitioner working with that section would arrive at. Not the answer to the question itself, and the recognition that the question was the right question to be asking at that stage. The section beyond limit Douluo was organized around a question she had not been able to answer. What does cultivation become when the practitioner has reached the furthest limit that practitioner cultivation theory has documented? In the environment of the cultivation world's richest ambient field, with 9 100,000-year fragment consciousnesses fully present, below the question, she had written, I do not know the answer. I worked at limit Douluo theory for 20 years before I entered the static containment, and I arrived at the question but not the answer. The answer requires the cultivation work you are now positioned to do. I have prepared the question so you know you are looking at it correctly when you arrive. The full method includes everything I understood. The frontier of the method is the question. You will have to work at the frontier yourself. This is always how it is. The predecessor prepares what they understood. The successor works beyond what the predecessor understood. That is the structure of the work. I am not giving you a complete gift. I am giving you the best incomplete gift I could build. He sat with the full method in the realm's high zone for a long time after the 3-hour delivery. He thought about what he would build when he had worked the frontier far enough to see the next question. The documentation, the infrastructure, the cultivation method sections that the practitioner after him would need. He thought about what the practitioner after him would be like. Not this specific practitioner, who did not exist yet and would not exist for some time. The structure. A practitioner with a specific situation, requiring a specific kind of preparation, whose predecessor would build infrastructure before they arrived. He thought about Yin Qingchuan sitting in her static containment for 200 years. Then he thought, I have time. He pressed forward. Chapter 136, Yi Chongfeng's formal administrative correction arrived in the hall's record 6 months after the limit Douluo advancement. Yi Tianming was in the realm's high zone when Shun Riyun's relay notification reached him. Not at the entry formation, not at the district town, 3 days travel into the realm's interior, in the cultivatable format communication session that Yin Qingchuan's complete method had opened for him. He came out of the session, read the relay notification, and asked for the document to be transmitted through the cultivation relay system. The document was 31 pages. He had thought, when Yi Chongfeng's administrative correction letter arrived months earlier, that the voluntary correction was the full extent of what the hall master would produce. The letter had been brief and had contained the 14-page record. He had expected nothing further. 31 pages was not brief. He read it over 2 hours, in the realm's ambient field with the 9 fragments present and the limit Douluo cultivation state settled around him. The document was a comprehensive correction of every decision Yi Chongfeng had made in the supervised development case from the testing ceremony forward. The suppressed report, the voluntary relocation classification, the decoy token, the compliance clause, the purification petition, the position change after Yi Tianming's Spirit Emperor advancement that had preceded Yi Chongfeng's public support shift. Each decision, described with the reasoning that had produced it, and the complete information that changed the interpretation of the reasoning. It was, he understood, the document of a practitioner working through what it meant to have been, in each specific decision, operating correctly within a framework that the decisions had reinforced incorrectly. The framework, the institutional calculus that treated high-ring practitioners as controllable assets or containable threats, had shaped each decision, and each decision had reinforced the framework, and the framework had been built on a premise that was wrong. He was not the only person the framework had hurt. That was what the 31 pages contained, beyond the administrative corrections. Yi Chongfeng had pulled the hall's full documentation of supervised development cases, not only the Devour-related cases, but the full category, and had filed a supplementary analysis of how many cases had been classified under the same incorrect premise. The 37 rehabilitation cases were not the complete scope. The complete scope was considerably larger. The supplementary analysis requested a governance committee review of the supervised development case, categories, foundational premises. He sat with the document for a long time. He had been prepared, years ago, to address Yi Chongfeng's position changes through documentation and institutional navigation. The decoy token had been a protection. The preemptive documentation had been a defense. The formal responses had been demonstrations that the evidence showed what it actually showed. He had not been prepared for Yi Chongfeng to do 31 pages of work on behalf of the practitioners who were not him. He sent a one-line response through Shun Riyun's channel. The supplementary analysis and governance review request are filed. They are correct. Thank you. He did not add anything else. He had said what needed to be said. He returned to the realm's cultivation work. Chapter 137 The communication with the realm's ancient population deepened over the winter of his 16th year. Not gradually. It had been gradual for months, and then it shifted. The shift happened on the day he was sitting with the ancient beast he had met at titled Douluo, in the specific quality of presence they had developed over their sessions together when the beast did something new. It asked him about the fragments. Not through language, through the cultivation register, the quality of awareness communication that he had been learning to read since the first contact. The question came as an orientation of the beast's full cultivation presence toward his ring architecture, with a specific quality of interested attention that was distinct from the ambient recognition quality of the prior contacts. He understood the question. He answered by opening the ring resonance to the ambient field, not at the depth of the void origin activation, not the relinquishment state. A different mode, the fragments present and specifically themselves, their individual qualities available to the ambient field's perception, the 9 ancient beings perceptible to any cultivation sense of sufficient depth. The ancient beast received this. The cultivation quality that came back to him was not language, not data, not the communication register of any of the 9 fragments. It was the oldest thing he had encountered in the cultivation work, the specific quality of recognition between kinds. Not the same kind. The fragments were 100,000-year beasts in fragment form, and the ancient beast was a 100,000-year beast still in its original form, still living, still occupying its physical existence in the realm's high zone. Different expressions of the same category. The fragments had chosen the fragment existence, the beam between, the continuation through a practitioner rather than through continued physical existence. The realm's ancient population had chosen different. Physical continuation, the realm's closure, 3 centuries of cultivation in isolation rather than exposure to a cultivation world that was killing their kind. Both were ways of surviving when survival was not otherwise possible. Both had been building toward the same moment, the cultivation world's restoration, the realm's reopening, the mutual exchange that the closure had prevented. He was the intersection. Not because he had planned to be. He had not planned to carry 9 fragments, had not chosen the testing crystal's shattering or the convergence events or the devourer's attention. But he was the intersection, and the ancient beast looking at him across the realm's high zone clearing understood this, with the specific clarity of something that had been waiting for the intersection to arrive. The cultivation world sent someone to us, the beast communicated, not in language, in quality, in the specific sense he had learned to translate. Asterisk, and we sent someone to it. Through you. Asterisk, he sat with this. Yes, he said. That's what we are. The ancient beast held this with him. Then it communicated something that he would later tell Shinryun for the documentation record in the simplest language available. Now we begin. Chapter 138. He was 16 years old. He thought about this on a specific morning in early spring, sitting at the realm entrance with the entry formation's ambient quality around him and the cultivation world's restored ambient field in the distance. At 6, he had been a child in a ceremony hall with the testing crystal shattering into fragments under 9 rings that had no framework for explaining themselves. The elders had been afraid. He had not been afraid because he had not yet understood what they were afraid of. He had not yet learned how to expect what was coming. At 10, he had been in an archive for 4 years learning to read the documentation that described, accurately and incorrectly, what he was. He had learned the institutional frameworks and the document formats and the cultivation theory and the history of supervised development cases. He had learned to choose his terrain. At 12, he had been Spirit Emperor rank and facing the Devourer's indirect approaches and running an extended communion practice program and filing 17-page preemptive documentation with the Hall's regional committee. He had been building towards Spirit Dalu and the Void Origin activation and not yet knowing the full scope of what the activation would release. At 13, he had activated the Void Origin and reached the Spirit Beast Realm's entry formation and met Yin Qingchuan and understood that liberation was not the end of the work but the work's next form. At 16, he was Limit Dalu rank and the 9 fragments were present and specifically themselves, and the realm's ancient population recognized him as the intersection and the cultivation world was actively renegotiating its relationship to what he represented. He had not resolved everything. He had not finished the work. The work was ongoing and would be ongoing and had, with the full cultivation methods frontier section, a direction that would sustain decades of continued effort. He had resolved the devourer. He had opened the realm's access. He had built, alongside the people who had stayed, an institutional and cultivation framework for what came after. He had been, at 6, a phenomenon without a framework. He was, at 16, the framework's living demonstration. He thought about what Yin Qingchuan had told him in the winter, when he had asked her what she found most unexpected about her emergence from the static containment. She had said, asterisk, the cultivation world continued. While I was in the containment, I expected to emerge into something that had ended or was ending. The devourer still active, the ambient field still depleted, the realm still closed. Instead, I emerged into a world that had continued and was continuing. It had not been waiting for me to emerge. It had been working without me, building toward the same outcome through different paths. Asterisk, I found this, she had said, more moving than anything else. He understood this. He had spent 10 years in a situation whose difficulty he had understood and whose scope he had not. Building toward a liberation he had not known was his work until he was 3/4 through it. The cultivation world had continued around him. The people who had stayed had built the work he could not build alone. The documentation had accumulated. The institutional record had been corrected. The realm had opened. 14 willing partnerships had been formed without death. He was 16. He had a great deal of time. He pressed forward. Chapter 139. Xiao Yin was sitting at the realm's entry formation threshold when he arrived back from the high zone. Not waiting. She had her own work at the threshold, the liaison documentation that was now a substantial ongoing project. But she was there when he arrived, in the way she was often there when things were significant without planning to be there for them specifically. He sat down beside her. The entry formation's threshold had a specific quality, the external world on one side, the realm's environment on the other, and in the specific zone where the two met, the ambient field shifting from restored baseline to realm-rich, a quality that was neither one nor the other, but the specific texture of a boundary between two states of the same fundamental thing. He sat in the boundary quality. After a while, Xiaoyan said, "Is it what you expected?" He thought about the 6-year-old in the Ironstone Ceremony Hall, the testing crystal, the 9 rings appearing in red-gold fire around a 6-year-old's martial spirit, while the elders stepped back, and the old elder in the back row said the archaic phrase. "I did not expect anything," he said. "I had not yet learned how to." She looked at him. "And now," she said. He thought about what it meant to expect things now, to look ahead at the cultivation works frontier and see the question Yin Qingchuan had left there. The direction that Windthread had confirmed was visible, the cultivation world that was continuing and building and had more work to do than a single practitioner could do in a normal lifetime. "Now I expect to keep going," he said. She looked at the realm's entry formation behind them. The structure Yin Qingchuan had built 200 years ago in the Northeast Territory's hillside, still functional, still receiving, still open to practitioners who had the preparation and the disposition to cross its threshold. She looked at the cultivation world's restored ambient field in the other direction, the morning light falling through an atmosphere that was 30% richer than it had been 2 years ago, the spirit beasts in the far distance whose presence in the external world was slowly returning as the ambient field improved. She looked at her notebook, open on her knee, at the count that was now very large and continuing. "Good," she said. She did not say, "I'll be here." She did not need to. She had been saying it since a Tuesday 9 years ago, on a well cover with peeling blue paint. He looked at her, at the notebook, at the count. "Thank you," he said. She made a notation. "You're welcome," she said. They sat in the boundary quality of the entry formation's threshold, in the morning light of a cultivation world that was recovering and opening and beginning to become what it had always been capable of being, and neither of them needed to say anything else. Chapter 140. The cultivation world continued. The Spirit Beast Realms Access Program processed its 6th and 7th cohorts through the winter and spring. 14 documented willing partnerships had become 31. Liu Baochen's security training protocols had been adopted as required preparation by 3 cultivation academies in the region. Shen Ruyun's documentation archive for the Realm Integration Project now contained 4,000 pages. Yin Qingchuan taught 3 practitioners the extended cultivation method. One of them, a Spirit Emperor rank researcher from the Scholar Division, published a preliminary analysis of the method's fragment communion techniques, not the full method, which remained in controlled distribution, but the analysis of what the method documented about the relationship between ring fragments and practitioner development. The analysis was the most distributed cultivation theory document in the Hall's publication record in 30 years. Elder Mingzhu retired the active supervision aspect of his cultivation practice and was present in the realm regularly, sitting by the lake in the ambient field that was older and richer than anything the external cultivation world provided. He was 70 years old and Spirit Douluo rank and had spent 60 years building infrastructure for a phenomenon he had been certain was coming and uncertain he would see. He was seeing it. The Hall's governance committee, responding to Yi Chongfeng's supplementary analysis, convened a review of the supervised development case category's foundational premises. The review would take years to complete. Qin Tianlong led it. Yi Tianming sat at the realm entrance in the late afternoon of a summer day, in the specific quality of light that the entry formation's threshold produced at the late afternoon angle. the external world sun and the realm's ambient warmth meeting at the same point, creating a dual-source light quality that no architecture built specifically for aesthetics would have produced. He sat with the 9 fragments in the cultivation space, all present, all specifically themselves. The resonance quality that was the tint presence, the completion that was also continuation, stable and active and engaged with the work. He pressed against what was ahead. The full cultivation method's frontier section was opening as he worked it, not in the way the token's layers had opened, each one ready at its predetermined rank threshold. The frontier opened in response to the cultivation work itself, each question becoming visible when the work reached the depth from which the question could be seen. The depth was very great, below the limit Douluo ceiling, which was no longer a ceiling but a window, as it had felt since the advancement. The cultivation space contained something that none of the 9 fragments recognized. Not hostile, not benign, not any of the categories the cultivation documentation used for what practitioners encountered above the standard frameworks. It was new. Yin Qingchuan's full method described it as a quality rather than a specific, the way the 9th fragment had been a quality before it was recognized as completion. The method did not explain it. It described the direction. He looked at the direction. He thought about the 6-year-old who had not yet learned how to expect things, and the 13-year-old who had activated the void origin in a cultivation space below 7 kilometers from a 300-year accumulation of absorbed practitioners and ancient beasts waiting to be released, and the 16-year-old at the realm entrance with the ambient field of a restored cultivation world around him. He thought about the cultivation method's frontier section and the question Yin Qingchuan had been unable to answer and the direction Windthread had confirmed was visible. He was 16. He had a great deal of time. Below the horizon, the first evidence of what was beyond limit Douluo had taken shape in the cultivation space. A quality that felt like a door that had not yet been named, in a direction that had not yet been mapped, waiting for a practitioner who had learned to work at the frontier of what was known and press forward into what was not. The count continued in Xiao Yan's notebook. The work continued in the cultivation space. He pressed forward. The cultivation world continued.